Chapter 1. A New Beginning. In a spacious and brightly lit classroom, a short man dressed in a suit stood upon a makeshift platform of stacked books, passionately delivering his lecture. Below him sat an audience of young boys and girls clad in uniform robes, their expressions mostly relaxed, occasionally engaging with the speaker, appearing quite earnest. Yet, as is often the case, there were exceptions that in the corner, Link appeared less focused than his peers. His expression was grave, his gaze wandering, and his body and limbs fidgeting restlessly. After a considerable duration, Link finally ceased his peculiar movements. However, his countenance shifted to one of melancholy and confusion. To be honest, he was rather bewildered by the current situation. As a professional detective, he had been poised to capture a photograph of his target in a compromising embrace to complete his assignment. But just as he pressed the shutter, darkness enveloped him, and he found himself in this unfamiliar place, transformed into a foreign child. It was undeniably absurd. Fortunately, after a series of self-assessments, Link could ascertain that his new body was intact and relatively healthy, albeit slightly overweight. Through careful observation, he was fairly certain he had been transported to the world of Harry Potter, and he had become a student of Hufflepuff House at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The unmistakable robes he wore and the presence of Professor Flitwick at the podium made it abundantly clear. Anyone who had seen the films would recognize them instantly. However, most stories of transmigration involve a character arriving before school starts or being reborn as an infant. Why had he materialized directly in a classroom? Moreover, why had he inherited none of the original owner's memories? For a traveler, such a challenging beginning seemed rather excessive. That in the corner, Link, still grappling with reality, stared blankly, lost in thought. At that moment, a small yet calloused hand waved before his eyes, startling him into a tremor and an involuntary exclamation. This incited a wave of unabashed laughter among his peers, prompting Professor Flitwick to raise his wand and strike it with a sharp motion, resulting in a resounding bang. Bang. Silence. The laughter subsided, though it was evident that Professor Flitwick lacked the intimidating presence of Professors McGonagall and Snape, as some students still stifled their giggles. Professor Flitwick, not overly harsh, turned to Link with a kind smile and inquired, "Link, are you feeling unwell?" Link involuntarily responded, his expression shifting from dazed to astonished. He realized that despite not having paid attention during the lecture, he could comprehend the professor's words, a remarkable revelation for someone who considered himself an English novice. Moreover, it seemed the original owner of this body was also named Link. This was indeed encouraging. Had he been unable to understand the language or had a different name, it would have been a veritable hellish ordeal. Meanwhile, noticing Link's astonishment, Professor Flitwick understood he had not been paying attention and shook his head, explaining, "We were discussing the filling charm, whose incantation is Philus Maximus. To cast the spell, you need to raise your wand and..." After reiterating the previous content, Professor Flitwick asked, "Link, do you understand?" "Ah, I understand." Upon hearing Link's response, Professor Flitwick's face brightened with excitement. "Then quickly take your wand and give it a try, Link. Don't worry, the filling charm is quite simple. You can surely do it." At this, Link's expression froze once more. It was not that he doubted his ability to perform the charm after all. Professor Flitwick spoke the truth about its simplicity. And since he was now enrolled at Hogwarts, it stood to reason that his new body possessed magical aptitude. There was no reason to believe he could not cast spells due to a change of soul. The issue was that Link could not locate his wand. Before him lay only a glass half filled with water, and a spellbook. There was no sign of a wand. However, Link's reflexes were sharp, and he immediately reached into the fabric pouch beneath his desk, reasonably assuming it belonged to the original owner, and thus, the wand would likely be inside. Yet, while the pouch appeared small, its interior was unexpectedly spacious. Link rummaged through it, but could not find the wand. Before long, his desk was cluttered with various textbooks, cauldrons, measuring cups, and plush toys. This prompted another wave of laughter from the surrounding students, which was even louder than before. Indeed, two boys from Hufflepuff were doubled over in laughter. Professor Flitwick, feeling exasperated, slapped his forehead and lamented, oh, Link, I found it!" Link exclaimed, holding up the wand triumphantly. Alas, the laughter did not cease. Instead, intensified. Professor Flitwick seemed to have lowered his expectations for Link, waving his hand wearily and saying, "Then give it a try." Link nodded, assuming the proper stance and aiming his wand at the glass on the desk, mimicking Professor Flitwick's earlier demonstration as he called out loudly, "Philus Maximus." His booming incantation caused the surrounding laughter to momentarily pause, as everyone turned their attention to his desk, anticipating further absurdity. Yet this time, they were met with disappointment. Upon uttering the spell, there was no flash of light or sound, as if the spell had failed entirely. But oddly enough, the water level in the glass began to rise slowly, ultimately filling the cup to the brim. "Oh, Merlin!" Professor Flitwick exclaimed, clutching his wand and shouting, "You did it, Link! You succeeded!" With that, he joyfully embraced Link and patted him on the back enthusiastically. However, Link's response to the professor's exuberance was rather subdued. He offered no acknowledgement whatsoever. This lack of response was not due to rudeness, rather. His entire focus was consumed by a singular phrase that had materialized in his line of sight. Level 1, Filling Charm acquired. Chapter 2, The Upgrade of the Replenishing Charm. 20 points to Hufflepuff. You did splendidly, Link. Congratulations. Professor Flitwick exclaimed with uncontainable excitement, his delight seemingly surpassing that of Link, who had successfully cast the replenishing charm. The surrounding students fell silent, gazing at Link with incredulity. Among them, the Ravenclaws seated a little farther away wore expressions of discontent. They believed Professor Flitwick's actions were rather inappropriate. The difficulty of the replenishing charm was not particularly high. In fact, nearly everyone present could perform it better than Link. Yet, Flitwick had chosen to award Link with points, 20, no less. As for Link, after the initial euphoria subsided, he quickly realized that his newfound ability might have limitations. However, this ability seemed devoid of any functional description, merely presenting him with a notification indicating the acquisition of a spellcasting skill. Nevertheless, Link considered this a minor inconvenience. Without explicit instructions, he could still explore and experiment on his own. With this thought in mind, Link extricated himself from Professor Flitwick's embrace and, with a swift motion, splashed water from the cup onto the face of a boy who had laughed the loudest moments earlier. He then raised his wand once more. Replenish. As Link recited the incantation, accompanied by the boy's frustrated outburst, the glass once again brimmed with fresh water. At that moment, a line of text appeared before Link's eyes. Replenishing Charm Experience 1. Quickly, the text faded away, revealing a white box in front of Link, which contained a nearly 1/10 filled empty slot with a pale golden liquid. Drawing upon his years of gaming experience, Link surmised that this was likely an experience bar. This indicated that his ability not only provided a visual panel for spellcasting data, but also allowed him to gain experience through repeated spellcasting to level up the charm. Link nodded thoughtfully. 10 points to Hufflepuff. You did it again, Link. Remarkable. Professor Flitwick cheered once more. Initially, he had thought Link's success was merely a fortunate accident, and his decision to award points stemmed from a desire to bolster the student's confidence. This proved that Link had truly mastered charm. Though it was but a simple spell, it could still be regarded as a miracle in the realm of education. After all, Link had scarcely learned any spells since his enrollment. At times, even Professor Flitwick had questioned whether the Sorting Hat had made an error during its final assessment, suspecting Link might be devoid of magical talent. How else could one explain his inability to perform even the most basic of cleaning charms? However, all doubts became irrelevant once Link successfully cast the replenishing charm. With Link having proven his worth as a wizard, Professor Flitwick felt renewed confidence in his ability to continue teaching him. With this thought, the professor's smile grew even brighter. At that moment, a wave of discontent erupted from the Ravenclaw seating area. Upon witnessing Professor Flitwick awarding points to Link once again, they could no longer contain their frustration. Professor Flitwick offered an awkward smile and hurried over to pacify his students. Meanwhile, Link continued to cast the filling charm repeatedly. However, it was not for the sake of those coveted points. Anyone familiar with the original Harry Potter series knows that such points hold no significance for Hufflepuff House. There are simply too many point-eating champions within their ranks, far beyond the capacity of a mere 1 or 2 point generating machines to compensate. Otherwise, the presence of Cedric before the plot's commencement would not have resulted in Hufflepuff failing to secure the House Cup for so many years, often languishing at the bottom of the standings. His motivation for continuing to cast the spell was solely to accumulate experience. With each successive spell he cast, the information manifesting on his retina grew increasingly abundant, and after releasing the charm a full 10 times, he finally succeeded in elevating the filling charm to level 2. Filling charm LV2 acquired. In that instant of receiving the notification, Link felt an inexplicable essence materializing within his mind, granting him a newfound, profound understanding of the filling charm, making its execution significantly more intuitive. Almost instinctively, he recited the incantation once more. This time, his pace was markedly quicker, and as he swirled his wand, an indistinct blur trailed behind, signaling a dramatic increase in his casting speed. With such acceleration in his spell casting, the effects of the charm were bound to improve. Unlike the previous sluggish attempts, this time the cup filled with a vigorous surge, completing the refilling in an instant. Clearly, as the skill level of the filling charm increased, its overall effectiveness also intensified. Yet, Link also sensed that the magical energy expended in casting the spell had risen as well. This revelation deepened his understanding and speculations regarding this extraordinary ability. First and foremost, this ability was undeniably potent. Thus far, it allowed him to enhance existing spells through repetitive casting, simplifying his journey into the realm of spell mastery. Moreover, for more advanced spells, this advantage would become even more pronounced, while others would require a combination of talent and diligent effort to master complex spells. Link could simply practice mindlessly to achieve proficiency. However, this ability was not without its limitations. It is essential to recognize that everyone's magical energy is finite. Although Link could not yet articulate precisely what magical energy entailed, after casting the filling charm a dozen times, he began to experience a sense of fatigue. Should he continue for several more rounds, he would undoubtedly find himself bettered by day's end. This meant that his potential for daily experience acquisition would be constrained by his magical energy, which was rather disheartening. With a sigh, feeling somewhat disillusioned, Link resolutely raised his wand once more and resumed his pursuit of experience with the filling charm. With no way around it, he still harbored numerous doubts regarding this extraordinary ability and thus felt compelled to continue probing. As a master of enchantments, he could undoubtedly discern that Link's proficiency in the full-up charm had significantly improved compared to just a few moments prior. This revelation filled him with elation, even inciting a desire to reward Link further. Yet his formidable self-discipline quelled such thoughts. After all, granting Link additional points would ultimately be detrimental to him. With this in mind, Professor Flitwick nodded appreciatively and resumed his lecture. Chapter 3. The Hufflepuff Common Room. Following the precedent of Link's point accumulation, the students naturally exerted themselves with renewed vigor, striving to excel. Particularly, the Ravenclaw students approached this endeavor as if it were an examination. Unfortunately, regardless of their commendable efforts, Professor Flitwick did not award them any points. By the time the class bell rang, he had cast the full-up charm a total of 53 times. Although fatigued, this endeavor had elevated his experience with the charm to nearly half of the required threshold. Thus, Link deduced that to elevate the full-up charm to level 3, he would need to cast it over 50 more times, indicating that the experience required for spell advancement increased exponentially. This was not encouraging news for Link, as his magical capacity limited the number of spells he could cast each day. With a sigh, Link gathered his belongings and followed the stream of students out of the classroom. The Hogwarts castle was vast, a fact Link had anticipated, yet he was still awestruck by the grandeur of the scene before him. The castle was adorned with a myriad of peculiar staircases and passageways, the most extraordinary of which was the floating staircase at its center. The expansive area was filled with countless stairs and platforms soaring through the air, creating a dizzying spectacle. Moreover, the original owner of this body evidently possessed a poor memory. While sorting through his belongings, Link stumbled upon a note featuring a simplistic drawing of a map of Hogwarts, along with the original owner's dormitory number and bed designation. This proved to be immensely helpful for Link, who then trailed behind the Hufflepuff group, proceeding at a leisurely pace. During this journey, Link made a rather peculiar observation. His so-called classmates appeared to harbor an unusual disdain for him. Since departing the Charms classroom, not a single individual had approached him, and it seemed that all members of Hufflepuff were deliberately ignoring him, treating him as though he were invisible. Although the reasons for this eluded him, Link found solace in the solitude. Being new to this world and lacking the original owner's memories, he recognized that fully integrating into this realm required a process of information gathering and adaptation. Thus, having no interruptions during this time was ideal. However, while lost in thought, a tall figure suddenly obstructed his path. Link halted, expressionless, and looked up at the newcomer, who was a tall, damp Hufflepuff glaring fiercely at him. Link recognized the individual before him. It was the very same person who had laughed the loudest in class. In retaliation, Link had feigned an accident, spilling a cup of water on him. Clearly, the other party had refrained from retaliating in front of Professor Flitwick, which was why he had come to stir trouble now. "Is there an issue with your vision? Are you obstructing my path?" Link inquired, his tone sharp. "What did you say?" The other seemed taken aback by Link's preemptive strike, momentarily stunned before his expression twisted into one of anger, rendering his already unappealing visage even more grotesque. "Is your hearing impaired as well?" Link remarked thoughtfully, feigning sympathy. "How pitiable. Are you truly qualified to be a wizard with such disabilities?" The individual's body convulsed with rage, his fists clenched tightly, yet, glancing at the bustling students around them, he ultimately refrained from making a move. "You little Death Eater!" He spat indignantly, But Link merely scoffed at the remark. The other was on the verge of exploding with fury. However, in the end, he opted to shoot Link a venomous glare before storming away, bellowing, "Just wait. I will make you pay for this." As Link watched the figure retreat into the distance, a smirk of derision played upon his lips. Within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts, the largest wizarding school in the entirety of the United Kingdom, there existed 4 houses: Gryffindor, Slytherin, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff. From the descriptors alone, one might discern that Hufflepuff is generally regarded as the least prestigious of the 4. The actions of the man just now served as a perfect testament to this reality. He exhibited a fierce demeanor, posturing as if untouchable, yet in truth, he lacked the courage to act decisively, resorting instead to petty schemes to annoy others. Shaking his head, Link continued on his way to the common room. The entrance to Hufflepuff Common Room is located along the same corridor as the Hogwarts kitchens. At first glance, it appeared to be a collection of wooden barrels stacked in a dimly lit stone recess, but clearly, there was more than met the eye within. With a deft tap of his fingers, a boy at the front of the crowd struck a specific rhythm upon the barrels, and one of them opened automatically. Link was intrigued by this. He gently tapped the shoulder of a boy beside him and asked, "What happens if you knock incorrectly?" The boy recoiled in alarm, resembling a startled fledgling, before scowling at Link and retorting, "You can try it yourself, Death Eater spawn." Link's expression darkened, but by the time he processed the comment, the boy had already climbed into one of the barrels. Gritting his teeth, Link suppressed his anger and followed suit. The barrel passage was not lengthy, and soon revealed a sloping dirt path that ascended straight to a circular chamber. This arrangement inevitably conjured images of a badger's den. The room is adorned in a vibrant black and yellow, reminiscent of lively bees, while an array of plants adds a refreshing touch to the decor. Suspended from the ceiling, copper pots cradle curling tendrils and vines that gently caress your hair as you pass beneath. On the opposite side, above a fireplace etched with badger motifs, hangs a portrait of Helga Hufflepuff, one of the esteemed founders of Hogwarts. In the painting, she raises a golden goblet with dual handles, toasting her students. Overall, the ambience here is warm and inviting, evoking a sense of home. If one were to pinpoint a flaw, it would be that this space resembles a semi-basement, with only small circular windows in the walls offering glimpses of hurried feet below. Link finds himself reasonably content with the surroundings, nodding as he strides towards the 2 honey-colored wooden doors at the far end of the circular room, which, based on his earlier observations, should lead to the dormitories. For Link, it is imperative to examine the legacy left by the original owner to glean more information. Continuing to live in ignorance of the former occupant's life could prove perilously unwise. Chapter 4, Link's Diary. As anticipated, the dormitory mirrors the decor of the lounge, resembling a cozy burrow. However, there is no earthy odor here. The patchwork quilts on the bunk beds exude a sunlit scent, enticing one to lie down and roll about. For Link, a former detective, this is not a daunting task, particularly when he discovers a diary tucked beneath the pillow of the original owner's bed. Through the diary's pages, Link gains insight into the life of this namesake. The original owner, Link Freely, was a second-year student of Hufflepuff House and the sole heir of the illustrious Freely family, part of the Sacred 28. Presently, aside from him, only his mother, Leonie Freely, remains. The rest of his family, including his father, fell victim to the Ministry's purge due to their allegiance to Voldemort. Link and his mother survived solely because the Ministry wished to preserve such a noble surname. However, as the last scion of the Freely lineage, Link Freely bears significant shortcomings. He is timid, insecure, and socially inept, seemingly lacking in intellect. Most concerning is his apparent deficiency in magical talent. The diary explicitly notes that he was initially denied admission by the Board of Governors, only gaining entry through the intervention of Headmaster Dumbledore. Even then, he faced rejection from the other 3 houses, ultimately finding a place in the all-accepting Hufflepuff. At this revelation, Link is no longer surprised by the original owner's experiences of bullying. As the child of a Death Eater, possessing such numerous flaws, it would indeed be a wonder if he were not subjected to mistreatment. However, the original owner was not devoid of virtues. For instance, he was remarkably handsome. This fact had been confirmed by Link upon gazing into a mirror. Though slightly overweight, this physique was notably tall, with a ruggedly handsome face, complemented by a crown of light golden hair. Indeed, he could easily have graced the world of Muggles as a model. Furthermore, the original owner did possess a friend, albeit a rather peculiar one. According to the entries in the diary, it was a serpent adorned with a rooster-like crest that could converse in human language. After being bullied, the original owner would retreat to the castle's basement to confide in it. Link was well aware that the serpent described in the diary was none other than the basilisk concealed beneath Hogwarts. Consequently, the original owner must have been a Parselmouth. Link had no desire to engage with the basilisk, for he understood that a mere accidental glance could cost him his life. However, avoiding the basilisk was not a feasible solution, as the diary indicated that it would occasionally bring bloody little gifts to visit the original owner. This signified that a confrontation with the basilisk was inevitable for Link. Suddenly, Link felt a dryness in his throat. He drew forth his wand and cast a filling charm on an empty cup nearby. As the notification of increased proficiency appeared, the cup filled with crystal clear water. He lifted the cup and drank deeply, feeling a modicum of calm return. Now, two pressing issues lay before him: the basilisk and the fact that he had a mother. Should she perceive that he was not her son, she might react impulsively, driven by maternal instincts. Yet, based on Link's years of detective experience, the likelihood of such a scenario was rather slim. After all, parents often do not concern themselves deeply with their children's psychological states. They merely desire an obedient, well-behaved, an accomplished child. Given the original owner's situation, Link surmised that upon discovering her son's sudden personality shift and remarkable advancement in magical prowess, the mother would be elated rather than suspicious of a soul swap. Such is human nature. As for the basilisk, there was little that could be done. When the time came, he would confront it with whatever means necessary. Additionally, according to the diary, the main storyline was commencing its first year, with the illustrious savior Harry Potter having just been celebrated as a proud member of Gryffindor. However, this bore little significance for Link, as he was quite reluctant to associate with Harry and his companions. Such company would be perilous and uncomfortable. Let Harry bask in the limelight of world-saving. Link preferred to honor the established strategies of Hufflepuff ancestors, to live modestly, work diligently, and quietly amass wealth. With this realization, Link felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. It was only then that he took notice of the wand in his hand. It was a somewhat crooked, short stick, adorned with a few nodules, approximately 10 inches in length, resembling a branch from a pine tree. Link possessed little understanding of wand lore. He was unaware of the might of a yew wand or its symbolic significance. However, he was acutely aware that this particular wand was utterly inadequate, for its texture was exceedingly coarse and harsh to the touch. Having silently resolved to procure a more suitable wand at the earliest opportunity, Link soon realized that night had enveloped the surroundings. Feeling the pangs of hunger gnawing at him, he cursed his misfortune and hastily exited the dormitory with wand in hand. Following the map sketched by the original owner, Link made his way to the Great Hall without encountering a single soul. This realization left him somewhat disheartened, for dinner had likely commenced and might soon be concluding. Fortunately, the Hufflepuff common room was in close proximity to the kitchen. Should he miss the evening meal, he could still venture to the kitchen to beg for scraps and perhaps catch a glimpse of the elusive house elves. With this thought in mind, he unconsciously slowed his pace as he ambled toward the Great Hall, as a space designated for feasts and student gatherings at Hogwarts. The Great Hall was adorned with a level of elegance that surpassed other areas, evident from the countless floating candles and the enchanted ceiling that mirrored the night sky. This was a relief, for if the gathering had already dispersed, there would be no sustenance left. With a sigh of relief, Link resolutely ignored the disapproving glares of his peers and settled at the Hufflepuff long table, ready to indulge in the banquet before him. However, it became apparent that not everyone wished for his dining experience to proceed smoothly. The moment Link's hand brushed against the bread in the wicker basket, a chicken bone hurtled toward his head, spinning through the air. With a swift tilt of his head, he deftly avoided the projectile, which subsequently landed in the soup bowl of a student across the table, splattering nearby diners with broth. The scene erupted into chaos, and Link turned his gaze toward the source of the bone as trajectory. There, two towering Hufflepuffs were watching him with mocking expressions. "Oh, my sincerest apologies. I accidentally tossed the bone." One of the boys feigned contrition, though his face was alight with derision. As he spoke, he made a gesture resembling a throat-slitting motion, eliciting peals of laughter from his companion. Though their antics were subtle, the commotion they stirred was significant enough to draw the attention of their fellow students. Yet not a single individual rose to confront the perpetrators. Even those who had been splattered with soup merely cast a glance in their direction before returning to their meals. Link's expression was one of resignation. He recognized one of them. The boy who had remained silent while making faces earlier was the very one who had threatened him that afternoon. It was clear that they were enacting their revenge through this almost juvenile prank. He simply found the entire situation rather vexing. Today, the troubles he encountered were already quite ample. Initially, everyone ignored him, allowing him the peace to gather information about this world and delve into the mysteries of those astonishing spells. Truth be told, as an ordinary individual, he harbored a profound fascination with the supernatural realm. Yet, at this moment, an individual buzzed around him incessantly, much like a bothersome fly. Link was acutely aware that this was merely the beginning. Given the personality and intellect displayed by the other party, if he did not take action, he would undoubtedly face such juvenile pranks repeatedly in the future. This would undeniably divert his attention significantly and diminish his efficiency in gathering information and mastering spells. A scenario Link found utterly unacceptable. Thus, he resolved to take action. Eliminate him. Let me eliminate him. Then consume him. At that moment, a hoarse and muffled voice emanated from the wall behind Link. Upon hearing it, Link raised an eyebrow, having perused the original owner's diary. He had gleaned some understanding of the serpent's behavioral patterns, prompting an immediate realization that it was the serpent speaking to him. Link's mind began to race with rapid thoughts. Would it be wise to have the serpent deal with those two bothersome fellows? This notion was swiftly dismissed by Link, for the risks were far too considerable. If mishandled, not only would the serpent itself be exposed, but even Link, with his serpent-like tongue, could be implicated. Consequently, Link gently shook his head and replied, "No need. I can handle it myself. You need not intervene." "Very well, as you wish." The hoarse, muffled voice gradually faded away, indicating the serpent's departure. Link exhaled a sigh of relief, only then noticing that his classmates, who had originally sat beside him, had long since fled, taking refuge at a distance and gazing at him with expressions of sheer terror. The voice Link had just emitted nearly led them to believe they were about to meet their demise. Paying them little mind, Link stood up, his expression impassive, and approached the two Hufflepuff boys. Clearly, they were still shaken by Link's earlier utterance of Parseltongue, their bodies trembling slightly. However, for the sake of pride, they remained seated, anxiously watching Link. "What do you want, you filthy Death Eater?" one of the boys gasped, perhaps attempting to bolster his own bravado by tacking on an insult at the end of his statement. Yet, this did little to instill them with additional courage. Link's expression remained unchanged as he casually picked up a nearby fork and, under their terrified gaze, plunged it down with ferocity. Bang! With a dull thud, the fork was driven forcefully into a roasted chicken beside the two boys, the force so great that it caused the plate to crack. For a fleeting moment, they genuinely believed Link's intended target was their hands. At this moment, Link slowly raised his hand. Due to the excessive force exerted earlier, a bone from the roasted chicken had pierced through his palm, and crimson fluid was now dripping steadily from his hand. However, this minor pain did little to disturb Link's composure. He maintained an expressionless demeanor and extended his hand toward the boy who had thrown the bone at him. The boy, utterly captivated by Link's presence, stood frozen, showing no inclination to evade. Link's hand effortlessly brushed against the boy's cheek, forcefully reddening it with 2 strokes. Leaning down, Link coldly whispered, "Do you wish to die?" Simultaneously, an unpleasant odor wafted through the air. Upon glancing down, Link noticed a significant wet patch in the center of the boy's trousers. Had he truly wet himself? A smirk crept onto Link's lips as he struck the boy's face twice with his bloodied hand. The sharp sound of the slaps seemed to awaken the surrounding crowd, and in an instant, piercing screams echoed throughout the entire hall. Shortly thereafter, professors who had been dining at the staff table squeezed through the throng to investigate. Leading them was a short, gracefully haired witch. Link recognized her as Pomona Sprout, the herbology professor at Hogwarts and the head of Hufflepuff House. Sprout hurried to Link's side, her face etched with concern as she examined his injured arm. "I apologize, Professor Sprout." Link feigned a look of distress. "I acted impulsively." The two boys, still in shock from Link's intimidation, noticed Professor Sprout's arrival and instantly burst into tears, clinging to her legs as if she were their savior, crying out, "Professor! He wants to kill us." Upon hearing this, Sprout's expression darkened, not due to the boy's tears staining her trousers, but because, as the head of Hufflepuff, she understood Link all too well. How could a boy who wouldn't dare harm a garden gnome suddenly resort to violence? Regardless of the circumstances, it was clearly their fault. Chapter 6, Cedric and Madame Pomfrey. "Cedric, take Link to the infirmary at once." With Professor Sprout's command, a tall, handsome boy pushed his way through the crowd. Without hesitation, he supported Link and began making his way toward the infirmary, while the cries of the other two boys grew even louder. "We're injured too. We want to go to the infirmary." Hearing this, Professor Sprout's expression soured further, yet she ultimately nodded towards Cedric. The latter promptly took charge, instructing the others nearby to escort the two boys behind him. As for Professor Sprout, she remained in the auditorium, alongside her fellow professors, to maintain order and inquire about the specific circumstances surrounding the incident. Meanwhile, Link was scrutinizing the boy known as Cedric. He recognized him. His full name was Cedric Diggory, a third-year student. Although he and Link appear to be a year apart, they were actually the same age. This was due to Link's initial shortcomings in intellect and magical aptitude, which had led to a prolonged dispute between Dumbledore and the Board of Governors. Though Link ultimately gained admission, he had missed the optimal time to start his education. Moreover, Cedric was one of the rare pure-blood wizards in Hufflepuff and a young man imbued with a profound sense of justice. The professors generally regarded him as embodying all the admirable qualities one could hope for in a Hogwarts student. Indeed, Cedric could be described as exceptionally amiable. The original owner's diary recorded that Cedric never turned away classmates in need of help. In his first year, the original owner faced even harsher circumstances within Hufflepuff, where hostility was overt and verbal abuse was commonplace, with physical bullying occurring frequently. During such times, Cedric stepped forward, standing by Link's side for an entire year, shielding him from countless humiliations and transforming the general attitude of most Hufflepuffs from initial malice to mere indifference. Frankly, it was impossible to dislike someone like him, and Link felt no different. At that moment, Cedric noticed Link's gaze upon him. With a concerned glance, he spoke in an apologetic tone. "I'm sorry, Link. I've been preoccupied with course selection lately, and haven't been able to check on you. I never anticipated that such an incident would occur after just a day of neglect." Upon hearing this, Link's lips curled into a smile once more. For Cedric's words conveyed that he did not perceive this incident as Link's fault. His sentiments reflected the views of most others. As a perennial victim of bullying, no one believed Link had instigated the conflict. Rather, they saw him as a person driven to reveal a fiercer side due to relentless provocation. Contemplating this, Link shook his head and replied, "You cannot blame yourself, Cedric. Your care for me has been more than sufficient. It is time I learned to be stronger." Cedric, however, did not diminish the look of regret in his eyes. He remained silent, merely shaking his head in response. The distance between the infirmary and the auditorium was not great, and soon they all arrived successfully. Upon their arrival, a kind-looking middle-aged woman, her hair covered by a white scarf, emerged from the inner room. The moment she set eyes on Link and his companions, her brow furrowed in concern. Seeing this, Cedric hurried forward and said, "Madame Pomfrey, the situation is as follows." Cedric swiftly recounted what he knew, maintaining a neutral and objective stance without favoring either side. However, upon hearing this, Madame Pomfrey's gaze toward the two Hufflepuff boys turned noticeably cold. "I understand. They're not severely injured. Please take them inside," she instructed. Cedric felt somewhat exasperated, but nonetheless gestured for others to carry the two boys into the infirmary. Link also nodded discreetly, noting that Madame Pomfrey seemed to harbor a more favorable opinion of him, which was indeed a positive development. As for the potential consequences of his actions today, he had never been particularly concerned. He had not violated any school rules, and he was the only one injured in this incident. From a consequentialist perspective, it was the two Hufflepuff boys who ought to be reprimanded. As Link pondered this, Madame Pomfrey finally approached him. In stark contrast to her demeanor toward the two Hufflepuff boys, her expression softened upon seeing the injury on Link's hand. She examined his palm with utmost care, clearly anxious not to cause him any discomfort. This made Link feel somewhat awkward, for his wound was not deep, and Professor Sprout, as the herbology instructor, had already treated it moments earlier. If one were to describe his current condition in contemporary terms, it would be that he had been fortunate to receive timely medical attention. Otherwise, the wound would have healed on its own. "Oh, my poor little Link, you must be more careful," Madame Pomfrey said with genuine concern, placing her right hand over his palm. Link felt a warmth emanating from her touch, and once she withdrew her hand, he discovered that the wound, along with the coagulated blood, had vanished entirely, leaving no trace of scar. "Oh," Link could not help but exclaim, utterly astonished by her healing prowess. Seeing his reaction, Madame Pomfrey chuckled warmly and gently led Link further into the infirmary, remarking, "Little Link, it's still dinner time. You must be quite hungry. Come along. I have some honey cakes from the Duke of B's confectionery that you simply must try." "Thank you, Madame Pomfrey," Link responded eagerly. Meanwhile, Cedric, standing nearby, wore an expression of concern. After a moment of indecision, he hastily caught up, somewhat awkwardly saying, "Madame Pomfrey, Professor Sprout instructed me to take Link to her office once he has recovered. If you could." Cedric did not finish his thought, but his meaning was clear. Upon hearing this, Madame Pomfrey's demeanor shifted abruptly. Her brow furrowed as she coldly replied to Cedric, "How do you know that little Link has recovered? I have yet to complete my examination." "But," There is no but. With a cold remark, Madame Pomfrey continued to lead Link into the inner room. Cedric stood frozen for a while, finally snapping back to reality and hurriedly following them inside. Chapter 7. Emily Victoria, the honey cakes at the Duke of B's candy shop were delectable yet excessively sweet, causing Link to feel overwhelmed after just a few bites. Madame Pomfrey was evidently aware of this, as she did not urge Link to eat more, but instead gently stroked his smooth, light golden hair, repeatedly murmuring phrases like "poor little Link" and "you must be more careful." Link felt a bit awkward, as Madame Pomfrey's kindness seemed rather excessive, bordering on unnatural. Meanwhile, Cedric appeared even more uncomfortable. After entering the room, he had urged Madame Pomfrey several times, only to be completely ignored. "Madame Pomfrey, we really must be going?" Link hastily interjected, sensing Cedric's urgency. If Professor Sprout waits too long, she might get upset. She dares. Madame Pomfrey's expression shifted instantly upon hearing Link's change in address and his pitiful tone, her anger flaring up. However, time was pressing. "You should head to the office soon and get to bed early. Do you understand? I'll go check on those two little rascals." With that, she pivoted and swiftly departed the inner room, casting Link a glance that seemed to convey a promise of vengeance on his behalf. Seeing this, Cedric finally released a sigh of relief. Link chuckled softly, nudging the plate of cake towards Cedric. "Would you like some?" "No, thank you. It's just too sweet. I can't handle it." Cedric instinctively shook his head, but soon seemed to remember something, hastily pulling Link towards the exit. "All right, let us hurry. Professor Sprout is still waiting for us." Link offered no resistance, allowing Cedric to guide him out of the inner room. As soon as they stepped outside, they heard piercing screams emanating from the hospital room of the two Hufflepuff boys. Cedric's expression darkened, yet he remained silent, leading Link onward in quiet contemplation. Professor Sprout's office was located on the first floor, not far from the infirmary, and it did not take long for Cedric to escort Link to the vicinity of their destination. However, just before they rounded the last corner leading to the office, Cedric unexpectedly halted. Taken aback, Link instinctively tilted his head to peer around Cedric and saw 4 Slytherin students, 1 girl and 3 boys, silently observing them from the shadows of the corner ahead. The girl at the forefront was strikingly beautiful, her silky, medium-length black hair cascading casually over her shoulders, and her pale blue eyes sparkled as if illuminated by starlight. Drawing one in to look closer, the 3 boys were familiar to Link. They were the notorious adversaries of Harry Potter from the original tale, Draco Malfoy, a petite figure with platinum blonde hair, accompanied by his tall lackeys, Goyle and Crabbe. However, the appearance of the 4 individuals was somewhat amusing. Draco and the 3 other boys were huddled behind the girl, their faces etched with terror, oblivious to whether her tall stature could adequately shield them. In stark contrast, the dark-haired girl stood with her arms crossed, exuding an air of indifference and pride. This juxtaposition momentarily bewildered Link. "Link, stay behind me and do not look at them." Cedric suddenly interjected, reaching out to pull Link behind him. This action caused Link's heart to race. The only spell he currently possessed was a minor charm, devoid of any combat prowess. Should a confrontation arise, he would merely be a hindrance. Wetting his parched lips, Link obediently followed Cedric, cautiously passing in front of the 4. Fortunately, the anticipated conflict did not materialize. They merely continued to observe in silence, making no further moves. It was not until the door to Professor Sprout's office came into view that Cedric finally exhaled in relief. Link seized a moment to inquire. "Who were those individuals just now?" "The 3 boys are likely new students this year. You need not concern yourself with them," Cedric replied in a grave tone. "The girl, however, is a second year named Emily Victoria. She possesses a notoriously unpleasant disposition and has bullied our Hufflepuff peers since first year, relying on her strong magical talent. Despite her misdeeds, she has yet to face any repercussions owing to the professor's fondness for her. You must steer clear of her in the future." "I understand," Link nodded, though his expression bore a hint of gravity. The girl named Emily, while seemingly wary of Cedric, had her attention fixated on Link. He was acutely aware of this, as he had been a professional detective in his past life, highly attuned to the sensation of being scrutinized. This was a troubling sign, combined with Cedric's warnings. It suggested that Link himself might be the next target. Reflecting on this, Link felt a surge of agitation. Sensing his distress, Cedric gently patted Link's shoulder, offering him a reassuring look. "Do not worry. I will protect you just as I did last year." With that, he disregarded Link's expression and pushed open the door, ushering Link into the office. Professor Sprout's office was quite spacious, nearly half the size of a classroom. Yet, it resembled a greenhouse more than a professor's study. Lush greenery adorned the space, filled with pots of blooming flowers and an array of gardening tools. the air thick with a blend of earthy scents and floral fragrances. The most striking feature was a wall at the back of the room, completely enveloped in vibrant green vines. These vines resembled those of ivy, yet they were far more robust and verdant. Do not touch them. Those are devil's snare. Link immediately retreated 2 steps. Although he was unfamiliar with what the devil's snare entailed, he deduced that anything bearing such a name was undoubtedly nefarious. Cedric, witnessing this, exhaled in relief and cautiously peered into the office. Yet he found no trace of Professor Sprout. He tentatively inquired, "Professor Sprout, are you there?" "Oh, you've arrived." Professor Sprout's gentle voice resonated from beneath the desk at the far end of the office. Link and Cedric turned to see her gradually emerging from a trapdoor in the floor, a hefty bag of fertilizer in her hand. "My sincerest apologies. I just retrieved some dragon dung from the cellar. I believe I mentioned in class that dragon dung is the finest fertilizer in the world," Professor Sprout declared, setting down the fertilizer bag and brushing off the dirt from her clothes. Without acknowledging Cedric's presence, she gestured for Link and Cedric to take a seat. Once they were settled, she continued, "Link, is your injury all right?" "It's nothing. I've fully recovered, Professor Sprout. Thank you for your concern. And what about the other 2 young ones?" This time, Professor Sprout directed her inquiry towards Cedric. He straightened up and replied, "Madame Pomfrey is attending to them. She has left word with the students on site. They should arrive once their treatment is complete." Professor Sprout nodded. Though she held immense trust in Link, she recognized the necessity of gathering information from the 2 children as well. With this thought, a warm smile returned to her face as she asked Link, "Could you recount the nature of the conflict to me?" Her tone was gentle, and her words were carefully chosen, as if she were concerned about provoking Link. In response, Link took a deep breath, feigning a sense of grievance and anxiety while recounting the events that transpired during the charm class. However, he mumbled and averted his gaze when it came to the incident in the Great Hall during dinner. Although this behavior appeared suspicious, it was, in fact, a carefully considered decision on Link's part. This meant that to ensure his safety, every word he uttered needed to be truthful, otherwise he risked exposure. Consequently, he opted not to mention matters that required deception. Indeed, this approach was somewhat dubious, yet aligned perfectly with the original character's portrayal as weak and lacking in intellect. As Link had anticipated, after listening to his account, Professor Sprout's expression shifted to one of concern. After offering him comfort for some time, she gently rubbed her slightly reddened eyes and continued, "Link, have you been feeling unwell lately?" "Unwell? Of course not. Is that so? How has your mood been recently?" Professor Sprout pressed on, but upon hearing this, Link fell silent. After a brief pause, he finally raised his head and spoke. "Professor Sprout, to be honest, I've been feeling rather dismal lately. More precisely, my spirits began to wane after arriving at Hogwarts. Of course, I am not implying that Hogwarts is undesirable. In fact, I adore Hogwarts. However, it seems that my peers do not hold me in high regard." The poor child, Professor Sprout, could no longer contain herself. She stepped forward, enveloping Link in a warm embrace, gently patting his back while offering comforting words. "They do not dislike you. They simply harbor some misunderstandings. Fear not. Time will reveal the truth." "I understand, Professor." It was not until Link felt he was on the verge of suffocation that Professor Sprout released him, then called to Cedric. "Understood, Professor." Cedric, upon hearing this, also stood up. After bidding farewell to Professor Sprout alongside Link, the 2 departed from the office, making their way towards the Hufflepuff common room. However, uncertain whether that Slytherin girl named Emily lingered around the corner, Cedric deliberately chose an alternate route. This path was somewhat longer, and along the way, Cedric continued to offer words of comfort to Link. Link had grown weary of such reassurances and could only respond with a reflexive nod, while his thoughts wandered elsewhere. The earlier inquiry had struck Link as somewhat peculiar. Compared to the events of the day, Professor Sprout seemed more concerned about his recent physical and mental well-being. While this could be attributed to a professor's care for her students, Link sensed an underlying issue. Regardless, his performance today had been nothing short of exemplary. With this thought in mind, a radiant smile graced Link's face. Meanwhile, the familiar entrance to the Hufflepuff common room appeared before Link and Cedric. Inside Professor Sprout's office, having confirmed that Link was safely escorted away by Cedric, she once again opened the trapdoor behind her desk and descended within. Beneath the trapdoor lay a cellar roughly the same size as the office above. The ceiling of the cellar was adorned with numerous glistening crystals, which emanated a soft amber glow. Contrary to Professor Sprout's earlier claims of it being filled with dragon dung, the cellar was occupied by the heads of Hogwarts' 4 houses and the headmaster, Dumbledore. In the dim light, they sat silently around a low table, seemingly awaiting something. The creaking of wooden stairs echoed from the cellar's entrance, prompting everyone inside to shift their gaze. Moments later, Professor Sprout's slightly imposing figure appeared before them. Taking a deep breath and facing the attentive crowd, Professor Sprout spoke in a grave tone. "Link is perfectly fine. On what grounds are you so certain?" A middle-aged sorcerer, draped in a voluminous black robe and sporting greasy black hair, uttered these words in a voice so devoid of emotion that it was almost chilling. Although the recent divination spell had not detected any deceit in his words, his actions today were evidently peculiar, leading me to ponder. "I have stated it. Link poses no issue." Sprout rudely interrupted the sorcerer. The sorcerer refrained from engaging in a dispute with Sprout, silently directing an inquisitive gaze toward Dumbledore, who remained ensconced in the shadows. However, Dumbledore paid him no heed, his attention steadfastly fixed on Sprout. After a moment, as if sensing the resolute determination reflected in Sprout's eyes, Dumbledore sighed and nodded in affirmation. Chapter 9. Continuation, Spell Level 3. Accompanied by an irksome alarm ringing, Link reluctantly opened his eyes. Before him lay a robust brown bedboard. He paused momentarily, then swiftly realized that he had traversed into the magical realm of Hogwarts. It was only at this juncture that he noticed his 3 roommates, who occupied the upper bunk and the opposite bed, had vanished entirely. In this windowless dormitory, which resembled a cavern more than a room, he found himself alone. Sighing in resignation, Link admitted that, truthfully, he still had no idea who his roommates were. He had planned to meet them in the morning, having set an alarm for that very purpose. Yet, it seemed his roommates had risen even earlier than he anticipated. Perhaps they were simply disinclined to engage with him. After all, it was the weekend, and they had no compelling reason to rise early. Nevertheless, this was perhaps for the best. Link was not particularly eager to interact with them. Their presence would only divert his attention towards socializing, which he found less appealing than the pursuit of magic. With this thought in mind, Link eagerly retrieved his wand, which he had concealed beneath his pillow, and began practicing spells. Naturally, he focused on the continuation spell. The reason for his choice was not solely because it was the only spell he had mastered thus far, but rather due to the experience points he had accumulated with it. Link aimed to ascertain the effects of the spell upon its level increase. Fill up quickly. Fill up quickly. Soon, the empty dormitory resonated with Link's incantations, while notifications of experience points began to materialize on his retinas. To be candid, for an ordinary young wizard, the repetitive practice of a single spell could be rather tedious, particularly when the spell's effect was merely to replenish the water in a cup. Yet, Link exhibited remarkable enthusiasm, even a hint of excitement. It is quite easy to comprehend that Link has only recently encountered these supernatural phenomena, and the novelty has yet to fade. It is likely that asking him to practice the replenishment spell would be premature. He could even recite the entire textbook of incantations without faltering. Over an hour later, as the final incantation echoed in the air, a particularly captivating golden notification leapt into Link's vision. Replenishment, spell level 3 acquired. A surge of excitement coursed through him. Yet before he could indulge in any celebratory gestures, a torrent of information and knowledge was forcibly infused into his mind. The volume of information this time far exceeded that of his previous upgrade, causing a sharp pain to throb in his head. Gritting his teeth against the discomfort, Link once again raised his wand and cast the replenishment spell at an empty cup. Full. This sudden transformation brought a smile back to Link's face, and even the pain in his head seemed to diminish significantly. He realized that he no longer needed to recite the entire incantation while casting the spell, and the wand movements had been entirely eliminated. This indicated that his casting speed for the replenishment spell had reached an almost silent execution, and the spell's effectiveness had similarly seen a remarkable enhancement. Most importantly, Link had progressed from his initial encounter with the replenishment spell to this level of proficiency in just over a day. If he continued to practice silent casting, or even wandless casting, would likely be within reach. Such rapid mastery of a seemingly simple spell may not seem extraordinary, but the implications for more advanced spells were truly formidable. It appeared that this golden finger of fate was astonishingly powerful. With these thoughts, Link's smile broadened into an exuberant grin. Even his body, which had grown weary from casting the replenishment spell over 40 times, felt rejuvenated. However, his expression soon fell into a frown of confusion. He was astonished to discover that after casting the spell, the experience bar for the replenishment spell did not fluctuate as it usually did. Initially, Link presumed that the proficiency required to elevate the spell from level 3 to level 4 was so excessive that it rendered any changes undetectable. Yet, After enduring fatigue and casting the spell once more, despair washed over him as he realized that not only had the experience bar remained static, but there was no notification indicating an increase in proficiency. With a frustrated sigh, Link slumped onto his bed, furrowing his brow in contemplation. He directed his attention to the sudden influx of knowledge and information within his mind. Link's reasoning was simple. If this knowledge stemmed from the upgrade of the replenishment spell, it might very well contain the key to resolving his predicament. Previously, the sheer volume of information had deterred him from thoroughly investigating it. Now, as he delved deeper, he was left utterly astonished. This knowledge and information effectively served as a manual for the operation and scientific principles of the replenishment spell. Among the operational aspects, Link could comprehend some elements. However, he utterly failed to grasp the rationale behind these operations or the principles that underlie them. Upon realizing this, Link thoughtfully scratched his head. The golden finger he possessed might not be as formidable as he had presumed. Its capabilities did not extend to merely digitizing the entire spell system and seamlessly upgrading through proficiency. Rather, it directly imparted knowledge regarding the spells when he had attained a certain level of familiarity, thereby enhancing the efficacy of the spells. As this knowledge was directly infused into his mind, information regarding how to channel magical energy, variations in incantation pronunciation, and the nuances of wand movements were naturally etched into Link's consciousness. Such elementary tasks were well within Link's ability to execute. This explains why, despite having no prior exposure to supernatural knowledge, he could still elevate the effectiveness of spells through proficiency upgrades. Yet now, this method of knowing merely the how, without understanding the why, had evidently become ineffective. If Link wished to further enhance his proficiency in the sustaining charm, he must thoroughly comprehend the knowledge that had been implanted in his mind. With this thought in mind, Link promptly retrieved his spellbook from a nearby cloth pouch and turned to the section on the sustaining charm. Perhaps due to it being a second-year textbook, the content regarding the sustaining charm was rather brief and not particularly profound. However, after reading for only a short while, an exhilarating piece of information flashed before his eyes. Sustaining Charm Experience 1. Chapter 10. New Methods of Experience Acquisition. Phew! Link gasped, his heart racing with excitement at the information that had just appeared. Nevertheless, he did not pause in his actions. The recent events were insufficient to validate his hypothesis, and he needed to conduct comparative experiments. He swiftly exchanged the second-year spellbook for a first-year one and selected a relatively simple spell to study. 20 minutes later, having confirmed that he had memorized the incantation process, Link plucked a hair from his head and raised his wand, softly uttering, Wingardium Leviosa, once again, devoid of any visual or auditory effects. The slender golden hair began to float gently. As the spell took effect, a new message quietly emerged. Levitation Charm LV1 acquired. Link nodded, placing his wand down and once more directing his gaze at the textbook resting on his lap. Levitation Charm Experience 1. Yes. Link excitedly pumped his fist. At that moment, his hypothesis had been officially validated. The spells within his system indeed exhibited a leveling phenomenon, requiring a thorough study and understanding of spell knowledge before further upgrades could be achieved. Furthermore, the acquisition of spell experience was not limited solely to repeated casting. Engaging in study and reading could likewise yield relevant spell experience. This signifies that Link can no longer mindlessly cast spells to elevate their levels. However, the novel avenues for acquiring experience have compensated for the losses incurred by this limitation. While the number of spells Link can cast daily still hinges on his inherent magical energy, he now has the opportunity to gain experience through repetition and learning. With this enhancement, the efficiency of his spell upgrades may indeed accelerate. With this realization, the tension that had gripped Link began to dissipate, and along with this relaxation came a wave of hunger and fatigue from his continuous spell casting. A glance at the clock on his bedside table revealed that it was already lunchtime. With a beaming smile, he rubbed his slightly hollow belly and then, feeling weary, left his dormitory. Although it was lunchtime, a number of students lingered in the Hufflepuff common room. Some had already finished their meals, while others, taking advantage of the proximity to the kitchen, had brought food into the lounge to eat. They gathered in small clusters, chatting animatedly with smiles illuminating their faces, exuding a palpable excitement. Yet, the jovial atmosphere in the Hufflepuff common room vanished the moment Link entered. As he stepped inside, every conversation ceased, and all heads bowed in unison, staring intently at the table as if they were lifeless statues. The entire room fell into a profound silence, the only sound being the crackling of the fire in the hearth. Most students would find such a scene exceedingly awkward, but Link was different. He had no intention of befriending these tedious youngsters. Instead, he wore an even brighter smile, for this meant his actions from the previous night had yielded perfect results. Henceforth, it was highly likely that these children would no longer dare to provoke him, allowing Link the tranquility to delve into the mysteries of this world. With this thought, he hummed a cheerful tune, his spirits soaring as he exited the Hufflepuff common room. It was only after he vanished into the sloping corridor that the once stoic students regained their composure, casting apprehensive glances in the direction Link had departed. Meanwhile, Link soon arrived at the Great Hall, which was already bustling with students from all four houses, far surpassing the liveliness of the Hufflepuff common room. Yet amidst the throng, Link immediately spotted Cedric and his companions. The reason was evident. Cedric's group was encircled by a large gathering of Hufflepuffs, some of whom were adorned in what resembled rugby protective gear. At that moment, Cedric, remarkably, caught sight of Link and excitedly stood up, waving him over. Unfazed, Link navigated through the crowd and took the seat that Cedric had intentionally reserved for him. "You seem to be in good spirits, Link," Cedric remarked with a beaming smile, simultaneously pushing a whole roasted chicken toward him. Upon witnessing this, Link smiled and nodded, saying, "I have learned a new spell." "You appear to be in good spirits, Cedric. Has something wonderful occurred?" "Indeed it has." Regarding Quidditch, his knowledge was scant. He only understood it to be a sport where a group of individuals rode on flying broomsticks, soaring through the air to play and catch a ball, and he harbored no interest in such a pastime. However, having read the original works, he was aware that Hufflepuff had not claimed the Quidditch Cup in recent years. Thus, Cedric's aspirations might remain unfulfilled. Cedric, seemingly oblivious to Link's silent lament, continued to radiate enthusiasm, clapping Link on the shoulder. "You truly ought to come and see. This year, we have genuine hope. By the way, will you try out for our team this year? Your roommates have already signed up." As Cedric spoke, he gestured toward a nearby crowd. Following his Drushang, Link observed three boys gazing eagerly at the Hufflepuff Quidditch players, clad in protective gear, seated at the table. "So those are my roommates? They woke up early on the weekend just to watch Quidditch practice?" "Oh, I apologize. I've been intending to focus on my spell work and may not have time to participate," Link replied. Upon hearing this, a member of the Hufflepuff Quidditch team seated beside Link suddenly burst forth, spraying his juice in laughter. "Cough, cough. My apologies. My apologies," the boy quickly exclaimed, though a smile lingered on his lips. It was simply too humorous. Everyone at Hogwarts knew Link struggled with spells, having failed to master even the simplest levitation charm throughout the entire first year. How could such a person claim he intended to study diligently? Cedric shot him a glance, then turned to Link, offering reassurance. "Pay him no mind, Link. He must be thinking of something else amusing. Rest assured, I'm perfectly fine." Cedric chuckled awkwardly at Link's suddenly expressionless face, and seemingly in an effort to change the subject, he leaned closer to Link and whispered, A flicker of confusion crossed Link's face. "Why?" Cedric glanced around to ensure they weren't drawing attention before continuing. "The two boys you had a conflict with were attacked by Emily and Victoria." "When did this happen?" Link furrowed his brow, and Cedric looked around once more before responding. "Just last night. The two boys had just exited Professor Sprout's office when Emily and her group ambushed them. They were particularly vicious, and those boys are currently in the infirmary and have yet to emerge. It's my fault. I should have driven those Slytherins away sooner." Having spoken, Cedric's face revealed a trace of guilt. Link gently patted his shoulder in a gesture of comfort and continued to inquire, "But why does Victoria act this way?" "Who knows?" Cedric exclaimed. "Since her first year, she has persistently troubled Hufflepuff students, and each time, it is without reason or warning. The most infuriating part is that the professors always shield her. I had thought she might take a break with a new term, but I never anticipated her audacity." Cedric spoke vehemently, but soon, as if recollecting something, he added, "Let us put that aside for now. You should be cautious lately and avoid wandering about aimlessly. This year is unlike any other. With the arrival of the savior Harry Potter, I can't shake the feeling that Hogwarts has grown increasingly peculiar. If you find yourself in trouble, seek out Uz and the others. I've already spoken to them." Just then, the boy named Uz, who had just sprayed juice all over the table beside Link, flashed an OK sign to him, which improved Link's impression of him considerably. Link smiled back at him, then fell into contemplation. The enchanting Emily Victoria had left a profound impression on Link. He sensed that her repeated assaults on Hufflepuff students must have some underlying reason, likely tied to himself. Regrettably, the original owner's diary held no records concerning her, leaving Link momentarily at a loss. At that moment, Cedric and his companions finished their meal and greeted Link as they prepared to leave. "Wait, Cedric," Link called out urgently. Cedric paused, allowing his friends to depart before turning to Link and asking, "What is it, Link?" "I have a favor to ask of you," Link replied earnestly. Upon seeing Link's demeanor, Cedric seemed to understand something and nodded, leading Link away from the dining hall. Once they reached a deserted corridor, Link adopted a troubled expression and spoke, "Cedric, I've recently felt that my magical abilities have improved somewhat. I learned the summoning charm in Charms class, and this morning I successfully cast the levitation spell." "Really? That's wonderful," Cedric exclaimed, nodding with genuine emotion evident on his face. His sincere happiness for Link brought a sense of reassurance to Link's heart. "Thank you. But as you know, I didn't team master a single spell last year. Compared to other students, I've fallen significantly behind," Link continued. "So, I was wondering if you could tutor me." Upon hearing this, Cedric paused for a moment. Link quickly added, "Don't worry. It won't take up too much of your time. Just a few pointers whenever you're free would suffice." Observing Link's anxious expression, Cedric remained silent for a moment before finally smiling. "Of course, that's no problem." He gently struck Link's chest with a fist and subsequently remarked, "I apologize for the time constraints. As I mentioned earlier, the Hufflepuff Quidditch team has resumed training, and with the commencement of the third year, my academic workload has significantly increased. Therefore, I may only be able to assist you with tutoring on weekend evenings, and even then, the duration will be rather brief. I sincerely regret this, Link." "No, please do not apologize, Cedric," Link replied earnestly, his gratitude palpable. "I am immensely thankful for your willingness to help. A shorter duration is inconsequential. I will prepare my questions meticulously each week before seeking your guidance." As Link spoke, the smile upon his lips widened further. Having Cedric tutor him would undoubtedly enhance his learning efficiency remarkably. It is essential to note that after perusing the first and second year textbooks on spells, Link realized that self-study was a dreadfully inefficient decision. The reason was quite straightforward. The textbooks at Hogwarts were poorly crafted. They resembled certain Chinese cookbooks Link had encountered in his previous life, replete with vague measurements such as a suitable amount or a pinch, which necessitated extensive trial and error for learners to gradually discover the optimal incantation process without any personal demonstration or guidance. For the average young wizard, this presented little difficulty, as they had professors to provide hands-on instruction. However, Link had been deprived of a full year's worth of learning experience, which posed a significant challenge. The professors would not be able to offer him supplementary lessons, as each one was tasked with educating the entirety of Hogwarts' student body, their teaching responsibilities being exceedingly burdensome and time-consuming. Now, Cedric had perfectly resolved this dilemma. As for Cedric's ability to teach Link, that was a matter beyond question. In the original work, Cedric was recognized as the most outstanding student in all Hogwarts. If he were unable to instruct Link, it would undoubtedly indicate a considerable issue on Link's part. Moreover, there existed an even greater advantage in seeking Cedric's tutoring. He could impart numerous spells that were entirely absent from the textbooks. For instance, there were spells such as the Tooth Growth Charm, which could cause the caster's front teeth to grow rapidly, ceasing automatically once a certain length was reached, and the Dance Charm, which could compel others' feet to dance uncontrollably and frantically. Successful casting required the caster to maintain clear and unobstructed sight of the target. While these spells might lack significant power, their peculiar and amusing effects rendered them popular for mischief, often referred to as prank spells. Clearly, neither the textbooks nor the professors would teach such spells, as they could potentially violate school regulations, resulting in these enchantments being passed down orally among students. However, although professors refrained from teaching these spells, they did not prohibit students from using them, tacitly allowing their usage due to the spell's simplicity and entertainment value, which could greatly enhance young wizards' interest in spellcasting. Of course, given Link's unique circumstances within Hufflepuff, it was unlikely that anyone would be willing to teach him such spells. However, times have changed. Link is confident that as long as he speaks up, Cedric, that paragon of goodwill, will undoubtedly oblige him. One cannot help but commend Cedric for being such a remarkable companion. Gazing at Cedric, who stands before him radiating righteousness, Link silently admires him. Chapter 12. The mischief spell. That evening, Cedric's little class commenced. To ensure the sanctity of their teaching process, Cedric and Link specifically requested an abandoned classroom from Professor Sprout. Within this space, Cedric meticulously demonstrated the effects of various mischief spells. Naturally, Link himself served as the target for these demonstrations. Initially, Cedric was somewhat reluctant, as the potency of these mischief spells, while not lethal, could still be quite uncomfortable. However, Link insisted on this course of action, for he yearned to grasp the true power of these spells. After all, his intention was not solely to use them for mere pranks. From his years of experience as a detective, Link recognized that at present, these mischief spells could also be invaluable in magical duels. Under Link's insistence, Cedric acquiesced. Consequently, for 2 consecutive days, the echoes of Link's anguished cries reverberated from the abandoned classroom adjacent to the spell classroom. Cedric had not exaggerated. The discomfort inflicted by these mischief spells was indeed severe. In Link's eyes, some of them had transcended the realm of harmless pranks. For instance, the Pimple Curse, a scorching and excruciating spell, caused grotesque and painful blisters to erupt on the skin, presenting a sight both hideous and alarming. The blisters were not only unsightly but also intensely itchy and painful. Frankly, the experience was akin to torture. Nevertheless, Link's arduous endeavors were not in vain. Thanks to the simplicity of these spells and Link's diligent efforts, after 2 days of tribulation, he successfully mastered the Itching Curse, a spell that induces uncontrollable laughter. The Leglocker Curse, which binds the victim's legs together, the Pimple Curse, the Dance Step spell, and the Bucktooth Bludgeon. Of course, 2 days were insufficient for Link to achieve a deep comprehension of these spells. Moreover, the magical energy required to cast them was several times that needed for basic spells, so their current levels remained at a mere rank 1. Nonetheless, Link felt an immense sense of satisfaction. With this newfound repertoire of mischief spells, he had finally acquired a degree of combat capability, no longer relegated to the status of a mere brute relying solely on physical strength. As Link basked in his contentment, Monday arrived at last. "Good morning, Link." "Good morning, John." Hearing his roommate's lethargic greeting, Link responded perfunctorily. Over the past couple of days, he had interacted somewhat with his roommates, who embodied the quintessential Hufflepuff stereotype. Hailing from Muggle families, they were unremarkable, lacking any particularly exceptional traits. Yet neither were they notably deficient. It is worth mentioning that their attitude towards Link is somewhat more favorable compared to other Hufflepuffs. Link believes this is likely due to Cedric having greeted them, as the 3 of them are ardent Quidditch enthusiasts who idolize Cedric above all else. Clearly, Mondays are not regarded as a splendid day, whether for students or professionals, and Link's roommates seem to share the sentiment. In stark contrast, Link is filled with an eagerness to absorb new knowledge. After exchanging pleasantries with his roommates, he promptly donned his attire and made his way to the Great Hall. Hogwarts breakfast adheres to the tradition of an English breakfast, rich and calorically dense. Link glanced at the sizzling sausages and roasted tomatoes on the table, then at his slightly protruding belly, and ultimately opted for a more modest selection of white bread and milk. For the sake of his health, a lighter breakfast seemed prudent. The morning's lesson was Transfiguration, and after finishing his rather unappetizing meal, Link proceeded to the Transfiguration classroom located upstairs. As he arrived early, he found the expansive classroom sparsely populated with just a few students scattered about. To Link's surprise, Professor Minerva McGonagall, the head of Gryffindor House, had also arrived ahead of time. Professor McGonagall is known for her stern demeanor, evident in her appearance. She wears square glasses, has her black hair styled in a tight bun, and dons a deep green robe. These features, coupled with her perpetually pursed thin lips and bright eyes, form the image of a middle-aged professor who instills fear in the majority of Hogwarts students. Indeed, most students harbor a certain apprehension towards Professor McGonagall. She has little tolerance for unruly behavior and displays no patience for those who violate the rules, opting instead for swift and severe punishments. However, this does not render her a villain. In fact, based on the information Link has gathered recently, students possess a mixture of respect and fear for Professor McGonagall. Beyond her strictness, she is remarkably fair, never showing favoritism towards her own house's students, and she selflessly extends a helping hand to those in distress. Link has heard numerous stories from Cedric regarding Professor McGonagall's assistance to struggling Hufflepuff students, which has piqued his interest in her character. At that moment, while Professor McGonagall was organizing her lesson plans at the podium, she seemingly sensed Link's gaze and abruptly looked up, addressing him. "Mr. Fleury, is there something you wish to discuss?" Her speech is rapid and precise, imparting a sense of urgency and tension. Link felt a flutter of nerves, yet his experience in dealing with clients enabled him to swiftly respond. No, I merely find myself missing Professor McGonagall after such a long absence." Professor McGonagall appeared taken aback by Link's unexpected remark, momentarily stunned before the corners of her mouth subtly lifted. Her tone remained unchanged, still icy and composed. As soon as he settled into his seat, Link was met with incredulous gazes from his classmates. Apart from the 2 Weasley brothers from Gryffindor, they had never witnessed anyone daring enough to speak to Professor McGonagall in such a manner. Ignoring their stares, Link quietly focused on his studies, diligently flipping through his textbook. This preparation was of utmost importance to him, as he possessed no foundational knowledge of Transfiguration, Without thorough review, much of what Professor McGonagall taught would be incomprehensible. Just as he immersed himself in his studies, a cacophony of noise erupted from outside the classroom. Instinctively furrowing his brow, Link glanced towards the door, where a throng of Slytherin students was surging into the classroom. At the center of this crowd was none other than Emily Victoria, whom Cedric had previously advised him to regard with caution. Chapter 13, Transfiguration Class, Part 1. Professor McGonagall, too, directed her gaze toward the entrance to observe the Slytherins. Though her scrutiny was markedly sharper than Link's inquisitive glance, under her watchful eyes, the once boisterous Slytherin students gradually hushed, surrounding Emily as they took their seats to her right. However, despite the quietude, the Slytherins displayed little reverence toward Professor McGonagall. Their expressions were flippant, with smiles lurking at the corners of their mouths, and some even audaciously engaging in petty antics beneath their desks. Witnessing this, Professor McGonagall's already stern demeanor grew even more forbidding. Yet, as the Slytherins had not violated any school regulations nor disrupted classroom decorum, the principal, Professor McGonagall, refrained from reprimanding them excessively. Link observed all this with keen interest. It was quintessentially Slytherin. He was no stranger to the Slytherin house, an ancient institution represented by the colors green and silver. Traditionally, Slytherin only admitted students of noble, pure-blood lineage, those whose parents were wizards and possessed magical talent, following the tenets of its founder, Salazar Slytherin. However, this tradition had nearly faded since Dumbledore became the headmaster of Hogwarts. Although the current Slytherin cohort still lacked a significant number of Muggle-born students, a term the wizards used to deride ordinary people, the majority were now half-bloods. Nevertheless, the house still boasted many heirs of pure-blood aristocracy, whose families wielded considerable wealth and power, with some being direct members of Hogwarts' Board of Governors. Bolstered by the influence of these heirs, Slytherins were not inclined to fear Professor McGonagall as other houses might. While Link covertly scrutinized the Slytherins, the Hufflepuffs began to arrive in the classroom as well. However, unlike the graceful demeanor exhibited by the Slytherins upon their arrival, the Hufflepuffs appeared considerably more flustered. Each of them wore expressions of tension, their bodies rigid, and many lacked the courage even to glance towards Professor McGonagall and the Slytherins. Even more so, like Link's 3 roommates, they appeared disheveled, with tousled hair, crooked ties, and remnants of sleep clinging to the corners of their eyes, resembling a rather unfortunate sight just after waking. This entire tableau elicited a barely contained scoff from Professor McGonagall at the podium, which acted like a whip driving a flock of sheep, prompting the Hufflepuffs to hasten their movements considerably. "Whoa, almost late," exclaimed Link's roommate, John, as he plopped down beside him, panting heavily. Unable to restrain his curiosity, Link inquired, "Weren't you awake before I left? How come you arrived only now?" John, displaying a hint of embarrassment, replied, "I wanted to get up right away, but it seemed my blanket had been cursed, refusing to release me, so I—" He intended to elaborate, but at that moment, a dull thud resounded from the podium, followed by Professor McGonagall's icy gaze sweeping over the crowd as she declared, "Class is commencing." With that proclamation, the previously buzzing Hufflepuff cluster fell into silence, and even the Slytherins nearby adjusted their expressions. Noticing this, Professor McGonagall's demeanor softened slightly. With a subtle flick of her wand, a collection of egg-sized stones appeared on the desks before the students. "Our task for today is to transform the stone before you into an apple," she stated, causing many Hufflepuffs to change color at the prospect. Transfiguration is a profoundly intricate discipline, generally categorized into shape-shifting of the same material, transformations between different materials, and the metamorphosis of living beings. Additionally, there exist numerous other branches within transfiguration, such as human transfiguration, permanent transfiguration, and the more advanced animagus transformations. The task assigned by Professor McGonagall fell squarely within the realm of converting one material to another, although they had attempted this type of transformation in their first year. The challenge of converting inorganic matter into organic matter remained as formidable as last year's final examination. Yet, Professor McGonagall paid no heed to the Hufflepuff's expressions. She continued her discourse. "Though I explained this to you last year, I must reiterate once more. According to Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration, wizards cannot conjure food out of thin air, nor can they consume food created through transfiguration. For even if you were to eat it, you would derive no nutritional value, and instead, it would lead to digestive discomfort. Therefore, please remember that the apples we conjure in class are absolutely not to be eaten. I would prefer not to see any of you sent to the infirmary as a result." After surveying the class to ensure her words had been absorbed, she waved her hand. "Very well. Let us now proceed to the transformation as we instructed last year. Understood, Professor McGonagall. The students echoed in unison. However, compared to the Slytherins, the Hufflepuff's voices sounded particularly lackluster. Link paid no heed to this and silently raised his wand, aiming it at the stone before him. In preparation for this transfiguration lesson, he had diligently studied the entire beginner's guide to transfiguration in advance. Although the complexity of the subject matter had prevented him from attaining any level of proficiency in transfiguration spells, it had nonetheless afforded him a general understanding of the art. Link was confident that if he successfully completed Professor McGonagall's assignments, he would unlock the potential for spell casting and transfiguration. Unfortunately, mere determination was not sufficient. Link's initial attempt ended in failure. The stone before him did indeed transform, yet it did not metamorphose into a true apple as he had envisioned, but rather into a grayish-white stone resembling an apple. Sighing, Link turned to glance at the Slytherins nearby. Many of them had already succeeded in their transformations. While their apples were often misshapen and far from aesthetically pleasing, they were undeniably apples. Among them, the most flawless transformation belonged to Emily, who sat at the center of the crowd, arms crossed and gazing indifferently at the ceiling, with a vibrant red apple displayed before her. Professor McGonagall also took note of the scene, observing the apple for a moment before nodding slightly and declaring, "Victoria, well done. 10 points to Slytherin." Upon hearing this, cheers erupted from the Slytherin side, yet Emily appeared rather indifferent, her expression unchanged. Such an aloof demeanor prompted Link to scoff quietly. Just then, a familiar exclamation reached his ears. Chapter 14, Transfiguration Class, Part 2. Is this what you transformed? Link turned to see John, who gazed at him in disbelief, with an oddly shaped, abstract stone apple resting on his desk. Yes, Link readily admitted, which only widened John's eyes in astonishment. When did your transfiguration skills improve so remarkably? This is simply beautiful. Link's facial muscles twitched involuntarily. Had he not had some prior interactions with John, he might have suspected the latter was mocking him. Realizing something, Link looked up and found Professor McGonagall had approached them. She glanced over their work, sighed, and inquired, "Do either of you have any questions?" "No, Professor McGonagall," John stuttered, nearly burying his head beneath the table. Link, however, exhibited a far greater generosity. He rose to his feet and, with a sincere tone, inquired Professor McGonagall, "I cannot fathom why I am unable to alter the properties of an object. I am meticulously following the steps outlined in the textbook, which leaves me profoundly perplexed." Professor McGonagall regarded Link with an appreciative glance before she picked up the stone apple he had brought and examined it thoughtfully. The essence of transfiguration lies in the ability to construct a mental model of the object you wish to transform. The more complete this model, the higher your success rate will be. Your performance in altering form is commendable, indicating that your imagination and model building skills are quite strong. However, the reason you cannot transform the stone into a true apple, I believe, stems from your conceptualization of the object's essence. In other words, are you perhaps too fixated on the apple's exterior, neglecting its intrinsic nature? Close your eyes and reflect deeply. Envision before you a real apple, crisp and juicy, with pale flesh tinged with a hint of orange. As you take a bite, the rich aroma of the fruit envelopes you. As Professor McGonagall spoke, Link slowly closed his eyes and gradually refined the mental model of the apple in his mind. Once he felt sufficiently prepared, he opened his eyes, raised his wand, and aimed once more at the stone apple. With a peculiar sound, a vibrant red hue began to subtly creep up the stone apple before expanding to encompass its entirety. John, standing beside Link, was rendered speechless by the spectacle, while Professor McGonagall seized the apple, gripping the indented center with her thumbs and effortlessly splitting it in two, revealing the enticing fruit within. With a smile, McGonagall nodded and said to Link, "Well done, Link. 10 points for Hufflepuff." Upon hearing this, all eyes in the classroom turned to Link. However, Link himself was not overly concerned with the points, for as previously mentioned, such accolades held little significance for Hufflepuff House. Moreover, he had a far more pressing matter to attend to. Transfiguration Level 1 acquired. Exhaling deeply, Link felt a wave of relief wash over him, and a smile finally graced his face. Clearly, the acquisition of Transfiguration's level was far more exhilarating than the mere points. Without hesitation, Link raised his wand again, directing it toward John's stone. Once more, a similar scene unfolded. The stone apple in front of John rapidly swelled and transformed into a brilliantly vivid fruit. Link's retina registered an additional notification. Transfiguration Experience 1. Seeing this, Link nodded in satisfaction, but soon his expression turned to one of bewilderment. He realized that although he had indeed gained experience in transfiguration, the overall experience bar had only risen imperceptibly. The growth of the experience bar coincidentally parallels the progression from level 3 to level 4 of the transformation spell. This implies that advancing from level 1 to level 2 of this spell requires a staggering 100 experience points. Link found himself utterly bewildered. It is crucial to note that the energy and magical power needed to cast the transformation spell far exceed that required for the sustaining charm by several folds. Given this efficiency, even if Link devoted his entire day solely to practicing the transformation spell, it would take him nearly a month to elevate it to level 2. At that moment, a bittersweet expression settled upon Link's face, as he foresaw that mastering other advanced spells might demand an even heftier experience requirement, which was certainly not a promising prospect for him. Meanwhile, Professor McGonagall had been observing Link's actions with keen interest. She nodded slightly, her face breaking into a rare smile as she remarked, "Well done, Link. It appears that you have indeed put in considerable effort this academic year. However, you have fallen behind in some of your coursework and will need to continue striving." After a moment's hesitation, Professor McGonagall continued, "If there are any aspects of the transformation spell that you find perplexing, feel free to seek my assistance." At her words, Link's previously dull eyes sparkled with newfound brightness, and he hurriedly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Professor McGonagall. No need for thanks. Just keep up the good work," she replied nonchalantly before turning to attend to the other students, as most of the Hufflepuffs had not completed their assignments and required her guidance. In that instant, Link was enveloped in excitement. Professor McGonagall had just agreed to provide him with clarification outside of class hours, which would undoubtedly enhance his progress in mastering the transformation spell. This also signified a wealth of experience in transformation. Instantly, Link's earlier frustration dissipated. Instinctively, he glanced around and noticed that the Slytherins bore displeased expressions, and even the surrounded Emily Victoria cast him an incredulous gaze. Link quickly deduced the reason. She, like the previous Ravenclaws, was likely irked by his scoring. This was entirely understandable, since Emily Victoria was the first to achieve a perfect transformation and received only 10 points, which seemed rather unjust in comparison to Link's situation. Such a dynamic might provoke animosity toward him. However, Link dismissed these thoughts. Although Cedric and his peers painted Emily Victoria as formidable, he still perceived her as merely a fellow student. As a student, she was bound by the regulations of Hogwarts, and even if she were to resort to hostility, it would not be excessively severe. Furthermore, Link himself was not one to be easily intimidated. With this in mind, instead of bowing his head in submission like the other Hufflepuffs, Link boldly met Emily Victoria's gaze. Then, something peculiar occurred. Link distinctly observed a blush bloom across Emily's face, reminiscent of the stone he had transformed moments before. Immediately, the other party abruptly turned their head, evading Link's gaze. Chapter 15. The Familiar John. Emily's peculiar reaction left Link somewhat bewildered. However, this did not deter him from continuing to observe her intently. Link was certainly no shy young boy who would become flustered in the presence of a beautiful girl. In the realm of appreciating beauty, as long as one remains unembarrassed, it is invariably the other party who finds themselves in discomfort. Thus, Link felt no burden whatsoever in this regard. In fact, he found Emily's blushing demeanor to be even more endearing than usual. That will be all for today. Class dismissed. 2 hours later, Professor McGonagall shook the textbook in her hands and strode purposefully out of the classroom. As she gradually receded, the once silent classroom began to buzz with activity. Emily Victoria, unable to contain herself, hastily exited the classroom, followed closely by the Slytherins, some of whom cast menacing glances at Link as they passed by. Once they disappeared, the Hufflepuffs finally exhaled in relief. Frankly, their appearance reminded Link of some fortunate herbivore that had narrowly escaped the jaws of a predator. While the Hufflepuff students leisurely gathered their belongings, Link had already risen, preparing to make his way to the dining hall. It was now lunchtime. The morning bread and milk had long since vanished during several hours of transfiguration class, and feeling the pangs of hunger in his stomach, Link could hardly contain his eagerness. Just as he was about to leave the classroom, a small hand grasped his shoulder. "Wait for me, Link. You're running far too fast," John panted, clutching a canvas backpack, which, judging by the bulging outlines of the books within, was certainly not one of Link's spatial pockets. "Is there something you need?" Link inquired directly. He was not fond of children and did not excel in communicating with them. Thus, he felt it sufficient to maintain only the most basic social relations with his ordinary classmates and roommates. "Link, is your relationship with Cedric quite good?" "Well, it's all right. Why do you ask?" Could you possibly say a few good words to Cedric for me?" The Hufflepuff Quidditch team tryouts are in a few days. And I've always wanted to be a beater. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere between the two grew somewhat somber. Link remained silent, simply gazing at John, whose forehead began to bead with nervous sweat. Finally, after contemplating for a moment, Link nodded. I can do that. But I can't guarantee it will be of much assistance. You know how Cedric is. That's wonderful. Thank you. Thank you, Link. Observing John's face flush with excitement and his animated gestures, Link subtly shook his head and continued on his way to the dining hall. He originally believed that once John achieved his objective, he would take his leave, especially considering his rather dismal reputation within Hufflepuff of late. It was unlikely that anyone would wish to remain in his company without necessity. However, perhaps due to a surge of excitement, John continued to linger beside Link, incessantly regaling him with tales of Quidditch. This left Link feeling quite exasperated, for he held no genuine interest in the sport, and could only respond with a stoic demeanor, offering perfunctory acknowledgments. Fortunately, John's emotional intelligence was not so painfully lacking. Once the pair ascended the floating staircase to the Great Hall, John finally shifted the conversation, confidently asserting, Link, you must have been catching up on studies during the holidays, right? Catching up on studies? Link replied, slightly embarrassed. He was uncertain whether the original owner of his body had engaged in any supplementary lessons during the break, yet to avoid revealing his ignorance. He continued with his non-committal responses. John clearly misinterpreted Link's intent, as he took a seat at the Hufflepuff table, tearing into a chicken leg that had mysteriously appeared on his plate, while muttering, Is it true that you can't use spells during the holidays? Link, now curious, swallowed his food and inquired, Is that really the case? He was at a loss for how to comfort John, feeling fortunate that he hadn't been transported as a Muggle student. Otherwise, even the privilege of casting spells during the holidays would have been stripped away. Thankfully, John merely vented his grievances before his attention was wholly captured by the food before him, commencing his battle with the roast chicken. This allowed Link to relax and focus on his meal. To be honest, Link found this particular dining experience rather unsatisfactory, for the cuisine in this land was quite lackluster. Although it wasn't as dire as the online tales of daily fish and chips, the menu was undeniably monotonous. In his own experience, having been at Hogwarts for nearly 4 days, he had encountered potatoes and various roasted meats at nearly every meal. While everyone around him considered potatoes a vegetable, Link suspected they had become the staple food for the inhabitants of this land. After all, while bread might be elusive at times in Hogwarts, potatoes were a guaranteed presence at every meal. Eating them occasionally was enjoyable, but the experience of consuming them daily was far less favorable. It seemed necessary to find time to visit the kitchen. As Link absent-mindedly nibbled on his roast chicken, he contemplated the prospect of improving his meals. However, addressing the matter of kitchen visits could wait. He had no desire to trouble the staff during the midday hours. After a challenging endeavor to consume the food before him, Link retreated to his dormitory for a brief respite. Shortly thereafter, he made his way to the potions classroom, laden with an array of potion-making equipment. Indeed, their lesson for the afternoon was potions. The potions classroom resembled a semi-basement, shrouded in dimness and dampness, illuminated solely by a few exceedingly dull, antiquated magical lamps and torches adorning the walls. Surrounding the room were numerous cabinets filled with jars of specimens, each containing grotesque human organs and peculiar creatures suspended in an unknown liquid, casting an eerie glow that rendered the entire classroom exceedingly sinister. At the far end of the room stood a podium, equipped with an entire set of apparatus necessary for potion brewing: cauldrons, small boilers, measuring cups, and various tools. However, at that moment, the podium was devoid of any presence, as the professor conducting the lesson evidently did not share Professor McGonagall's penchant for arriving early. Taking stock of his surroundings, Link settled into the area designated for Hufflepuff students, arranging his cauldron, textbooks, and assorted tools upon the desk from his spatial bag. As Link organized his workspace, his fellow classmates began to arrive in succession. Accompanying Link in this lesson were students from Gryffindor House. It is said that only the most courageous students are sorted into Gryffindor, and true to their reputation, Gryffindor's colors and emblem, a golden red hue and a lion, symbolize valor. Notably, the current headmaster of Hogwarts, Albus Dumbledore, also hails from Gryffindor and is renowned for his extraordinary prowess and remarkable achievements. Often regarded as the greatest white wizard of the 20th century. Under his esteemed influence, Gryffindor has been dubbed by some as the finest house at Hogwarts. Naturally, Ravenclaw and Slytherin regard this with disdain and express their vehement disapproval, while Hufflepuff adopts a nonchalant attitude, observing the unfolding events. Returning to the matter at hand, it was not until the bell rang that the door to the potions classroom swung open once more. A man, characterized by greasy black hair and a cold, stern visage, strode into the room. His long strides and voluminous black robes gave him an appearance reminiscent of a large black bat from Link's perspective. He was none other than Professor Severus Snape, the potions master and head of Slytherin House. The moment Snape arrived, a frigid atmosphere enveloped the classroom. Even the renownedly brave Gryffindors sat up straight in silence. Snape swiftly approached the podium, nonchalantly gesturing with his right hand, causing a bare blackboard to descend from the ceiling. You would do well to pray that you have prepared in advance. Otherwise, today promises to be quite entertaining, Professor Snape intoned slowly. His speech was deliberate, with an unusual tone devoid of emotion, sounding akin to the ramblings of a dream. The sound emanating from him, coupled with his seemingly expressionless visage, naturally instilled an intangible pressure upon all present. The students seated below promptly altered their countenances in response. Observing this, Professor Snape continued, "Today, we shall concoct the Confundus Potion. A potion of considerable peril. A mere sip can render one reckless and impulsive, prompting actions incomprehensible to the ordinary mind. The ingredients include badgerroot, silphium, sneezewort, 10 tablespoons of pure water, and 2 tablespoons of sigillary solution. To create a flawless Confundus Potion, you must first use a spatula to peel the rhizome of the sneezewort." Professor Snape maintained his cold tone, as a piece of chalk autonomously soared to the blackboard, meticulously recording his instructions. Meanwhile, a chorus of scribbling filled the air, as students diligently transcribed their notes. This was a crucial step in their potions class, for these notes served as the foundation for their subsequent assignments. Failing to capture this information promptly would render them incapable of completing their tasks, leaving them no choice but to copy from their peers. As for the consequences of poorly executed assignments or being caught plagiarizing, they were indeed rather bleak. Professor Snape was, without a doubt, the most reviled and feared instructor among the majority of the student body. His expertise in reprimanding errant students was unrivaled. Link was also diligently taking notes, yet he viewed them not merely as a means to fulfill his assignments, but as a genuine desire to master the art of potion making. In the process of transcribing, he discerned certain subtleties in Snape's chalkboard annotations. Having previously studied the Confundus charm, he was well acquainted with the detailed procedures outlined in the potions textbook, to the extent that he believed he could commence the potion-making process independently, provided he had the necessary ingredients. However, he noted that the steps Snape provided diverged slightly from those in the textbook. For instance, while the text instructed to stir the heated potion clockwise, Snape indicated to stir counterclockwise. Additionally, during the preparation of the sneezewort, the textbook advised peeling from the root gradually, whereas Snape instructed to make a small incision and then tear it apart. Uncertain which method was superior, Link instinctively chose to heed Snape's guidance without hesitation. Setting aside the potential repercussions of disregarding Snape's instructions, Link was acutely aware that the unkempt middle-aged man before him was a world-renowned master of potion-making. In terms of expertise, the authors of the textbooks could not hold a candle to Snape's profound knowledge. On the other hand, Snape, having articulated the entire process and principles of potion-making, did not pause for the students to complete their notes. He simply declared, "That concludes all pertinent information regarding the Confundus Potion. To speak candidly, this is undoubtedly the simplest and most futile potion I have ever encountered. If you are unable to execute even this, I fear I might truly need to compel Madame Pomfrey to examine your cranial contents to ascertain whether they are, in fact, nothing but porridge." With that, Snape, maintaining an impassive demeanor, gestured with his arm, and immediately 3 oddly shaped plants along with 2 vials of transparent liquid materialized on each student's desk. "So, let us commence the preparation." At Snape's command, the students below, irrespective of whether their notes were complete, hastily seized their tools to begin concocting the confusion potion. At that moment, Link had also penned his final letter and initiated his actions. However, compared to others, Link's movements were markedly more measured and cautious. He first donned his protective dragonhide gloves with utmost seriousness before grasping the scraper to begin processing the raw materials. Meanwhile, Professor Snape descended from the podium, hands clasped behind his back. Perhaps it was mere illusion, but Link felt that he appeared less like a professor ready to clarify doubts and more like a lion prowling near a water source on the African savanna, selecting his prey among the drinking animals. After so many days, I presume it goes without saying that it is time to cast a vote. I assent to it. Chapter 17, Potion Class Detention. Link was not alone in feeling this way. In fact, the atmosphere in the classroom became markedly more somber the moment Snape stepped down from the podium. A nearby Gryffindor boy, overwhelmed by anxiety, inadvertently sliced a sneeze word in half with a scraper, inadvertently drawing blood from his own finger. The crimson liquid flowed forth immediately, dripping onto the desk and staining the sneeze wort red. The Gryffindor boy's complexion paled, and disregarding the need to apply pressure to his wound, he looked up at Snape. As expected, Professor Snape had approached him, regarding him with the gaze one might reserve for an insufferable insect. "Ah, Mr. Perry, your technique is truly astounding. Due to your exceptional performance, a herb worth 2 galleons has been utterly contaminated. Perhaps I ought to contact the Daily Prophet to publish your recent escapade. I am confident that the International Potion-Making Society would deem this one of the top 10 most foolish maneuvers of the year. 20 points from Gryffindor. Now extend your hand," Snape stated mercilessly. Upon hearing this, the Gryffindor boy hesitantly extended his uninjured hand, his expression akin to that of someone offering their limb to a ravenous beast. "Not that hand, you dolt. I meant the injured one. Oh, my apologies, Professor Snape." The boy hastily switched hands, prompting Snape to display a look of disdain. He seized the boy's hand and produced a small vial of viscous green liquid from his robe, pouring it over the wound. However, Snape firmly grasped the other's hand, only releasing it with a sudden force when the screams gradually diminished. The expressions of his surrounding students morphed into a blend of anger and fear, particularly among the Gryffindors, whose glares at Snape seemed to ignite with fury. Yet, they had not succumbed to irrationality, refraining from any extreme actions. In contrast, Link observed the scene with a contemplative demeanor. Despite the injured Gryffindor's agonized cries, the wound on his hand had ceased to bleed after being treated with a greenish substance, indicating a gradual healing process. It was evident that Professor Snape had, in fact, been administering care. Nonetheless, this revelation did little to alter the perception of Snape's notoriously harsh character. He was indeed a master of potions. While he lacked the miraculous touch of Madame Pomfrey, capable of healing with a mere gesture, he possessed alternative methods of treatment. Slightly shaking his head, Link lowered his gaze and once again immersed himself in the creation of the confounding potion. As Professor Snape had previously asserted, the potion was not overly complex. But this was a relative assessment. As part of the second-year curriculum, its preparation remained exceedingly intricate, demanding utmost precision. Even the slightest misstep could trigger a chain reaction, leading to a decline in quality or outright failure of the potion. While Link diligently focused on his potion making, the air was filled with the cacophony of cauldrons exploding, containers shattering, cries of despair, and Snape's somewhat gleeful announcements of point deductions. Clearly, not everyone possessed Link's level of composure to flawlessly complete the assignment, especially under Snape's scrutinizing gaze. "The serpent has begun again," John whispered beside Link. Evidently accustomed to Link's indifferent demeanor, John continued. "Snape is the most dreadful professor in all of Hogwarts. He is even more biased towards his own Slytherin students than our Professor Sprout, and without any sense of restraint. To ensure Slytherin wins the House Cup, he relentlessly seeks trouble with students from other houses, deducting their points. Yet, when he encounters a Slytherin student, he transforms into a different person. Thanks to Snape's favoritism, Slytherin has won the House Cup for 6 consecutive years. Because of him, I absolutely loathe potions class. However, today's lesson with the Gryffindors is somewhat tolerable, as Gryffindor is Snape's most despised house." John rambled on, oblivious to the shadow that loomed over him. Talking during class. Hufflepuff loses 10 points. Snape's sudden, icy tone startled John, causing his hands to tremble and nearly topple the cauldron beside him. Regrettably, Link paid no heed to John throughout, meticulously crafting his potion with unwavering focus, leaving no room for error. However, Link found himself unable to fulfill his desires. Observing the nearly completed confusion potion before him, a flicker of displeasure crossed Severus Snape's otherwise impassive countenance. Ultimately, Snape could no longer contain himself. He pointed to the remnants of sneezing grass that Link had yet to clear from his desk, declaring, "A disordered workspace contravenes the fundamental principles of potion making. 5 points deducted from Hufflepuff." With that, Snape strode away with a sense of satisfaction, leaving Link in a state of bewilderment. John, seizing the moment, approached silently, casting Link a glance that seemed to say, "Well, I didn't misjudge, did I?" After a brief moment of shock, Link gradually regained his composure. Yet, contrary to John's assumptions, Link harbored little resentment. He had long since noticed that every professor he encountered at Hogwarts had treated him with extraordinary kindness, to an almost absurd degree, which left him feeling somewhat unsettled. Thus, the appearance of a professor who did not extend him special treatment brought him a sense of relief. Stretching his arms, Link immersed himself once more in the crafting of the confusion potion. as he added the final powder of bad blood herb. The once dark and viscous liquid transformed into a clear, transparent substance, resembling a bowl of jelly, exactly as described in the textbooks. Link nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, the class period came to an end. After assigning an overwhelming amount of homework, Snape, as was his custom, watched as the students began to sulkily tidy their desks. Link was engaged in the same task when, before he could finish, Snape's voice rang out once more. Link freely. Stay after class. Chapter 18. Why is this still being forced upon me? As Snape's words echoed in the air, Link's movements came to a sudden halt. He had hoped Professor Snape would not treat him with the unusual kindness exhibited by Professors Sprout and Pomfrey, yet he did not wish to be singled out either. After all, this was the infamous Severus Snape. Being kept behind could hardly bode well for him. In an instant, Link's expression darkened, and many around him cast sympathetic glances his way. Although they were not particularly fond of Link, they recognized that Snape's disdain surpassed their own. Thus, few reveled in his misfortune. Nevertheless, while sympathy was offered, no one would remain to advocate on Link's behalf. Upon hearing Snape's command, they hastened their actions, and even John, who often lingered near Link, hurried away, visibly anxious to avoid detention himself. In a short while, the potions classroom was left with only Link and Snape. "Follow me," Snape commanded, and Link quickly complied. The office was not far from the potions classroom, and the two proceeded in silence until they arrived at their destination. Here lies yet another subterranean chamber. After traversing a pitch-black corridor and passing through an arched stone door, a stone room of approximately 80 square meters unveiled itself before Link. Logically, such a space should be ample enough for Snape alone. However, Link's initial impression was one of confinement and clutter. The room was brimming with an array of bottles and jars of various sizes, some containing unknown, eerie liquids whose terrifying hues deterred any inclination to approach them. At the heart of the chamber stood a colossal wooden workbench, meticulously arranged with a set of potion-making tools. To the right, a cauldron simmered with some concoction, emitting a plume of dark greenish smoke that curled languidly into the air. Observing with utmost caution, he gingerly grasped a glass tube and stirred the contents of the cauldron, subsequently adding a few peculiar ingredients, causing the frown upon his brow to ease slightly. Link, positioned at the doorway, took in the scene but dared not inquire, remaining rooted in place. However, after a journey of contemplation, he had regained his composure. In his estimation, even if Snape were to exhibit erratic behavior directed at him, it would not escalate beyond reasonable bounds. After all, he had Professor Sprout's protection, while she had not yet resorted to elevating Hufflepuff status by oppressing students from other houses. She would certainly not tolerate any mistreatment of Link by her colleagues. With this thought, Link's final traces of anxiety dissipated, and he found himself rising onto his toes. Intrigued by Snape's meticulous process, Snape was undoubtedly aware of Link's small movements but chose to disregard them, engrossed in the creation of this enigmatic potion. Nearly 20 minutes passed, and as the liquid in the cauldron transformed from a repulsive greenish-black to a perilous shade of purple, the potion was finally complete. Snape nodded, seized a pair of hefty tongs, and poured the potion into a stone cup, subsequently offering it to Link. This gesture left Link utterly bewildered. He glanced at Snape's perpetually stoic visage, then at the bubbling, scalding potion within the cup, confusion flooding his wide eyes. Noticing Link's hesitation, Snape impatiently nudged the cup closer, commanding, "Drink it." Snape's words elicited a myriad of expressions on Link's face. He suddenly recalled entries in the original owner's diary, detailing Snape's insistence on administering potions. Such occurrences had begun upon his arrival at the school, occurring roughly once a week, and by calculation, today indeed marked a potion day. In that moment, Link's mind raced with countless terrifying thoughts, with phrases like drug trials and live testing echoing with alarming frequency. Talentera, dance. Without a moment's hesitation, the pallid-faced Link swiftly drew his wand and cast a dance spell at Snape, immediately turning on his heel to flee towards the door, disregarding the outcome of his incantation. Snape, clearly taken aback by Link's audacity, paused momentarily before instinctively raising his right hand. Mr. Freely, how astonishing it is that you possess the gall to point your wand at a professor." Snape approached Link with a dark expression, then shouted fiercely. Mere inches from his face, 50 points from Hufflepuff. Feeling Snape's spittle land on his face, Link's lips twitched in response, and he was about to speak. However, Snape denied him the opportunity, forcefully pinching Link's mouth shut with his left hand and pouring a thick, dark potion down his throat. A bitterness far more intense than that of any medicinal brew flooded Link's mouth, provoking an instinctive urge to retch. Yet, with a swift motion, Snape summoned an uncanny force that sealed Link's lips shut. In despair, Link could only endure the bitter taste that lingered in his mouth. Strangely, though the potion was initially vile, it transformed into a soothing warmth that coursed through his body once swallowed. This sensation was profoundly comforting, evoking the delightful illusion of basking in the winter sun after a hearty meal. Under its influence, Link's heightened emotions gradually subsided, and a wave of drowsiness enveloped him. Despite his best efforts to keep his eyes open, they felt as heavy as lead. Ultimately, as the warmth surged downwards towards his navel, Link shivered in delight and finally succumbed to sleep. Observing Link's breathing becoming increasingly steady, Snape nodded and lifted the slumbering boy, who was still tapping his feet in a dreamlike dance, carefully placing him on the sofa and nestled in the corner. Chapter 19. The curious potion. Link enjoyed a deep and restful slumber, even entering a dream where he effortlessly became a formidable wizard, marrying a beautiful wife. And together they reveled in marital bliss, blessed with a pair of adorable twins. Inheriting a family fortune, Link found himself free from financial worries. Yet to pass the time, he returned to his former profession, establishing a detective agency to investigate intriguing cases. This was the idyllic life Link had always envisioned, steeped in tranquility, yet not devoid of gentle ripples. The vividness of the dream left Link in a daze upon awakening, yet the lingering bitterness in his mouth swiftly reminded him of the events that had transpired. As he smacked his lips, his previously hazy gaze sharpened. He sprang from the sofa and instinctively reached for the place on his waist where his wand should have been, only to find it empty. "Are you looking for this?" Severus Snape's deep voice slowly resonated through the air. As Link turned to look, he saw Snape brewing another potion beside a large workbench, his wand resting safely in Snape's grasp. "What have you made me drink?" Fortunately, nothing peculiar had manifested on his person. 5 points deducted from Hufflepuff for disrespecting a professor. Snape stated coldly, "As for what I administered to you, fret not. It is merely a special calming agent." A calming agent? Link furrowed his brow. Having reviewed the potion's textbooks from his first and second years, he was aware of what a calming agent entailed. This calming agent differed from those in the Muggle world, being entirely concocted from various herbs through the art of potion making. However, their effects were quite similar, both serving to soothe the frayed nerves. Judging by the reaction he had after consuming the potion, Snape's claim held a degree of credibility, yet he pondered whether it was indeed necessary to ingest such a substance. Furthermore, Snape had referred to it as a special calming agent, hadn't he? With this in mind, Link pressed on with his inquiry. What makes it special? It is special in that it can render your brain, which is entirely composed of muck, a tad more akin to that of a normal person, while also alleviating fatigue and enhancing your physical condition. If it is so beneficial, why did you specifically prepare it for me? Do you think I desired to do so? Were it not for your mother, would I waste my time on you? Snape replied impatiently, pouring the potion from the cauldron into 2 cups. This time, he first consumed one for himself before extending the other towards Link. "Drink it. What is this now? A nutritional supplement to stave off hunger?" Snape retorted with a frosty demeanor. "I recall explaining everything to you last year. Why do you ask again? Have you forgotten everything over the course of summer?" At this moment, Snape still bore the suspicion of conducting human experiments on him, and Link would not dare to consume any potion he concocted. Noticing Snape's lack of insistence, he casually tossed a piece of parchment along with Link's wand into his hands, declaring, "If you refuse to drink, then be gone." "Wait." Link wished to inquire further, but before he could articulate his thoughts, a tremendous force from behind seized him and propelled him out of the office. Bang! The stone door of the office slammed shut tightly. Link, undeterred, attempted to knock and call out, but no response came from within that stone barrier, regardless of how fervently he banged and shouted. Reluctantly, he abandoned the notion of seeking Snape again. It was only upon leaving the basement that Link realized the outside world had darkened. Having just awakened, he had not felt it before, but after the vigorous door pounding, he suddenly sensed a pang of hunger. Now he understood why Snape had insisted he drink the nutritional supplement. It was to prevent him from going hungry. However, Link did not regret his decision, for consuming another's potion was indeed fraught with peril. With a sigh, Link retrieved the parchment that Snape had given him before his departure. To his astonishment, it turned out to be a permit for nocturnal excursions. Not only did it bear Snape's signature, but it also specified a strict time limit for its use, indicating that it would become invalid after tonight and could not be reused. Its existence confirmed that Link had indeed dozed off in the office for quite some time, likely well past Hogwarts curfew. Casting a glance back at the closed stone door, Link hastily made his way into the corridor, extracting the diary from his spatial bag. Leaning against the window and illuminated by the relatively bright moonlight outside, He began to peruse its contents. His immediate priority was to ascertain the nature of the potion Snape had given him. Since Snape had mentioned that he had previously explained it, Link believed that the original owner's diary would contain relevant records. After 10 minutes of searching, Link finally found the entries regarding the potion in the middle of the diary. The information therein closely mirrored what Snape had described, including details about the potion's appearance, taste, and aroma. However, there was a significant discrepancy concerning its effects. The original owner experienced drowsiness, hallucinations, palpitations, and rapid heartbeat shortly after consuming the potion, whereas Link had merely enjoyed a delightful slumber. Moreover, it was a high-quality, deep sleep. To be fair, after attending Transfiguration and Potions classes, Link had been quite fatigued. Yet now he felt remarkably invigorated, even more mentally alert than in his normal state. This phenomenon perfectly aligned with Snape's description of the potion's effects. Yet, how could one explain the adverse reactions experienced by the original owner? Pondering this mystery, Link closed the diary. Since the diary failed to alleviate his confusion, he resolved to seek Madame Pomfrey for a physical examination. Based on his readings of the original text and his interactions over the past few days, he perceived Madame Pomfrey as a genuinely caring healer dedicated to ensuring the safety of her students. If someone like her refused to speak the truth, then Link saw little reason to continue his investigation, as he had yet to learn any illuminating spells. He simply retrieved an oil lamp from his spatial bag and began the process of lighting it. However, the moment the lamp ignited, Link felt something brush against his calf. This sudden occurrence startled him. Instinctively, he stepped back, directing both the oil lamp and his wand toward the source. He then froze, for before him stood a gaunt, dark gray cat. The feline appeared to take a liking to Link. Seeing him retreat, it tilted its head and quickly approached, rubbing against his trousers. Relieved, Link bent down to pet the cat, which purred contentedly in response. "Loris, Loris, where have you gone?" At that moment, a muffled and anxious shout echoed from a distance. Link turned his gaze towards the sound and beheld a dim, indistinct light rapidly approaching. The cat, evidently aware of the noise, hesitated momentarily as if contemplating whether to flee, but soon resumed rubbing against Link's hand. Madame Loris, look what you found, a student sneaking out in the dead of night," exclaimed the voice, filled with surprise as it drew nearer. As the glow of the oil lamp illuminated the surroundings, Link discerned an elderly man, slightly hunched and grinning maliciously. Emerging from the shadows with a lantern in hand, Link's expression grew resigned upon hearing the words. He recalled reading in the diary that each time the original owner departed from Professor Snape's office at midnight, they would inevitably encounter Argus Filch, the Hogwarts caretaker, a notorious figure among students who relished in witnessing their punishment. Although aware that the original owner possessed a night pass, Filch would always relish in making their life difficult. "Come here, you rule-breaking scoundrel. I can hardly wait to see the expression on your face when you are punished," Filch declared with excitement. In response, Link merely shook his head and produced the night pass. All right. Yet again, consider yourself fortunate," Filch grumbled reluctantly before turning to leave. However, just a few steps away, he seemed to recall something, turning back to call softly, "Madame Loris, we must be off, come quickly." The cat, named Madame Loris, ignored him and continued to nuzzle against Link's arm. Filch let out an exasperated cry and retrieved a small fish treat from his pocket, investing considerable effort before finally coaxing Madame Loris to follow him. Watching the pair gradually fade into the distance, Link shook his head in resignation. He could not fathom why Filch persisted in such seemingly meaningless pursuits day after day. Nevertheless, this was evidently of little concern to his current predicament. So after a moment of reflection, Link resumed his journey towards the infirmary. Hogwarts Infirmary operated around the clock to attend to any midnight ailments that might befall students. Of course, this did not imply that Madame Pomfrey did not require rest. Disturbing her slumber over trivial matters would certainly teach a wayward student the reason behind the blooming flowers. Fortunately, when Link arrived at the infirmary, Madame Pomfrey had yet to retire for the night. With the sound of slippers meeting the floor, she soon appeared before Link, still clad in her work attire. "Little Link, what brings you here at such a late hour?" Madame Pomfrey inquired warmly, bending down to his level. In response, Link extinguished the oil lamp and said, "Madame Pomfrey, I just came from Professor Snape." Before he could finish his sentence, Madame Pomfrey's expression shifted dramatically. She swiftly grasped Link's arm and guided him to a nearby armchair, then busied herself with preparations. "Oh, little Link, please sit down and rest for a moment. Here, have some hot cocoa. It will surely ease your discomfort. And here is a warm towel. Quickly place it upon your forehead." As Link observed Madame Pomfrey bustling about, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. It was evident that her reaction stemmed from her awareness of the potion he had consumed. Wait a moment, Madame Pomfrey. I feel remarkably well now. Without the adverse reactions I experienced earlier, Link hastily inquired, I am merely curious about the potion Professor Snape administered to me. Why was it so imperative for him to make me drink it? Upon hearing this, Madame Pomfrey's body stiffened, and she turned her head in disbelief. Did you just say that you are no longer experiencing those adverse effects? Indeed. After taking the potion, I merely had a restful sleep and felt splendid, he replied. Oh, Merlin, this is simply marvelous. Madame Pomfrey clapped her hands in excitement, resembling a delighted child, which left Link even more bewildered. I believe Professor Snape has already explained some of this to you, but I shall reiterate, Madame Pomfrey said with a smile. Something truly dreadful occurred to you, resulting in issues with your health. The potion you ingested was specifically crafted to ameliorate this condition. It was a request from your mother and one of the conditions set by Dumbledore for your admission to Hogwarts. Over the past year, Snape has made countless improvements to this potion, yet to no avail. However, things are different now. Your recent progress sufficiently demonstrates that our efforts have borne fruit. Link furrowed his brow. Although Madame Pomfrey's words clarified some of his confusion, they simultaneously birthed further inquiries. After contemplating for a moment, he continued, So, what precisely is wrong with my body, and what dreadful events transpired? I am sorry, Link, but I cannot disclose that information. Speaking of it would only exacerbate your condition. Madame Pomfrey replied with deep regret. Hearing this, Link shook his head and insisted, You said my situation is good now, so I believe I may no longer need to take the potion. No, you absolutely must not cease taking the potion, Madame Pomfrey declared emphatically. Link, listen to me. Although your condition has indeed improved recently, no one can predict what the future holds. Moreover, you need not worry about the side effects of the potion. I can assure you, in the name of St. Mungo's, that this potion will only benefit the patient. For a healthy person, it is merely a tonic. It will not induce dependency or weakness in normal individuals, and it will continually enhance your mental and physical prowess. So please, comply with us. We would never harm you. Gazing into Madame Pomfrey's earnest eyes, Link's mouth moved for some time before he finally spoke, enunciating each word with care. I am not opposed to taking the potion, but I have one condition. That is, for every amount I drink, Professor Snape must consume an equal measure. Chapter 21. The legendary employee of Hogwarts, Professor Binns. Upon hearing this, Madame Pomfrey was momentarily taken aback before she hesitantly replied that there was nothing inherently wrong with such an action. But she was uncertain whether Professor Snape would be amenable to it. Then I must trouble you, Madame Pomfrey, to convey my request. Link promptly responded. By the way, do you have any food here? I have been asleep for quite a while due to Professor Snape's potion and have yet to have dinner. Oh, there's still some honey cakes from last time. Then I shall not be polite. Thank you. Half an hour later, Link departed the infirmary under Madame Pomfrey's watchful gaze. The suspicions, vigilance, and unease that had arisen within him due to Snape's enigmatic potion dissipated like mist in the sunlight, soothed by the honey cakes and Madame Pomfrey's reassurance. As previously stated, Madame Pomfrey was a trustworthy individual. In matters concerning this issue, she would never deceive Link, even if there were things she was reluctant to share. She would choose silence over comforting him with falsehoods, since she assured him that the potion posed no danger and could even yield beneficial effects. Link decided to partake in it, considering it a fortunate windfall. His earlier suggestion to have Snape drink alongside him was merely a psychological comfort and a subtle form of retribution against Snape. After all, the notion of consuming the same amount as Snape was a futile precaution. One must remember that Snape was a master potioneer and a formidable wizard, fully capable of manipulating the situation if he so desired. Of course, Link's current sense of relief was but a temporary reprieve. According to Madame Pomfrey, there seemed to be some lingering issue with him, an issue that might very well be the true reason behind the original occupant's demise, allowing Link to seize the opportunity. He was uncertain whether this problem had vanished with his arrival. If not, it could potentially resurface at an inconvenient moment, causing him considerable trouble. However, it was evident that this was not a matter he could resolve at present, so he decided to set it aside for the time being. At this moment, his roommates had long since succumbed to slumber, yet curiously, a candle still flickered on Link's bedside table. Furrowing his brow, he approached and discovered, in addition to the candle, a plate of cold sausages and fries, as well as a piece of parchment. By the dim, flickering light of the candle, he deciphered the youthful handwriting and finally comprehended the situation. It seemed these provisions had been left by John, who had noticed Link's absence at dinner. Turning to glance at John, who was kicking his blankets on the upper bunk, a smile involuntarily crept across Link's face. With no further conversation, the night passed. And when Link awoke once more, it was already the following morning. Having previously taken a nap in Snape's office, Link had tossed and turned for quite some time before finally succumbing to sleep. Nevertheless, his resilient biological clock awakened him at dawn. Certainly, as a consequence of sleep deprivation, one inevitably feels a sense of lethargy. Fortunately, this morning's class was not a rigorous lesson in potions or transfiguration, but rather a comparatively relaxed lecture on the history of magic. The course is taught by Professor Binns, the only ghostly professor in all of Europe. Legend has it that he has been serving as a professor of magical history since the founding of Hogwarts, though he was alive at that time, albeit quite advanced in age, to the extent that his memory had begun to notably falter. Consequently, he often mislaid his belongings and, on occasion, even forgot to bring his lesson plans to class. Such a state of affairs was evidently unsuitable for continuing to instruct students, and indeed, the headmaster of Hogwarts had contemplated the possibility of Professor Binns retiring. Regrettably, individuals well-versed in magical history were exceedingly rare, and those who possessed such knowledge were reluctant to teach at Hogwarts, which caused considerable frustration for the headmaster at the time. Fortunately, one day, after Professor Binns once again forgot to bring his materials to class, the headmaster no longer had a fret over the matter. This time, however, what Professor Binns forgot to bring was in fact his own body. Indeed, he had passed away. Moreover, he seemed to have forgotten that he had died, thereby transforming into a ghost. It is worth noting that even in his oblivion regarding his own mortality, he did not neglect his duty to teach students. Such a profound sense of responsibility was, understandably, quite alarming to the students of that era. However, the headmaster at the time did not perceive this as a negative development. Rather, he joyfully announced the appointment of Professor Binns as a lifelong faculty member at Hogwarts and even hosted a celebratory feast in his honor. Link, harboring a mischievous suspicion, conjectured that the headmaster's delight stemmed from the fact that, following Professor Binns' demise, there was no longer a need for salary or compensation. With an employee who was tireless, complaint-free, and devoid of financial demands, what leader would not be pleased? Nonetheless, this does not diminish the fact that Professor Binns was a remarkable educator. A teacher who imparts history ultimately becomes a part of it, which is, indeed, a rather poetic notion. Thus, out of respect for the most dedicated professor in history, Link arrived early at the classroom, eagerly awaiting the lesson. However, reality delivered a harsh slap to Link's expectations. Within 10 minutes of the so-called history of magic class commencing, all of Link's reverence for Professor Binns had evaporated. This was due to the professor's exceedingly monotonous and rigid teaching style. He engaged not with the students, but merely floated in front of the podium, reciting from his notes in a droning manner. His voice, labored and drawn out, resembled a distant lullaby, inducing an uncontrollable sense of drowsiness. The students attending the class had evidently grown accustomed to Professor Binns' teaching method, as many disregarded him entirely, either engaging in secretive activities or simply dozing off. John was a quintessential example of this behavior. Although Link had managed to rouse him before leaving the dormitory, he had evidently allowed the blanket sprite to ensnare him once more, arriving at class only moments before it began. Even upon entering the classroom, John remained in a state of slumber. He merely exchanged a hasty greeting with Link before unceremoniously collapsing onto his desk to continue his deep sleep. This left Link at a loss for words. However, Professor Binns appeared utterly indifferent, engrossed in reciting his unchanged lesson plan for the past 6 months. Poor Link, already lacking vitality, found it nearly unbearable to endure such a potent lullaby. After struggling for a while, and confirming that Professor Binns was indeed unconcerned, he succumbed to slumber, following in John's footsteps. Thus, Link's sleep extended throughout the morning. Chapter 22, a success. After a rejuvenating morning of rest, Link felt considerably more alert. He and John made their way to the auditorium, eager to fill their empty stomachs. Just as Link prepared to indulge, Cedric's familiar voice suddenly resonated from behind him. Cedric, speaking animatedly, naturally took a seat beside Link, much to John's excitement. Of course, he was not foolish enough to interrupt the conversation between Cedric and Link, so he simply fidgeted with enthusiasm nearby. It's nothing serious, really. I just had a minor altercation with Snape during class, and he kept me back to tend to some specimens, Link fabricated nonchalantly. He had no intention of divulging any details about the potions. Upon hearing this, Cedric's expression shifted abruptly, his hand reaching for the bread, pausing mid-air. Is that so? That sounds quite taxing, Cedric said, managing a strained smile. But perhaps we should avoid discussing this topic while we're eating. After all, Snape as specimens are rather revolting. Cedric's remark immediately garnered John's agreement. Thus, The conversation seamlessly transitioned to Quidditch. Link, however, found little interest in the topic, responding half-heartedly to Cedric and John's occasional exchanges while his gaze remained fixed on a corner of the staff table within the auditorium. There, Snape, dressed as he had been the previous day, dined alone. It was evident that, like Link, he was dissatisfied with Hogwarts' rather unappealing menu. After a brief and grim meal, he frowned and rose to leave. Observing this, Link wasted no time and promptly set down his cutlery to follow suit. Cedric and John, engrossed in their fervent discussion of Quidditch, entirely missed Link's sudden departure. Meanwhile, at the Slytherin table, a beautiful young lady, surrounded by admirers, suddenly stood and followed Link and Snape out of the auditorium. On the other side, Link's pursuit continued. Snape moved swiftly, particularly for a young wizard like Link. Yet, armed with the wealth of experience he had accumulated during his previous life as a detective, Link managed to silently shadow him. This was a task he had performed countless times before, leaving little room for error. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred as they turned a corner in the corridor. Suddenly, Snape, who had been approximately 10 meters ahead of Link, vanished without a trace. Almost immediately, a cold and foreboding voice echoed from behind Link, deliberately following the professor. Hufflepuff loses 10 points. This sudden proclamation did not frighten Link. He slowly turned around, adopting a nonchalant demeanor, and smiled. Good afternoon, Professor Snape. Indeed, it is quite pleasant, but I believe it would be even better without a Chestrel trailing behind me. Snape, gritting his teeth, retorted, Speak, Mr. Free. What do you want? He emphasized Link's name with a deliberate cadence, making it sound almost mocking. However, rather than displaying anger, Link merely smirked. I do have something to inquire of you. Professor Snape, concerning my proposal from last night. I wonder if Madame Pomfrey has related to you? If so, what is your response? As Link's voice floated through the air, Snape's countenance darkened further. Indeed, Madame Pomfrey had informed him of Link's request, and that too in the dead of night. What was worse, after he had firmly declined, Madame Pomfrey had even dragged Dumbledore from his bed to persuade him. Recalling the humiliation of being coerced into acquiescing to such an indignity by both Dumbledore and Madame Pomfrey, Snape's expression contorted in fury. Link found great amusement in this scene. He relished witnessing Snape's discontent, knowing full well that the professor was powerless against him. Meanwhile, the sight of Link's smug grin stoked the flames of Snape's ire even further. Ultimately, however, he managed to suppress his anger and replied coldly, Madame Pomfrey indeed mentioned this matter to me, and I have agreed. After all, the potion's cost is quite exorbitant, since you are willing to let me partake. I shall not refuse, especially as your mother will cover all expenses. Oh, that puts my mind at ease. To be honest, I would feel somewhat guilty if we were using Hogwarts funds. After all, that belongs to the entire Hogwarts community, Link continued, still wearing a cheerful smile. He remained unconcerned about the potion's expenses, for the wealth accumulated by the original owner of his body was astronomical. Even the most expensive potion would be well within their means. With that, there was little left for Link and Snape to discuss, and they exchanged smiles, creating an oddly tense atmosphere. Fortunately, this peculiar moment did not linger for long. Before long, Link observed Snape's expression shift abruptly as he alertedly called out to the shadowy corner beside them. Who goes there? Show yourself. Snape's sudden outburst startled Link, and he instinctively thought of Cedric and John as the few who might accompany him here. However, when he turned to glance, he was astonished to find that it was Emily Victoria emerging from the shadows. A fleeting expression of surprise crossed Link's face. Meanwhile, Snape, having recognized Emily, gradually let his guard down, replaced by an uncommon warmth. Emily, what brings you here? Professor Snape, I attempted to concoct a complex potion, but encountered some issues. So I came to seek your guidance, Emily replied expressionlessly, casting a cold glance at Link afterward. Upon noticing this, Snape immediately understood the situation. He nodded at Emily and then, with a darkened expression, addressed Link. Do you have any further business, Mr. Free? His words were still deliberate and heavy. Yet having achieved his original aim, Link chose not to linger. He shrugged and turned away without hesitation, his gaze lingering on Emily for a moment longer. It was the first time he had heard her voice, and he couldn't help but think how striking it was, had it only been delivered with a softer tone. It would have been even better. With a hint of regret, Link shook his head. Chapter 23. An encounter with Hermione after bidding farewell to Snape and Emily. Link proceeded directly to the classroom with his textbook in hand. Compared to the last session, Professor McGonagall had assigned a new task, transforming wood into a bouquet of flowers. Although the assignment differed, it was fundamentally similar to the previous one, focusing on altering the inherent properties of materials. If one were to compare their difficulty, This task was arguably simpler, as both wood and flowers belonged to the plant kingdom. Link surmised that Professor McGonagall had assigned this task out of necessity, as the Hufflepuff students had performed dismally last time, prompting her to lower the difficulty. Notably, Link was not among those who disappointed her. He had flawlessly completed the previous assignment and was confident in his ability to excel once more. After the Transfiguration class, Link remained industrious, once again declining Cedric and John's invitation to play Quidditch in favor of visiting the library. This was a place he had longed to explore, but recent events had prevented him from doing so. The Hogwarts Library, located on the second floor of the castle, was reputedly the most extensive and comprehensive library in all of Europe, according to Cedric. Here, one could uncover nearly any knowledge desired, save for that pertaining to dark magic, which had been classified as forbidden by Dumbledore and locked away in an inaccessible section reserved for dangerous tomes. This was a precious legacy left by the four founders and countless predecessors for future generations. As Link stepped into the library for the first time, he was utterly astonished by the scene that unfolded before him. Thousands of shelves were meticulously arranged within an expansive space, and Link could swear that some form of spatial expansion magic had been employed here, for the area exceeded that of the entire second floor of Hogwarts Castle. However, after the initial shock, a wave of elation washed over him. Contemplating this, Link refrained from rushing into the book section to seek out volumes. Instead, he ventured into the reading area, intending to complete his assignments for potions and transfiguration while thoroughly absorbing the first and second year textbooks, planning to consult relevant books only when he encountered difficulties. Similar to the book section, the reading area was also exceedingly spacious, filled with numerous wooden desks arranged in a systematic manner for study. Yet, despite the abundance of seats, finding an unoccupied one proved to be no simple task. For even on a Tuesday, the library was bustling with people. Fortunately, fortune favored the diligent. After a considerable search, Link finally located a vacant long table. Although it was cluttered with a pile of books, he did not mind, for the library was managed by a single administrator, and it was only natural for some tables to remain unorganized. However, as he pushed aside the tomes to place his own textbook down, he discovered, to his astonishment, that nestled within the towering stack of books was a Gryffindor girl, deeply engrossed in her studies. She was an undeniably charming young lady, with a cascade of brown hair that, due to lack of care, appeared quite thick and unruly at that moment, giving her an endearingly disheveled look. Ordinarily, this would be nothing more than an ordinary misunderstanding, but Link found himself frozen the instant he laid eyes on her. This reaction was not solely due to her attractiveness, though she was indeed quite cute, but rather because she was none other than Hermione Granger, one of the fabled trio from the original story. In that instant, Link's gaze towards her became somewhat complicated. Ever since his arrival at Hogwarts, he had deliberately avoided interactions with the trio, as their experiences as protagonists in the original narrative were fraught with peril. Link had no desire to wade into such treacherous waters, at least not until he had acquired absolute power. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, his instincts urged him to leave. Yet, confronted with the crowded scene around him, he ultimately found himself unable to vacate his seat. At that moment, the girl, who had been diligently reading, seemed to have noticed the boy across from her who was fixated on her. She lifted her head slightly and, with a hint of irritation in her tone, inquired, "Is there something you need?" "Oh, my apologies for disturbing you," Link replied, realizing escape was futile. "It's just that there are no available seats around. May I sit here?" Upon hearing this, Hermione furrowed her brow. But as she realized that there were indeed no other options available, she lowered her head once more, a barely audible response reaching Link's ears. "It's fine. You can sit." Link exhaled softly, choosing not to disturb Hermione further, and instead quietly retrieve his assignments to immerse himself in his work. His burden was considerable, as Professor Snape and Binns had assigned 2 tasks totaling over 10 pages of parchment. The assignment from Professor Binns was relatively manageable. After all, his curriculum had remained unchanged for centuries. This implied that the coursework Link was now undertaking had also been completed by Cedric and his peers, making it easier for him to simply ask Cedric for assistance. However, the true challenge lay in the potions assignment. It involved a report on the preparation of the Confundus potion, for which Snape required Link and his classmates to identify the mistakes made during their previous attempt, ensuring they would not repeat them in the future. This might not pose a problem for others, as their blunders during the last potion-making session could easily fill 10 pages of parchment. Yet for Link, it was a different matter entirely. He genuinely did not understand where he had erred. This was not to say that Link had produced a flawless Confundus potion. In fact, the potion he had concocted previously was a failure, as his system had not indicated any mastery of the Confundus charm or potion-making skills. This suggested that there had indeed been mistakes in his methodology. But where had he gone wrong? Lost in deep contemplation, Link stared at the meticulously written preparation steps for the Confundus potion before him. At that moment, a plume of feathers fluttered before him, prompting Link to lift his gaze. He found Hermione, slightly, tilting her head, her adorable nostrils directed at him. Chapter 24, the so-called spell. When heating the potion, the valve of the mini magical burner only needs to be turned 3 times, yet you turn it 4, resulting in the potion being scorched, Hermione explained rapidly, adopting a tone reminiscent of a teacher instructing a student. She then cast a look at Link, as if to inquire whether he understood. Link's face was painted with astonishment. He was well aware of Hermione's intelligence and her insatiable thirst for knowledge, which had earned her the peculiar nickname of Miss Know-It-All shortly after their enrollment. However, had only a week passed since their arrival at school? Had Hermione already begun studying the second-year potions curriculum in such a short span? Doubt flooded Link's mind, and without hesitation, he blurted out, "How do you know that?" "I just know," she retorted, but immediately seemed to realize her impertinence. After shooting Link an indignant glare, she returned to her reading, dismissing him entirely. Link, sensing her desire for solitude, chose not to pursue the matter further. Instead, he diligently noted Hermione's insights, determined to focus on his studies, particularly the research on the levitation charm, the first spell he had learned and the one he had attained the highest proficiency in. Due to its ease of enhancement, Link ultimately decided to make it his primary choice for upgrading after some contemplation. His research consumed an entire afternoon. During this time, he perused numerous books laden with relevant knowledge, resulting in a small mountain of literature accumulating upon his desk. To be candid, the process of self-directed learning through mere reading, without any guidance, proved to be quite arduous and exceedingly monotonous. Nevertheless, Link persevered. This was not solely a testament to Link's formidable willpower, but rather, it was the constant influx of experiential knowledge that spurred him onward. This endeavor was far from aimless. In his previous existence, there existed a plethora of video games, some of which demanded an extraordinary level of dedication. In comparison, the effort required for such trivial learning paled in significance. Yet, many players capable of mastering these demanding games often lamented their struggles with academic pursuits, some even faltering in their resolve. Although the instances of positive reinforcement were few, one should not underestimate their impact. It was precisely these moments that allowed players to derive continuous enjoyment and persist in their endeavors. The streams of experiential knowledge that Link encountered resembled this very mechanism of positive feedback. Furthermore, the insights imparted to him by the spell of replenishment he had previously learned significantly aided his studies. Many fundamental theories were swiftly grasped with a single reading, thanks to the foundation of knowledge already residing in his mind. This remarkable efficiency enabled Link to elevate his spell of replenishment to approximately 50 of level 3 within just an afternoon, while also gaining a general understanding of the magical system governing this world. It is well known that the so-called spells in this realm consist of wands, incantations, and magical energy. This constitutes a relatively simple and well-structured casting procedure, meticulously developed by the wizarding world over countless years. It is precisely due to the potency of this casting framework that a novice wizard like Link can effortlessly unleash spells. Typically, apart from those powerful wizards who have undergone specialized training and can bypass this procedure to perform silent or wandless magic, most wizards are required to adhere to a sequential casting process. Within this framework, the most crucial element is magical energy, which forms the foundation of all spells. Spells are activated and manifested through the manipulation of magical energy in various forms. The incantations and wands are merely tools for channeling magical energy in a prescribed manner. Having clarified this, Link formulated a hypothesis. His spell of replenishment might not progress further in the short term, according to the previous theoretical framework. To attain the ability to cast spells silently or without a wand, he must first comprehend the operational dynamics of the magical energy associated with his spell of replenishment, as well as the methods for precise control of that energy. Only by mastering these two aspects could Link bypass the need for incantations and wands to directly unleash his spells. However, achieving this was no simple feat. With his current reservoir of knowledge, it was undeniably beyond his reach. He found himself inwardly lamenting why such a simple spell as the replenishment charm could prove so arduous. Yet, deep down, Link understood the truth. What stood before him was not merely the challenge of the replenishment charm, but the complexities of silent casting techniques and wandless magic. Setting aside the ethereal nature of wandless magic, Silent casting was a skill typically reserved for students advancing to higher grades, a hallmark of true mastery in spellcasting, making its difficulty entirely reasonable. Moreover, should Link successfully unravel the silent casting techniques for the replenishment charm, he would reap boundless rewards, as this experience would serve as invaluable insight, enabling him to learn other spells with remarkable efficiency. As he gradually accepted this reality, Link set aside his book. It was now time for dinner. One must be in the right state of mind for study, and given his current state of fatigue and hunger, any further academic endeavor would yield little progress. However, upon rising, he noticed Hermione across from him, engrossed in her book, seemingly oblivious to the time and unwilling to partake in the meal. This left Link hesitating, contemplating whether to remind Hermione to eat, as he generally preferred to avoid interaction with her, fearing it might entangle him in troublesome matters. Nevertheless, upon seeing her pale, parched lips, a result of neglecting nourishment and hydration for too long, Link's resolve softened. He mimicked Hermione's earlier gesture, waving his quill before her until she finally looked up. "It's rather late. Aren't you going to eat?" he inquired. "I can't. I haven't finished this book," Hermione replied without lifting her gaze, perhaps due to her exhaustion. Her voice sounded somewhat frail. This caused Link's brow to furrow. "You're a first year, right? Once mealtime passes, you won't be able to get anything to eat. Do you really want to starve all night? Thank you for your concern, but could you please leave me be? I wish to finish this book in peace," Hermione responded, her irritation evident at Link's persistent interruptions during her studies. Upon hearing this, Link couldn't help but chuckle. His good intentions had been met with ingratitude. Shaking his head in resignation, he left the library, unwilling to let his hunger suffer further due to entanglements with Hermione. Once Link departed, the once bustling library returned to a serene silence. Hermione, now alone and concealed behind towering stacks of books, resumed her reading of standardized potion making. Yet, her concentration remained elusive, her mind racing with countless thoughts. Reflecting on her earlier words, she wondered if she had perhaps been a bit harsh. Though Link had been somewhat bothersome, he had meant well. With this realization, a twinge of guilt began to stir within her. She sighed softly and looked up at the opposite side, only to find that Link's figure had long vanished. Chapter 25, Alas. Naveen. In the days that followed, Link devoted himself wholeheartedly to the study of the silent casting of the replenishment spell. His task was straightforward: to continuously release the replenishment spell and then perceive the flow of its magical energy, akin to the spell models often depicted in tales told by muggles about wizards. However, this was no simple endeavor, especially for Link in his current state. The flow of magic during the casting of a spell and the formation of the spell model occurred in a mere instant, making it an unattainable dream for him to capture the complete spell model of the replenishment spell with his current mental prowess. Yet, despite the immense difficulties, through his persistent efforts, Link managed to outline a rough sketch of the spell model for the replenishment spell. However, it was utterly impossible to cast a silent version of the replenishment spell based solely on this outline. At this juncture, Link had no choice but to temporarily set aside his research on the replenishment spell. He was not one to stubbornly pursue knowledge, recklessly crashing against an impenetrable wall. Recognizing that his efforts alone could not yield progress in a short time, it was time to seek external assistance. With this thought in mind, Link sought out Professor Sprout on Friday afternoon. At this hour, Professor Sprout was invariably found tending to her delightful flowers in the greenhouse on the first floor. Thus, Link chose to bypass her office and head straight to the greenhouse. Professor Sprout's greenhouse was undoubtedly one of the most enchanting places within Hogwarts. In this not overly spacious area, countless magical plants flourished, including herbs often used in potion making. It is worth noting that the term flourished here signifies not just the plants filling the ground, but also those adorning the ceilings, walls, and even hidden within cabinets. When Link first beheld this scene, he was utterly awed by Professor Sprout's expertise. It was remarkable that a witch, who had never received modern agricultural education, had developed hydroponic planting techniques, hanging pot cultivation methods, and nutrient bag cultivation specifically for fungi in an era such as this. Truly, it was a marvel. Of course, the challenges of cultivating magical plants extended beyond these innovative techniques. They also lay in the nature of the plants themselves. It is crucial to understand that these magical plants are exceedingly perilous, with toxins being a common concern, and some even possessing supernatural lethal abilities. Those who lack an understanding of the habits of these magical plants would face dire consequences if they were to recklessly engage with them, risking injury or even death. As Link entered the greenhouse, he immediately observed a chubby little boy sobbing loudly in Professor Sprout's embrace, while she carefully extracted a transparent, viscous substance from a plant resembling aloe vera to apply to the boy's swollen right hand, which was nearly as large as that of an elephant. Neville, you must remember to wear dragon-hide gloves during class. Do not forget, Professor Sprout said with a look of compassion. Upon hearing this, the tearful little boy lifted his head from her arms and replied, I'm sorry, I know, Professor Sprout. It's just that I've forgotten where I placed my dragon-hide gloves. Oh, Neville. Professor Sprout sighed in exasperation, yet her gaze suddenly fell upon Link, who had just entered the greenhouse. Link, come here, she called eagerly, gesturing towards the boy in her arms. Look, this is what happens when you neglect to wear dragon-hide gloves in class. Just like Neville, you must always remember. I understand, Professor Sprout, Link responded nonchalantly, although his attention was entirely focused on the chubby boy in her embrace. This boy, known as Neville Longbottom, was a member of the pure-blooded Longbottom family, staunch supporters of Gryffindor, and a classmate and dear friend of the trio destined to save the world. While his demeanor was somewhat timid at present, he would later reveal extraordinary courage and wisdom. Truth be told, Link held a certain fondness for him. However, it was evident that Neville did not share the same sentiment towards Link. Under Link's intense gaze, Neville's complexion turned pale, and his body began to tremble, manifesting sheer terror. Link, F. Finley. Finally, Neville seemed unable to suppress his fear any longer. With a piercing scream, he broke free from Professor Sprout's embrace and stumbled out of the greenhouse, inadvertently shattering several flower pots in his wake. Link and Professor Sprout stood in stunned silence, watching Neville's retreating figure, momentarily at a loss for words. Oh, Neville, after what felt like an eternity, Professor Sprout sighed and rose to clean up the mess left by Neville. Observing her, Link hurried to assist, and together they spent a considerable amount of time clearing away the shattered remnants of the flower pots. Once they had finished, Professor Sprout turned to Link with a smile and asked, What brings you here today, Link? Link, having no intention of being overly polite, brushed off the dried soil and fragment from his hands and directly recounted the issue he had encountered. As he spoke, Professor Sprout's expression shifted from surprise to concern, and ultimately settled into a serious demeanor. To be honest, Link, it seems rather premature for a young wizard like yourself to delve into the study of silent spells. I believe it would be far more prudent for you to concentrate on mastering foundational subjects instead. Professor Sprout gazed earnestly at Link and said, Given the depth of your studies, I feel I should indeed extend some assistance. Really? Thank you so much, Link exclaimed excitedly. However, upon hearing this, Professor Sprout waved her hand and cautioned, Do not rejoice too soon. My assistance does not guarantee that you will master the silent casting of the continuation spell. It would be wise not to harbor overly high hopes. Rest assured, Professor Sprout, I understand your meaning, Link nodded in response. The reason I have come to seek your guidance is merely out of a sense of unwillingness to concede. If, with your help, I still cannot grasp the silent casting of the continuation spell, I shall redirect my efforts towards other incantations. Sprout displayed a look of approval and nodded, saying, Very well. Let me elaborate. The predicament you currently face is simply that you are unable to perceive the spell model of the continuation spell. This is quite normal. At your age, your magical and mental faculties are not yet fully developed, and perceiving magic requires considerable mental strength. The professors at Hogwarts only attempt to teach silent spells to upper-year students precisely because they possess sufficient mental capacity to perceive spell models. To resolve your current issue, you either need to wait a few more years for your mental strength to naturally increase, or you could learn the Enhanced Perception spell. Chapter 26. Enhanced Perception spell. Enhanced Perception spell? Link's eyes reflected a hint of confusion. This was a spell he had never encountered before. Professor Sprout nodded and continued. Indeed, the Enhanced Perception spell. It is rather obscure, yet it can significantly augment your perceptual abilities. However, the perception I refer to encompasses not just your ability to sense spell models, but all 5 senses: hearing, sight, touch, smell, taste, and even that intuitive sense. Thus, I believe it could be of great aid to you. Is that so? Link replied, somewhat skeptical. What he found hard to comprehend was how Professor Sprout described the Enhanced Perception spell as so formidable. If it truly possessed the capabilities she claimed, it would undoubtedly be a requisite course for every combat wizard. After all, such an all-encompassing enhancement of perception would be incredibly advantageous in battle. Yet, the reality was that the Enhanced Perception spell was scarcely mentioned in the original texts, and this was the first time Link had heard of it since his arrival. This seemed quite unreasonable. Professor Sprout noticed the skepticism on Link's face, but chose not to elaborate. Instead, with a mysterious smile, she stated, All right, let us proceed with an experiment. First, the incantations to activate and terminate the spell are Perception Unleashed and Perception Concluded. To successfully cast this spell, you must articulate each syllable accurately. Furthermore, the wand movements are crucial. I need you to grasp your wand and trace a semicircle in the air with its tip, like this, and then draw it this way. Professor Sprout spoke slowly, demonstrating as she went along. When she finally recited the spell, Super Sensation in its entirety, a faint blue light appeared in her eyes. Taking a deep breath, she activated the spell, only to furrow her brows in surprise. "Oh, Link, how many onions did you consume at lunch? The odor is quite overwhelming." After fanning her nose with her hand, she hastily muttered the incantation to conclude the spell, leaving Link standing awkwardly, responding, not too many, just a little bit, really." "Well then, let's not dwell on that," Professor Sprout said with a smile, stepping back to make room. "Of course, you are unlikely to succeed. After all, Super Sensation is not a spell one can easily master. Even I took a month of practice, too." Before she could finish, she abruptly halted, noticing that Link's wand movements were a mirror image of her own earlier demonstration. As he chanted the spell, Super Sensation, Link felt as though the entire world around him had transformed. Everything in the greenhouse became clearer than ever before, while a bizarre mixture of odors, manure, floral scents, and earthy aromas invaded his nostrils. Moreover, he became acutely aware of the sensation of dust brushing against his skin, the rustling of insects in the flower beds, and the slow growth of plant seeds in the soil. Every detail he had previously overlooked surged into his consciousness, amplified by his heightened senses. This was an entirely new experience for Link, yet it was far from pleasant. In fact, the moment he successfully activated the spell, Link understood why Super Sensation was not widely practiced among wizards. The sudden amplification of his senses and the overwhelming influx of information was excruciating. Almost instantly, the expression on Link's face twisted into one of sheer agony, as if he wore a mask of torment. "Oh, by Merlin's beard, you actually succeeded, Link," Professor Sprout exclaimed. Her voice filled not with delight, but with alarm. In the next moment, she frantically raised her wand and shouted, "Spell halt!" A flash of white light enveloped them, and the blue hue in Link's eyes vanished, causing him to collapse onto the ground. "Link, are you all right?" Professor Sprout rushed to his side, helping him up. "It's my fault. I should have explained this better. To wield Super Sensation effectively, one must undergo rigorous training. Otherwise, the sudden influx of information can easily overwhelm a caster." With that, she wiggled 4 fingers in front of Link, exclaiming, "Quickly, tell me how many fingers I'm holding up." Professor Sprout's desperation was palpable. However, Link did not appear to be the fool that she had feared he had become due to the spell. In fact, before him, a bright entry was incessantly flickering. Supersensory spell LV1 acquired. The reason Link's activation of the supersensory spell spiraled out of control was fundamentally due to his insufficient mental fortitude, or, to articulate it scientifically, his brain had not yet reached full maturation, rendering him incapable of adapting to the sudden heightened sensitivity of his senses. To remedy this predicament, he needed to autonomously disregard irrelevant information. This was no trivial task. As Sprout had remarked, ordinary individuals often require extensive training to acquire such an ability. However, Link's situation was different, for with the acquisition of the supersensory spell, he was directly endowed with pertinent training knowledge and experience. This implied that Link merely needed to practice a bit to apply the supersensory spell to the observation of spell models. Realizing this, a smile involuntarily crept onto Link's lips, which, admittedly, made him appear somewhat foolish. After half an hour, Link finally managed to convince Sprout of the fact that he had not turned into a simpleton. Observing the redness around Sprout's eyes, he felt a mixture of exasperation and gratitude. Though Professor Sprout had just engaged in a bit of playful teasing, her concern for Link was sincere. "Link, practicing the supersensory spell is perilous. Until you fully master it, you must always have a professor accompany you whenever you cast the spell. Do you understand?" Sprout said, her voice still tinged with emotion. In response, Link nodded and gently patted Sprout's back as a gesture of comfort. Satisfied with this, Sprout suddenly seemed to recall something and retrieved a letter from her pocket, handing it to Link while saying, "There's one more thing. Your mother has recently heard about your improving academic performance. To help you catch up with your classmates, she has enrolled you in a tutoring class." Chapter 27, Rapid Spellcasting Course. Link, somewhat bewildered, accepted the letter from Sprout. He recalled that just a few days prior, John had inquired whether he would be attending extra classes during the holiday, and now he found himself facing a similar fate. However, he wondered if there truly existed specialized tutoring institutions within the Hogwarts realm. Despite his skepticism, under Sprout's watchful gaze, Link slowly opened the envelope. revealing a letter inscribed with ink that exuded a faint scent of jasmine. Unable to even cast simple spells and still making excuses for yourself? Have you been ridiculed for your clumsy wand techniques? The answer lies here. Rapid spellcasting course. Link couldn't help but murmur, his expression transforming into one of intrigue. The quick spellcasting course is something he is aware of. On the surface, this class is designed for adult wizards who are unable to cast spells, serving as an introductory course to enhance their magical abilities. However, in essence, it is merely a scheme to exploit those unfortunate souls, individuals born into wizarding families yet lacking any magical talent, as well as those whose magical aptitude is abysmally poor. After all, aside from the talentless and those utterly devoid of magical gifts, a competent wizard would have no need for such a rudimentary class. The issues afflicting the talentless and the unfortunate cannot simply be remedied by a quick spellcasting course. The protagonist's mother had the audacity to enroll him in this fraudulent remedial class, leaving Link utterly speechless. Professor Sprout, clearly noticing Link's expression, offered an awkward smile and said, "This letter was originally meant to be delivered to you by Owl Post, but considering its particular importance, I intercepted it and chose to hand it to you personally." Upon hearing this, Link's demeanor improved significantly. Sprout's timely interception of the letter was undoubtedly the right course of action. He could hardly bear to imagine the scenario of this letter being presented to him in front of a crowd, for if its contents were to be revealed, he might become the laughingstock of all the students for the next 6 years. With this thought in mind, Link managed to force out a smile that was more akin to a grimace and said, "I truly appreciate your efforts, Professor Sprout. There's no need for thanks. It's my duty as a professor." Sprout waved her hand dismissively, her warm demeanor offering Link a glimmer of hope. Gathering his resolve, Link hesitantly inquired, is there any chance I could avoid attending this quick spellcasting course?" "Unfortunately, I fear that may not be possible," Sprout replied, her expression tinged with sympathy. "Your mother is quite insistent on having you attend, and she even arranged for you to have a day off from Dumbledore himself for this purpose. Tomorrow, to be precise." Upon hearing this, Link's spirits plummeted once more. Professor Sprout, unable to bear his dejection, reassured him, "You needn't feel so disheartened. Although the quick spellcasting course has a rather poor reputation, it can indeed impart some foundational knowledge. The organization behind this series of courses possesses a certain level of teaching competence. As far as I know, they also offer a Wombat Test Crash Review course, which is regulated and strongly recommended by the Wizarding Examination Authority." "Oh, is that so?" Link asked, somewhat taken aback. While he was unfamiliar with the specifics of the Wombat test, its lengthy title suggested something formidable. If the quick spellcasting organization could offer such a course, perhaps it would bring Link some unexpected benefits. As he contemplated this, the troubled expression on his face gradually eased, and he tucked the invitation into his pocket. Professor Sprout, relieved by his change in demeanor, eagerly guided Link towards the exit, remarking, "Phileas? What purpose would he serve in that class?" Link merely shrugged. What good would it do him? According to his knowledge, Felchie was nothing more than a complete dullard, a fact evident from his last night watch when he required a lantern for illumination. Of course, before officially commencing, Link needed to undertake some preparatory work. This involved meditation. It is important to note that this meditation was not the miraculous kind often depicted in knightly tales, endowed with various extraordinary effects, but rather a simple form of meditation. Such meditation allowed Link to calm his inner turmoil and sharpen his focus. Only in this manner could he filter out superfluous information and concentrate all his heightened senses, amplified by the transcendent incantation, on observing the model of the continuation spell. Honestly, this process was not entirely smooth. Although he possessed the requisite knowledge and practice in his mind, his spirits had been dampened by the swift incantation lessons, causing Link to remain seated cross-legged on his bed, meditating for nearly 2 hours before he could scarcely reach that so-called pure state. At last, having met the criteria, Link slowly opened his eyes, gently grasping the wand he had placed beside him. In a voice reminiscent of a dreamlike murmur, he softly intoned, "Transcendent perception manifest." A flash of blue light illuminated Link's eyes as his extraordinary perception was once again bestowed upon him. However, unlike before, in this meditative state, he was not overwhelmed by the sensation. He merely felt a slight pressure in his temples. This prompted Link to nod in satisfaction. He promptly raised his wand and directed it toward the cup of water prepared on the nightstand, casting the continuation spell with all his focus, ready to observe. With a bubbling sound, the water level in the cup began to rise rapidly, and Link distinctly felt a mysterious force surging from within him into the wand, which then traced 2 relatively simple patterns in the air and within the wand, ultimately manifesting as another force acting upon the cup. Link hurriedly memorized these two patterns while simultaneously a dense array of information appeared before him. Continuation spell LV3 experience 111. Instantly, a wave of elation surged through Link's heart. Then, misfortune struck. This overwhelming joy abruptly pulled Link out of the pure state achieved through meditation, and a violent headache compelled him to emit a cry of anguish. Damn! Transcendent perception has ended. Gritting his teeth, he terminated the spell, finally reaching his limit, and darkness enveloped him as he fainted. Chapter 28. Continuation spell LV4. The following morning, before dawn, Link awoke. To be precise, he was jolted awake by a flashing message before him, shimmering with golden light. Continuation spell LV4 acquired. Upon realizing the significance of the entry before him, Link sprang up from his bed with such vigor that the entire bunk trembled. Fortunately, John, who occupied the upper berth, remained ensconced in the deep slumber induced by the blanket fairy and did not awaken. At this moment, Link was unconcerned with such trivial matters. Instead, he immersed himself in contemplation, examining the rewards of the upgraded replenishment spell. As with previous upgrades, reaching level 4 of the replenishment spell enhanced both its efficacy and controllability, while also granting Link the ability to cast it silently. However, this newfound silent casting technique involved silently reciting the incantation in his mind to assist in controlling the magical energy required to shape the spell externally, which diverged somewhat from his prior understanding of directly manipulating magical energy with mental force to form the spell model. It was a shortcut of sorts. Given his current mental capacity, achieving delicate manipulation of magical energy was simply beyond his reach. Moreover, even this somewhat lazy approach was only attainable with the aid of his newfound abilities, implying that if he wished to transform other spells into silent incantations, he would still need to elevate the skill levels of those spells. In addition to the silent version of the replenishment spell, Link gleaned a rather significant piece of information from the knowledge gained through the upgrade. The replenishment spell, it turned out, was not merely confined to refilling cups. The essence of the spell lay in replenishing a certain liquid within a container, a concept that was, in fact, quite broad. A cup serves as a container, a plate as a container, a cabinet as a container, and even living beings, including humans, can be considered containers. Just imagine the implications of casting the replenishment spell on the alveoli of a living person. What if one were to substitute the alveoli with the brain, or the bladder, even the heart? Should such an application prove viable, the replenishment spell could metamorphose from a mere utility for refilling cups into a formidable offensive spell. After all, the spell's energy consumption is minimal. It can be activated silently, and the resultant damage would be both bizarre and extraordinary. Such a spell, employed in assassination, could yield terrifying results. However, achieving this transformation would not be simple, as the current spell model was configured to affect only inanimate objects. If Link wished to reforge it into an offensive spell, he would need to alter its spell model. Following this line of thought, he realized the road ahead was still long. Yet, Link felt no despair. An instinctive sense assured him that this conundrum would soon find resolution. With a sigh, after consolidating his insights regarding the replenishment spell, Link's initial excitement gradually subsided. At that moment, the clock on his bedside table struck 5. Glancing at the time, he took a deep breath, donned his clothing, and departed from the dormitory. The intricacies of the replenishment spell could be explored further later. For now, he needed to set off or risk being late. As Link hastened towards the auditorium, he observed Felch pacing anxiously in the foyer, exhibiting an air of profound distress. Today, Felch had evidently made an effort to present himself well. His thinning hair was slicked back with pomade, and he donned a tattered tailcoat, reminiscent of a bygone era. Frankly, Link believed this was a considerable attempt on Felch's part. However, certain attributes cannot be altered merely by attire. Despite Felch's attempts to appear presentable, his slightly hunched posture and myriad subtle movements rendered him akin to a nondescript individual. In stark contrast, Link exuded an undeniable presence. Although he had not gone to great lengths to dress up, his face still showing signs of wear due to the recent mishap with the spell. Whenever he stood alongside Felch, onlookers would instinctively recognize Link, the young wizard, as the dominant figure between them. As for Felch, he could at best be regarded as a mere servant. Having formed an internal critique of Felch's appearance, Link did not linger, but proceeded into the foyer. The sound of his unmasked footsteps caught Felch's attention. He turned sharply and glared at Link, his voice laced with suppressed agitation. "Why have you only just arrived? The other students will be waking up soon. Why the rush?" Link retorted, rolling his eyes. "I've checked the invitation. The fast incantation class doesn't commence until 9 a.m. We have ample time." Upon hearing this, Felch's expression morphed into something peculiar. It seemed he wished to reprimand Link, but ultimately suppressed his irritation, stammering, "Yes, in terms of class time, we do have plenty. However, the other students will soon be awake. Do you wish for them to discover you attended a fast incantation class?" At this, Link's dissatisfaction vanished instantly. What a jest. If his classmates were to learn of this, how could he possibly navigate his time at Hogwarts? With this thought, Link paid no heed to Felch and swiftly exited the foyer. Upon departing the castle, Link was greeted by the sight of a sleek black carriage awaiting him in the square. The carriage itself was unremarkable, typical of the Victorian style commonly seen. However, the four creatures harnessed to it were anything but ordinary. They resembled large reptiles, gaunt and skeletal, with dragon-like heads and bat-like expansive wings. At first glance, Link mistook them for skeletal horses. Yet, as realization dawned, he comprehended the truth. These were the nightmares, rare and perilous beings, said to be visible only to those who have witnessed death firsthand. Link felt no surprise at his ability to see the nightmares, given the nature of his previous profession. He had long since become accustomed to the specter of death. Quietly observing these extraordinary creatures, Link entered the carriage without uttering a word. Not long after, Filch, with his slightly limping leg, hurried to the front of the carriage. Casting a wary glance at the Thestrals, he took it upon himself to ascend to the driver's seat, grasping the reins to take Lin Ku on as the coachman. Chapter 29, A Lesson in Wasting Life. To be honest, Lin had anticipated that Filch would utilize the Thestral-drawn carriage to first exit the range of the anti-apparition spell surrounding Hogwarts, before resorting to another mode of transport to reach the class location. However, Filch did not adhere to this plan. Instead, he spent nearly 4 hours driving the Thestral carriage directly to the estate. This led Lin to suspect that Filch's reasoning might be somewhat flawed, as enduring the wind for such an extended period in the sky was hardly a delightful experience. Yet, as Lin Ku slowly disembarked from the Thestral carriage, the purpose of Filch's actions became clear. At that moment, they found themselves surrounded by a throng of wizards clad in eccentric attire, who gazed at Lin Ku and the Thestral carriage with a mixture of envy and disdain. Noticing this, Filch shook himself, proudly adjusting his disheveled hair, which had been ruffled by the wind, and finally stood beside Lin Ku. His pretentious demeanor left Lin Ku speechless, just as he contemplated a quip. A middle-aged man in a gray suit, sporting a small mustache, squeezed through the crowd, beaming as he approached Lin Ku. "You have finally arrived," the man exclaimed, extending his hand. Filch, quick to respond, also reached out to shake hands. However, the middle-aged man deftly sidestepped Filch and offered his hand to Lin Ku instead. "Mr. Freely, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. On behalf of the Quick Spell Company, I extend a heartfelt welcome to you and your servant for joining us in your studies." "What? Servant?" Filch erupted at the remark. "I am not his servant. I'm a member of the Hogwarts staff." At this, the man, Orientho, glanced at Filch with a lack of sincerity and replied, "Oh, is that so? My sincerest apologies." He then donned a sycophantic expression and once again extended his hand towards Lin Ku. Lin Ku, with a resigned shake of his head, grasped the man's hand lightly and said, "Thank you for your welcome, Mr. Orientho. By the way, your name is quite rare. Are you from abroad? Your insight is truly remarkable. However, I can assure you that I am indeed a pure-blood wizard from England. My peculiar name is merely a result of my parents' capriciousness." A fleeting moment of embarrassment crossed Orientho's face, quickly replaced by an endless stream of flattery. "Well then, Mr. Freely, please follow me. The morning class is about to commence, and Professor Andrew is eagerly awaiting your arrival." With a courteous bow, Orientho gestured for Lin Ku to enter the largest 3-story building on the farm. The interior of this structure mirrored its exterior, embodying an exquisite vintage style. To speak candidly, Link found a certain delight in wandering around this place. Having been accustomed to the concrete and steel constructions of his past life, the sight of such architectural style was indeed refreshing. Unfortunately, it appeared that Orienter had no intention of allowing Link a proper tour. As soon as the trio entered the hall, Orienter forcefully pushed past Felsi to position himself a mere step in front of Link, then bent slightly at the waist, ingratiatingly addressing Link. Listening to Orienter's exaggerated intonation, Link was struck by how reminiscent he was of the personnel he had encountered in his previous life, equally shameless and fervent. The sole distinction was that this Orienter seemed even more sycophantic, a fact evident from his previous demeanor towards both Felsi and Link. However, Felsi clearly failed to discern the essence of this individual's deceptive sales tactics. Upon hearing Orienter mention a 20% discount, Felsi's eyes sparkled with excitement. and Link surmised that he was quite likely to fall victim to a sales pitch. Link had no inclination to intervene, choosing instead to disregard Orienter's incessant chatter and proceeded to the classroom he had so enthusiastically described. It was indeed a classroom, yet the walls and floor bore large, unsightly stains, while the air was saturated with an odor reminiscent of manure. Considering that this place was originally a farm, Link concluded that it had been converted from a cattle shed into a classroom. At that moment, the spacious classroom was already populated by numerous individuals. Though they were all of advanced age and clad in tattered garments, rather than students, they resembled farmers who had long been associated with the land. As for the professor poised to deliver their lecture, he was a towering figure, 2 meters tall, with bulging muscles and a bald head, making the majority of the students appear like mere chicks in his presence. Link's expression darkened, yet adopting a mindset of having come this far, he took a seat in the front row as arranged by Orienter. Subsequently, an invaluable hour of Link's life was squandered, devoid of any genuinely useful knowledge. In stark contrast, Felsi attended the lecture with utmost seriousness. He meticulously filled an entire notebook with detailed notes of Professor Andrew's every utterance, and at the conclusion of the class, he respectfully bowed to Professor Andrew. Observing Felsi's tearful gratitude, Link silently shook his head and promptly stood to leave. However, just as he reached the door, he heard Orienter's voice, intentionally lowered, emanating from nearby. "Lupin, you should be grateful. After all, how many would be willing to employ a dangerous and despicable werewolf in this world?" Chapter 30. The Laborer Lupin. Lupin? A werewolf? Link instantly became intrigued. In the original narrative, Harry's defense against the dark arts professor in his 3rd year was a werewolf named Lupin, a character Link had always cherished. Could the Lupin mentioned by Orienter be the same figure from his memories? As the school bell chimed, a familiar figure appeared before him. It was a middle-aged man who appeared exceedingly haggard and weary, with prominent wrinkles etched into his face, his hair tinged with gray, and his coat adorned with numerous patches. It must be said that, in terms of demeanor, he was indeed well suited to this farm and the students present. However, the corners of Link's mouth lifted upon the first sight of him, for this was undeniably the individual from his memories, Remus John Lupin. "Good afternoon, everyone. I am your substitute teacher, Remus Lupin, though you may simply call me Mr. Lupin." From his weathered briefcase, Lupin extracted a hefty tome, opened it, and declared, "What I shall elucidate for you today is the power of language. I hope this will be of assistance." At these words, Link immediately straightened his posture and retrieved his quill, preparing to take notes. This left Link quite perplexed. Just then, Felch leaned in closer and whispered, "Link, during the break I inquired about this Professor Lupin. He has been substituting for nearly a month, but he has spoken of nothing but incomprehensible matters. No one can understand him at all. So I suggested that we skip this class and go for lunch instead." Upon hearing this, Link's eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that a man who would later be appointed by Dumbledore as the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts could be delivering such nonsensical lectures. It was utterly ludicrous. "You can go if you wish, but I intend to attend class," Link exclaimed loudly. Felch, upon witnessing this, merely scoffed and, cautiously clutching his previously taken notes, exited the classroom. In a short while, the majority of the students had left, leaving Professor Lupin on stage feeling rather awkward. He managed a strained smile at the remaining few and continued, "Thank you for your willingness to stay and listen to my lecture. Let us now delve into the core of the subject. First and foremost, we must recognize that the language we use and the words we utter possess a certain magic. For, in a sense, they're a manifestation of our individual will. Specific phrases, when coupled with intense emotion, can indeed exert control over the flow of magical energy. The system of spells we currently employ has gradually been refined and solidified based on this principle. Of course, it is the accompanying personal emotion that is paramount, rather than the precision of the words themselves, provided you possess magical ability and your emotions and will are in alignment. Minor deviations in pronunciation do not significantly impede the effectiveness of spell. This explains why wizards from other countries, despite not utilizing spells derived from the Latin language, can still wield magic. Once we grasp this concept, we may proceed to the next step as Professor Lupin spoke at the podium. Link's quill was writing furiously on his desk. Link himself had become wholly immersed in the ocean of knowledge before him, with vast swathes of information unfurling in his mind. The knowledge imparted by Lupin greatly benefited Link, providing him with a novel perspective on the advancement of the full replenishment charm. Although his current mental capacity was insufficient to exert precise control over magical energy, he pondered whether employing Lupin's suggested methods, coupled with incantations and intense emotions, might yield favorable results. Link felt a surge of enthusiasm. As soon as class concluded, he cultivated his emotions and eagerly grasped his wand, directing it toward his left hand, which had taken the form of a bowl. Replenished the palm. He intoned. A faint sound, akin to a gentle stream, emanated from his hand, and to his astonishment, a pool of clear water materialized within his palm. Unable to contain his excitement, Link exclaimed, "Yes," although the effect of the charm appeared rather ordinary. It was significant as it demonstrated Link's ability to transform his palm into a vessel, indicating he had mastered the technique of altering the container for the full replenishment charm, thus reaching an entirely new level of proficiency. Simultaneously, he understood why his classmates had deemed Lupin's lessons mundane. Despite Lupin's clear and comprehensible explanations, the knowledge was not universally accessible. At least among those present, the dullards and unfortunate souls seemed incapable of grasping it. Even if they could, Link doubted their ability to apply such knowledge effectively, given that they struggled even with the simplest levitation charm. For them, Professor Andrew's motivational lectures offered greater value, as they at least rekindled their confidence and ignited their passion. Acknowledging this, Link shook his head, suppressing his exhilaration before dashing out of the classroom. Reality had affirmed Lupin's capabilities, and Link felt compelled to engage him in a deeper conversation. Such an exceptional professor should not languish in this dismal place. However, as he hurried down the corridor, he spotted Lupin and Orion engage in conversation in a secluded area. Intrigued, Link observed from the shadows, eager to overhear their dialogue. "Well, Remus Lupin, after deliberation, the personnel department of the Rapid Incantation Company has unanimously determined that you are unfit for this position. I regret to inform you that your internship has been unsuccessful. Is that so?" Lupin's tone, once hopeful, now carried a note of disappointment. "That is indeed unfortunate. May I inquire as to where I went wrong?" "There are numerous mistakes on your part, and I lack the patience to enumerate them for you," Orion replied, his impatience palpable. "Now, begone. I wish to see you no more." Orion's words were decidedly brusque, yet Lupin remained unperturbed. He calmly nodded and added, "Then, Mr. Orion, should I not also receive my internship stipend?" "Internship stipend? What internship stipend?" Chapter 31, The Seeker of Wages. "Internship stipend? What internship stipend?" Orion's voice suddenly rose in intensity, prompting Lupin, who had previously remained unfazed even in the face of insults, to step forward anxiously. "You promised me a month of internship and a stipend of 50 galleons," he exclaimed. "But you were dismissed before completing the month, weren't you? Is this your true intention?" Lupin shouted, his voice tinged with indignation. "You terminated my internship on the very last day to evade paying me." Orion emphasized the word werewolf, which contorted Lupin's expression into a grimace, his previously relaxed hands clenching into fists. Orion raised an eyebrow, mocking him, and leaned in closer, adopting a provocatively insolent demeanor. However, despite his fury, Lupin ultimately released his fists after a moment of trembling rage. He understood all too well that resorting to violence would only invite the relentless pursuit of horrors. The elite members of the Ministry of Magic would not concern themselves with matters of right or wrong. Their typical response to werewolves was immediate execution. Orion reveled in Lupin's vulnerability, bursting into laughter. "What a coward! Now be gone!" he jeered, shoving Lupin aside as he prepared to leave. At that moment, Link could no longer bear to watch. It was evident from Lupin's haggard appearance that he was enduring great hardship, yet Link had not anticipated the depths of his suffering. To him, Lupin resembled an illegal immigrant in the United States conned by a ruthless factory owner. Drawing a deep breath, Link resolved to test a new spell he had recently mastered on Orion. With narrowed eyes fixed intently on Orion's lower abdomen, he waved his wand gently before suddenly pointing decisively. "Bloody explosion." As Link whispered the incantation, a semi-transparent beam of light materialized silently, striking Orion's midsection. In an instant, Orion halted, clutching his groin, his legs clenching as a bizarre expression overtook his face. "You," Orion stammered, trembling as he extended a finger, seemingly to accuse Lupin. However, before he could finish his sentence, a warm rush surged forth, leaving a conspicuous stain on his sleek black trousers. Seeing this, Lupin quickly stepped back, evading Orion's desperate grasp. Orion's predicament was evidently dire, and Lupin had no desire to be entangled in it. Meanwhile, Link was nearly beside himself with laughter. After a moment, he composed himself and emerged from the shadows. "Mr. Orion, Professor Lupin, what a coincidence. I was just looking for you," Link said leisurely, feigning surprise as his gaze flicked to Orion's drenched trousers. "Oh, Mr. Orion, how did your pants get wet? Did you spill your water bottle?" he inquired, a mischievous grin creeping onto his face. Ah, indeed, indeed, it is quite true. This is rather impolite, haha. Allow me to excuse myself momentarily to change my trousers. Oriento, feeling quite embarrassed, started to walk towards the office, casting a fierce glare at Lupin as he went. This sight amused Link greatly. To be candid, Link found it hard to believe that Oriento was unaware that his soiled trousers were entirely the result of Link's actions, and that his current charade of blaming Lupin was merely due to Link's esteemed surname. After all, the Fully family was one of the 28 pure-blooded noble families, and notably affluent. If Link were to acknowledge a mistake, Oriento could potentially demand compensation, but should Link accuse him of defamation, it would lead to quite a predicament. Link had encountered such petty schemes many times in his previous life. However, this was advantageous if Oriento remained oblivious. Link would genuinely be at a loss on how to assist Lupin. With this thought, a faint smile crept upon Link's lips, and he promptly called out to Oriento. Wait. Mr. Oriento, I believe I overheard some discussion regarding internship wages. Is it true that your esteemed Rapid Spell Company has a tradition of exploiting interns? Such a thing would be utterly inconceivable at our firm. What I was discussing with Mr. Lupin was merely the settlement of his internship wages. Surely you must have misheard. As he spoke, Oriento hastily produced a cloth bag emblazoned with a Rapid Spell Company logo and handed it to Lupin. To avoid any further misunderstanding, I shall settle the internship wages right now. Upon witnessing Oriento's swift retrieval of the bag, Link understood that the Rapid Spell Company had indeed issued Lupin's internship wages. But Oriento, leveraging his privileged status, sought to misappropriate the funds. This explained his eagerness to dispense the money and his reluctance to implicate Link. It was clear that should this matter come to light, not only would he risk dismissal, but his year-end bonus would surely vanish. Having come to this realization, Link shifted his attention to Lupin, who at that moment seemed more intrigued by Link than concerned about the sum in the bag. Finally, Lupin responded with a look of astonishment. Was that spell you cast just now your own doing? Indeed, it was derived from the enhanced continuation charm. Link replied directly. Given your robes, you must still be a student at Hogwarts, correct? To create your own spells at such a young age is truly remarkable. You flatter me. I owe it all to you. Your earlier lecture was immensely enlightening, and without your guidance, I would have never been able to complete that spell. My mother has been searching for a tutoring program for me recently, which is why I found myself here. However, I must say, the caliber of talent present is simply astounding. At this juncture, Link deliberately paused, and they exchanged amused glances, both breaking into laughter. Thus, I found myself pondering. Link then remarked that rather than spending such a considerable sum on that meaningless, fast-paced incantation course, it would be far more prudent to hire a dedicated tutor. What do you think, Professor Lupin? Are you interested? At last, Link articulated his true intention, yet upon hearing this, Lupin appeared momentarily taken aback before shaking his head and responding, I'm afraid I cannot undertake this responsibility. What? You actually declined? Link inquired, bewildered. He found himself somewhat perplexed by Lupin. In his view, given Lupin's current state of disarray and destitution, he had no grounds to refuse his offer. It is worth noting that Link could provide him with a stable job and shelter, and unlike that Alianthos, he would not withhold his wages. Although you may have gathered from my earlier conversation with Alianthos, I feel compelled to clarify. I am a werewolf, Lupin stated solemnly, pointing to himself. As a werewolf, I transform during the full moon, losing my rationality and indiscriminately attacking nearby beings. Furthermore, those I injure may contract the werewolf virus and gradually become werewolves themselves. Given my perilous nature, are you truly comfortable with me serving as your tutor? I believe that is not an issue. I have complete faith in you. Link replied without hesitation. He was not being disingenuous. Although werewolves were indeed dangerous, Lupin was different. He was an exceedingly disciplined and kind werewolf. In the original narrative, during his transformations, he would willingly confine himself, inflicting wounds upon himself rather than succumbing to his bloodthirsty urges. The fact that the Ministry of Magic had yet to detain him speaks volumes about his benevolent nature. Thus, Link felt assured about him. However, despite Link's ample display of sincerity, Lupin still shook his head. I truly appreciate your trust in me, dear child. Yet, I fear that I might inadvertently harm you, which would be devastating for you. But there are no buts, my child, Lupin interrupted Link, and even if you were untroubled by my werewolf identity, your mother would never permit me to remain by your side. She is unaware of your condition. Do not underestimate your mother. I am well aware of the esteemed Mrs. Flitwick, Lupin continued. I wager she will discover my identity by tonight at the latest, and thereafter she will not allow you to attend lessons here again. All due to the unfortunate precedent of employing a werewolf. Lupin spoke with unwavering conviction, leaving Link momentarily speechless. In truth, at this juncture, he felt little inclination to persist in persuading Lupin. After all, the other party was unwilling, and he could not press the matter further. With that thought, Link's expression turned somewhat despondent. Observing this, Lupin smiled gently and retrieved a hefty tome from his tattered briefcase, previously used for lesson planning, and handed it to Link, saying, "Do not be disheartened, my child. Here, take this." The book The Power of Language was one I used during my time at Hogwarts, filled with numerous notes I'd taken. I hope this brings you some joy. Isn't it so? Thank you. Link, somewhat astonished, flipped through the pages of The Power of Language and indeed discovered an abundance of hastily scribbled annotations. In that moment, his mood lifted considerably. Cheer up, child. I must take my leave. Orianth will not allow me to depart with my money so easily. Yes, you. He is likely attempting to contact the Ministry of Magic as we speak. Link had no intention of stopping him. He merely bade farewell to the retreating figure and redirected his attention to the book in his hands. Overall, the day's achievements were quite satisfying. Although he had failed to recruit Lupin, acquiring such an old tome had already brought him great contentment. However, just as he stepped outside, he unexpectedly encountered Filch, who was clutching a tattered bag patched with large swathes of fabric, seemingly filled with a jumble of metallic odds and ends that clinked noisily with his movements. "Link, have you seen Mr. Orianth?" Before Link could respond, Filch eagerly blurted out his question. Observing his anxious demeanor and the hefty bag he carried, Link instantly grasped his intentions. Out of a sense of humanity, he shook his head and advised, "Mr. Filch, I do not recommend enrolling in the rapid incantation course. To be candid, it is merely a waste of time and money, providing you with no real benefit." Upon hearing this, Filch was momentarily taken aback, but his expression soon darkened. Don't you? I'm Squib." Filch suddenly raised his voice, while Link, in response, remained silent, his expression unchanging as he regarded him. Yet Filch appeared to interpret this as tacit agreement, glaring at Link with the ferocity of a wounded beast, his red eyes ablaze as he roared. "I don't care what you think. I believe Professor Andrews' teachings are exceptional. They've been immensely helpful to me. You cannot stop me from enrolling, Link. And if you wish to spread the word that I am a Squib, feel free. I am not afraid of you." With that, Filch swiftly vanished from Link's sight, clutching his bulging bag of galleons. Link could only shake his head in bemusement. To be honest, he felt that Filch was somewhat deluding himself. The fact that he was a Squib was likely known by all the upperclassmen at Hogwarts. After all, what wizard would be seen cleaning the corridors with a mop? Everyone merely refrained from mentioning it out of pity. Nevertheless, Link understood Filch's actions. Did Filch and the other Squibs truly believe they could gain magical abilities through this so-called rapid incantation course? Perhaps not. As a mute who has always occupied the lowest echelons of the wizarding society, enduring discrimination, what they seek in attending classes here may not merely be knowledge, but rather hope, encouragement, and companionship. This is akin to the elderly individuals whom Link encountered in his past life, deceived into purchasing health supplements. How many among them are truly duped? Many of those purchases are not health products at all, but rather the services of the salespeople. Consider this. For just a few thousand or even a few hundred coins, those charming and eloquent sales representatives will treat you with the reverence of a beloved grandparent, allowing you to spend time with peers during communal activities. What could be more delightful? Since Felchi is determined to invest the greater part of his life savings in pursuit of this elusive solace, Link has no intention of intervening, for to do so might breed animosity between them. Chapter 33. 3 New Spells. Although Felchi professes to be unperturbed by the prospect of Link revealing his status as a mute, he is internally anxious. Thus, throughout their journey, Felchi maintains a demeanor that suggests he has something to communicate, but refuses to initiate the conversation. This is an essential endeavor, as it significantly accelerates his research progress on the continuation spell. After nearly 2 weeks of dedicated study, Link has finally mastered all the capabilities of the continuation spell at level 4 and has derived 3 entirely new incantations. The urgency spell, utilizing the bladder as a vessel. The suffocation spell, employing the alveoli as a container. And the human explosion spell, which utilizes the entire body as a vessel. The human explosion spell is particularly unique. As for the urgency spell, its effects can induce a desperate need to urinate, potentially leading to accidents, a mischievous spell that Link devised purely for amusement, akin to the pranks of his youth. Frankly, Link relishes this tranquil existence, compared to the perilous, thrill-laden life of a protagonist. He would prefer to emulate the many illustrious figures who once graced Hufflepuff Academy, quietly developing his abilities and accumulating wealth in silence. Alas, fate has other plans, and the serenity he enjoys is abruptly shattered one Thursday evening in early October by a paper airplane. It is truly an exceptional paper airplane, and judging by its remarkable aerodynamic stability and impressive speed, Link can swear it is the very treasure that every young boy dreams of. As it soars into the Hufflepuff common room, it captures the attention of all the boys present, including Cedric, who had been conversing with Link just moments before. Some eager boys even rush forward, intent on capturing it for closer examination. Unfortunately, this paper airplane has come with a mission. It deftly evades the attempts of several boys to intercept it and ultimately arrives before Link, quickly unfolding to form a paper mouth. "Link, come to my office. Now." Immediately, the origami mouth, having conveyed Snape's message, fell from the air. Upon seeing this, Link let out a soft sigh. The timing of Snape's summons undoubtedly pertained to the matter of his potion consumption. It had led him to believe that Snape had abandoned the idea of continuing to administer potions to him. Unfortunately, given the current circumstances, it appeared that the professor had merely postponed the matter for some reason. Shaking his head, Link picked up the fallen origami mouth and prepared to depart. The surrounding Hufflepuffs exhibited little reaction. Link's weekly visits to Snape's office had long ceased to be a secret among them, and they had grown accustomed to it. However, Cedric clearly held a different perspective. Just as Link stood up, Cedric grasped his arm, his face etched with concern. Although he remained silent, Cedric's message was conveyed with precision. Link smiled and waved his hand reassuringly, saying, "Don't worry, Cedric. While Snape may not be the kindest of individuals, his call for me bears no ill intent." Upon hearing this, Cedric's expression of worry deepened, but after a moment's hesitation, he released Link's arm, stating, "If there are matters to discuss, you can talk to me and Professor Sprout. Don't keep everything bottled up inside." "Understood. You can rest easy," Link replied. Compared to his last visit, Snape's office had not undergone significant changes, mirroring Snape himself, who perpetually donned his dark robes and sported his greasy black hair. Of course, Link held no objections to this. After a cursory glance around the office, he greeted Snape, who was seated at his workbench brewing potions. "Professor Snape, it has been quite some time. I thought you might have forgotten about this matter." Link's voice radiated warmth, yet Snape remained unmoved. He merely cast a sidelong glance at Link before carefully using his large tongs to pour the potion from the cauldron into 2 glass cups. Subsequently, Snape, as before, directly presented one of the cups to Link. "Drink it." Hearing the professor's emotionless order, Link hesitated, maintaining a silent stare with Snape as if waiting for something. TSK. 3 minutes later, Snape, clearly displeased, clicked his tongue and downed the contents of his cup in one go. Observing this, a smile graced Link's face. Without waiting for Snape's command, he eagerly seized the other cup and downed it in a single gulp. There was no room for hesitation. The potion's taste was overwhelmingly potent, and it was far better to consume it boldly than to endure its torment sip by sip. Noticing Link's actions, Snape's previously sullen expression softened somewhat. Chapter 34. How much do you want? Link began to find some credence in the professor's claims regarding Snape's potions. For despite the potion's unpalatable flavor, the moment he swallowed it, he felt considerably more at ease. Moreover, this comfort transcends mere physical ease. Even Link's mind has become remarkably clear, and his mood has transformed into one of tranquility and contentment. He even perceives a gradual enhancement in his mental acuity, although this improvement is modest. Link is confident that if he were to consume this potion regularly, the growth would become exceedingly formidable. However, the sole conundrum lies in the fact that Link feels no drowsiness this time. Momentarily, he directs a puzzled gaze towards Snape, who is engrossed in the meticulous task of skinning a toad, while a quill, seemingly animated by its own volition, swiftly records his actions. Recalling Snape's previous peculiar behavior, Link suddenly comprehends the situation. Snape, in his desire to prevent the drowsiness induced by the potion from hindering his experiments, has evidently spent several weeks refining the elixir to eliminate this side effect. Instantly, Link's perception of Snape shifts. If he has managed to eradicate the soporific side effect of the potion, why had he not done so before? Link raises his voice slightly, only to be met with Snape's unwavering concentration, who replies without lifting his gaze, "Sleep is not a side effect. It is a remedy, particularly for a child like you." This left Link momentarily speechless. As an individual hailing from a modern, Muggle society that has been shaped by the waves of the information age, he is acutely aware of the benefits of sleep for the body. Furthermore, the profound comfort experienced after consuming the potion, which leads directly into a deep sleep, is indeed challenging to categorize as a mere side effect. However, such sleep can disrupt one's biological clock, as Link experiences firsthand when he finds himself unable to sleep through the night after taking the potion. resulting in a lethargic morning. Of course, Link is unaware if the original owner had any issues with insomnia. If so, this potion could certainly be deemed a remedy. With this line of thought, Link's initial excitement gradually subsides. Yet, when he gazes back at Snape, he discovers that the latter has completed the skinning of the unfortunate toad and is now consuming the dark green potion from a test tube with deliberate gulps. "What are you drinking?" Link exclaims, raising his voice slightly. If you possess even a modicum of that thing called memory, you would know this is a nutritional supplement for hunger. Is that so? I want to drink it too. Upon hearing this, Snape shoots Link an exasperated glare, his impatience nearly palpable. After scrutinizing Link for a considerable time, he unexpectedly tosses a test tube in his direction. Link hastily catches it, examining it closely before mimicking Snape's actions, consuming its contents in one swift motion. Immediately, Link nearly regurgitates it. The flavor of this so-called hunger-satisfying nutritional supplement, while not as acutely stimulating as the previous specialized calming potion, is only marginally less offensive. The sole distinction between the two lies in the fact that the specialized calming potion possesses an overwhelmingly bitter herbal taste, whereas the hunger-satisfying nutritional supplement tastes akin to rancid slop that has been left under the sun for a fortnight. Link now harbored doubts about whether Snape's sense of taste had faltered, for the potions he concocted were undeniably repugnant. Yet, despite their unpalatable nature, the nutritional supplement served to stave off hunger remarkably well. No sooner had Link consumed it than a wave of satiety surged from his abdomen, prompting an involuntary belch that left him feeling quite nauseous. At that moment, a rare, cunning smile graced Snape's face as he remarked, "Heh, I recall you had already dined earlier, did you not? The effects of this hunger-suppressing potion are quite potent. Indiscriminate consumption could lead to weight gain." "Weight gain is of little concern, as I am but a child, my metabolism far outpacing that of someone your age," Link retorted after rinsing his mouth with water. "But might you consider improving the flavor of this hunger-suppressing potion? For a moment, I almost believed I was consuming refuse. Do you drink this every day?" Snape's smile vanished in an instant, replaced by a disdainful huff as he returned to his work, ignoring Link. However, Link was not inclined to let the matter rest. He produced a tome filled with his potion-making notes, flipping through it while inquiring, "Professor Snape, what temperature should be employed when extracting sneezewort syrup? Are you possessed of a troll's intellect? I have made it abundantly clear in class." Snape snapped coldly, before continuing impatiently, "For every additional 100 grams of sneezewort mixture, twist the valve of the small magical furnace once. Is that so?" Link swiftly jotted down the information and pressed on. "And how do we ensure the Chinese chomping cabbage does not bite?" "Don dragon-hide gloves, then gently stroke its leaves." "What is the proper method for removing the wings of a billywig intact? How can we coax the color-changing giant snail from its shell to extract its slime? What should be done if the dung stone contains excessive impurities? Should we crush it and filter it with water?" Seeing this, Link promptly closed his mouth. Though his gaze was fixated on the empty test tube beside him, the vessel that once contained the hunger-suppressing potion. Initially, he had deemed this supplement superfluous, as Hogwarts was hardly lacking in food. The need for such an emergency measure seemed unnecessary. The cuisine at Hogwarts was, frankly, deplorable. It consisted of a monotonous cycle of potatoes and roasted meat. To be candid, apart from those young wizards who had never tasted true delicacies, and those with little appetite for food, the long-term consumption of such fare was scarcely distinguishable from drinking the hunger-suppressing potion. Furthermore, when one immerses oneself in study or research, mealtime becomes an utter waste of precious time. It not only disrupts one's learning, but also engenders a sense of fullness that hampers concentration for an hour following the meal. At such times, the hunger-suppressing potion presents an impeccable solution. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Link gradually approached Snape, a grin illuminating his face as he said, "Dear Professor Snape, do you still have a nutrient potion for hunger?" "None left. Could you spare me a few bottles?" "No. If you give them to me, you will leave." At this remark, Snape's stirring of the cauldron abruptly halted, and he swiftly turned to Link, asking, "How many do you desire?" Chapter 35, Old Friends. 10 minutes later, Link, thoroughly satisfied, had stuffed a total of 15 hunger potions into his enchanted pocket and swaggered towards the exit. Although it was the dead of night, and Snape had not granted him the customary night pass as before, Link was now indifferent. He was aware that he held the secret of Filch's impotence, which only Filch considered secret, and the caretaker would not dare to risk exposing it by troubling him. However, just as Link reached to push open the stone door, Snape's voice echoed once more. "Hold on." Snape, visibly irked, took a deep breath before tossing the usual night pass to Link, and then, in a somber tone, warned, "I know that you tend to wander aimlessly after leaving my presence, indulging in childish games. But I must caution you, should you wish to avoid any unfortunate incidents or painful demise, do not venture into the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor. Do you understand?" "Ah, I understand, Professor. Rest assured." Bang! After an indeterminate amount of time, the stone door slammed shut once more. In the darkness, Link raised his wand. Illumination flickered. A soft glow emanated from the tip of his wand, illuminating the somewhat eerie corridors of Hogwarts Castle, as well as Link's beaming face. In this moment, Link felt an immense joy. The day's experience in Snape's office had validated a hypothesis of his. Despite Snape's frequent cold jabs and arbitrary point deductions during class, and even his previous insistence on forcing a potion down Link's throat, it appeared that his underlying attitude towards Link was, in fact, benevolent. This was not without reason. Snape was inherently proud and temperamental, and one could not gauge his thoughts by the standards of ordinary individuals. To Link, Snape's willingness to partake in that special calming potion, his readiness to address Link's inquiries outside of class, even if he eventually grew impatient, and his generous provision of so many hunger potions, all indicated a notable consideration for Link. Otherwise, had it been anyone else, they would have been summarily dismissed by Snape's temperament. Link also speculated as to why Snape exhibited such kindness towards him, attributing it to his mother, Mrs. Frilly. However, this was not to suggest that Snape acted out of fear of Mrs. Frilly's influence. Given Snape's stature and prowess, he would not resort to such undignified behavior. Link surmised that perhaps his mother had known Snape for some time and that they shared a certain camaraderie. Even so, there was a fleeting thought that crossed his mind, but he hastily shook his head, banishing the chaotic notions that plagued him. Severus Snape's heart belonged solely to Lily. Could such a devoted soul ever entertain an affair with his own mother? The very idea was laughable. With a slight chuckle at his own absurdity, Link strode purposefully into the darkness. Half an hour later, he arrived at his destination for the evening, a girl's washroom. Of course, Link's intrusion into this sanctum was not for any unsavory purpose, but rather to visit an old friend. However, before engaging with this companion residing within the washroom, Link had some tasks to complete. He cautiously illuminated each stall and toilet seat with the tip of his wand, ensuring that no one, nor any spectral entity, lurked within. Only after confirming the space was indeed empty did he breathe a sigh of relief, redirecting his gaze to a brass faucet above the wash basin, adorned with a serpentine design. Link narrowed his eyes, focusing on the emblem as he gathered his resolve and uttered, "Open." What transpired next was nothing short of astonishing. The words he spoke were not human language, but rather a series of dense and low hisses. It was unclear whether it was the peculiar intonation that caused the grimace on his face, but in the enveloping darkness, he appeared particularly fearsome. Just as his utterance faded into the air, the serpentine faucet emitted a blinding white light, spinning rapidly, ultimately causing the entire basin to vanish before Link's eyes, leaving behind a colossal pipe with a diameter exceeding 3 meters. Taking a deep breath, Link leaned to peer into the unfathomable depths of the pipe, hesitating on whether to descend. Yet, as he pondered, a cacophony of rustling sounds erupted from within the conduit, and before Link could react, a massive, fearsome serpent's head surged forth. Link could swear this was the largest serpent he had ever encountered. Its body had a girth of at least 2 meters, covered in a formidable layer of green scales that exuded an aura of invincibility. However, the most striking feature was its pair of golden vertical pupils, glowing like lanterns in the night. The instant Link met its gaze, a wave of profound trepidation washed over him. This sudden manifestation startled Link, prompting him to instinctively retreat several steps while shielding his eyes. For before him was a creature of legend, a serpent born of ancient Greek sorcery, conjured by dark wizards through the incubation of an egg beneath a toad. This terrifying being possessed one of the deadliest venoms in existence, coupled with a massive physique, and its stare was lethally potent. Any life that dared to meet its gaze would perish instantly. In that moment, Link realized that having locked eyes with it, he had already sealed his fate. At this moment, Link felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Had he foreseen the serpent's ambush, he would have donned a pair of sunglasses for his visit. Though such a precaution might not have completely spared him from being turned to stone due to indirect eye contact with the creature, it would have certainly been a more favorable outcome than death. However, as time meandered on, the shadow of mortality had yet to envelop Link, filling him with a sense of relief, while simultaneously igniting a flicker of speculation in his mind. Seizing the opportunity, the serpent had emerged partially from the pipe, coiling itself around Link in a serpentine embrace. Link, Link, my dear friend, you have finally come to see me. Chapter 36. The Serpent of Hogwarts loves to speed. The creature emitted a chilling hiss, yet to Link's ears, it transformed into comprehensible speech. This revelation jolted him into awareness. He abruptly lifted his gaze and discovered that the serpent's enormous golden eyes were shrouded by a delicate veil of grayish film, which had fortuitously shielded him from peril. With a sigh of relief, Link prepared to greet the serpent, known to the original owner as Acom, but found it was instead spiraling around him, seemingly in search of something. Link, did you bring me some treats? Acom inquired gently, prompting a wry smile from Link. He was all too aware of what Acom considered treats. They were the pets the original owner had kept. For a child marked by profound flaws and a lack of companionship, pets served as the finest companions. Consequently, Mrs. Flitwick had continuously provided the original owner with adorable creatures like owls and cats. Driven by a desire to introduce his friends to his beloved pets, the original owner would often showcase them before Acom, only to have them invariably consumed by the serpent. This led the original owner to retreat further into solitude, losing interest in pets altogether. Sorry, Acom. I have none, Link replied, feeling a tinge of regret. What a pity, but it's all right. Your visit alone brings me immense joy. The so-called treats were merely a means to enhance my palate, Acom responded slowly. Strangely, Link perceived a sense of disappointment in the creature's fearsome visage. Come, Link, climb aboard. We are about to set off. With that, Acom lowered its head to Link's level. Accepting the invitation, Link hesitated only briefly before stepping forward. This had become a customary ritual between the original owner and the serpent. After each potion session with Snape, the original owner would seek out the serpent, who would then whisk him away for a ride around Hogwarts. Over the course of the year, the original owner had traversed both the Black Lake and the Forbidden Forest. These escapades represented some of the happiest moments of the original owner's life. For not everyone had the privilege of riding a serpent through the skies. The serpent's scales were cool to the touch, yet surprisingly dry, allowing Link to easily ascend to the nape of the creature's neck, securing himself by grasping two of its scales. Once Link was prepared, the serpent adeptly turned its head and surged back into the pipe from whence it came. In an instant, the world before Link became a blur under the immense acceleration. The fierce wind, laden with the distinctive odor of the sewers, enveloped him, compelling him to shut his eyes tightly and cling desperately to the scales. Link was certain that if he were to lose his grip at this speed, he would surely meet a grim fate. Slow down, Acom, slow down, he shouted, but his voice was swallowed by the roaring gale, leaving him in a state of despair. Fortunately, the Hogwarts plumbing system was evidently ill-suited for the serpent's relentless burst of speed. After navigating several sharp turns, Acom finally caught Link's words and came to a halt in another boy's restroom. Wasn't that exhilarating, Link? I've set a new record, Acom exclaimed, his head bobbing with excitement. However, Link was utterly exhausted. He slumped off the serpent's back, nearly devoid of the strength to stand. He had to admit that this exhilarating ride was indeed thrilling, albeit fraught with peril. How could the original inhabitant of this body have relished such a dangerous pastime? Did he not fear for his life? Or was it a form of reckless escapism? The original Link's motivations remained a mystery. But one thing was certain. He would not venture to experience such a wild ride again without proper safety precautions. Pushing himself against the wall, Link stood and said, Congratulations, indeed. However, I cannot accompany you for another ride. I am not feeling quite well today. Is that so? You must join me for double the thrill next time. And it has been ages since I raced in the Forbidden Forest. Let us make it a full 2 laps next time. Link felt exasperated, realizing that the serpent had taken him for a racing car. All right, next time for sure, he replied dismissively, while his hands busily massaged his stiff thigh muscles. In that moment, Acom, who had previously wore an expression of anticipation, suddenly turned to face the restroom door, his demeanor shifting to one of fierce intensity. Someone is coming. Link, 3 of them. No, wait. 2 more are following behind, 1 large and 1 small. Then you must hide quickly, Link urged. Until we meet again, Link. With that, Acom lightly tossed out the farewell and vanished into the narrowing pipe. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor outside the restroom. Link took a deep breath, raised his wand, and warily eyed the restroom door. Nighttime at Hogwarts was not as safe as it seemed. With Harry Potter's arrival, various dangers had also infiltrated the castle. If the individuals outside were merely ordinary students, it would be one thing. However, should one of them happen to be a fellow sporting a turban, Link would have no choice but to experiment with his newly acquired human explosion spell. The sound of footsteps grew ever closer, quickening Link's heartbeat. He stumbled back a few steps from the impact, but leveraging his considerably stronger physique compared to his peers, he quickly regained his balance and extended his wand. "Oh, Hermione, are you all right? Who is this?" Three familiar yet strange voices reached Link's ears, interrupting the incantation he had already begun for the human explosion spell, prompting him to recite anew. Illumination. A soft glow emanated from the tip of Link's wand, gradually illuminating the entire washroom. Under this radiant light, two faces from Gryffindor that Link recognized well, along with Hermione, materialized before him. Chapter 37. I am your cousin. How did you end up here? Link exclaimed. His curiosity piqued. Among the three standing before him, aside from Hermione, one boasted vibrant red hair adorned with freckles, while the other had dark hair and sported a pair of noticeably oversized black-framed glasses. Such distinctive features could belong to no other than Harry Potter and Ron Weasley. The question Link posed was evidently the very one Hermione and her companions wished to ask. Yet, Hermione, clearly not inclined toward a cordial exchange, stumbled forward, grasped Link's hand, and urged him into the washroom, saying, "Let us not discuss that. Filch is after us. We must hide quickly." At her words, Harry and Ron, who had been momentarily frozen at the doorway, quickly followed Hermione and Link into the washroom, searching for a suitable hiding spot. Where could they conceal themselves in the washroom? Undoubtedly, it would be the toilet stalls. Unfortunately, all the stall doors in this boys' washroom were locked, each adorned with signs indicating they were under maintenance. This left the four intruders momentarily stunned. "I just remembered. It's George and Fred." Ron, lagging behind, suddenly exclaimed, covering his face in dismay. "Just the other day, they were boasting to me about how they had stolen all the toilets from a boys' washroom to create new prank gadgets. Perhaps they dismantled these." At this revelation, the three stared at Ron in astonishment, unable to fathom that his brothers could be absurd enough to steal toilets, let alone an entire washroom. Yet, there was little time left for them. The sound of Filch's footsteps echoed ominously in the corridor, accompanied by his encouraging shouts to Mrs. Norris to catch them. Panic set in among Hermione and the others. There was but one exit from the washroom, and they had now found themselves cornered. At that moment, Link stepped forward. "Leave it to me," he said, gently patting Hermione's shoulder, before making his way towards the washroom door, despite the perplexed gazes of the three behind him. "Wait!" Hermione instinctively wanted to intervene, but it was too late, for the sound of the cat's meow echoed from ahead. There was no doubt. It was the old cat that Filch kept as a scout. This revelation caused Hermione and her companions to momentarily freeze. However, after a brief hesitation, Hermione and Harry proceeded outside. They presumed that Link intended to sacrifice himself to divert Filch's attention, although they were unaware of Link's motives. The brave Gryffindors would never shy away from a challenge. Yet, as the two of them, along with a somewhat timid Ron, approached the wash basin area of the washroom, they were astonished to find that the cat, known as Mrs. Norris, was not shrieking as she had upon their initial encounter. Rather, she lay comfortably in Link's arms, relishing his massage and emitting a contented purr. "Uh-huh, Mrs. Norris, you've been caught." In the next moment, Filch appeared before them, howling furiously. However, his words faltered as he stood frozen in place, staring at Link, who was cradling the cat. "Good evening, Mr. Filch," Link said with a cheerful smile, casually stroking Mrs. Norris's tail, prompting another pleased purr from her. "It's you." Filch glared at Link, then glanced at Hermione and the others, his expression darkening. "You're all in cahoots." As Link finished speaking, Filch instinctively prepared to erupt in anger. Yet, it seemed a thought crossed his mind, and a deep trepidation flickered across his face. "Mrs. Norris, we're leaving." Finally, with a reluctant growl, Filch departed the washroom, clutching Mrs. Norris. In that moment, Hermione and her companions realized what had transpired. Harry was the first to rush out, excitedly grabbing Link's arm and exclaiming, "Good heavens! How did Filch listen to you?" Perhaps it's because I'm somewhat familiar with Mr. Filch, which is why he was willing to give me some leeway. But what brings you and your companions here at this hour, Mr. Potter?" Upon hearing this, Harry's expression briefly stiffened. It was not so much the fact that Link hadn't eagerly approached him for an autograph that surprised him, but rather the realization that they had only just met today, and he didn't even know Link's name. However, recalling that they had narrowly escaped a predicament thanks to Link's assistance, Harry's wariness dissipated. He replied, "Well, during flying class today, Draco Malfoy snatched Neville's Remembrall, and I ended up arguing with him. In the end, Malfoy challenged me to a duel tonight. Then he stood you up, did he? How do you know?" It's hardly surprising, considering he is a Slytherin. In a moment of quick thinking, Link attempted to smooth things over, especially since this Slytherin's name was Draco Malfoy. "Indeed, you are absolutely right," Harry exclaimed, nearly leaping with excitement. He felt that the blonde youth before him was articulating his innermost thoughts. However, Hermione was less convinced. She scrutinized Link with a wary gaze and inquired softly, "How do you know Draco Malfoy? Isn't he a first year?" "That is because you are still unaware of my identity," Link replied, placing his right hand on his chest in self-introduction. "My name is Link Free, a wizard of pure blood. I believe you should be aware that the circle of pure blood wizards is rather small, particularly among the ancient families, most of whom are related, thus by bloodline. Draco Malfoy is still my cousin." Upon hearing this, Harry displayed a look of sudden realization, but before they could speak, Link continued, "Not only Draco Malfoy, Harry, but you, and also Neville Longbottom, whom you mentioned earlier, as well as this Mr. Weasley, are all my cousins." Chapter 38, Infighting. Of course, I must clarify that it is solely by bloodline. In truth, few care about this in modern times. Just call me Link in your daily interactions. Link spread his hands with a cheerful smile, which relieved Harry. He didn't mind calling Link cousin since Link was indeed older, though it felt somewhat awkward. With that topic concluded, the group engaged in conversation for a while longer. To be precise, Link was merely a listener, as Harry enthusiastically recounted his experiences from that night. It was an exhilarating evening for Harry, and he was eager to share these feelings to cool his racing heart. The fat friar is utterly insufferable. He deliberately made a noise that attracted Filch, and then we were chased by him to the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor. "What did you say? You went to that corridor?" Link could no longer contain himself at this revelation, while Harry merely chuckled. Ignoring Hermione, who was desperately signaling him to be quiet, he continued, "There's a wooden door in that corridor. Can you guess what lies behind it?" "What is it?" Link played along. "Behind it is a 3-headed dog as large as this." Harry gestured with his hands, declaring, "I dare say it is the most terrifying creature I have ever encountered. And beneath that beast lies a trapdoor leading to—" "Enough, Harry!" Hermione finally could not hold back any longer, grabbing Harry to stop his flow of words. At that moment, Harry became aware of his surroundings, scratching his head and smiling awkwardly at Link. Unfortunately, he had already said more than enough. Although Link has only watched a few Harry Potter films, his understanding of the series is limited to the memorable tales of its characters and the general trajectory of the plot. Nevertheless, upon hearing Harry's words, he naturally grasped the significance. It is essential to note that the entire narrative of the first Harry Potter installment revolves around the mysterious disappearance of the Philosopher's Stone, which was initially placed in Gringotts by Hagrid. Now, it is evident that the story has officially commenced. Link's eyes flickered with intrigue, yet he spoke softly, "That need not trouble you, Link." "Very well. Oh, by the way, there's one more thing. Did Draco Malfoy not stand you up? A venomous serpent, terrified of a lion, deliberately missed the appointment. I believe your seniors would find this tale quite captivating." Link spoke slowly, offering a gentle smile to Harry and his companions before vanishing into the shadows. At that moment, Harry was momentarily perplexed by Link's words, and after a brief pause, he suddenly waved his arm in realization. Of course, if Malfoy's despicable actions were made public, everyone would certainly look down upon him. "Stop seeking trouble with Malfoy, Harry. Haven't you stirred up enough chaos already?" Hermione exclaimed, gripping Harry's arm and suppressing her voice. However, Harry erupted in frustration, shaking off Hermione's hand and retorting, "What do you mean I'm the one causing trouble with Malfoy? He has been the one harassing me." "Well, you could approach Professor McGonagall instead of choosing to duel Malfoy at midnight. That is a violation of school rules." "School rules, school rules. Is that all you can think about?" Harry frowned, but soon he realized the implications of his words and smirked, "Since you care so much for the rules, what reason do you have to prevent me from spreading this matter? It surely does not violate any regulations, does it?" Hermione's face flushed with anger, and upon noticing this, Harry recognized that his words may have been too harsh. "I apologize, Hermione. Please don't take my words to heart. I was merely frustrated, after all. Malfoy's behavior is utterly outrageous. Wouldn't you agree, Ron?" Harry softened his tone, nudging Ron with his elbow, hoping he would join in comforting Hermione. However, Ron remained silent, standing there with a grim expression. To be precise, he had maintained this demeanor ever since Link revealed his identity. At that moment, Hermione and Harry finally noticed Ron's distress. Harry's eyes widened in concern as he asked Ron, "What is wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" "Me fine, Harry," Ron replied, lowering his head. "I just think we should no longer associate with Link freely, all right?" "Why?" Harry asked in astonishment, and even Hermione displayed a look of confusion at his words. After hesitating for a while, Ron finally mustered the courage to say through gritted teeth, "Because his name is Link Freely. Like Malfoy, his father is also a Death Eater. The sole distinction between them is that Link Freely's father perished in the war that year. Upon hearing this, both Harry and Hermione gasped in surprise. Perhaps due to the gravity of the revelation, Ron, too, was stirred and continued. Moreover, my mother cautioned me against associating with Link Freely. She claimed he is a remarkably dangerous individual. Harry was utterly bewildered. In principle, he placed complete trust in Ron, for he was, after all, Harry's first true friend since arriving at Hogwarts, and his closest companion. In many respects, Ron had been his guide into the magical realm, imparting fundamental knowledge about it. Yet, could it be that Link was indeed as perilous as Ron asserted? Harry found himself ensnared in profound doubt, for from his observations, Link seemed rather amiable. Certainly more so than Malfoy. How can you speak of Link in such a manner? He just rescued us. Hermione's voice interjected, and when Harry turned to look, he noticed Hermione appeared even angrier than before. I don't know, Ron muttered, his head drooping once more. That's just what my mother told me. And it's not just my family. Neville's family must have warned him similarly. Oh, I see through all of you. You all wear tinted glasses when judging others. Just because Link's father was a Death Eater, must he be deemed a villain? It's utterly unreasonable, Hermione exclaimed, raising her voice, and without heeding Harry and Ron. She stormed off. After all, at that moment, Hermione's significance in Harry's mind paled in comparison to Ron's. Yet, for reasons unknown, Harry felt that Hermione's words held considerable merit. Chapter 39. Halloween arrives. On the final day of October, the aroma of roasted pumpkins wafted throughout Hogwarts Castle. Furthermore, every student within Hogwarts was in high spirits, including Link. Of course, Link's exuberance was not due to the absence of classes that afternoon, but rather because he could finally indulge in pumpkin delicacies. After nearly 2 months of subsisting on roasted potatoes and nutritional supplements, Link felt his sense of taste beginning to wane. Fortunately, his palate had not deteriorated to an irreparable state. The scent of pumpkin rejuvenated his appetite. Moreover, Professor Flitwick, having just concluded a lesson, organized Link and other students to adorn the Great Hall with variously shaped jack-o'-lanterns and faux bats. This endeavor was not overly taxing. Despite the vastness of the hall and the high positions needed for hanging the bats, with the aid of levitation charms, it was a manageable task. Realizing this, Link felt a twinge of nostalgia. However, just because Link did not seek out Harry and the others did not imply that they were devoid of their own mischief. Indeed, on the day following his encounter with Harry, Link discovered that a ballad regarding a timid serpent and a valiant lion had begun to circulate within the halls of Hogwarts. The immediate consequence of this melody was the intensification of hostilities between Gryffindor and Slytherin. In the Great Hall, the corridors, and the Quidditch pitch, one could scarcely find a corner of Hogwarts that did not witness the bickering and quarreling of these two factions. Particularly in the classrooms, Professor Snape seemed to be in a frenzy, unleashing his venomous words upon Gryffindor students while ruthlessly deducting points from their house. This retaliatory action resulted in a significant diminishment of the gems within Gryffindor's hourglass. Such vengeance inevitably drew the ire of Professor McGonagall. Upon learning the full account of events, initiated her own retribution against Slytherin. However, this provocation hardly fazed Slytherin, as the overall conduct of its students remained commendably compliant in comparison to Gryffindor, who had transgressed school regulations far more frequently. While Slytherin and Gryffindor were embroiled in conflict, Ravenclaw saw a glimmer of hope for seizing the House Cup this year. They swiftly mobilized, with nearly every Ravenclaw striving to seize every opportunity to earn house points. Through their diligent efforts, Ravenclaw's score began to surpass that of Gryffindor, slowly encroaching upon Slytherin's lead. Thus, sensing impending peril, Slytherin and Gryffindor conspired to drag Ravenclaw into the fray. This truly was a splendid spectacle. Every Hufflepuff in Hogwarts shared this sentiment, including Link himself. As a Hufflepuff, all he needed to do was prepare some snacks and beverages, sit back, and enjoy the show. Simultaneously, Link ensured that he did not neglect his studies. As of now, under the dual tutelage of Cedric and Professor McGonagall, Link had thoroughly reviewed all the first-year material and had mastered various practical spells, including the unlocking charm, Alohomora, the repairing charm, Reparo, and the cleaning charm, Scourgify. After all, nothing could elevate one's spirits quite like indulging in a hearty meal following diligent work. With this thought, a smile crept upon Link's lips. At that moment, a large hand clapped upon Link's shoulder. "Link, are you all right?" Cedric inquired with a smile, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, evidently having exerted himself vigorously. I'm fine, just a bit too happy," Link replied dismissively, but Cedric nodded in agreement, acknowledging that today was indeed a day worth celebrating, for the selection of members for the Hufflepuff Quidditch team had finally concluded. Moreover, The new recruits this year exhibited remarkable talent, leading Cedric to believe that this year might very well be their most promising yet. However, Cedric was not so exhilarated as to lose himself entirely, for Gryffindor had acquired a new seeker this year, a renowned figure known as the Savior, Harry Potter. Of course, Cedric did not place much weight on Harry Potter. After all, he was merely a first-year student with virtually no experience in Quidditch, in terms of personal prowess. No one truly believed he could emerge as a dark horse for Gryffindor's team this year. What genuinely troubled Cedric was Professor McGonagall's decision to personally finance the purchase of a rather expensive Firebolt 2000 broomstick for Harry. The brooms they were currently using for matches were still the outdated Comet 260. As the latest product from the Firebolt company, the Firebolt 2000 boasted performance at least double that of the Comet 260. To put it bluntly, having Harry Potter wield a Firebolt 2000 against a Comet 260 was akin to a man overpowering a woman, or advanced technology triumphing over primitive weaponry. There was simply no honor in such a contest. Just envisioning the scene of Harry Potter soaring ahead on the field filled Cedric's face with a pained expression. Observing this, Link shook his head. As Cedric's close friend, he was well aware of the source of Cedric's recent worries. He sighed and firmly adjusted Cedric's posture, stating earnestly, "Cedric, you are the strongest seeker at Hogwarts. Harry Potter is no match for you, even with a Firebolt 2000. I am the strongest seeker at Hogwarts? I am." Cedric echoed Link's words in a daze, while Link continually affirmed him. After repeating this process countless times, Cedric's gaze gradually solidified, and he seemed to awaken from a trance, exclaiming with enthusiasm, "Yes, I am the strongest seeker at Hogwarts." His sudden exclamation startled the nearby Hufflepuffs, prompting Link to discreetly distance himself from Cedric, feigning innocence. He feared that if this continued, others might think he possessed some bizarre hypnotic powers. Gazing at the array of delectable foods that had suddenly appeared on the long table, particularly the most eye-catching roasted pumpkin, Link suddenly recalled that perhaps he should also let Akam experience it. Chapter 40. The Weeping Girl in the Lavatory. This was not a mere whim of Link's. In recent days, he had indeed somewhat neglected Akam, even though Akam would occasionally hide in the pipes, using Parseltongue to remind Link of their meeting time. Link still avoided seeing her. It was simply too perilous to accompany Akam on her escapades. Surely, when the time came, it would be nothing short of a disaster. With this thought in mind, Link hesitated no longer. He snatched half of the roasted pumpkin before him and dashed out of the Great Hall. His destination remained the girls' lavatory on the second floor, the old rendezvous point he had agreed upon with Akam. As long as Link utters the serpent's tongue before the faucet, the creature concealed beneath Hogwarts, known as Akam, can hear him and swiftly arrive. This is indeed quite convenient. However, the only source of vexation for Link is that this restroom serves as the lair of the Weeping Myrtle, a ghost who often hides in the toilet stalls, weeping. Consequently, Link finds himself compelled to shoo away this specter each time, lest the secret of the basilisk be revealed. "Open!" Link, cradling half a roasted pumpkin, slowly enunciated the command. The basin promptly vanished, yet curiously, Akam did not appear this time. This left Link somewhat anxious. "Akam, Akam, are you there? Don't be angry. I acknowledge my mistake." Just as his words faded, a colossal shadow erupted from the pipes, startling Link so greatly that he fell backward onto the ground. "Ha ha ha! Link, did I scare you?" Akam, the basilisk, laughed heartily, a seemingly sinister grin spreading across its face. "Akam," Link called out in mild frustration, but the serpent merely turned its head, retorting, "Humph. Who told you to ignore me these past few days? You deserve it." Link found himself at a loss. He indeed bore responsibility for this situation. "All right, Akam, I apologize," he said, extending the roasted pumpkin he had been carefully guarding toward Akam. "As a gesture of goodwill, I brought you a little treat." "A little treat?" Upon hearing this, Akam's eyes sparkled momentarily, but upon realizing that Link was merely holding a roasted pumpkin, it disdainfully shook its head. "What's this? I don't eat vegetables. Just give it a try. Taste it first," Link urged, offering the pumpkin once more. After a moment's hesitation, Akam ultimately extended its forked tongue to give it a lick. The effect was immediate. The serpent's pupils widened rapidly, and a dazed expression spread across its reptilian face. "What is this flavor?" Akam murmured to itself, its tongue coiling to devour the entire pumpkin in one swift motion. Delicious. Is there more, Link?" "Of course," Link replied, hands on his hips, grinning. "I'll fetch you some more from the Great Hall shortly." "Really? Splendid, Link. For this little snack, I shall forgive you." The basilisk's tail wagged joyfully, and it gently nudged its head against Link's face. Admittedly, this scene was quite terrifying. However, Link felt elated, fondly caressing the scales on Akum's face. Having once owned a pet python in a previous life, he harbored little fear towards such creatures. Yet, their pleasant interaction was short-lived, as Akum suddenly reared up, its previously dilated pupils constricting into a narrow slit. There are other beings present. Dare to interrupt my rendezvous with Link, and I shall slay her. Link astutely noted Akum's reference to her, immediately associating it with the weeping myrtle. He was acutely aware that Akum's words were not mere bravado. Despite the fact that the opponent had already become a specter, the basilisk's deadly gaze remained effective against them. However, would allowing Arkham to slay the weeping myrtle truly not raise the alarm for Dumbledore and the others? Link felt a twinge of hesitation, but at that moment, the basilisk had already coiled its body, assuming an aggressive stance. Upon hearing Arkham's words, its movements froze momentarily. In a serpentine, I turned to fixate on Link for a considerable time, before nodding and saying, "Was it not 2 times? How has it transformed into 3? Huh. Who told you to leave me hanging last time? It's settled then." With that, Arkham swiftly vanished into the corridor, leaving a hint of distress on Link's face. The last time he had barely made it halfway had nearly cost him his life. Completing the full 3 rounds would surely spell his doom. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Link managed to mask his expression, raising his wand and slowly making his way toward the restroom. He had not forgotten his mission. There was still a ghost inside awaiting his intervention. As he cautiously approached the inner chamber, a faint, indistinct sound of a girl weeping gradually reached his ears, further confirming the identity of the person within the restroom. He moved with utmost care, and upon pinpointing the source of the weeping, he cast an Alohomora on the doorknob and abruptly flung the door open. Creak! The old wooden door groaned under the strain of Link's forceful push. However, upon entering, he was taken aback. Inside stood not the weeping myrtle, but a tear-streaked Hermione. Perhaps startled as well, Hermione momentarily froze, forgetting even her tears. For a brief moment, their eyes locked, and the atmosphere became palpably awkward and tense. After a prolonged silence, Hermione finally regained her composure. Blushing, she hastily wiped at her incessant tears, stammering, Link. What are you doing here?" With a hint of embarrassment, she turned her head aside, casting a sidelong glance at Link. Yet upon doing so, she noticed a grave change in Link's expression. Before she could fully process this, he seized her hand and forcefully pulled her toward the exit. "Quick, come with me. It's very dangerous here." Chapter 41, The Troll's Assault. Link possessed considerable strength. Despite Hermione's more advanced development for her age, he effortlessly yanked her from the restroom stall. Link, what are you doing?" Hermione exclaimed in shock from this sudden turn of events, momentarily forgetting her tears and screaming in protest. Yet Link paid her no heed, fervently dragging her outward. He was genuinely anxious. Now that Hermione was here, it was reasonable to assume that the troll was not far behind. Realizing this, Link grew increasingly frantic, ignoring Hermione's struggles as he forcefully led her away from the restroom. Just as they reached the sink area, a powerful stench assaulted Link's senses. His movements suddenly halted, a sense of foreboding rising within him. Tentatively, he peered outside the washroom, and indeed, he beheld a giant nearly 4 meters tall, its skin a dull gray reminiscent of granite, standing perplexedly in the corridor, scratching its head with a thick tree stump in hand, exuding an air of bewilderment that suggested a lack of intelligence. The giant's physique was quite peculiar. Its limbs and torso were robust, yet its head appeared tragically small, perched atop its shoulders like an apple. To be frank, this rendered it somewhat comical. However, at that moment, Link was not inclined to mock the creature. It was important to note that despite its lack of wit, the giant possessed immense strength, and its skin bore a degree of magical resistance, making it a formidable adversary, particularly for Link in his current predicament. Simultaneously, Hermione had also caught sight of the giant outside. She froze in place, her mouth agape and eyes wide in shock, resembling someone who had been utterly stunned. Fortunately, she did not react like the stereotypical damsel in distress from Western films. Unleashing a scream, taking a deep breath, Link steadied himself, striving to calm his racing heart, and signaled Hermione to be silent. She quickly comprehended the situation, covering her mouth with her hand and nodding vigorously. The two of them slowly began to retreat, hoping to evade the giant's line of sight. The atmosphere was awkward, as Link noted the giant's bewildered expression. Its limited intellect hadn't yet grasped the nature of Link and Hermione. Having come to this realization, Link hesitated no longer. He charged out of the washroom with Hermione in tow, drawing his wand and shouting, "Hermione, run!" Human explosion. However, Hermione anxiously called out, "But you Yet her words were cut short as Link propelled her forward. Once she regained her footing, she noticed a brilliant beam of light shooting straight from the tip of Link's wand, striking the giant's unoccupied left arm. The light quickly vanished into the giant's arm, but simultaneously, a peculiar sound erupted from within. This only deepened the giant's confusion, and it began to pound its left arm with a tree stump, seemingly attempting to silence the noise. Alas, this proved futile. The strange sound intensified, and the giant's left arm began to swell and contort until, with a resounding bang, it exploded into a mist of crimson. Both Link and Hermione, along with the giant, were momentarily stunned by the spectacle. Hermione was astonished that Link's spell could inflict such significant damage on a giant with magical resistance, while Link was surprised that his human explosion spell had only destroyed one of the giant's arms. A furious roar erupted from the giant's throat, despite its sluggish nerves. The excruciating pain in its left arm ignited a rage, its eyes turning bloodshot as it charged at Link, wielding the thick tree stump. The beast is undoubtedly most perilous when injured. Its immense weight of over a ton, combined with its colossal physique and frenzied demeanor, renders the creature akin to a charging heavy tank. Unstoppable. Link. Obstacles abound. Before Link could react, Hermione let out a piercing scream, brandishing her wand, and a pale gray orb of light shot forth. However, to her embarrassment, the orb missed its target entirely. This was hardly surprising. For Hermione, a young witch unaccustomed to marksmanship, hitting a moving target was a fanciful notion. Yet at this moment Link narrowed his eyes. Despite being in a precarious situation, he remained even more composed than before. Although he had been evading the troll, it did not imply that he was intimidated by it. After all, they were within the confines of Hogwarts Castle. The corridors and passages, spacious enough for humans, were exceedingly constricted for a troll. Leveraging this geographical advantage, Link was confident he could outmaneuver the beast. Having formulated his battle strategy, Link dashed forward, swiftly disappearing around the corner of the corridor. Simultaneously, a barely perceptible glow emanated from the tip of his wand, rendering the stone floor at the corridor's bend exceedingly slick. At that moment, the formidable troll arrived. Regrettably, while it possessed remarkable strength and speed, its agility was woefully inadequate. Coupled with Link's earlier preparations for the floor, its fate was lamentably sealed. Boom! A resounding crash echoed as the troll's massive body became embedded in the wall, sending a cloud of dust and debris soaring, along with the thick, foul blood that erupted from its right arm due to the pressure. The intense pain elicited another guttural roar from the troll. It struggled desperately to extricate itself from the wall. Meanwhile, as the smoke gradually cleared, the troll's murky eyes began to reflect Link's figure. This unexpected sight filled the troll with a sense of excitement, and it stretched its neck in an effort to bite Link with its decayed teeth. Unfortunately for the troll, Link's mastery of distance was impeccable. No matter how hard the creature tried, it could not lay a finger on him. Die, monster! Human explosion. Link raised his wand, aiming at the troll's jagged stump, where no magical skin was present. Buzz! A beam of light pierced straight into the troll's wand, followed by a cacophony of strange sounds emanating from within its body. The troll's expression morphed into one of sheer terror, for it had previously experienced a similar sound before its right arm had explosively burst apart, leaving a deep impression on its mind. Roar! Grr! It thrashed its body, desperately attempting to escape from the wall, but it was far too late. Gurgling, the troll's body began to swell at a visible rate, culminating in a catastrophic explosion. Chapter 42, Hermione's Betrayal. Bang! As the massive creature's body erupted like an overinflated water balloon, an abundance of flesh and blood splattered forth, coating Link and the entire corridor in a repugnant hue. Ugh! The grotesque scene, coupled with the creature's distinctive stench, compelled Link to retch immediately. At that moment, Hermione finally caught up. Upon witnessing the horrific sight, she momentarily froze, but then gritted her teeth and rushed to Link's side. Link, are you all right? This is all my fault. It's all my fault. Hermione choked out, her voice trembling. Link was smeared with blood, appearing quite terrifying, which left Hermione unable to assess his injuries accurately. Ugh, I'm Fina. Just give me a cleaning spell. Ugh, this is revolting. Oh, cleaning spell. A flash of light appeared, and the bloodstains on Link vanished in an instant, though the peculiar odor unique to the creature lingered stubbornly. However, this was not a significant issue. The sense of smell is arguably the most adaptable of the human senses. As long as the scent is not toxic or irritating, a normal person can quickly acclimatize. Link was no exception. He wiped his mouth clean of the remnants and finally straightened up. Meanwhile, Hermione continued to scan Link anxiously, assessing his condition. It was only after confirming that he was indeed uninjured that she sighed in relief, her voice still shaky as she said, "Thank you, Link. Thank you for saving me." Upon hearing this, Link's expression shifted to one of subtle complexity. He realized that Hermione had misunderstood the situation. Yet he could not disclose the truth, for the secret of the basilisk must never be revealed. After contemplating for a moment, Link decided to fabricate a story to placate Hermione. Although this would undoubtedly sadden her, he felt it was necessary. He truly wished to avoid being ensnared in the main plot's pitfalls. Actually, he began, but before he could finish, a cacophony of footsteps suddenly approached from behind. Turning around, Link was astonished to see a procession of figures, including Professor Dumbledore, Professor Sprout, Professor Snape, Professor McGonagall, Cedric, Emily, Harry, and Ron, all making their way towards them. "Link, Hermione, are you all right?" "Merlin's beard. What on earth has happened here?" Professor Sprout exclaimed, her rare exclamation of surprise reflecting the horror of the scene before her. The others shared similar reactions, particularly Harry and Ron, whose legs seemed to weaken at the sight. "Ah, Professor Sprout, we're fine." Link waved to the approaching group, yet a pang of bitterness arose within him. It was one thing to weave lies to deceive a young girl like Hermione, but to deceive these esteemed professors? That seemed an insurmountable challenge. At that moment, Professor McGonagall, who had regained her composure, adopted a stern expression. She first cast a sharp glare at Hermione and Link before suppressing her anger and stating. As she spoke, Professor McGonagall clutched her chest, visibly struggling to catch her breath. Observing this, Dumbledore hurriedly stepped forward to support her, saying, "Minerva, do not be overly anxious. The children are unharmed. Besides, they were unaware of the troll's incursion into Hogwarts, and this cannot be held against them." Simultaneously, Cedric, disregarding the stains on the floor, approached Link and whispered, "Link." Just as the banquet was halfway through, Professor Quirrell rushed into the hall, shouting about a troll in the castle. "It was only then that we realized you and that Gryffindor girl were missing. Oh, you really ought to have informed us before you left. We were dreadfully worried about you." "I'm sorry, Cedric and esteemed professors. This was my fault. I'm merely—" Link began to apologize, hoping that this matter could simply be brushed aside. However, upon hearing Link take the blame, Hermione was not pleased. "No, this is entirely my fault. Link only risked himself to save me." As soon as these words were spoken, the corridor fell silent. Link stared at Hermione in disbelief, momentarily questioning his own existence. Dumbledore's eyes narrowed slightly, rendering him particularly grave. Hermione's body trembled slightly, clearly feeling the immense pressure emanating from Dumbledore. Instinctively, she glanced at Harry and Ron in the distance, then raised her chin defiantly, declaring, "I believe my magical abilities are sufficient to deal with the troll. That is why I went." Link merely came to find me upon realizing I was absent from the hall. You, Professor McGonagall, having just regained her composure, was now on the verge of another breakdown. She laboriously extended a finger toward Hermione, stammering, "Gryffindor, 20 points deducted." At this, Hermione bit her lower lip, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Yet she stubbornly held her head high to prevent them from falling. The discontent in the room was not limited to Professor McGonagall. Emily, who had been standing at the back, now stepped forward, her eyes red, as though she had recently been in tears. "So, you risked your life to save her?" Emily coldly remarked, diverting everyone's attention back to Hermione. "Ah!" Link scratched his head awkwardly, but under the weight of the inquisitive gazes from those around him, he eventually gritted his teeth and said, "Yes, that is indeed what happened." Emily froze, her fists clenched tightly as she glared at Link and Hermione for a moment before stamping her foot and exclaiming, "Fool!" All of this unfolded under Dumbledore's watchful gaze. He chuckled softly, spreading his arms wide with a cheerful demeanor. "Let us cease the reproach towards the children. It is we who owe them an apology. Had we implemented more effective security measures within the school, such incidents might have been averted." "You speak too harshly, Professor Dumbledore," Link interjected hastily. In his view, the headmaster had already classified the matter, and it should be regarded as concluded. However, at that moment, Snape's voice resounded once more. "Hold on. Chapter 43. Is this genius?" Snape's sudden exclamation diverted everyone's attention. It was only then that they realized, in stark contrast to their intense concern for Link and Hermione's safety, Snape was squatting on the ground, examining a piece of flesh, the origin of which was uncertain. "I believe that beyond assigning blame, our immediate priority is to ascertain what transpired here. After all, theoretically, 2 young wizards could not possibly confront a troll, especially one that has caused such a horrifying scene. Would you not agree, Mr. Freely?" Snape spoke with an expressionless demeanor, yet he habitually emphasized the pronunciation of Link's surname, which made Link involuntarily click his tongue. He sensed Snape was beginning to exhibit a tendency reminiscent of a certain Malfoy. Nevertheless, observing the curious and suspicious gazes of those around him, Link took a deep breath and remarked, "Professor Snape, I indeed vanquished the troll myself, and Hermione can attest to this. The state of affairs here is due to a curse I devised, the human explosion curse. A curse of your own creation? How unexpected." Snape retorted with a hint of sarcasm. "Might I request an explanation of the principles behind this curse?" "Certainly, though it would be inaccurate to claim it as entirely my own invention. The human explosion curse is actually an enhancement of the replenishing spell. The principle is that I utilize the troll's body as a vessel and cast the replenishing spell upon it. Completing this process is not a trivial task. One must first thoroughly observe the spell model of the replenishing spell, for which I owe my gratitude to Professor Sprout for providing the sensory spell. Furthermore, one must..." As Link gradually articulated the intricacies of the human explosion curse, the mocking smile on Snape's face began to fade, while Harry and Ron's mouths gaped in astonishment. And even Dumbledore's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Bravo! What a brilliant design!" Dumbledore unabashedly praised Link. "You have mastered a silent incantation of a spell by your second year, and even invented a completely new curse. I must say, you truly astonish me. In you, I see the echoes of past prodigies." Upon finishing, Dumbledore cast a sidelong glance at Snape, who disdainfully turned his head away. "You flatter me, Professor Dumbledore," Link replied, maintaining a humble yet steady demeanor. "The human explosion curse is not solely my achievement. I owe much to the assistance of Professor Sprout, Freely, and Snape. Do not belittle yourself, Link. Your brilliance is evident to us all," Dumbledore announced with a smile. "To reward your courageous spirit in protecting your classmates and your remarkable spellcasting, Hufflepuff receives 50 points. 50 points, Harry exclaimed, astonished. This was the highest point addition he had witnessed since arriving at Hogwarts. "Thank you, Professor Dumbledore." Link maintained his usual calm demeanor, for, as he had stated earlier, points held little significance for Hufflepuff. However, Harry held a different perspective. Observing Link's nonchalant expression, admiration welled up within him. Hermione shared a similar look of disbelief, her mouth agape as she gazed at Link. She had comprehended only a fraction of Link's explanation regarding the human exploding curse, leaving her with a sense of awe. Dumbledore's generous awarding of points only intensified that feeling. "Is this what genius looks like?" Hermione mused, her eyes shining brighter as she regarded Link. "You deserve this. What do you think, Severus?" Dumbledore inquired, glancing at the sullen Snape nearby. "Umph, even if you have passed this time," Snape retorted coldly. "Furthermore, I shall inform your mother of your foolishly reckless behavior. Such a commendable act surely warranted informing Madame Flitwick. How else would she know of her son's excellence?" Dumbledore clapped his hands and added, "Let me take care of that. Severus, I shall personally write to her shortly." "Do as you please," Snape replied icily, turning on his heel and swiftly disappearing around the corner of the corridor. Link exhaled in relief and expressed his gratitude to Dumbledore. "Thank you once again, Professor Dumbledore. These are minor matters. However, I must caution you that the curse you have invented possesses considerable destructive potential. Please remember not to use it on your fellow students." "Rest assured, Professor Dumbledore. I have never contemplated such a thing," Link replied earnestly. Dumbledore gave him a knowing glance before announcing. With that, the crowd finally relaxed, converging around Link and Hermione as they made their way to the Great Hall. Due to the earlier news of a troll roaming within Hogwarts, Dumbledore had not concluded the feast, but had instead commanded all students to gather in the Great Hall. "All right, the alarm is lifted. Let the feast continue." At this, Link eagerly seized the roasted pumpkin before him, savoring its soft, orange flesh. As the delightful taste enveloped him, a look of ecstasy spread across his face. After the tumultuous events, he could finally relish this culinary delight, so distinct from roasted meat and potatoes. In stark contrast to Link's indulgence in the feast, the thoughts of others in the Great Hall were far removed from the pumpkin. They engaged in hushed whispers, exchanging intelligence regarding the monstrous incident of the evening. When they learned from Harry, Ron, and Cedric that Link had single-handedly vanquished the beast, successfully embodying the archetype of a hero, gasps of astonishment periodically erupted from the crowd. The voices of the Hufflepuffs were especially pronounced. Meanwhile, the gaze of the onlookers began to converge upon Link. Unbeknownst to him, this newfound attention persisted until a plate of pumpkin-shaped pastries was presented before him. Chapter 44. The Monster Slayer, Link. This must be an exquisite platter of delicacies. Upon merely glimpsing the pastries, Link arrived at this conclusion. At that moment, John's voice resonated aptly, urging, Hurry and eat, Link. Startled, Link turned to discover John, grinning widely as he held up a tray. Oh, thank you. Link accepted the plate with unreserved gratitude. He had long since grown accustomed to John's attentiveness, particularly since John had recently passed the trials to become a batsman on the Hufflepuff team, a position greatly valued by Cedric. This left Link somewhat speechless, for his mere mention of John to Cedric had been casual. John's success was entirely his own. Link had made a point to clarify this several times, but John perceived it as mere modesty on Link's part. Left with no recourse, Link resigned himself to John's gratitude. Delicious, isn't it, Link? I saved this especially for you. John beamed with pride as he watched Link devour the pastries with fervor. Link, understanding his cue, managed to give John a thumbs up despite his mouth being stuffed with food. Yet, John suddenly scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment creeping into his demeanor. Link, there's something I would like to ask of you. Link's chewing abruptly halted. Recently, John's kindness had been overwhelming, prompting Link to entertain suspicions of ulterior motives. This current situation only served to confirm his suspicions. Slowly swallowing his morsel, Link responded warily. What is it? Go ahead, but I can't promise I can assist you. Well, Cedric mentioned that you single-handedly dealt with the monster using your invented spell, and everyone is eager to hear the full account. Is that all? I thought it was something significant. This is a mere trifle. Truth be told, I merely stepped into the restroom to find a friend, and upon exiting, I stumbled upon a monster. It was quite the encounter. It showed no courtesy whatsoever. In an instant, it turned its gaze upon me. Then, it charged at me with tremendous force. I evaded it entirely. Following that, I raised my wand and performed a body explosion. As Link animatedly recounted his tale, more classmates gradually gathered around him. Initially, it was merely a gathering of some Hufflepuff students, but as time progressed, a considerable number of Gryffindors, despite their distance, also joined the assembly. Everyone congregated around Link, captivated by his tale, and at pivotal moments, the crowd erupted into applause. All right, that's the gist of it, he declared. For those who didn't catch everything, feel free to ask others. With a flourish of his hand, Link concluded the storytelling session and resumed his consumption of the now-cooling pumpkin cake. However, the surrounding crowd evidently had no intention of letting him off that easily. Just as Link took his first bite, John jovially approached him, inquiring, Link, is that human explosion spell really that formidable? Link, uninterested in engaging, merely rolled his eyes and replied, go check the second-floor corridor. It should still be a mess. Oh, I'll be there in a moment. Just a moment. John replied with a grin. What I mean is, could you teach us? The moment he voiced this, he garnered overwhelming support from those around him, and a chorus of "Can you teach me?" resonated throughout the hall. Link's expression momentarily froze as he tentatively glanced towards the staff table, where Dumbledore was smiling warmly at him, while Professor Sprout was vigorously shaking her head. Understanding the unspoken warning, Link cleared his throat, adopting a serious demeanor, and stated, No, that spell is far too perilous. Dumbledore forbids me from teaching it to anyone else, and I'm not allowed to use it casually. What? Why not? John lamented, his disappointment echoed by many of his peers. Just then, Link shifted his tone and, feigning caution, whispered, Well, I can't teach you the complete human explosion spell, but I can share a scaled-down version of the urgent urination spell. Urgent urination spell? What is that? The surrounding students exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of what to believe. They understood the meaning of urgent urination, yet they hesitated to embrace their suspicions. For if the spell truly functioned as they imagined, it would be exceedingly amusing. Are you all daft? As the name suggests, it's a spell that causes one to feel an urgent need to urinate. And let me tell you, if you channel a bit more magical energy, the recipient might just wet themselves. Link exclaimed, his tone tinged with exasperation, which ignited a spark of excitement in the eyes of his classmates. Particularly, the two red-haired Gryffindor twins, George and Fred, were practically ready to cling to Link's legs in their enthusiasm. As the most notorious pranksters in all of Hogwarts, they were well aware of the might of the urgent urination spell. In fact, they had already conjured countless scenarios in their minds for its application. Naturally, a fort could not cast magic, so no magical effects appeared after Link's demonstration, which was precisely what he intended. To be aware, Dumbledore and the faculty members were still seated in their designated spots. Should Link dare to openly cast a spell in such a setting, it would be akin to searching for a treasure in a latrine. Although Link did not actually perform any incantations, most attendees comprehended how to execute the urgency charm. After all, it was merely a simple prank spell, easily mastered by students in the upper grades after just one demonstration. Observing this, Link nodded in satisfaction. As the creator of the urgency charm, he genuinely relished the dissemination of his magic, as it provided him with a sense of accomplishment. While Link basked in this feeling of achievement, George and Fred exchanged sly glances, sharing a mischievous smile, and together hoisted Link up by his legs, simultaneously exclaiming, "Come, let's express our gratitude to our generous giant slayer." Upon hearing this, Link, who had been struggling, froze. "Giant slayer? Is that the moniker you've bestowed upon me? How utterly embarrassing," Link silently criticized, yet the Gryffindors who accompanied George and Fred began to cheer enthusiastically. Following their lead, the surrounding students quickly joined in, chanting, "Thank you, generous giant slayer." The hall resonated with their gratitude, prompting even the professors seated in the faculty section to chuckle. Chapter 45. The abilities a mature wizard must master. Though somewhat awkward, Link felt quite content overall. After all, the incident with the basilisk had not been revealed, and Hermione was unharmed. What troubled Link was that his newfound reputation as the giant slayer had spread beyond Hogwarts overnight. Yes, you read that correctly. It had transcended the confines of Hogwarts. A wizarding tabloid from Ireland elaborately detailed Link's exploits from the previous night, extolling his selfless act of rescuing a fellow student and his independent creation of a new spell. The article even quoted George and Fred's title for Link as the headline, Giant Slayer Link. This catapulted Link into the spotlight within certain wizarding circles in both Hogwarts and Ireland. Alongside the moniker of Giant Slayer, the urgency charm, the prank spell, also gained notoriety. This phenomenon was not unusual, as people often tire of spells, particularly students. Each era boasts its own popular prank spells. For instance, a decade ago, Hogwarts was enamored with a spell known as the Upside-Down Bell, which would suspend the victim in midair. Of course, that spell has since fallen out of favor. After all, being suspended upside down pales in comparison to spells that compel one to dance or grow oversized teeth. Do not laugh. Madame Pomfrey has over 20 years of clinical experience and has encountered far stranger ailments. Naturally, there is no such thing as a special contagious disease. The reason behind the students wetting the bed was simply because those who had mastered the urgency charm were eager to experiment on their slumbering roommates. Such nefarious behavior inevitably invites severe repercussions. However, the audacious individuals who dare to experiment with new spells on their roommates clearly exhibit indifference towards punishments, such as confinement or point deductions. Following the announcement of disciplinary actions by the heads of various houses, rather than exhibiting remorse, they grew increasingly brazen. Among the most audacious were the Weasley twins, George and Fred, who launched a surprise attack on Snape using the urgency charm. This was undoubtedly a remarkable feat, although they ultimately failed and were penalized with a deduction of 50 points and a month of confinement by Snape. It did nothing to diminish their status as heroes among the Gryffindors. Their antics have echoed throughout Hogwarts, solidifying their reputation as the most formidable pranksters in the school. Unverified reports suggest that they're secretly rallying allies, preparing for another surprise assault on Snape. Undoubtedly, the Weasley brothers revel in their mischief. Yet their joy is unrelated to Link. In fact, Link has recently felt like a pariah, relentlessly pursued by a throng of admirers eager for him to recount the tale of the troll's unchivalrous behavior. To be honest, Link does not entirely disdain the adoration, but the moniker of Troll Slayer is rather embarrassing. Nevertheless, the incident has its advantages. At least Link's relationship with the Hufflepuffs has significantly improved, as he has brought considerable recognition to their house. His actions in rescuing a fellow student from the troll are hardly those one would associate with a Death Eater. Both Cedric and Professor Sprout expressed their satisfaction with this development. Yet, this does little to elevate Link's spirits, for under such circumstances, he finds it nearly impossible to venture into public spaces, particularly the library. Madame Pants, the librarian, has even placed him on a blacklist, as his mere presence tends to incite a commotion. Fortunately, the fervor of his classmates is fleeting. Shortly after the onset of November, the excitement surrounding the troll incident subsided. Link finally found himself able to enter the library on a weekend. With the upperclassmen all having ventured to Hogsmeade for supplies, the library felt somewhat desolate, occupied only by a handful of diligent students, including Hermione. Observing this, Link refrained from greeting Hermione and, under Madame Pants's watchful gaze, swiftly selected his books before eagerly claiming a seat by the window. Inspired by the urgency charm and the human explosion charm, Link began to conceive new ideas regarding traditional prank spells, such as the tooth-expanding charm. If the human explosion charm can be simplified into a prank like the urgency charm, could other prank spells not be developed into more potent forms? For instance, while the tooth-expanding charm induces the growth of oversized incisors, These tusks cease to grow once they reach a certain length. What would be the effect if Link could allow them to grow indefinitely? Would those tusks pierce through the chin, or perhaps directly penetrate the brain? Furthermore, the scorching heat could cause painful boils to erupt upon one's visage. What if Link could manifest these boils directly on the internal organs or even the brain of the cursecaster? Would that not result in tumors? With a slight modification, it could even lead to malignant tumors. Beyond these mischievous spell experiments, Link, after his battle with the giant, discovered a rather troublesome issue. His combat spells were limited to the human explosion spell and other prank spells, which were exceedingly monotonous. One must understand that battles among wizards are intricate. In Link's opinion, a formidable combat-oriented wizard should master 4 abilities: offense, perception, mobility, and defense. However, as it stands, Link had only mastered the offensive aspect. Should he encounter fire dragons or giants with stronger magical resistance, or wizards like Snape who wield defensive spells, Link would undoubtedly find himself in dire straits. The path ahead is arduous. With a sigh of realization, Link immersed himself once more in the ocean of learning. Just as he was engrossed in his studies, Hermione, who was also buried in her pile of books nearby, finally noticed Link's presence. Instinctively, she wished to call out his name, but upon observing his earnest demeanor, she ultimately refrained from speaking. Chapter 46. Nerd. After stretching his limbs in a grand yawn, Link momentarily relaxed. Dinner time had arrived, and he had been seated for the entire afternoon. However, after such an extensive period of study, Link had finally confirmed that his improvement plan for the prank spells was indeed feasible. Yet, to bring it to fruition, a series of intricate tasks would need to be undertaken. Coincidentally, while engaging in these tasks, Link could also gain experience with the supersensory spell. If he could elevate its level to activate it during combat, it would undoubtedly significantly enhance his power. Feeling the pangs of hunger within him, Link chose not to head to the Great Hall for the roasted potatoes and meat. Instead, he retrieved a vial of nutritional supplement from his pocket. This was a supply he had procured from Snape. Although its taste was rather overwhelming, its efficacy was exceptional. Usually, a single vial would keep Link satiated for an entire day without the feeling of fullness or drowsiness. In terms of energy conversion efficiency, it far surpassed ordinary meals. Taking a deep breath and preparing himself mentally, Link removed the cork from the vial, ready to proceed swiftly. Just then, a peculiar gurgling noise emanated from beside him, prompting Link to turn his head in curiosity. Thus, a petite figure hidden amidst the stacks of books came into his view. At that moment, Hermione seemed to sense Link's gaze. She rubbed her belly and, blushing, buried her head deep within the pile of books on the table. He glanced at Hermione, whose cheeks had turned a delightful shade of crimson, then at the test tube in his hand, ultimately shaking his head and tilting his head back to down the nutritional supplement in one gulp. The previous encounter with Hermione in the library had imparted sufficient lessons to Link. He had no desire to press his warm face against her cold demeanor again. Gulp! The taste of the nutritional supplement was overwhelmingly stimulating, causing Link to shake his cheeks vigorously, emitting a series of peculiar sounds. This commotion caught Hermione's attention, and peeking from behind the books, she stealthily eyed the test tube in Link's hand, a spark of curiosity igniting in her eyes. "What are you drinking?" Hearing Hermione's barely audible voice, Link shook the test tube in confusion, and upon receiving a confirming nod, he replied, "It's a hunger-satiating nutritional supplement." "Hunger-satiating nutritional supplement?" Hermione echoed, her eyes widening. Though she had never encountered such a potion in any book about potions, she could surmise its purpose from its name. "Did you make this?" "Of course not. I acquired it from Snape," Link replied. "Acquired? Well, you could say I borrowed it from Snape without any intention of returning it." "Wait, you stole this?" Hermione gasped, incredulous at Link's audacity. After all, this was Snape. Link scratched his head, attempting to clarify it wasn't stealing. Understand. Hermione quickly nodded, assuring him, "Don't worry, I won't say a word." After all, Snape is quite detestable. With a sigh, Link abandoned his attempt to explain further. Continuing in that vein would only complicate matters. At that moment, a familiar gurgling sound emanated from Hermione's stomach, creating an awkward atmosphere between them, particularly for Hermione, who appeared as if she might wish to disappear beneath the table. Seeing this, Link hesitated for a moment before producing another vial of nutritional liquid and offering it to Hermione. "Would you like some?" "Thank you," Hermione replied, somewhat bashfully accepting the nutritional supplement, but instead of drinking it, she carefully tucked it into her robe. At this juncture, Hermione finally turned to face him. Her head bowed as she softly murmured, "And thank you for what happened last time. Don't mention it. It was merely an accident." "Yes, I know you didn't come looking for me on purpose, Hermione said, a hint of disappointment in her voice. I only said that to the professors because I didn't want to reveal the truth. Is that so? Then I truly appreciate it. I didn't wish to disclose my reasons for being in the girls' restroom. You know that's the girls' restroom? Wait, you weren't up to anything inappropriate, were you? Well, I suppose I'll take your word for it. Gazing at Link's somewhat flustered demeanor, Hermione smiled and then, with a hint of curiosity, inquired, Aren't you going to ask why I was hiding in the restroom stall, weeping? Upon hearing this, Link momentarily paused in his reading, sighed, and turned to Hermione, saying, That is your personal matter. When you wish to disclose it, you will do so on your own accord. If I were to press you, it would merely compel you to fabricate a response. Moreover, I believe I already have an inkling. How could you possibly know? Hermione's face was etched with skepticism. Link sighed once more and replied, It is rather evident what treatment a bookish individual, who incessantly recites school rules and carries an air of superiority, would receive within the confines of a school. Surely, someone must have uttered cruel words to you or committed some vile act, perhaps even slipping insects into your shoes. At these words, Hermione fell silent, her expression darkening considerably. Link chose not to pursue the conversation further, opting instead to sit quietly beside her. He understood well that Hermione's plight was not uncommon in a nation like Yimi, which widely promotes joyful education, particularly in public schools. Academic performance is not the primary determinant of popularity. Rather, looks, athletic ability, social skills, and financial prowess hold greater significance. Typically, individuals like Hermione, often labeled as nerds, are subjected to bullying. Clearly, even Hogwarts, as a magical institution, would not be an exception to this rule. Contemplating this, Link felt a twinge of sympathy for Hermione. The silence lingered between them for quite some time until, just as Link was pondering a change of topic, Hermione suddenly lifted her head and remarked, Is that so? A smile broke across her face, and her excitement was palpable as she continued. In just a few days, Harry will have his first Quidditch match. Are you planning to attend? I have no interest in Quidditch, Link replied candidly. He was not being dishonest, having experienced the vibrant chaos of the Muggle world. He found Quidditch to be rather archaic as a form of entertainment. Had it been a Hufflepuff match, he might have considered attending to cheer for Cedric and John. But this was a match between Gryffindor and Slytherin. While undoubtedly thrilling, Link had little desire to join the fray. You don't like Quidditch either? Hermione's interest piqued at Link's disinterest. I thought all boys enjoyed such a rough sport. I simply find it exceedingly dull, Link replied, shaking his head. I would much prefer to watch football or basketball. You watch football and basketball? Aren't you a pure-blood wizard? Link was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, responding, I only watch occasionally. Hermione did not dwell on this. At that moment, she was yet unaware of the significant differences between pure-blood wizards and muggles. Nodding, she remarked, Well, I still hope you can attend this match. Why is that? Link felt a sense of confusion. Hermione, who had never been fond of Quidditch, insisted that he, also disinclined towards the sport, attend a match. This seemed utterly unreasonable. Did you know? Harry holds you in high esteem. Moreover, he has been in a rather poor state lately, so I thought that your presence at the match might uplift him, she explained. He admires me? But he is the renowned Harry Potter, Link replied, incredulously. Yet, he is merely an 11-year-old boy. Hermione asserted fervently, You must remember, you single-handedly vanquished a troll. You may not realize it, but the tale you recounted has been so exaggerated that you've become a figure even more fearsome than the troll itself. Harry and his friends mention you almost daily. I am nearly weary of it. Does he truly wish to attend Harry's debut match? Link pondered internally, feeling a twinge of hesitation. Principally, he preferred to remain uninvolved with Harry and his circle, yet it seemed too late for such sentiments. He was already deeply entangled in the situation. With a sigh, Link slowly replied, and then returned to his studies. Hermione had more to say, but, noticing his disinterest, fell silent, her expression tinged with disappointment. She had hoped to seek Link's advice on creating a spell, a matter that had occupied her thoughts for several days. But seeing his unwillingness to engage, she bowed her head quietly. 3 days later, at the Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Slytherin, the crowd erupted with enthusiasm. Link, go for it. You can do it. Yes, Link, the future of Hufflepuff rests upon you. Listening to John and the others' excited voices, Link's face betrayed a hint of tension. To be candid, he had no desire to attend the match. He would have preferred to stay in his dormitory, engrossed in books and experiments. Yet, John and the others held a different perspective. Link, remember what I told you? A tall, robust Hufflepuff placed a hand on Link's shoulder. That girl who invited you to the match, it's a splendid opportunity. I dare say she has fallen for you, considering you saved her life. When you watch the match with them, Make sure to charm her and gather intelligence about the Gryffindor team, whether it concerns Harry Potter or the other players. We must know, though she may not be the prettiest, we can only make do with what we have. Link remained silent, his thoughts swirling in complexity. He never anticipated being compelled to employ charm on Hermione. It was utterly surreal. Contemplating this, he finally cast his gaze towards Cedric, believing that a person of Cedric's integrity would never condone such underhanded tactics for information. However, upon meeting Link's gaze, Cedric awkwardly turned his head away. Link's expression darkened further. "Oh, Cedric, with your prominent brow and earnest demeanor, who would have thought you would prove just as duplicitous?" As John silently criticized Cedric, he gently urged Link, "Hurry, Link. The match is about to commence. Don't keep the young lady waiting." Upon hearing this, the surrounding Hufflepuffs gathered around, echoing his words while pushing Link toward the Gryffindor stands. A few even reached out to grab Link's legs, clearly contemplating lifting him if he resisted. Link shot an angry glare at the individual attempting to seize his leg, and upon noticing their unwavering grip, he gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Let go of me. I can walk on my own." The sudden outburst startled the crowd, causing them to instinctively release their hold. Subsequently, Link shook off the wrinkles in his robe and, with a huff, made his way toward the Gryffindor stands. His retreating figure bore a certain air of melancholy, reminiscent of a lone traveler braving the chill of the waters. "Link truly is a remarkable fellow," John murmured with a sense of admiration, and as he spoke, he inexplicably produced a white handkerchief from somewhere, waving it enthusiastically in Link's direction. At that moment, Cedric, who had been lurking in the background like a timid turtle, stepped forward. He gently patted John's shoulder, his face awash with guilt. "I'm truly sorry, Link. I promise to make it up to you later." Silently apologizing to Link in his heart, Cedric finally waved his hand, directing the others. On the Gryffindor stands, Link was making his way forward with some difficulty. Contrary to what Cedric and the others had imagined, Link felt little discontent at that moment. After all, Hermione was quite charming. It was merely Cedric and his friends who failed to appreciate her, given that Link had recently rescued Hermione, a fellow Gryffindor, during the troll incident. His presence among them did not evoke any negative feelings from the Gryffindors. On the contrary, upon learning of his purpose, several kind-hearted Gryffindors even pointed him in the right direction. Despite the crowd being large and not everyone recognizing Hermione and Ron, it was remarkably easy for them to assist Link. This was largely due to the peculiar banner they had created for Harry, which was more akin to a dirty bedsheet adorned with magical paint that proclaimed Gryffindor's inevitable victory, featuring a crooked lion illustration beneath the text. The bizarre style of the banner left Link somewhat bewildered. If he were to stand beneath that banner to cheer for Harry, it would indeed be quite awkward. For a moment, Link hesitated. However, Hermione had already spotted him and was frantically waving in his direction. Faced with this, Link gritted his teeth and resolutely approached. "Oh my goodness, you actually came," Hermione exclaimed, joyfully grasping Link's arm, her smile radiant like the brilliant sunlight at dawn. The others around her mirrored her excitement. Even Ron, who had previously held a rather indifferent attitude toward Link, now looked equally enthusiastic. The crowd exuberantly embraced Link into his seat, while at that moment, the Gryffindor team soared past from the Gryffindor stands. "Oh, Gryffindor shall triumph. Harry, you are the mightiest. Let us go." In an instant, the entire Gryffindor stand erupted with fervor. Even Hermione, usually the most composed, blushed deeply, screaming in a frenzy. The overwhelming roar invigorated Link's heartbeat, a quintessential manifestation of the crowd effect. Simultaneously, the Quidditch match commenced in earnest. The rules of Quidditch bear a striking resemblance to those of traditional sports such as basketball and soccer. Players score by propelling the ball into the opponent's goal. However, Quidditch is distinguished by the presence of not just the quaffle, the ball designated for scoring, but also two other types, the golden snitch and the bludgers. The existence of the bludgers is rather absurd, as they autonomously fly around the pitch, harassing the players. Moreover, both teams can manipulate the trajectory of the bludgers to target opposing players. This is quite problematic indeed, given that Quidditch is played on flying broomsticks. Being struck by a bludger at such speeds would undoubtedly be a harrowing experience. As for the golden snitch, it is even more extravagant. It is worth noting that Quidditch matches are devoid of time limits. The only way to conclude a match is by capturing the golden snitch. This renders it the most pivotal ball in Quidditch, darting across the pitch at an outrageous speed. The seeker's responsibility is to seize the golden snitch, and upon success, the match concludes with their team being awarded 150 points. Such peculiar rules render the other positions in Quidditch mere supporting roles for the seekers, contributing to Link's perception of Quidditch as rather tedious. Nevertheless, Regardless of Link's sentiments, the match persevered. Harry, as the Seeker, diligently endeavored to fulfill his duty of locating the Golden Snitch. However, this task was far from straightforward, as the Slytherin players relentlessly targeted him, incessantly hurling bludgers his way, while also engaging in acts of aggression. Fortunately, Harry's Nimbus 2000 boasted exceptional performance, allowing him to counter these assaults effectively. Yet, as the saying goes, one cannot walk by the river without getting their shoes wet. Ultimately, under the deliberate targeting from Slytherin, Harry faltered, being violently collided with by one of the Slytherins. With a resounding thud, the impact was so forceful that Harry, along with his broomstick, spun through the air. Thankfully, Harry clung tenaciously to his broom, averting a disastrous outcome. Foul! A deafening roar erupted from the Gryffindor stands, akin to a tidal wave of outrage. Everyone beside Link was flushed with anger, their expressions suggesting a fervent desire to rush down and confront that Slytherin with a vigorous reprimand. Regrettably, no one truly translates their thoughts into action, and the individual who collided with Harry merely faced a penalty for a free kick. Is Quidditch truly played like this? Link questioned, a hint of confusion in his tone. In his view, those who commit such malicious fouls, nearly causing fatalities, ought to be incarcerated in Azkaban, the wizarding prison. However, Ron, standing nearby, shook his head in response. Though it is indeed outrageous, it is permissible. The last time Ireland faced England, an unfortunate Irish chaser was knocked off his broom and reportedly broke 21 bones, yet they only received a single free kick, without even compensation for medical expenses. Ron's words left Link astounded and further diminished his regard for Quidditch. How did such a chaotic game become a national sport within the wizarding world? Lost in thought, Link pondered the absurdity of it all. At that moment, seemingly due to the previous collision damaging his broom, Harry began to sway violently in the sky, eliciting gasps from the spectators. Every heart among the Gryffindors raced. They were up against Slytherin in this match, and a loss would render them unable to hold their heads high before their rivals for weeks to come, a prospect they could not allow. Yet, unlike the other Gryffindors, Link's attention was not on Harry, but rather on the Slytherin stands, where Snape was gazing intently at the precariously swaying Harry, his lips moving as if uttering incantations. Simultaneously, Hermione noticed Snape's peculiar behavior. She sprang to her feet, her teeth clenched, exclaiming, "It's Snape. He is casting dark spells on Harry." "Wait, what are you talking about?" Ron queried, perplexed. Just as his words left his mouth, Hermione had already discarded her magical telescope, crouching low as she stealthily approached Snape. "This is—" Ron scratched his head, the events unfolding too rapidly for him to comprehend. Link shook his head, gesturing toward Snape's direction, then casually picked up the telescope Hermione had abandoned and raised it to his eyes. Through the somewhat hazy image, Snape remained fixated on Harry, so engrossed that he failed to notice a stealthy figure had quietly approached him from behind, boldly drawing out a wand to tap his ever-unchanging black robes. Suddenly, a small burst of red flames appeared at the hem of Snape's long cloak, rapidly spreading as if ignited by some flammable substance. Having completed all of this, Hermione stealthily departed, and it was not long before Snape, alerted by the surrounding Slytherin students, noticed the flames engulfing him. He hastily ceased his actions and began to frantically extinguish the fire. Meanwhile, at the very moment Snape fell silent, Harry, who appeared to be precariously suspended in the sky, suddenly seemed to lose all momentum and plummeted downward. "Harry!" Ron exclaimed in terror, and many others around him shared a similar reaction, save for Link, who maintained an air of calm indifference. This was not due to Link's cold-heartedness. Rather, he was acutely aware that other professors were present, and such a grievous incident as a fatality during a Quidditch match was utterly unacceptable to them. Thus, even if Harry were to fall, with the professor's assistance, he would likely emerge with nothing more than severe injuries. In the eyes of Madame Pomfrey, such injuries were hardly significant. As predicted, Link's conjecture proved accurate. It remained uncertain whether a professor had lent discreet aid or if Harry had regained control of the Nimbus 2000 himself. But in any case, just meters from the ground, Harry gradually regained speed and eventually landed safely on the pitch. This harrowing scene nearly caused Ron to faint, while Link regarded him with a hint of disdain. Though Ron appeared genuinely concerned for Harry, he did nothing beyond shouting in alarm. In this respect, he paled in comparison to Hermione. Ugh! Perhaps due to the discomfort induced by the rapid descent from such heights, Harry began to retch upon landing. At that moment, his teammates and the on-site referee rushed over to assess his condition. To their astonishment, upon arrival, they witnessed Harry expelling a golden metallic sphere with wings. The atmosphere on the field instantly froze, and after a prolonged silence, the announcer at the podium excitedly declared this revelation. Harry has done it. He has caught the golden snitch. I hereby declare Gryffindor the victor today. A deafening cheer erupted once more from the Gryffindor stands, and observing the exuberant crowd around him, Link sighed, scanning the throng for something. At last he spotted it. The current Gryffindors were all in high spirits, waving their arms and swaying their bodies, creating waves of humanity throughout the stands. This made movement quite challenging for Hermione. Regrettably, compared to her taller upperclassmen, her petite stature rendered her vulnerable. In the midst of this exaggerated human wave, she inadvertently found herself toppled to the ground. A startled cry escaped Hermione's lips as she struggled to regain her footing. But the frenzy of the crowd was overwhelming. After several unsuccessful attempts, a thought suddenly struck her. In her former Muggle primary school, she had attended a safety seminar where the instructor recounted a harrowing tale of someone trampled to death in a concert crowd. Could it be that I too will meet such a fate? In an instant, an overwhelming wave of fear surged within her heart. Yet at that moment, Hermione discovered that the dreadful sensation that had been pressing upon her had abruptly vanished. With reddened eyes, she numbly lifted her gaze and was greeted by the sight of a golden-haired youth smiling as he extended his hand towards her. Link, half an hour later, on the lawn outside Hogwarts Castle. It must have been Snape. Ron exclaimed in fury to Harry. Hermione, Link, and I all witnessed it. Harry, however, remained silent, seated on the grass with his head bowed, not uttering a word. A closer observation would reveal that his body was still trembling slightly, clearly shaken by the earlier events. Noticing this, Ron turned his attention to Hermione, hoping she would offer some words of support. However, the terrifying experience from the stands had left Hermione quite shaken. She was currently burying her head in her knees, clutching Link's shirt tightly, and despite several attempts, Link could not free himself. Ultimately, Ron could only cast a pleading glance towards Link. Ahem. Link coughed lightly. I believe that while Professor Snape may possess a rather unpleasant demeanor, he would not resort to harming his own students. Could there be some misunderstanding? Misunderstanding? Ron exclaimed. What misunderstanding could there possibly be? Snape is the only one. Is that so? Harry replied, not entirely convinced. He glanced around before whispering, this is not a suitable place for discussion. Link, come with us to Hagrid's hut. It's safer there. Upon hearing this, Link suddenly scratched his head and said, I just remembered that someone is waiting for me. Why don't you all go ahead? I will still have the chance to hear about it later. Chapter 50. This is so Cedric. Huh? Harry looked utterly bewildered. The matter he wished to share with Link was his deepest secret, yet Link appeared so unconcerned. This left Harry momentarily unable to process it. Meanwhile, Hermione, who had been squatting nearby, suddenly stood up, a look of anxiety on her face as she turned to Link and asked, Are you leaving? Yes, indeed. Someone is waiting for me. Link replied, scratching his head once more. Link was not lying. John and the others were indeed waiting for him at the castle entrance. Although they believed they were hiding well, they were entirely unaware that Link had already noticed their furtive behavior. Hermione's expression shifted to one of conflict. She had not disclosed the earlier incident to Harry and Ron, as she did not wish to worry them. Yet she was acutely aware that Link had saved her once again. If she counted the encounter with the troll, this marked the second time. In her eyes, Link embodied the strong presence of a knight from a novel, as if no matter the danger she faced, he would appear like a divine savior, instilling an undeniable sense of security. Link was indeed a reliable person. Hermione instinctively clutched the hem of Link's garment. Ever since she left home to embark on her solitary journey to Hogwarts, she had not felt such a sense of security. Having just faced peril and still recovering from the ordeal, Hermione was reluctant to part ways with Link. Yet, she found herself at a loss for words to articulate her desire to keep him close. Would it be too embarrassing to simply admit that she wished to linger a little longer with him? As this thought crossed her mind, warmth crept into her cheeks. It took a considerable while before she finally released her grip on his clothing, covering her face for a moment before stammering, "WL, do take care on your way." "All right, no problem," Link replied with a bright smile, waving goodbye as he made his way towards the castle, leaving Harry and the others standing in silence. "Link, you were incredible." As soon as Link arrived at the entrance hall of Hogwarts, John rushed over with palpable excitement. This left Link somewhat bewildered as he pushed John away, asking, "What are you talking about? What did I do?" I saw everything." John's eyes sparkled with mischief, his grin wide as he continued. "That little Gryffindor girl was clinging to your clothing the entire time, looking quite reluctant to part ways. Link, you are truly impressive. After just one date, look how far you've come." Upon hearing this, laughter erupted among the others present. Fortunately, John and his friends were merely jesting without any malicious intent. They ceased their teasing when they noticed Link's growing irritation. "I say that Harry Potter isn't all that impressive," John declared with a hint of pride. "Did you see him during the match? He nearly lost control of his broomstick. Indeed, he's nothing special. He pales in comparison to Cedric," came the chorus of agreement. Listening to the cheerful chatter of the Hufflepuff team, Link felt somewhat exasperated. Although he lacked a keen interest in Quidditch, he possessed enough discernment to recognize that the overall quality of the Hufflepuff team was decidedly inferior to that of Gryffindor. To put it bluntly, merely managing to avoid being knocked off the broomsticks by Gryffindor chasers was a commendable feat for the Hufflepuffs. Their current joviality could be attributed solely to Cedric. In the past, it was said that one bill was enough to carry 4 others. Now, it seemed Cedric was single-handedly bearing the weight of 6. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Link continued to wear a cheerful facade, engaging in banter with the group. After all, while it might be gratifying to deliver a stinging retort, it could also be quite hurtful, potentially undermining camaraderie. However, once the laughter subsided and the crowd dispersed, Cedric approached Link alone. With a look of guilt, he placed a hand on Link's shoulder and said, "I'm sorry, Link, for putting you in that position. John and the others were just joking. They only wanted you to make more friends. Gathering information isn't what truly matters." "No worries, Cedric, I understand their intentions. However, after watching the match, I find myself with some reflections. Oh, do you believe we have a chance of winning this year?" Upon hearing this, Link stared at Cedric for a moment, and upon realizing his seriousness, he sighed and replied, "John does have a point. Harry's physical resilience is indeed lacking, considering his age. But can we truly afford to charge at Harry like Slytherin does? Moreover, they have the Nimbus 2000. Cedric sighed deeply at this statement. Link was correct. Harry's debut had indeed revealed certain weaknesses, yet they were not something the Hufflepuffs could exploit. The most crucial factor remained the Nimbus 2000. This broomstick, akin to a cheat, could sufficiently compensate for most of Harry's shortcomings. If given time and training to enhance Harry's skills, the Gryffindor Quidditch team could become even more formidable. Just pondering this made Cedric's teeth ache again. Observing his discomfort, Link felt a sense of empathy. After a moment of contemplation, Link tentatively suggested, "Cedric, why not acquire a Nimbus 2000 for yourself?" He recalled that Cedric hailed from a pure-blood family, although not among the Sacred 28 or from a wealthy household. His father was an official in the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, so a Nimbus 2000 should be within reach. However, Cedric shook his head with a wry smile, saying, "Let's not. My father has already fretted enough over my matters. I don't wish to burden him further with this." Link fell silent. He had to admit, this was indeed very Cedric-like. Yet, seeing Link's expression, Cedric playfully punched him in the arm and reassured him, "It's all right. Even without a Nimbus 2000, I can still lead Hufflepuff to victory. After all, I am Hogwarts Premier Seeker." Link was momentarily taken aback by this declaration, then returned the gesture with a playful punch of his own, exclaiming, "Indeed, you are Hogwarts' foremost seeker." Their banter had generated quite a commotion, drawing the curious gazes of several passersby in the hallway. In the midst of this awkward scene, Link and Cedric exchanged glances and erupted into laughter. Chapter 51. Thump, thump, thump. Indeed, it was that time again, Link's day to visit Snape for potions. In truth, after numerous encounters, the relationship between Link and Snape existed in a peculiar state of familiarity, yet devoid of excessive intimacy. After each potion session, Link would not leave immediately. Instead, he would pull out his textbooks and pose a myriad of questions to Snape. Naturally, Snape welcomed this, as inquiries and assistance with potion ingredients could enhance Link's potion-making expertise. Furthermore, such opportunities to assist with materials were not something every student encountered. Potionology is indeed a costly discipline. Hogwarts cannot possibly provide an unlimited supply of potion materials. Consequently, most students only have the opportunity to engage in hands-on experiments during class. Up to this point, Link has acquired 4 potion recipes, including the Confundus Potion and the Elixir of Life, a potent sleeping draught, through the expertise of Snape, elevating all to level 2. This has fostered in Link a sense of anticipation rather than aversion towards visiting Snape's office for potion consumption. However, upon his usual arrival at Snape's office, Link unexpectedly discovered the presence of another individual in the typically gloomy and desolate space. The newcomer was none other than Emily Victoria. Observing her engrossed in writing at the workbench, Link found himself momentarily taken aback, casting a questioning glance towards Snape, who was nearby. "What are you staring at? Come over and drink your potion," Snape commanded curtly, pouring 2 cups of potion and placing them on the table before Link. One especially formulated calming draught. The other is stimulating elixir. Link did not decline, raising the cups to his lips and consuming both potions. However, as Snape showed no intention of offering an explanation, Link directly inquired, "Why is she here? Does that concern you?" Snape replied coldly, "You can either leave, or you can hurry over and deal with this bucket of toads." Snape's words cast a pall over Link's expression. Meanwhile, Emily, who had been diligently studying, gently interjected, "Link, don't worry about me. I'm not here for punishment. I've merely encountered some issues regarding potion making and decided to dedicate a bit of time each week to supplement my learning with Professor Snape." With that, Emily flashed Link a sweet smile, clearly under the impression that he was concerned for her well-being. Link, somewhat speechless, chose not to respond further. Instead, he took the full bucket of toads from Snape's side and retreated to a corner to begin his task. What he needed to do was rather straightforward: extract the toad's eyes with a scalpel, an essential ingredient for the Clear Eye Potion. Meanwhile, Snape commenced his instruction of Emily, discussing the complexities of the Polyjuice Potion. His demeanor was markedly more amiable toward her than it was with Link, his gentle tones evoking a twinge of envy in Link, making even the information on the Clear Eye Potion seem less appealing. After laboriously processing the entire bucket of toads, dinner time arrived. Link meticulously placed the finished toad eyes into a nearby storage compartment, washed his hands, and cheerfully retrieved a vial of nutritional supplement from his pocket. Snape did the same, as this had become their customary routine. After consuming the nutritional supplement, they promptly returned to their work and studies, wasting not a moment. However, Emily was not as casual as the two men, Snape and Link. She slowly retrieved a lunchbox from her spatial pocket at her waist and placed it on the workbench, gently opening it. Instantly, a unique aroma of pumpkin wafted through Snape's office, which could hardly be described as spacious. In an instant, Link felt that the nutritional supplement in his hand had lost its allure. At that moment, Emily noticed Link's gaze and, with a beaming smile, waved the steam from the lunchbox in Link's direction, saying, "Link, would you care to join me for a meal?" "Perhaps not." Link swallowed hard. Yet his eyes drifted towards Snape. The pumpkin cake was indeed enticing. "Is it?" Emily, clearly not oblivious, followed Link's gaze to Snape. "Professor Snape, would you like a piece?" Although Emily spoke the words, she instinctively pulled the lunchbox closer to herself, showing no intention of sharing with Snape. This caused a slight twitch in Snape's facial muscles. He glanced at the 2 pieces of pumpkin cake in the box, then at Emily and Link, and finally replied, "No, you two enjoy it. I have no fondness for sweets." Upon hearing this, Emily's face lit up with delight. She eagerly handed the lunchbox to Link, exclaiming, "Link, Professor Snape has given his consent. So hurry and eat. It's truly delectable." "Ah, is it really appropriate?" Link stammered. "Wait, why is my hand moving on its own?" "Professor Snape, this isn't my fault. I can't control myself." Despite his words, his hand moved swiftly, and he grabbed a piece of pumpkin cake, stuffing it into his mouth. So delicious. The rich pumpkin flavor filled his mouth, causing Link's eyes to narrow in bliss. Seeing this, Emily laughed joyfully. Meanwhile, Snape remained silent, observing the two with an inscrutable expression, and quietly uncorked the vial he held. Chapter 52, The Gift. Late at night in Snape's office, with a hint of amusement in his eyes, he gently addressed Emily. "Emily, let us conclude for today." "Ah, thank you so much, Professor Snape." Emily respectfully bowed to Snape before gathering her books and the empty lunchbox and departing the office. Observing this, Link silently organized his belongings, preparing to slip away unnoticed. Just as he reached the door, Snape's ominous voice resonated from behind him. "Ah, you are indeed still upset, Professor Snape." In that moment, Link's thoughts began to swirl. He held a degree of trust in Emily. In fact, from the moment Cedric first cautioned him to be wary of Emily, Link had begun utilizing his past life's abilities to investigate her. The results of this inquiry proved to be somewhat unexpected. Over the past year, Emily has indeed been tormenting the students of Hufflepuff. However, those who fell victim to her had one thing in common. They had bullied Link prior to their own misfortunes. In essence, Emily was avenging Link. This suggests that she must have known the original host quite well, and their relationship was likely quite amicable. This also elucidates why Link, who hesitates even when Snape administers potions to him, would dare to indulge in Emily's pastries. A person like Emily, who prefers to remain in the shadows while quietly aiding Link, could hardly wish him harm. That notion is utterly preposterous. Just then, a loud bang resonated near Link's ear. Boom! The sound startled him, causing him to flinch instinctively. When he looked up, he found Snape had slammed a letter onto his desk. "A letter from your mother, which I have not opened," Snape stated coldly, before returning to his task with the cauldron. Snape spoke the truth. The defensive charm on the envelope confirmed this for Link. However, He was perplexed as to why his mother would have entrusted Snape to deliver a message to him. Could it be that they shared a secret liaison? Lost in such thoughts, Link opened the envelope to examine its contents. The letter was lengthy, filled with densely packed words. Yet its message was quite straightforward. It praised Link for his recent commendable achievements. Yet, at the conclusion, instead of the expected signature, he found a rosy lip imprint. This left Link utterly speechless. Nevertheless, after reading the letter, he let out a significant sigh of relief. Almost immediately, another thought struck him. He envisioned Cedric, proclaiming himself the best seeker at Hogwarts with exuberance. Perhaps he should gift Cedric a Firebolt 2000? This idea took root in Link's mind and grew fervently. However, he knew he ought to consult Madame Pomfrey about it, especially since he had no funds to spare. Still, Link surmised that this would not pose a problem. After all, everyone was aware of Cedric's character and the effort he had invested in supporting Link, which Madame Pomfrey surely acknowledged. A mere broomstick would not be beyond her generosity. If he were to gift Cedric, should he consider gifts for others as well? With that thought, Link instinctively lifted his gaze towards Snape. Having just offended him over the pumpkin pastries incident, Link felt it prudent to offer a gift to prevent any future grievances. But what should he choose? After much deliberation, he decided to inquire directly. "Professor Snape, is there a particular gift you desire?" As soon as the words left his lips, he noticed Snape's hand, gripping the stirring rod, twitch violently, nearly toppling the cauldron. Immediately, Snape clumsily adjusted the flame beneath the cauldron, then turned to speak in a harsh tone. "I need nothing. Is that so? How about a bottle of Rosalie hair conditioner that I see many of our senior students using, and they all speak highly of it?" I said, "I do not need it." Snape's booming voice reverberated, causing even the empty glass bottles on the shelves to tremble. Yet, Link merely brushed his fingers against his ears, unfazed. He understood all too well that Snape was a proud man, so gifts must be presented regardless. Link earnestly reminded him he was not jesting. The original owner's diary had documented an incident where Snape discarded a gift he had received, and it was only upon discovering it in the trash that the original owner realized what had transpired, leaving him heartbroken for quite some time. Clearly, Snape would not open such ominous gifts, and they would ultimately be discarded. Snape seemed to recall last year's events as his gaze flickered, yet his posture remained steadfast, still focused on the cauldron before him. "Then I shall take my leave," Link said cheerfully as he exited Snape's office. It was only after the door clicked shut that Snape suddenly lifted his head to glance in the direction Link had departed, and then withdrew a shimmering golden potion from his robe, carefully placing it into a dusty square box. Chapter 53. As Christmas approaches. This brought immense joy to Link, who had spent his previous life in the South and had rarely encountered snow. From the very first day of snowfall, he plunged into the white landscape, engaging in snowball fights with the equally enthusiastic Weasley brothers. Of course, the Weasley twins had reasons for their excitement that differed from others, as they too had chosen to remain at school. Cedric's gift, needless to say, was a Firebolt 2000. After informing Madame Flitwick of the situation in a letter, she not only accepted, but also joyfully praised Link for finally learning to consider his classmates. This made Link somewhat bashful, for the compliments in Madame Flitwick's letter felt rather juvenile, akin to encouraging a preschool child. Next came Snape's gift. After much deliberation, Link ultimately decided to present a Felix Felicis potion. Its effect was to enhance the luck of the drinker for 12 hours post-consumption. According to users, this effect was so potent that it created an illusion of assured success in whatever endeavor they undertook. Undoubtedly, this was a highly coveted consumable potion. Although it seemed somewhat inappropriate as a gift for a master potion maker, Madame Flitwick deemed it the finest present. The reason being, it was quite expensive, and even if Snape chose not to use it, he could sell it for a handsome sum. Link concurred with this assessment and surreptitiously tucked a small bottle of Rosalie hair conditioner into the gift box intended for Snape. Link sincerely hoped that Snape would give this product a try, as he felt he was on the verge of being overwhelmed by Snape's greasy hair. Additionally, he gifted Hermione a bottle of Rosalie brand conditioner along with a brand new copy of The Magic of Language. Consequently, he entrusted this task to Madame Pomfrey, reassured by her expertise. Beyond these individuals, Link also had a gift to bestow upon his friend, the basilisk Acom, though referred to as a serpent. This creature did not seem to hibernate. Rather, it appeared capable of controlling its own hibernation, and had been persistently urging Link to join it for a run on the track. To date, Link owed it a full 5 laps. He felt it was imperative to settle this debt, lest the basilisk resort to extreme measures. Of course, while running was essential, safety precautions were also paramount. For this reason, Link had specifically prepared a chewed harness, modified from dragon riding gear. With it, Link could navigate the basilisk in a relatively secure environment. On the evening the gear arrived, Link eagerly dashed out of the Hufflepuff common room. At that moment, Hogwarts had been transformed into a winter wonderland, with a colossal Christmas tree gracing the Great Hall and countless colored lights adorning the corridor walls. Even the previously lifeless suits of armor and monstrous statues had been playfully adorned with red Christmas hats by mischievous students. Filch detested these decorations, knowing that it would fall upon him to clean up after the professors and students, who were unconcerned about the aftermath of their festive cheer. In stark contrast to the warm decorations, the temperature inside Hogwarts had plummeted. The moment Link stepped out of the cozy common room, he shivered, prompting a moment of hesitation. Despite donning a thick winter outfit, he still felt the chill. Riding Akam, a creature whose speed rivaled that of a Yamaha racing motorcycle, would surely leave him freezing. A protective warmth enveloped him in a flash of orange-red light, alleviating his discomfort. Rubbing his hands together, Link pressed onward into the darkness. Upon reaching the girls' washroom on the second floor, Link completed his usual routine, and Akam instantly appeared before him. It darted out of the pipe at a speed nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, coiling around Link in a serpentine embrace. "Link, you finally arrived. Did you bring me some treats?" Akam exclaimed eagerly, nuzzling against him. However, perhaps due to its excitement, the basilisk coil was rather tight, making Link feel somewhat suffocated. "Yes, I brought some. Just let me go. I'm struggling to breathe." Link gasped, rubbing his aching chest before retrieving a basket of cold sausages and a raw pumpkin from his spatial pocket and tossing them into the basilisk's mouth. Observing Arkham devour his meal with such fervor, Link found the sight somewhat amusing. Although Arkham expressed a hint of dissatisfaction, it was evident that he had not experienced many delectable treats. Thus, the small desserts served to enhance his dining experience was indeed a welcome change. Once again, after consuming all the food Link had brought, Arkham nestled his head against Link's chest, nuzzling as he remarked, "Well, considering this delightful dessert, I shall grant you another week of grace. However, you must remember, including this occasion, you now owe me 6 laps. I believe it is time for you to repay your debts." As Link gently stroked the serpent's head, he replied, "No, what I mean is we can go for a laps tonight." With a cheerful smile, Link produced the riding gear that had now appeared in his hands. Chapter 54. The Forbidden Forest Shadows. Onward. "Are you ready? Have we exhausted our preparations?" In the dim washroom, Arkham mumbled around a large iron bar clenched in his mouth. Meanwhile, Link, perched upon Arkham's neck, wiped the sweat from his brow and continued to press the saddle firmly onto Arkham's back. The saddle featured 2 buckles on its side. To secure it tightly to Arkham, they needed to be fastened together. This task should have been straightforward, considering the equipment was meticulously crafted based on Arkham's anatomical data. Unfortunately, Link had overlooked the characteristic of serpents to store copious amounts of food in their stomachs, and Arkham had indeed indulged excessively lately. This oversight rendered the process of fitting the riding gear particularly arduous. Click! After half an hour, a crisp sound finally echoed, signaling the completion of the saddle installation. "All right," Link exclaimed, waving his arms enthusiastically. The endeavor had nearly exhausted him. "Are we ready? It's time to set off." Arkham also appeared quite exhilarated, as evidenced by the enthusiastic flicks of his tail. "Wait!" Link quickly halted the eager Arkham and retrieved a fantastical motorcycle helmet from his pocket. Placing it securely on his head, he then patted Arkham's head with encouragement, signaling that they could embark. With the signal received, Arkham shot forward into the tunnel like an arrow. "Woo! We're taking off!" Feeling the exhilarating rush of speed, Link could not contain his excitement. Arkham was indeed swift, so much so that Link's vision began to blur. Admittedly, initially, the surge of adrenaline was exhilarating. However, as time progressed, Link found himself struggling to cope. The winding network of Hogwarts plumbing was exceedingly convoluted. Even with the protective gear, Link was able to maintain his position atop Arkham. Yet the relentless sharp turns and the peculiar odors within the pipes, which even the specialized helmet could not shield him from, stirred a queasy sensation within him. Fortunately, the serpent creature seemed to find the exhilaration of racing solely within the confines of the tunnel insufficient. After a brief period of sprinting, it burst forth from the grounds of Hogwarts. A gust of wind, far more tumultuous than that within the tunnel, buffeted Link's form. Yet, inhaling the fresher air outside and experiencing a significantly smoother ride, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. Taking a deep breath, Link instinctively raised his gaze. Before him hung a luminous crescent moon, suspended high in the sky, surrounded by wisps of ethereal clouds that drifted like delicate veils. Bathed in the moonlight, the misty silhouette of the castle receded slowly behind them. This enchanting scene lifted Link's spirits considerably, but upon turning back, his elation swiftly dissipated. For at that moment, Arkham was propelling him toward a vast, ominous shadow. Was that the Forbidden Forest? Wait, Arkham, surely you do not intend to. Link exclaimed anxiously. Entering the Forbidden Forest itself was not inherently perilous, but racing into its depths at such speed posed the risk of colliding with a tree, did it not? Whoosh! Before Link could finish his thought, Arkham accelerated and plunged into the forest. Remarkably, its maneuvering skills were commendable, even amidst the dense trees of the Forbidden Forest. It navigated deftly, avoiding any collisions. However, its considerable size meant that it inevitably brushed against the surrounding branches, undergrowth, and shrubs. Thus, Link bore the brunt of the encounter. No sooner had they entered the forest than a branch, thick as a finger, struck his face with force. Fortunately, the protection of his helmet spared him from disfigurement. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Soon, countless branches and bushes assailed him, nearly causing him to spit blood. Reluctantly, Link pressed himself tightly against Arkham's body, desperately yanking on the reins. Please stop, Arkham. I can hardly endure any longer. It seemed Arkham responded to his pleas, gradually reducing its speed until it finally halted in a patch overgrown with weeds. With great difficulty, Link unfastened the safety straps and tumbled off the serpent, collapsing onto the grass in utter exhaustion. At that moment, his entire body throbbed with pain, particularly his chest, a testament to the branch's assault. He even questioned whether a rib might have fractured. Tentatively probing his chest and confirming that there was no noticeable indentation, he exhaled in relief, then grumbled, Arkham, your speed is far too reckless. I nearly met my demise. Under normal circumstances, Arkham would have regarded Link's complaints as compliments, boasting that it could go even faster. However, this time, Arkham remained silent. This unexpected response left Link taken aback. He mustered the strength to lift his head and saw Arkham motionless, fixated on a particular direction, its golden eyes narrowing into slits. Observing this, Link's caution heightened, and he slowly turned to gaze in the direction Arkham was watching. The trees within the Forbidden Forest grow densely, resulting in a stark contrast between the bright moonlight outside and the impenetrable darkness within. Amidst this obscurity, Link discerned a shadow laboriously navigating through the waist-high grass. Instinctively, he held his breath. It was winter, and even the mischievous Weasley twins would not venture into the Forbidden Forest at this time. The only individual likely to be here was Hagrid, the gamekeeper of Hogwarts. However, Hagrid was an imposing giant, standing over 3 meters tall, while the shadow before him appeared to possess a rather ordinary stature. Who could it possibly be? Link's heart began to race as a suspicion stirred within him, one he was reluctant to acknowledge. At that moment, the shadow seemed to stumble upon something, collapsing into the grass. A muffled gasp escaped from the shadow, but it was swiftly followed by a completely different voice. You are truly an incompetent fool. The tone was peculiar, raspy and coarse, akin to sandpaper scraping against stone, yet beneath it lay an unsettling slickness, reminiscent of a serpent gliding across one's face. This sensation sent shivers down Link's spine. Though they had yet to meet face to face, he was unequivocally certain that the shadow before him was none other than Voldemort. Chapter 55. The Dark Lord. Who is Voldemort? This tale is long and intricate. In brief, he is a fanatical proponent of blood purity, a deranged individual who, over a decade ago, amassed a legion of dark wizards who shared his fervent beliefs, unleashing a wave of terror across the realm. By a twist of fate, he fell to the infant Harry Potter. Undoubtedly, the recently returned Voldemort was exceedingly weak, lacking even his physical form. Yet, he was still beyond the capabilities of a young wizard like Link. Consequently, upon confirming the identity before him, Link swiftly reacted, directing Arkham to retreat gradually. Meanwhile, the shadow that had fallen struggled to rise, bending slightly as it spoke in a quavering, submissive tone. Forgive me, master. Your servant has disappointed you. Enough of your prattling. Stand up and find me a unicorn. The eerie voice resounded again, causing the shadow's body to tremble even more violently. Nevertheless, it nodded submissively and trudged forward into the darkness. However, it had not ventured far when the voice erupted once more. Wait, I sense something different. This is... Upon hearing this, the shadow froze in place. Link, perceiving the imminent danger, swiftly mounted Arkham's neck, yanking the reins and shouting, We must flee. Ah, look who it is. My old friend has arrived. Aren't you going to greet your former master? The raspy and rough voice echoed once more, yet unlike before. It seemed to carry a hint of joy. Arkham's previously rapid movements abruptly halted, and a flicker of struggle crossed its fierce visage before it eventually turned to face the looming shadow. The words spoken moments earlier were in the serpentine tongue, a dialect known only to those of the serpent's blood. This language possessed a mystical power, capable of commanding the vast majority of serpents in existence. Should two serpent-tongued beings encounter one another with conflicting commands, the serpents would heed the one with whom they shared a closer bond. In this instance, Arkham had evidently chosen to obey Voldemort's command. This realization sent a chill through Link's heart. A weakened Voldemort was already a source of despair. Now, with the addition of a monstrous serpent, it meant certain doom for him. His fate was sealed. Even Merlin himself could not save him. "You deceitful scoundrel. I shall end your life," Arkham declared coldly, leaving both Link and Voldemort momentarily speechless, frozen in place. Suddenly, the veil of white mist that had obscured Arkham's eyes dissipated, revealing a pair of golden irises that ignited with an ominous glow in the darkness. "Fool, close your eyes!" Voldemort screamed in desperation, as Quirrell, possessed by him, finally reacted and swiftly turned away. This maneuver provided them with a temporary reprieve. However, Arkham's assault was far from over. It coiled rapidly into a bow-like shape, and, using its head as an arrow, struck fiercely. A dim gray barrier materialized before the shadow, intercepting the serpent's attack, resulting in a thunderous collision. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Arkham unleashed a torrent of relentless strikes, causing the barrier to tremble violently. Observing this, Link, perched atop Arkham, felt a surge of joy. Initially grieving over Arkham's betrayal, he was now unexpectedly filled with hope. "So you're the infamous Voldemort. Arkham, charge!" Link shouted excitedly in Chinese, as he glimpsed the possibility of defeating Voldemort. If he could truly vanquish Voldemort here, he would be free from the looming threat of his return for this year, and for years to come. It was indeed monumental news. Yet at that moment, seemingly stirred by Link's voice, the shadow shifted slightly, and Voldemort's voice echoed once more. "You're the boy from the Riddle family. Huh, you're at Hogwarts too? What splendid fortune!" Voldemort exclaimed, and simultaneously, a flash of black-red light erupted from the shadow, sending both Link and Arkham flying. Hood, hood, hood. After crashing through 3 massive trees, the serpent and Link finally landed on the ground. Link groaned in agony, realizing that this time, his ribs were truly fractured. Nevertheless, he mustered the strength to rise. "Arkham, are you all right?" "Not well at all, Link." The voice of Arkham was unexpectedly calm, rendering me motionless. "Flee, Link, and do not concern yourself with me. That deceiver is formidable. You will perish." In the dim light, I could discern a colossal log, thick enough to match the girth of 2 Links, pinning Arkham down. This discovery brought a sigh of relief to Link. "Yugadam Leviosa." Link brandished his wand, uttering the levitation spell. Under the influence of his magic, the gigantic log began to stir slowly. However, the pace was agonizingly sluggish, allowing the shadow to approach ominously from behind. Capture that wretch," Voldemort intoned, perhaps due to the exhaustion from expending too much magic, as he spoke while gasping for breath. "Yes, master. Smash him to pieces." A crimson light erupted suddenly from the tip of the shadow's wand, momentarily startling Voldemort, who quickly exclaimed, "Wait, do you intend to kill him? I want him alive." Before Voldemort could finish his sentence, the red light coalesced into a projectile, hurtling towards Link at an alarming speed. Alarmed, Link felt a tightening in his chest. He promptly ceased the levitation spell and instinctively cast his most practiced spell, Human Explosion, with a swift motion. The gray light representing the Human Explosion spell extinguished after a brief contact, yet the red light, undeterred, continued its advance. Link was momentarily taken aback. Fortunately, the red light altered its trajectory slightly upon colliding with the Human Explosion spell, missing Link and striking the massive log instead. Crack! A sharp sound resonated as the log, which had been crushing Arkham, splintered into 3 pieces. Overjoyed, Link immediately mounted Arkham's neck and shouted, "Let us depart." Understood," Arkham roared, righting himself and swiftly propelling Link towards Hogwarts Castle. Watching their receding figures, Voldemort chose not to pursue, but instead smiled sinisterly, murmuring, "The little one from the Free family. You cannot escape. I shall find you and consume you." His voice seemed to possess a haunting power, transcending space and infiltrating Link's ears, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Chapter 56, A Daring Plan. "Arkham, how are your injuries?" In the washroom on the 2nd floor of Hogwarts, Link had removed his helmet, his face etched with concern as he gazed at Arkham. The peculiar manner in which Arkham had moved along their journey led Link to suspect he had sustained internal injuries. However, Arkham shook his head, indicating he was unharmed, which relieved Link. He then removed his shirt, revealing his torso marred with numerous bruises of varying sizes, evidence of the night's skirmishes. The most severe injury was on his right chest, which had begun to indent slightly, with crimson speckles emerging from the bruises. Fortunately, Link's long-standing concern about his ribs appears to be unfounded. His injuries are predominantly superficial. He believes he can manage the situation without troubling Mrs. Pomfrey, as revealing the serpent incident could lead to complications. Taking a deep breath and steeling himself, Link retrieves a substantial bundle of white sap from his spatial pocket and applies its potent liquid to his wounds. A sharp cry escapes him. Though this extraordinary plant possesses remarkable healing properties, its irritative nature is undeniable, especially in its unrefined state, amplifying the sensation. Observing this, Arkham slowly approaches, encircling Link in a protective coil. "Thank you for not abandoning me, Link. It's nothing, we are friends." Link forces a smile, patting Arkham gently despite the pain. Arkham, taken aback by the sentiment, eventually buries his head into Link's chest, choking back emotion. "Yes, we're the best of friends. That deceiver is nothing." Arkham's abrupt movements aggravate Link's wounds, yet he does not push him away, understanding the significance of this embrace for Arkham. Link is aware of Arkham's prior acquaintance with Voldemort, but refrains from probing further, recognizing the tragedy it represents for Arkham. Moreover, during their time in the Forbidden Forest, Arkham demonstrated a preference for Link over Voldemort. This thought brings a reluctant smile to Link's face. At this juncture, Link is utterly exhausted, yet an inexplicable restlessness prevents him from sleeping, his mind replaying scenes from the Forbidden Forest. The events of the day have left him with an overwhelming sense of confusion. Why did Voldemort recognize him? Although the original owner of this body was the fervent offspring of one of Voldemort's Death Eaters, he was merely an infant at the time. It is unreasonable for Voldemort to remember him after all these years. Furthermore, why did Voldemort wish to capture him alive rather than eliminate him? From Voldemort's perspective, Link's escape significantly increases the likelihood of him informing Dumbledore, complicating Voldemort's position at Hogwarts. Yet, he seems willing to risk letting Link go rather than resorting to lethal measures. Of course, for Arkham's sake, Link vows to keep this matter to himself. Nevertheless, Voldemort's actions are bewilderingly surreal. What troubles Link most, however, is Voldemort's final ominous declaration. "You cannot escape. I will find you and devour you." This thought gnaws at him, prompting him to turn restlessly. He has always been reluctant to entangle himself in the main storyline, aware that he is still in a vulnerable state and impulsive actions could lead to dire consequences. However, Voldemort's words now unmistakably indicated that he had set his sights on Link. A torrent of thoughts swirled within Link's mind. He was in desperate need of a strategy, one that could extricate him from his predicament. This was no simple task, although he could potentially report Voldemort to Dumbledore, thereby leading to Voldemort's downfall. Such a course of action was fraught with peril. It is crucial to note that the wizarding world possesses the art of legilimency, a form of mind reading, and Dumbledore happens to be a master of this discipline. Previously, Dumbledore had refrained from employing legilimency on Link, a mere second-year student, due to a lack of significant incidents. However, should Link choose to inform Dumbledore about Voldemort, it was highly likely that Dumbledore would resort to legilimency to ascertain whether Link was truthful. At that juncture, both Arkham and Link's identity as a traveler would inevitably be exposed, an outcome Link could not possibly accept. Thus, aside from this desperate option, was there another method available? Just as Link grappled with his dilemma, a bold idea emerged. Should he take the initiative? Upon the inception of this notion, Link instinctively shook his head, recognizing the madness inherent in such a thought. Yet, no matter how he attempted to suppress it, the idea continued to proliferate within his mind, gaining an unsettling sense of validity. It was important to acknowledge that although Dumbledore wielded considerable control over Hogwarts Castle, his influence had not yet reached the Forbidden Forest. This meant that if Link could establish the battleground within the forest and carefully regulate the scale of the confrontation, there was a significant likelihood that Dumbledore would remain oblivious to the events transpiring therein. Moreover, this was the period when Voldemort was at his most vulnerable. Link firmly believed that the formidable attack previously executed in the Forbidden Forest could not be replicated in quick succession. Under these circumstances, Link had Arkham as his trump card. With the element of surprise on his side, he was not entirely incapable of confronting Voldemort. Of course, for this plan to unfold successfully, Link's own strength would be paramount. With this in mind, Link resolved to forego sleep and instead awakened his skill panel, diving into his studies. Over the past few months, Link had concentrated his efforts on the sustaining charm, firmly believing that there were no worthless spells, only inept wizards. The sustaining charm had not disappointed him, as the human explosive curse was the most compelling evidence of its efficacy. However, at present, the human explosive curse appeared insufficient for his needs. While its power was formidable, as a pure energy beam spell, its penetrating attributes and energy counteracting capabilities were notably weak. This became starkly evident during Link's previous encounter, where he utilized the human explosive curse against the bone-shattering curse. Furthermore, other spells derived from prank charms, despite their strength, regrettably shared the same fundamental weaknesses as the human explosive curse. Link was convinced that with continued research, he could refine these spells to perfection. But time was a luxury he did not possess. Now, he must enhance his combat prowess to the greatest extent possible in the shortest time. In the pitch-dark dormitory, Link silently clenched his fists. He had already determined the list of spells he would prioritize for study. Chapter 57, Snape's Summoning. The following day, Link was awakened by the raucous noise of his roommates, an occurrence that was nearly impossible at this time, as it was the holiday, and his roommates typically did not rise until well past noon. Each year on Christmas Eve, house elves would traditionally stealthily place gifts arriving from around the world at the foot of the young wizards' beds to cultivate an atmosphere of surprise. Thus, when Link opened his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of his roommates joyfully unwrapping gifts, along with a mountain of presents at the foot of his own bed. Taking a deep breath, Link sat up in bed. The previous night, he had thoroughly contemplated his current situation and devised a study plan. Among the spells he deemed essential were the conventional combat spells, such as Disarm, Shatter, Fiery Blaze, and Protective Armor. Although these spells had little developmental value left, mastering them would allow for a swift conversion into combat effectiveness, which aligned perfectly with Link's immediate needs. Additionally, he aimed to learn the sensory spell and the brain closure technique. The latter was of utmost importance. This highly challenging skill could not be classified merely as a spell, but rather as a unique ability. It could completely seal the user's mind, rendering invasive spells like Legilimency ineffective. Furthermore, the brain closure technique would enable the user to maintain absolute calmness and rationality, a quality Link held in the highest regard, as it would pair flawlessly with the sensory spell. Link estimated that if he could master the brain closure technique, maintaining the sensory spell throughout combat would become effortless. However, the challenge lay in the acquisition of these spells, which was exceedingly high. The conventional combat spells were manageable, even if the professors were unavailable or reluctant to teach. He could seek Cedric's help to connect with other upperclassmen. Yet, the brain closure technique was a different matter altogether. Only 2 individuals in all of Hogwarts possessed this knowledge, Dumbledore and Snape, neither of whom were particularly accommodating. In that moment, Link felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Just then, John unexpectedly approached Link's bedside. "Link, Merry Christmas." The sudden voice startled Link, but upon realizing it was John, he noticed that several of his other roommates had gathered around as well, each holding a gift box before him. "Is this for me?" Link asked, somewhat bewildered. "Of course. Here, take it." Without hesitation, John and the others thrust the gifts into Link's arms. "Link, our allowance isn't very much, so we hope you won't mind," John said, scratching his head awkwardly. Link had gifted each of his roommates a prank gift pack from the Bouncing and Jolly Magical Joke Shop, which now made their presents seem rather modest in comparison. However, Link remained unfazed by the spectacle. He promptly unwrapped their gifts before everyone's eyes. This is a tradition in both England and America, where it is customary to open presents in front of the giver, a fact Link was quite aware of. As John's gift was unveiled, it revealed a dormant golden snitch, causing Link to gasp in astonishment. He recognized this item. It was a match ball from one of the few victories of the Hufflepuff Quidditch team last year. John had nearly been battered senseless in his pursuit of it. This snitch could be considered John's most treasured possession. He rarely allowed others a glimpse of it. Yet this time, he had chosen to present it to Link. Such a gift was undeniably significant. Link solemnly accepted it before proceeding to unwrap the gifts from his other friends. As expected, the remaining presents were predominantly modest, yet held profound meaning for their givers. "Thank you. I truly cherish your gifts," Link exclaimed with a hearty laugh, enthusiastically embracing each of his friends, including John. This gesture eased the tension in the room, restoring a lively atmosphere. "Link, hurry and open the other gifts," urged one roommate. "Yes, Link, let us broaden our horizons," chimed in another, well aware of Link's affluent background and curious about the presents he would receive. Link did not disappoint them. With a gentle smile, he began to unwrap the gifts piled at the foot of his bed. It was a laborious task, for Link had received an abundance of presents. Yet, the process was immensely enjoyable. Aside from the cards sent by Harry, Ron, and the Weasley brothers, the other gifts perfectly aligned with Link's tastes. Among them, the most valuable was undoubtedly from his thrifty mother, Mrs. Flitwick, a lavish wand holster that, once strapped to his wrist, would allow a wand to spring forth with a mere flick of magic, reminiscent of the hidden blades in Assassin's Creed. Professor Sprout gifted Link a pot of her personally cultivated silver buttercup, a remarkable plant that bloomed year-round and exuded a delightful fragrance known to soothe and focus the mind. Emily presented Link with an entire box of exquisite pumpkin pastries, which brought him immense joy as he had recently developed a fondness for them. Hermione's gift was a tome titled The Standard Potion-Making Procedure, with a note inscribed on the front page. When crafting a confusion potion, the valve on the mini magical furnace truly requires only 3 twists. Just check this book if you doubt. Receiving this gift left Link in a state of amused bewilderment, as he vividly recalled the incident marking their first encounter, never imagining Hermione would still hold a grudge over it. Chuckling softly, Link's gaze finally settled on the last gift box. It was a plain gray box, so unassuming that it hardly resembled a gift at all. Link had saved it for last, drawn by its unremarkable exterior. Although the gift box bore no signature, Link had already surmised that it was likely a present from Snape, especially since Snape had promised to bestow him with something. Taking a deep breath, Link cautiously opened the box. To be frank, his anticipation for Snape's gift was the highest. For Snape was known to possess many hidden treasures, and even a mere glimpse of one would suffice to satiate Link's appetite. However, upon unveiling the contents of the box, Link was momentarily taken aback. At the bottom of the dusty box lay a vial of golden potion, swirling with a mystical aura. The words Felicity Elixir were boldly inscribed on the bottle. In that instant, Link's expression turned complex. Was this what it meant for a master and apprentice to be of one mind? Contemplating this, Link silently fashioned a necklace from the vial and wore it around his neck. Meanwhile, John and the others were completely dumbfounded. Do not underestimate them. Although they were mere muggle-born wizards, having spent over a year at Hogwarts, they were acutely aware of the most basic prices. Based on their estimations, the collection of gifts Link had just received, even without considering the last exquisite potion, was worth over 200 galleons. To them, this was an unimaginable fortune. Link, are all pure-blood wizards this affluent? John stammered, while Link merely smiled and replied, No, to be precise, my family is rather wealthy. Is that so? John felt as if his worldview had been shattered. Just then, a paper airplane fluttered through the slightly ajar door of the dormitory, landing before Link and transforming into an origami mouth. Link, come to my office. Immediately, Snape's voice echoed from within, surprising Link, as Snape's tone seemed rather ominous. Yet, due to a sliver of trust in Snape, Link ultimately bid farewell to John and the others and headed to the office alone. Chapter 58. The Wand with No Shadow. Unlike other places in Hogwarts, Snape's office lacked flamboyant Christmas decorations, rendering the atmosphere somewhat desolate. No, it could be described as having an air of solemnity. As Snape sat beside his workbench, his face contorted with anger, with a vial of Felicity Elixir and an open gift box beside him. Upon witnessing this scene, Link felt puzzled. Having already sent his gift, he wondered why Snape would be so incensed, even if he found the offering unsatisfactory. After a moment's hesitation, Link prepared to say something to ease the tension. However, before he could utter a word, Snape abruptly seized the vial of Felicity Elixir and exclaimed, "Is this the gift you have given me?" Presenting a vial of inferior Felicity Elixir to a master of potions. Has your already vacuous giant brain been filled to the brim with water by your own modified spells? Snape was genuinely furious. Certainly, his anger was not due to the low value of the gift Link had presented him, but rather the shocking coincidence that they had exchanged identical gifts. Severus Snape, renowned for his stoic demeanor and holder of the world record for not giving anyone a Christmas gift for 20 consecutive years, had finally mustered the courage to present a gift, only to discover it mirrored that of the recipient. As an elder, it was utterly unacceptable for him to bestow upon a junior a gift that was the same as what he had received. This was something Snape could not tolerate. No, he needed to give this young man something more. I cannot allow myself to be outdone in this manner. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Snape's expression darkened further. He slammed the Felix Felicis potion onto the table and coldly demanded, "Speak. What else do you desire?" "Huh? What do you mean?" Link stammered in confusion. Just moments ago, Snape was furious, and now he was offering him a gift? What kind of turn of events was this? However, upon realizing the opportunity, Link's spirits soared. This was a splendid chance to learn the brain-closing spell and other offensive curses. He had not anticipated that his plan, conceived just the night before, could be executed so soon. It seemed that as a traveler from another world, he held some influence after all. Silently rejoicing in his heart, Link promptly replied, "Could you teach me the brain-closing spell, disarming charm, fire spell, and explosion charm?" Stop, stop, stop. Snape interrupted with a furrowed brow. "What do you need these curses for?" "Ah, well, I've been researching the extrasensory charm, so I require—" Link began to weave the elaborate lie he had concocted, but Snape's frown deepened with suspicion. It was not unfounded. Though Link had developed the heinous human explosion curse, he had never been perceived as a combative individual by his peers and professors. Thus, it was unreasonable for someone like him to suddenly express a desire to learn numerous aggressive spells. Snape scrutinized Link with a mix of incredulity and concern. When his gaze drifted to Link's neck, he was taken aback to find a small, dark mark. He stepped forward and roughly tugged at Link's collar, revealing a mass of bruises and a horrifying wound on his chest that was darkening to a deep red. Snape's eyes narrowed in alarm. "Who did this to you?" he bellowed, gripping Link's collar tightly. Link, now in a state of panic, struggled to find an explanation and resorted to silence. To Snape, this silence appeared to confirm his suspicions. It seemed he had been harmed by his classmates. Snape concluded. He had long been aware that Link was often bullied. Yet considering that such incidents had previously been trivial and their relationship had not been as close as it was now, he had not paid it much mind. However, the current situation was clearly beyond a simple matter of bullying. Based on Snape's extensive experience in combat, such severe injuries could only result from prolonged beatings or powerful curses. Given the circumstances outlined above, it becomes quite clear why Link suddenly harbored a desire to learn those offensive spells. Surely, this child wishes to seek vengeance solely through his own strength, without relying on others. As Snape's mind conjured images of Link being hurled about by various curses, his breathing grew labored, and the fingers gripping Link's collar turned pale from exertion. These haunting memories have followed Snape for decades, tormenting him in the quiet of night as they transformed into nightmares that invaded his dreams. This compelled him to unleash a primal scream. He longed to raise his wand and deliver each of them a dose of the killing curse. Mind closure. Snape silently chanted the incantation for the mind-closing spell. With the flow of magic, a chilling aura surged from his heart, swiftly freezing his anger and all his emotions. This is the formidable power of the mind-closing spell. It not only aids a user in defending their mind, but also enables one to enter a state of absolute rationality devoid of any irrelevant emotions. Finally, Snape gradually opened his eyes. At that moment, his gaze was devoid of any emotional turbulence, replaced only by an unfathomable depth, reminiscent of the ever-unchanging Black Lake. Evoking a sense of dread, he then released Link's collar, speaking in a cold, emotionless tone, "I will not teach you those spells." "Is that so?" Link felt a twinge of disappointment. Yet he dared not voice further thoughts, for Snape's earlier demeanor had been unsettling. However, to Link's surprise, Snape shook his head and continued, "Those spells are too rudimentary. I shall teach you something far stronger." With that, Snape disregarded Link's reaction and picked up his wand, elegantly twirling it in the air before pointing it at the stone door of the office. The disarming charm. A gust of wind tousled Link's golden locks as he turned to the door, only to discover a terrifying gash, a finger deep, etched into the stone door, made entirely of anti-magic obsidian. Chapter 59. The incantation and counter-incantation of the disarming charm. 10 minutes later, Link held a bottle of thick, dark potion, beginning to apply it to his skin. This was the potion Snape had handed him. Although Snape did not explicitly state it, Link was certain that this potion held considerable value, for its effects were undeniably potent. As Link rubbed the viscous liquid onto his skin, the bruises that had marred his flesh seemed to peel away like useless grime during a bath. Even the severe bruise on his chest vanished. Yet, as he continued to rub, Link remained unable to shake off the shock and elation that engulfed him. He was unaware of what thoughts had occupied Snape's mind moments ago. But regardless, the outcome at present was undoubtedly the best for Link. As Snape now evidently had no intention of probing into Link's scars, he surprisingly prepared to instruct Link in the art of the killing curse. What is this killing curse? It is one of the few highly lethal spells at Hogwarts. It is unleashed silently, and upon striking its target, it inflicts a deep gash. Moreover, strictly speaking, it is considered dark magic, as its cursed nature renders the wounds it creates incapable of healing through conventional means. Only a counter curse can neutralize them. Its spell's penetrating attributes and energy countering properties are exceptionally formidable, as demonstrated by Snape's earlier display. It is worth noting that he showcased it against a heavy stone door composed entirely of anti-magic obsidian, and yet, he managed to carve a terrifying mark upon it with the killing curse. Most importantly, the killing curse is simply magnificent. Link found himself envisioning a scene where he casually waved his wand, unleashing a sword-like energy spanning 30,000 miles, a radiant strike that chilled 19 continents. Lost in thought, a foolish grin crept across Link's face. But at that moment, Snape's icy voice cut through the air once more. "Very well, let us begin." Oh, roused from his daydream, Link donned his attire and naturally tucked the half-full potion vial into his pocket. Snape's facial muscles twitched at the sight, yet he ultimately refrained from commenting. Raising his wand and uttering, Snape did not elaborate further, but Link comprehended his intent. Finally, Link adjusted his expression, adopting a serious demeanor as he nodded solemnly at Snape. In response, Snape slightly tilted his chin and stated, "Now, pay close attention to my movements." Killing curse. Whoosh. Another gust of wind swept through, adding another gash to the unfortunate stone door. Fortunately, in comparison to the first, this incision was notably shallower and shorter, indicating that Snape had held back. "Now, it is your turn," Snape said, stepping aside, which left Link somewhat taken aback. To be honest, Snape's movements had been so swift that he hadn't fully grasped them. Yet, gazing into Snape's ice-cold eyes, Link steeled himself and raised his wand. Killing curse. He wielded his wand with vigor. However, nothing transpired. An awkward silence enveloped the office, and Link turned to Snape with a forced smile, only to find the latter's expression void of emotion, calmly stating, "Fool, your arm is raised too high. Continue." Killing curse. "You absolute imbecile. The arc of your wand is too small. Continue." Killing curse. "Your incantation is too monotonous. Casting a spell is not merely reciting lines. I need you to infuse it with genuine emotion. Merlin, do you truly possess magical talent? Continue." Killing curse. Killing curse. With Snape's sharp tongue echoing in the air, Link swung his wand time and again. Despite Severus Snape's undeniably abrasive demeanor and his cutting remarks, Link harbored no feelings of discontent. He understood that it was already a privilege to receive instruction from such a formidable figure, and he was not learning solely for Snape's sake. Moreover, beyond the disparaging comments, Snape's teachings proved to be remarkably sound, and Link could clearly sense his movements and incantations becoming increasingly refined. At long last, after the 67th attempt at casting his wand, a new, albeit faint, gash appeared upon the heavy anti-magic obsidian door before him. The mark was exceedingly shallow, so much so that it could easily be overlooked if one were not attentive. Yet, without a doubt, Link had succeeded. The disarming charm LV1 acquired. "Yes," Link exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he turned to face Snape. The latter stood frozen in place, although his expression remained inscrutable. Link could distinctly perceive a hint of surprise in Snape's demeanor. This realization filled Link with a sense of pride. A subtle smile crept upon his lips as he regarded Snape with a look that seemed to question, "Is that all you've got?" Snape's countenance darkened momentarily, and he clicked his tongue before bellowing, "The power is too feeble. Are you intending to use it to give someone a massage? Carry on." "Yes, Professor Snape." In response, Link playfully stood at attention and executed a mock salute towards Snape, then resumed his practice of the disarming charm. With the system's assistance, Link consistently succeeded in casting the charm during his subsequent attempts. Severus found himself genuinely astonished, for this indicated that Link's previous success was not merely a stroke of luck. He had truly mastered this spell. Such a feat was indeed formidable. It is noteworthy that the disarming charm was originally devised by Snape himself during his own student days. Thus he was acutely aware of its complexities. A second-year wizard, even under Snape's tutelage, would not typically achieve mastery in such a short span of time. Given Link's evident talent, it was not surprising that he could easily grasp the charm. However, it was still rather embarrassing for Snape, who had previously expressed skepticism regarding Link's potential to learn it. Pressing his lips together, Snape raised a hand to halt Link's practice, summoning him closer and raising his wand. Disarming charm. With Link's anguished cry, a fine gash appeared on the back of his hand, followed by a cascade of tiny droplets of blood. "Now, let us learn the counter curse for the disarming charm," Snape stated in a dispassionate tone, his face betraying no emotion. Yet, for reasons unknown, Link was struck by an ominous premonition. Chapter 60. Respect for Hufflepuff. Unlike typical spells, the disarming charm is classified as a curse, and its effects can only be undone through a counter curse. Cessation spells and similar interruptions are utterly ineffective against it, Snape elaborated slowly. Therefore, it is imperative that you learn the counter curse. Furthermore, I must caution you that while I have taught you the disarming charm, you must also learn the importance of restraint. If, indeed, your deliberate withholding of the countercurse results in dire consequences, do not cast blame upon me. You comprehend, Professor Snape? Link nodded earnestly. Observing this, Snape proceeded to impart all pertinent details regarding the disarming charm's countercurse to Link. Subsequently, Link realized that his previous ominous premonitions were coming to fruition. The difficulty of this wretched countercurse was nearly twice that of the disarming charm itself, regardless of how Link adjusted his incantation or altered the movements of his wand. The scar on the back of his hand showed no signs of fading. Snape, however, vocally berated him with fervor. This arduous practice continued until evening, during which both Snape and Link consumed 2 full tubes of nutritional supplements. Yet, Link still received no information from the system regarding the acquisition of the countercurse. This rendered his expression as grim as a mask of anguish. Fortunately, Snape appeared to tire of his scolding. He glanced at the hourglass in the corner of his office, waved his wand, and instantaneously healed the scar on Link's hand. "All right, it's getting late. Be off with you. We shall resume at 7 tomorrow morning." "Oh, thank you, Professor." Today had truly been a trial for him. It was not a matter of physical or magical exhaustion, for he had scarcely managed to successfully cast any spells. The primary burden lay in the mental fatigue. As he sluggishly pushed open the stone door and exited the office, Link was taken aback. He was astonished to find a large crowd gathered at the entrance of Snape's office, with Cedric leading the assembly. "Link, are you all right?" Before Link could respond, the crowd surged towards him, with Cedric frowning in inquiry. Cedric's expression was rather grim, for Link's current state was clearly fatigued, and his attire appeared somewhat disheveled, which led to unfavorable associations in Cedric's mind. However, Link managed to smile and replied, "I'm fine. Professor Snape taught me a rather powerful spell today, hence my disheveled appearance." "Really?" Cedric said, skepticism etched on his face. In his recollection, Snape was not one to extend kindness to any Hufflepuff. "Indeed, truly," Link insisted, also voicing his curiosity. "What brings you all here? We specifically came away for you." Cedric even missed the Christmas feast for this, a tall Hufflepuff murmured softly. Cedric shot him a fierce glare before turning to retrieve a long gift box from behind him, presenting it to Link. "Link, this gift is far too extravagant. I cannot accept it." Upon hearing this, the Hufflepuff who had been glared at grew anxious. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but after a moment's hesitation, he ultimately refrained, merely stamping his foot in frustration. Cedric intended to return the Firebolt 2000 to him. For this, he had even waited at the entrance of Snape's office in the middle of the day. Were it anyone else, Link's naturally suspicious disposition would have led him to doubt the sincerity of their politeness. Cedric was undoubtedly sincere, for he was indeed a man of integrity. With a smile and a shake of his head, Link extended the gift box towards Cedric, saying, "Do not be so modest, Cedric. This is a token of my heartfelt intentions." However, upon hearing this, Cedric's expression became somewhat conflicted. To be honest, even with the Nimbus 2000, he lacked the confidence to secure a victory, as capturing the golden snitch often relied on luck. Yet, the members of Hufflepuff behind him were unwilling to accept this. The Nimbus 2000 that Link had offered would significantly enhance their Quidditch team's prowess. When Cedric mentioned returning it, they had been somewhat resistant. But now that Link himself had spoken, they could no longer contain their enthusiasm. They surrounded Cedric, urging him to accept the gift. Under their persistent insistence, Cedric found it increasingly difficult to refuse and ultimately accepted the Nimbus 2000, much to the delight of the Hufflepuffs present. In the crowd, someone suddenly shouted an enthusiastic proposal, which was swiftly met with unanimous agreement from all Hufflepuffs. The house elves moved with remarkable speed. It wasn't too long before they appeared before Link and his companions, each carrying a tray laden with food. This was Link's first opportunity to witness these little creatures in person. These devoted house elves of Hogwarts were not particularly charming. Standing at less than a meter tall, they possessed large bat-like ears, bulging eyes the size of tennis balls, and relatively long, flat noses. Many years ago, these house elves had become homeless due to the upheaval caused by the Goblin Rebellion and faced the constant threat of persecution from dark wizards, seeking refuge to ensure their survival. They had come to Hogwarts for assistance. Tragically, neither the brave Gryffindors nor the wise Ravenclaws were willing to offer them shelter, and it was needless to say that the noble Slytherin had no intention of doing so either. Ultimately, it was the principled Hufflepuffs who stood up against the tide of opposition and welcomed them, just as they embraced those students whom the other 3 houses had rejected. As a result, the house elves of Hogwarts were always particularly friendly towards Hufflepuff students, forever remembering the kindness of their house. However, the Hufflepuffs did not take advantage of their goodwill. To prevent students from continually troubling these unfortunate little beings, Professor Sprout even imposed a strict ban on visiting the kitchen unless absolutely necessary. Yet today was clearly an exception. Beneath the warmth of the crackling fire, everyone felt invigorated. Then, led by an unknown initiator, the crowd raised their cups in unison, toasting the Hufflepuff lady depicted in the mural, who also raised her golden goblet in salute. "The Hufflepuff," they chorused, and promptly drained their cups. The Hufflepuff lady in the painting smiled down at her students, and in the flickering glow of the fireplace, her smile seemed to grow even more radiant. Chapter 61, The Anti-Curse Practice. The Christmas feast, exclusive to the Hufflepuffs, continued joyously until the late hours of the night. Everyone was thoroughly entertained, particularly the members of the Hufflepuff Quidditch team. Link's gift of a Nimbus 2000 to Cedric proved to be a boon for the entire team, instilling within them a glimmer of hope for victory. However, their merriment was short-lived, as Cedric rose before dawn the next day, dragging each of them from their dormitories for training. Their lamentations echoed amidst the biting cold outside, where training in such frigid weather felt like sheer torment. Cedric, unfazed by their complaints, insisted that since they had collectively agreed to accept Link's generous gift, they must strive to achieve results, lest they disappoint Link and all the Hufflepuffs. This chaotic scene was fortuitously witnessed by Link, who empathized with the team members being forcibly ushered into the snowy outdoors by Cedric. He too had to rise early to visit Snape's office, which felt like a true ordeal, complaining about the chilling wind that nipped at him outside the common room. Link mused that, in winter, only the warmth of his bed felt like a true sanctuary, though such a notion remained a mere fantasy. With a sigh, he ultimately rubbed his hands together and made his way to Snape's office. Upon arrival, Snape's office appeared unchanged since Link's last visit. Snape remained at his workbench, concocting potions, and the bubbling cauldron kept the basement surprisingly warm. Yet, the air was thick with a peculiar odor, a consequence of the lack of ventilation. And Snape himself bore an oily sheen that made Link ponder whether Snape had been indulging in some form of alchemical asceticism. This seemed a plausible theory, considering Snape had access to invigorating potions and nutritional supplements. For him, the act of sustaining oneself could be as simple as eating or drinking. After removing his heavy coat and hanging it on a rack, Link instinctively distanced himself from Snape. The scent of someone who had been awake all night was hardly pleasant, even if that person were Snape. Noticing Link's arrival, Snape glanced at the hourglass in the corner, confirming Link was not late, before instructing him to begin practicing. "You will practice alone," he said. "First, use the severing charm to make a small cut on your hand. Then proceed to practice the counter curse." Snape's impatience was palpable, yet Link's eyes brightened at the prospect. He realized that mastering the counter curse would simultaneously enhance his proficiency in both spells. "What a brilliant method!" Link exclaimed, nodding eagerly as he raised his wand to his hand, ready to cast the charm. However, it soon became clear that he had overestimated his adeptness with the severing charm. A barely perceptible glimmer flashed by, and a deep gash, visible to the bone, appeared on Link's hand. "Ah!" The sound from Link caught Snape's attention, prompting him to cast a furtive glance at Link, his eyes widening in astonishment. "You truly are a genius, Mr. Free," Snape remarked with a heavy dose of sarcasm. "Enough with the mockery. The amount of blood lost is quite alarming. Quickly, cast a counter curse," Link retorted, raising his still bleeding hand towards Snape in dissatisfaction. However, Link's movement was somewhat exaggerated, causing droplets of blood to splatter dangerously close to the cauldron. "My potion!" Snape exclaimed in a panic, immediately pushing Link aside as he anxiously inspected the cauldron for damage. Only after confirming that the potion remained intact did he cast a dark glare at Link. "You are an insufferable fool," Snape berated Link, who stood silently, arms crossed. As an adept young wizard in potion-making, Link understood that had his blood contaminated the cauldron, the entire concoction would have been rendered useless, a potion that Snape had labored over for an entire night. It was only natural for Snape to react in such a manner. Observing Link's pitiful expression and the still bleeding hand, Snape, panting with exasperation, finally raised his wand and made a swift motion towards Link. A miraculous event unfolded. The deep wound on Link's arm vanished, as if it were a zipper being pulled, leaving behind only a faint trace. "Practice on your own. Stay away from my cauldron. You unfortunate child," Snape grumbled as he walked away. Link rolled his eyes at Snape's retreating figure before raising his wand once more to begin his practice. The training for the disarming charm did not proceed smoothly. However, Snape, despite his grumbling, would turn to scold Link whenever he faltered, pointing out the errors in his spell-casting process. Under this peculiar form of instruction, Link ultimately succeeded in erasing the mark from his hand. Disarming charm. Counter LV1 acquired. Gazing at the notification before him, a smile brightened Link's face. He eagerly approached Snape, startling him, prompting Snape to swiftly cover the cauldron with a lid. I did it. Upon hearing this, Snape glanced at Link's hand, and indeed, noted that the mark had completely vanished. TSK. Snape clicked his tongue, his expression revealing a mix of emotions. He regarded Link's somewhat smug demeanor, his mouth moving as if to say something, but ultimately, he remained silent. After a moment's hesitation, he coldly commanded, "Continue." With that, Snape resumed his potion brewing, while Link stayed close, discreetly observing Snape's expression. Seeing no sign of anger, he slowly ventured to speak. "Professor Snape, should you not teach me the art of mental occlusion?" Snape abruptly raised his head, fixing his profound and hollow gaze upon Link for a moment before responding. "When did I ever agree to teach you the art of mental occlusion?" Just yesterday, Link feigned surprise as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Snape, with an inscrutable expression, cast a glance at the cauldron. Unbeknownst to Link, the cauldron contained a specially crafted calming potion intended for him. A potion whose intricate brewing process required even a master like Snape to toil throughout the night to complete it before Link's consumption. The liquid within the cauldron continued to bubble, and Snape quietly inquired, "Why do you wish to learn the art of mental occlusion?" Chapter 62, Training in Mental Occlusion. Because I have recently been practicing the sensory spell, and its successful execution necessitates a state of absolute rational calm. I thought the art of mental occlusion might assist me. Link replied without hesitation. This was a premeditated excuse he had devised, and he was confident that even the most skilled legilimens would not discern any hint of deception. In truth, the art of mental occlusion greatly enhances the sensory spell, yet its learning curve is significantly steeper in reality. No one would practice mental occlusion merely to master the sensory spell. It would be rather foolish. Snape's reaction was not unexpected for Link, who continued to be scrutinized by Snape for a while longer before the latter remarked, "In that case, I shall teach you, as the art of mental occlusion would indeed benefit your condition." "My condition?" Link queried, perplexed. This was the first time in the past month he had heard Snape mention his affliction, reigniting his curiosity about his physical state. What ailment could possibly be alleviated by the art of mental occlusion? However, Snape clearly did not wish to delve further into this topic, dismissing it with a wave of his hand. Though Snape's words were light, Link's expression grew serious. He understood how challenging it would be to attain the level of mastery Snape described. The human brain, after all, is in a constant state of thought and perception, even during sleep, albeit unbeknownst to the individual. Many might believe that emptying the mind equates to daydreaming, yet these two states are fundamentally distinct. Nonetheless, one's senses remain active. One can feel the chair against their back, the warmth enveloping their body, and so forth. Thus, truly emptying the mind is a formidable task, one that the average person may only experience by rare chance. Moreover, the difficulty lies in the fact that this state is easily disrupted, while genuine mental occlusion requires one to maintain such a state in any environment. Such a level of skill transcends what an ordinary individual can attain through diligent practice. It is solely those exceptionally gifted individuals who can accurately grasp the art of mental occlusion under the guidance of others. This, indeed, is the principal reason behind the scarcity of mental occlusion practitioners. Observing Link's solemn expression, Snape slightly nodded, raising his wand as he stood up, declaring, "Very well. Let's commence." "Wait!" A thunderous exclamation from Link halted Snape's impending actions. He stepped back several paces, his demeanor shifting to one of caution as he queried, "How do you intend to train me? It wouldn't involve incessantly invading my mind with the legilimency spell, would it?" This was Link's foremost concern, for the secrets housed within his mind were numerous. Although legilimency could unveil the thoughts of the target during the act, it could not, as the fabled soul-searching technique purportedly could extract memories from the past. Nevertheless, Link was still apprehensive about the possibility of exposing his secrets. After all, Snape had a history. In the original narrative, he subjected Harry Potter to relentless legilimency while simultaneously unleashing a torrent of scathing remarks, leaving Harry in a state of despair. However, to Link's surprise, Snape regarded him with an expression akin to one reserved for the intellectually challenged and replied, "That is against the law." And so, Link retorted, "The Ministry of Magic indeed stipulated that one could not employ legilimency on others without explicit approval, particularly on underage wizards." Yet, Link perceived Snape as someone who would not abide by the Ministry's regulations. Otherwise, he would not have imparted the perilous spell, Sectum Sempra, to Link. "That signifies I shall not do so," Snape replied tersely. Before Link could utter another word, Snape flicked his wand, transforming a large empty glass jar in the corner into a plush chaise lounge. "Now, take a seat and attempt to clear your mind. Spare us the prattle." Is this how you intend for me to practice? Link inquired, bewildered. What other way is there? I provided you with the method. If you can grasp it, splendid. If not, it merely indicates a lack of aptitude, Snape asserted with an air of certainty. Link's expression turned quizzical at this response. He had been concerned that Snape's training might be excessively rigorous, potentially jeopardizing his identity as a traveler from another realm. Yet, the training approach was not rigorous at all. Rather, it was surprisingly simplistic. This world truly had its peculiarities. Silently scoffing in his mind, Link ultimately reclined on the chaise lounge, endeavoring to clear his thoughts. Link possessed some experience in this regard, having previously engaged in meditation exercises while learning the hyper-awareness spell. However, compared to meditation, the demands of this mental occlusion training were evidently more stringent. Consequently, Link inevitably fell victim to the most common error made by most learners of the mental occlusion technique. He succumbed to slumber. When Link awakened once more, the outside world had succumbed to darkness. Gazing at the flickering candle flames around him, he was suddenly engulfed by an inexplicable sense of solitude. Severus Snape was still meticulously tending to the troublesome potion, his demeanor suggesting that the brewing process was nearing its conclusion, as evidenced by his poised finger hovering over the flame's switch, ready to extinguish it at any moment. This prompted Link to entertain an unsettling suspicion. Could it be that this fellow was merely deceiving him into such training to avoid being disturbed during his potion making? Once this notion took root, it began to resonate more profoundly within Link. After all, given Snape's character, it seemed highly improbable that he would have the kindness to conjure a reclining chair for him. With this thought, Link's gaze towards Snape grew more unfriendly. At that moment, Snape finally extinguished the flame of the burner, pouring the potion from the cauldron into 2 cups. He exhaled a long breath of exasperation, glanced at the now-awakened Link, and wearily waved his hand, uttering, "Drink the potion and be on your way. I need to rest." Chapter 63, An Unexpected Encounter. Observing Snape's fatigued appearance, Link refrained from saying much. Suppressing the urge to voice his thoughts, he expressed his gratitude to Snape before consuming the potion and departing. However, just as he was about to push open the stone door, Snape's voice drifted from behind him once more. "Understood, Professor." Link nodded and opened the stone door, adding, "Rest well." With a muffled thud, the stone door closed once more. In the darkness, Link took a deep breath. Overall, his spirits were relatively high. After all, he had mastered both the incantations of the disarming charm and the counterspell, and had begun his studies in the art of mental shielding. Everything seemed to be progressing favorably. The only drawback lay in the rather peculiar and challenging methodology of the mental shielding technique, which left him somewhat disheartened. Yet, as Snape had remarked, this was the very measure of one's genius. True geniuses often discern profound truths within subtleties, while the mediocre, even when confronted with the truth, perceive it merely as commonplace. Link was uncertain whether he could be deemed a genius, but he was resolute in his determination not to yield. With a flicker of luminescence, a gentle and radiant light emanated from the tip of Link's wand. He stretched his somewhat stiff limbs and slowly ventured into the shadows. This evening, he intended to pay a visit to Arkham. Although Arkham had repeatedly claimed that his injury was inconsequential, Link still harbored concerns. The mysterious dark potion he had procured from Snape was specifically for Arkham's sake. Though the quantity was insufficient for a full dose, Link believed Arkham would appreciate the gesture nonetheless. With this in mind, Link quickened his pace. However, he had not ventured far when he suddenly collided with something. Ouch! Ah! Link stumbled, nearly losing his balance, while a vaguely familiar grunt echoed before him. He steadied himself and turned to the source of the sound, only to find 2 small legs writhing on the ground, with nothing above them. This surprised Link somewhat, yet he quickly regained his composure and uncertainly inquired, "Harry? Ah, Link, come help me," came Harry's anguished voice from ahead, accompanied by the sudden appearance of an arm in the air. Link cautiously pulled, and thus managed to hoist Harry up from the ground. "Phew! My apologies, Link. I was lost in thought," Harry said, scratching his head sheepishly, while Link, brimming with enthusiasm, began to rub the fabric that had originally covered Harry. This fabric was quite extraordinary. Anything enveloped by it would become completely transparent, a genuine invisibility cloak. "An invisibility cloak," Link exclaimed, a hint of excitement in his voice. At this, a flicker of pride crossed Harry's face. "Indeed, it is an invisibility cloak," Harry replied. "This was my Christmas gift, said to be a relic of my father S." Observing Harry's smug demeanor, Link smiled knowingly. At that moment, Harry clearly perceived this as merely an ordinary invisibility cloak, unaware that while the wizarding world possessed such cloaks, those crafted from the hides of invisibility beasts were, in truth, expensive items with a limited lifespan. Generally speaking, even the finest invisibility cloak could only guarantee a year of effective use, whereas the one in Harry's possession was markedly different. It was none other than the famed Deathly Hallow, the Cloak of Invisibility. After toying with the cloak for a while, Link ultimately returned it to Harry. "This is truly remarkable," Link sincerely exclaimed. "Isn't it? I think so too," Harry replied, his excitement palpable. Link, shaking his head in bemusement, then asked, "But why are you here at this hour?" Upon hearing this, Harry's smile faltered. He stood frozen for a moment before seemingly making a decision. Gritting his teeth as he said, "I've discovered something wonderful. Perhaps you should come see it with me." "Link, what is this wonderful thing?" Link inquired, intrigued. "It's hard to explain. You'll understand once you see it." With that, Harry disregarded Link's reaction and pulled him deeper into the corridor. The two traversed a winding path, navigating one staircase after another, leaving Link utterly disoriented. It was only at this point that the previously inexplicably excited Harry finally calmed down a bit and began to confide in Link. "You should understand, Link. I merely wanted to test the prowess of this invisibility cloak, so last night I donned it for a nocturnal adventure. As it turns out, it is indeed quite powerful. I've visited many places, including the restricted section, without anyone noticing me. Of course, I only went to the restricted section to find Nicholas Flamel, not for any other reason. Oh, by the way, do you know who Nicholas Flamel is?" Not really," Link replied, naturally fabricating a lie, though inwardly he was astounded. That was the restricted section. After all knowledge pertaining to dark magic at Hogwarts is securely locked within its confines. The infamous Voldemort ascended to power by harnessing the wisdom contained therein. To Link's astonishment, Harry managed to infiltrate this sacred space with the help of an invisibility cloak, leaving Link with a sour taste in his mouth, akin to biting into a lemon. However, his envy was fleeting. He understood that to prevent the emergence of the next Dark Lord, the restricted section is the most tightly guarded area of Hogwarts. Aside from Harry, the Chosen One, it is unlikely that even the extraordinarily skilled wizards like Snape and Flitwick could breach its defenses. With a few clicks of his tongue, Link's gaze towards Harry grew increasingly complex. Unbeknownst to Harry, who continued speaking to himself, he remarked, "You don't know who Nicholas Flamel is? That's unfortunate. Of course, I don't mean to blame you, Link. In fact, we have been searching for Nicholas for quite some time, but to no avail." "What? You ask why we seek him? It is because Hagrid let slip that Nicholas Flamel is likely connected to the secrets beneath the trapdoor. We collectively believe it is imperative to discern what we are tasked with protecting. That seems only fair. Of course, that is a digression. What I truly wish to show you is something I discovered after escaping from the restricted section." "Oh, we have arrived." Harry's voice brimmed with excitement as he suddenly grasped Link's arm, halting them before a classroom door. Chapter 64, The Mirror of Ariste. "This will undoubtedly be the most extraordinary thing you have ever seen," Harry declared emphatically before the classroom door. However, Link felt a twinge of confusion. Lacking any recollection of this particular plot point, he was uncertain about what awaited them inside. Yet, Harry paid no heed to Link's uncertainty. He boldly flung open the door and pulled Link inside. This turned out to be an abandoned classroom, and there are many such rooms within the Hogwarts castle, filled with nothing but thick layers of dust. Strictly speaking, this was a dereliction of duty on Filch's part, but considering he was merely a caretaker, burdened with the task of managing mischievous wizarding students, Link surmised that Dumbledore would not be too harsh on Filch. However, the classroom they entered was different. The dusty floor bore a series of footprints, leading to a grand mirror at the end. To call it merely a full-length mirror would be an affront to its magnificence. This mirror towered to the ceiling, supported by two large claw-like pedestals. Most importantly, a lengthy inscription in Latin adorned the top of the frame. Ariste. Link felt an electric thrill course through him. "It is a magical mirror, Link," Harry gasped. "I saw a beautiful couple within. I believe they must be my parents." With that proclamation, Harry seemed to lose all control of his emotions. He hastily approached the mirror, and his expression swiftly transformed into one of bewilderment. Beside him, Link's gaze towards Harry was fraught with complexity. He was well aware that this was a mirror of Ariste. Moreover, he understood that its enchantment did not merely reveal Harry's parents, but rather allowed the user to behold their innermost desires. For centuries, the Mirror of Ariste had been regarded with trepidation by wizards, for its effects were so potent that those with wavering resolve could easily succumb to its allure, losing themselves in the illusions it conjured and forgetting the starkness of reality. With a dazed look, Harry began to speak, but midway through, he suddenly turned to Link. Curiosity etched on his face. Upon hearing this, Link froze momentarily. It It was important to note that Cedric had issued a strict edict for all Hufflepuffs to keep the matter of the Nimbus 2000 under wraps, intending to bewilder their adversaries. Unfortunately, the Hufflepuffs could hardly contain their excitement and had taken to boasting about it to other houses. This predicament left Link feeling rather awkward, as he and Harry had cultivated a decent rapport, and gifting Cedric the Nimbus 2000 was evidently not in Harry's favor. Scratching his head, Link slowly replied, "Indeed. Cedric has been quite troubled over broomsticks lately. Considering how he has always looked out for me, I decided to gift him one." Observing Link's explanation, Harry broke into a grin, saying, "Rest assured, Link, I bear you no ill will. After all, I too am in possession of a Nimbus 2000. Frankly, it only seems fair that others have access to the Nimbus 2000 as well. However, should I encounter the Hufflepuff team, I shall not go easy on them." "Huh. Let us save that conversation for after you've defeated the Hufflepuffs. Cedric is no pushover." Their banter eased the awkward atmosphere in the classroom. At that moment, Harry had a sudden realization and exclaimed with excitement, "Blast it, I almost forgot. Come and see my parents, Link. I assure you, they are the finest parents in the world." As he spoke, he stepped aside, gesturing for Link to approach. Link hesitated for a moment, but ultimately stepped forward, confident in his own resolve. In terms of reflection, the mirror of Ariste could not rival an ordinary mirror. As Link stood before it, he could only discern a vague semblance of himself. The surface seemed shrouded in mist, obscuring even his own visage. However, the image soon began to transform, rippling with spiraling waves, as warm hues gradually enveloped the scene. As the reflection became clearer, Link finally beheld the image within. He was lounging on a couch in a sun-drenched detective agency, one hand cradling a coffee cup and the other holding a newspaper, indulging in a leisurely read. Link shook his head with a smile. The scene before him was indeed reminiscent of something he had encountered in a dream. The mirror of Ariste had conjured what he most ardently desired. "Link, did you see it?" Harry exclaimed anxiously, to which Link replied with a shake of his head. "I'm sorry, Harry, I didn't see your parents. I believe everyone perceives something different from this mirror." "Oh wait," this is Link's voice trailed off, his expression transforming into one of astonishment. Before him, the image began to shift. It appeared to be an awards ceremony. A bearded wizard, strikingly similar to Dumbledore, was placing an M-shaped medal around Link's neck. Surrounding him were numerous people, most notably Emily and a woman shrouded in a black veil, her face obscured. They were all smiling and applauding Link, as if celebrating a remarkable achievement. The veiled woman was particularly moved, tears brimming in her eyes. Link took a deep breath, perplexed by the meaning of the scene. Yet, the image soon morphed once more. This time, it transformed into a desolate landscape, strewn with ruins and bodies. Though there were no distinct features, Link recognized the devastation as Hogwarts, identifiable by the distant forest and the dark, murky lake. He, clad in a black robe, traversed the wreckage, wand in hand, his demeanor cold and detached, as if searching for something. Suddenly, he halted, a cruel smile spreading across his face. He bent down and, from a gnarled hand amidst the ruins, extracted a wand resembling a candied hawthorn, lifting it high with a sinister grin. Boom! A flash of silver lightning split the sky, illuminating the dim scene and casting a terrifying shadow of a serpent behind Link. Simultaneously, a sharp pain surged through his head. He clutched his skull in agony, his body swaying from the intensity of the discomfort. Alarmed, Harry rushed to support him, exclaiming, "Link, what's wrong?" Chapter 65, The End of Christmas. Link could assure that this was the most excruciating pain he had ever experienced. It surpassed the migraine induced by a cavity in his past life. On a pain scale, he would estimate it at about 9, more agonizing than childbirth. Fortunately, this torment was fleeting, lasting only seconds before gradually receding from his mind. Now, Link lay collapsed on the ground, drenched in sweat. Harry continued to hold him, anxiously calling out, while Link, regaining some strength, extricated himself from Harry's embrace, saying, "I'm fine now, Harry. My goodness, are you certain you're all right? We should visit Madame Pomfrey. Your earlier state frightened me." Harry, drenched in sweat, spoke in a tremulous voice. He had indeed been frightened. As a teenager, he had never encountered such an emergency. Upon hearing this, Link wiped the moisture from his hair and replied, "To the infirmary? How will you explain your nocturnal wanderings? How will you account for this mirror?" At these words, Harry's expression shifted dramatically. His mind raced with thoughts of expulsion and withdrawal, rendering him momentarily frozen in place. Observing this, Link shook his head and spoke again. Link's voice seemed to rouse Harry from his stupor. Looking at Link's weary visage, Harry's expression reflected a tumult of emotions. Yet gritting his teeth, He helped Link to his feet and slowly made his way toward the Hufflepuff common room. It was evident that, when faced with the choice between his own burgeoning wizarding career and Link's well-being, Harry ultimately chose the former. This decision did not render Harry a villain. Rather, he merely made a choice that most would find understandable. This was further evidenced by his persistent urging of Link to concoct an excuse to visit Madame Pomfrey the following day. He felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. In response, Link merely smiled. After Link and Harry had walked away, the door to the abandoned classroom creaked open once more. Dumbledore, clad in a colorful corduroy nightgown, emerged from within. He surveyed the series of footprints leading into the classroom and the direction in which Link and Harry had departed, and his aged face suddenly took on a grave demeanor. Though fatigued, Link did not succumb to sleep. He lay quietly on his bed, reflecting on the night's extraordinary events. Influenced by various adaptations of Sherlock Holmes in his past life, Link had dabbled in psychology. Thus, he understood that a person's innermost desires are ever-evolving. For example, a reclusive individual might yearn for a PS5 during the day, but as night falls, that longing could transform into a desire for a genuine romantic partner. Analyzing his own experiences through this lens, Link could rationalize the peculiarities of the evening. Being inherently capricious and adaptable, he had never harbored dreams so steadfast that they could not be shaken. Unlike Harry, he had not endured profound emotional traumas, rendering the shifting images within the mirror of Ariste entirely plausible. Yet, despite his self-reassurances rooted in seemingly sound theories, an unsettling feeling lingered within him. This unease stemmed from the final image reflected in the mirror of Ariste. The figure portrayed therein had evidently committed dreadful acts against Hogwarts. If the mirror merely reflects the deepest desires of its user, did this imply that, buried within Link's subconscious, was a yearning for the destruction of Hogwarts itself? Taking several deep breaths, Link endeavored to expel this horrifying thought from his mind, ultimately forcing himself into slumber. When the dawn broke, Link stepped out of the common room, only to encounter Harry head-on. He appeared utterly haggard, his eyes dark and swollen, as though he had not slept a wink throughout the night. Nonetheless, upon spotting Link, he rushed over and said, "I pondered all night and believe it would be prudent for you to visit the infirmary." Observing Harry's anxious demeanor, Link did not decline and accompanied him to the infirmary. He was not one to dismiss minor ailments, especially since the Hogwarts infirmary required no payment. Why not seek help? Upon their arrival, they spun a fabricated tale, and Madame Pomfrey was taken aback. With a serious expression, she conducted a series of examinations and administered several potions. It was not until nearly noon that she officially declared Link's condition to be stable. This revelation brought a great sigh of relief to Harry, who had been far more anxious than Link himself over the past few hours. He could finally ease his worries. However, Link remained less optimistic. For Madame Pomfrey's expression had indicated something was amiss. Yet, she clearly wished to spare Link from the underlying concerns, and he refrained from pressing her further. Knowing well that she had no intention of causing him harm, Link then proceeded to Snape's office, where he practiced the disarming charm and the mind-blocking spell under the latter's vigilant supervision. Notably, his proficiency in the disarming charm had reached level 2, marking a significant improvement in his mastery, as he could now practice it independently on the back of his hand, without the fear of accidentally severing it due to excessive magical output. If there was any lingering disappointment, it stemmed from his inability to master the mind-blocking spell. This left Link feeling quite dejected, yet Snape remained remarkably composed. He clearly informed Link that such a struggle was entirely normal. In his words, if Link were to master the mind-blocking spell in just a few days, he would have to suspect that Link was under the influence of dark wizards. Chapter 66, Defense Against the Dark Arts. In the morning hall, gazing at his timetable, Link took a deep breath. Defense Against the Dark Arts, a compulsory subject for every young wizard, aims to equip each student with the means to resist various dark magic and perilous creatures. This course is of paramount importance, particularly in a country that has already endured the ravages of the Dark Lord twice. However, this year, the course faced certain challenges primarily stemming from its instructor, Quirinus Quirrell. As an outstanding graduate of Ravenclaw House, Quirrell possessed a wealth of theoretical knowledge, which was why Dumbledore had invited him to teach. Yet, it was evident that Quirrell had disappointed Dumbledore. As a professor, his teaching prowess was utterly abysmal. One cannot truly expect to glean any knowledge from his lessons, as he merely clutches the guide to dark forces and theory of magical defense, reading them aloud in a stammering manner. In a certain sense, his teaching is even inferior to that of Professor Binns. While both recite from their texts, at least Professor Binns has a coherent lesson plan. However, Quirrell's approach is nothing short of disastrous. Attending his class is less beneficial than self-studying from a book, which at least offers a smoother flow of information. The reason Link struggled to master fundamental second-year defensive spells, such as the Ironclad Charm and Disarming Spell, was largely due to Quirrell's abysmal teaching methods, which made it exceedingly difficult for a novice wizard like Link, who had yet to solidify his foundational skills, to grasp the incantations. This predicament, of course, plagues all young wizards at Hogwarts. For Link, however, the name Quirrell signifies an even more dire trouble. The dark shadow he previously encountered in the Forbidden Forest was Quirrell, who was possessed by Voldemort, draining his life force and magical energy to sustain his own existence. If given a choice, Link would prefer to avoid attending defense against the dark arts altogether, for in light of Voldemort's blatant malevolence towards him, attending such a class feels akin to stepping into a trap. Alas, this is not a matter within Link's control. Link, why are you still dawdling? We're going to be late, and this is uncharacteristic of you, John exclaimed excitedly. Upon hearing this, Link sighed and hesitated for a moment before finally rising to accompany John towards the classroom. The classroom for defense against the dark arts is a rather ordinary square room, modest in size, ensuring that even those seated at the back can clearly see the blackboard. Link and John arrived just in time, yet they were not the last to enter. Along the way, Link had observed many students, like themselves, loitering in the hallway, reluctant to enter the classroom. The sole reason for this reluctance is the persistent, overpowering scent of garlic that lingers in the air of the classroom. This aroma is so potent that even a brief stay inside will leave one reeking of it, rendering them a walking toxic gas bomb for the remainder of the day, a prospect many girls find intolerable. This overwhelming scent is attributed to Quirrell. Many, specifically George and Fred, believe he employs it as a defense against vampires, while others opine that he simply adores garlic to the extent of carrying it as a snack. By the time they arrived, Professor Quirrell was already standing at the podium, awaiting the commencement of class. Quirrell is, in fact, quite scholarly in demeanor and relatively youthful, which lends him an appearance that is not altogether unappealing. Regrettably, in an effort to conceal the dark presence residing at the back of his head, Voldemort, Quirrell is perpetually wrapped in a purple Indian turban, which renders him looking less like an Englishman and more akin to an immigrant from India. The most amusing aspect is that Quirrell often appears flustered, manifesting this through his peculiar habit of clasping his hands over his chest or gesticulating aimlessly with both hands. Such behavior renders Quirrell rather foolish in the eyes of others, reminiscent of a character named Mr. Tree from a film Lin had seen in a previous life. However, Lincoln must concede that Quirrell's deliberately feigned foolishness is indeed quite deceptive, had he not been familiar with the original text. Lincoln would never have guessed that Quirrell was merely a vessel for Voldemort. "Good morning, Mr. Flitwick," Quirrell stammered as Lin Ku and John passed the podium, simultaneously extending a trembling hand. This elicited a moment of surprise from John, for Quirrell typically refrained from greeting his students, leaving John to suspect that Quirrell had not fully memorized their names. Moreover, although he had entered alongside Lin Ku, Quirrell only addressed Lin Ku directly, which caused John to regard Lin Ku with a peculiar expression. Lin Ku, narrowing his eyes in cautious observation of Quirrell, silently led John to a seat in the back row. With their seating settled, the class bell finally rang. The students, who had been reluctantly congregating in the hallway, shuffled into the classroom with great reluctance. Quirrell had grown accustomed to this behavior. He offered Lin Ku a goofy smile before raising the book in his hands and began to read haltingly. Meanwhile, the students below paid him little mind, having long surrendered their interest in the defense against the dark arts class. However, Quirrell's performance today was unexpectedly noteworthy. Barely 10 minutes into the lesson, he set aside his textbook, grinning foolishly as he pointed at Lin Ku and asked, "Mr. Flitwick, what is the effect of the disarming charm?" This unusual inquiry immediately captured everyone's attention, and all eyes turned to Lin Ku. Taken aback, Lin Ku eventually stood to respond. The primary function of a disarming charm is to make a weapon or any object fly out of an opponent's hand, thus disarming them. Absolutely correct. Hufflepuff gains 10 points. Quirrell exclaimed with excitement, leaving everyone, including Lin Ku, momentarily stunned. It was nothing short of miraculous. "Mr. Flitwick, what is the effect of the full body bind curse?" Quirrell continued. "Excellent. Hufflepuff gains another 10 points. As the lesson progressed, the peculiar glances directed at Quirrell and Lin Ku grew increasingly bizarre. While the initial questions could be interpreted as Quirrell's sudden lapse in judgment favoring Hufflepuff, the subsequent inquiries were unmistakably biased towards Lin Ku. This blatant favoritism incited considerable ire among the Gryffindors attending class with Hufflepuff. In contrast, Link maintained an air of calm composure. However, driven by his disdain for Quirrell, when faced with the latter's final inquiry, "What would you do if a dark wizard appeared before you?" he candidly responded, "I would simply launch myself at him with a slide tackle." This response rendered Quirrell's expression somewhat unpleasant, yet astonishingly, he still awarded Hufflepuff 5 points in the name of commendable courage. Link hastily gathered his belongings, eager to depart the classroom alongside John, having no desire to linger in Quirrell's presence any longer. At that moment, Quirrell unexpectedly called out, "Mr. Free, please wait a moment. I have something to discuss with you. Could you accompany me to my office?" Upon hearing this, Link paused, while the other students in the classroom exhibited expressions of predictable intrigue. However, Link's subsequent reaction left everyone astounded. He glanced at Quirrell with an impassive face and coldly replied, "I apologize, Professor Quirrell, but I must visit Professor Snape. Perhaps you might consult him to see if he would be amenable." Upon hearing this, Quirrell's expression instantly turned awkward. He quickly shook his head without a hint of hesitation and said, "Then let us discuss this another time. I'm in no rush." Link smirked disdainfully, setting aside the dark influence of Voldemort looming over Quirrell. The man himself was quite cowardly. Shaking his head, Link promptly exited the classroom with John. As soon as they reached the hall, John excitedly grasped Link's arm. "I can't believe it. What did you give Quirrell? You just awarded Hufflepuff a full 75 points. Listening to John's words, Link instinctively glanced at the gemstone hourglasses representing the scores of each house in the entrance hall. As expected, Hufflepuff's hourglass had noticeably increased. However, despite this, Hufflepuff remained at the bottom of the rankings among the 4 houses. Nonetheless, due to the intense competition among the other 3 houses this year, Hufflepuff's score had not been significantly diminished and appeared comparatively better than in previous years. Things aren't as you perceive. His generosity is not without ulterior motives. At this, John shrugged dismissively, his expression hinting at arrogance. Observing John's inflated demeanor, Link shook his head and provocatively remarked, "I believe you should focus more on Quidditch. Your match is approaching, is it not?" Upon hearing this, John's face fell instantly. Link's comment was akin to telling someone who had not studied that an exam was imminent. "Arader cruelist." In truth, we are assured of victory in this match. In a few days, we face Gryffindor, and the referee will be Snape. You understand what that implies, do you not? Link was indeed aware of the implications. In Hogwarts, it was common knowledge that Snape harbored a deep-seated animosity for both Gryffindor and Harry Potter. Given Snape's character, it was only natural for everyone to assume that he would favor Slytherin with dubious calls during the competition. Meanwhile, Harry's initial advantage in equipment was effectively nullified by the Nimbus 2000 gifted by Link, rendering Gryffindor's defeat almost inevitable. However, Link held a different perspective. While Cedric was indeed exceptional, Harry Potter truly embodied the essence of a chosen one in this realm, and with his fortune on his side, it was uncertain whether Cedric could surpass him. Should Hufflepuff falter in this match, it would deliver a devastating blow to both Cedric and the entire Hufflepuff house. Previously, losses could be attributed to inferior equipment, but with the disparity in gear now leveled, any further defeat would lay bare their lack of skill. Nonetheless, this was not a concern for Link. The pressing issue before him remained Quirrell and Voldemort. Quirrell's peculiar demeanor during class indicated that he and his master were becoming increasingly impatient to act against Link, and his summons to the office was tantamount to revealing a gaping maw of danger. Any unsuspecting student unfamiliar with the narrative might have fallen into his trap. Unfortunately for Quirrell, Link was acutely aware of his true identity. This realization, however, served as a wake-up call for Link. He needed to expedite his plans, lest he become the one caught off guard. Contemplating this, Link discreetly veered away from John and slipped into a dark, deserted corridor. He gently tapped the wall, and upon hearing a rustling sound from within, he spoke in Parseltongue. "Hakram, begin monitoring the movements in the Forbidden Forest. Our actions must be prepared to commence." "Understood, Link," came the eerie whisper from beyond the wall, gradually fading as Link proceeded towards the Hufflepuff common room. In the following days, he intended to seclude himself, dedicating as much time as possible to mastering the art of mental occlusion, for he had a premonition that he would soon achieve success in this endeavor. Chapter 68, The Outcome. It proved that most humans tend to be overly optimistic about the future. Just as Link had previously believed he would soon master mental occlusion. Yet, reality delivered a resounding slap, as what he anticipated to be a brief period of seclusion stretched into months. It was not until one clear morning, when the snow blanketing Hogwarts Castle began to melt, that he finally received a notification from the system. Mental Occlusion LV1 has been acquired. Gazing at the golden letters imprinted upon his retina, Link felt a complex swirl of emotions. The bitter truth was that he had invested far too much time in mastering mental occlusion. However, it would be unfair to place too much blame on Link, for his confidence in swiftly acquiring the skill stemmed from his proficiency in meditation. He believed that having already mastered the art of entering a meditative state, learning mental occlusion should naturally follow. Yet, this significantly enhanced Link's combat prowess, as the power and controllability of the shadowless Divine Blade had multiplied several times with its ascension to level 3 in comparison to its level 2 form. Especially in terms of controllability, after conducting experiments, Link discovered that he could even maneuver the shadowless Divine Blade spell with a degree of directionality. However, that was not all. What truly delighted Link was the additional effect of the brain closure technique. Almost instantaneously upon the activation of the brain closure technique, a plethora of notifications regarding the experience of the supersensory spell level 1 emerged from the system, followed closely by the announcement of its upgrade. Supersensory spell level 2 has been acquired. A subtle smile began to curl at the corners of Link's mouth. As he had anticipated, the level 2 supersensory spell was still insufficient for him to activate during combat. After all, in such intense activity, Link could hardly suppress the overwhelming burden the spell imposed on his mind. Yet now, with the absolute rationality provided by the brain closure technique, the situation was markedly different. With a deep exhalation, Link expelled a cloud of murky breath, and a surge of cold magical energy rose from his heart, swiftly permeating his mind and encasing all his emotions in ice. His previously animated expression transformed into one of indifference, his once lively eyes now hollow and profound. Subsequently, a glimmer of blue flickered across his gaze. The brain closure technique combined with the activation of the supersensory spell. Boom! Link felt an explosive sound in his mind, akin to an engine starting, and in the next moment, he realized that the world before him had changed. The airborne dust, the rhythm of his heartbeat, the flickering flame of the candle on his bedside table. Everything became astonishingly vivid. He even discerned a series of faint, nearly invisible footprints on the floor. This was not favorable news for the house elves. Their guiding principle was to serve their masters in a manner that was as discreet as possible, avoiding detection. If the house elves were to learn of this, Link imagined they would be utterly distraught, perhaps even resorting to self-punishment. However, none of this mattered to Link. What was paramount was that he had noticed a faint, eerie white light illuminating the wooden door of his dormitory. This revelation quickened his heartbeat. All dormitory doors at Hogwarts were fortified with protective magic, effectively preventing intruders from infiltrating these chambers. Such occurrences had not transpired for centuries. Typically, their primary function was to thwart boys from entering the girls' dormitories, thereby averting unspeakable incidents. Curiously, girls were permitted to freely enter boys' dormitories, a tradition purportedly stemming from Godric Gryffindor's proposal. Much to Link's chagrin. Yet, none of this was of consequence. What mattered was that Link seemed capable of perceiving the protective magic on the dormitory door. Tentatively, he reached out toward the ethereal white light and felt a peculiar energy gently caressing his fingertips. This revelation brought a faint smile to Link's otherwise cold visage, a result of the cerebral confinement spell. The ability to sense magical auras indicated that many trigger-based magical mechanisms would henceforth be ineffective against him. Moreover, Link could now dare to explore numerous areas filled with restrictions, such as ancient chambers and the forbidden section of Hogwarts. Gradually withdrawing from the cerebral confinement and supersensory spells, Link's face was now entirely illuminated by joy. The synergistic effect of the supersensory and cerebral confinement spells exceeded his expectations, although untested. The enhancement of his rationality and heightened perception led him to believe his combat prowess had at least doubled compared to before. Empowered by such strength, Link felt increasingly confident in the plan he was about to execute. The only concern was that Quirrell had been unusually compliant lately. For months, he had not caused Link the anticipated troubles, but rather seemed somewhat apprehensive about engaging with him. However, this was good news for Link. After all, he was not particularly worried about Quirrell's absence from the Forbidden Forest, as Voldemort could not sustain himself solely on Quirrell's magic for long. To ensure his own survival, he would inevitably compel Quirrell to venture into the Forbidden Forest in search of unicorn blood to prolong his life. With this thought, Link, still smiling, finally pushed open the door to his dormitory. Now, it was time to greet everyone. Chapter 69. Hermione's second gift. Link's outing was not without its challenges. It was not that he encountered trouble, but rather that every Hufflepuff he met along the way greeted him with exuberance, leaving Link somewhat overwhelmed. To be fair, this was a stark contrast to the treatment he received upon his arrival at Hogwarts. Moreover, the Hufflepuffs had shed their previously timid demeanor, now walking with heads held high and an air of pride. This was decidedly inconsistent with the Hufflepuff reputation. Yet, Link understood their exuberance, as the Hufflepuff Quidditch team had recently performed exceptionally well. In their first match against Gryffindor, despite numerous predictions, the outcome was nothing short of astonishing. Hufflepuff decisively overwhelmed Gryffindor. Indeed, it was a complete rout. Within just 10 minutes of the match, both Harry and Cedric spotted the golden snitch. According to the original story, Harry should have easily secured the victory due to the speed advantage of a Nimbus 2000. However, this time was different. Cedric, also equipped with a Nimbus 2000, matched Harry's speed. The two pursued each other in the air for nearly 3 minutes, ultimately resulting in Cedric winning the match due to his superior physical prowess. In contrast, the second match against Ravenclaw proved to be somewhat lackluster. Nonetheless, Cedric did not disappoint, ultimately capturing the golden snitch even as Hufflepuff trailed significantly. These two matches have brought Cedric into the limelight. However, Cedric has not claimed all the glory for himself. Instead, he has candidly expressed that this achievement is a reflection of the collective efforts of the entire team. He even mentioned the generous gift of 2,000 points from Link and, after conversing with Professor Sprout, bestowed upon Link the honorary title of team member. This title, combined with Link's recent outstanding performance, has indeed transformed his reputation within Hufflepuff. No longer seen as the difficult Slytherin spawn, he has now become recognized as a benevolent and academically gifted individual. Consequently, the situation that has caused Link considerable distress has arisen. Yet, this is not the most troublesome aspect, for as soon as Link stepped into the library, a familiar voice rang out beside him. "Link, you have finally decided to show up." Upon hearing the voice, Link looked over to see Hermione at the reception desk, holding a book and gazing at him with joy. Opposite Hermione, Madame Pants, the librarian, furrowed her brow and reached for a nearby feather duster. It was evident that Hermione's voice had been too loud. Hermione, noticing Madame Pants's movement, quickly covered her mouth with her hand and, before Madame Pants could truly grasp the duster, pulled Link to a corner table. "Link, what have you been up to lately?" Hermione whispered in frustration. "I've gone to Hufflepuff to find you 3 times, and each time your roommate, John, has prevented me from entering, claiming I was there to spy on their Quidditch strategies." Upon hearing this, Link's expression turned somewhat awkward, for this was indeed something John could do. Link recalled how this fellow had previously urged him to use charm to extract information, turning a simple campus Quidditch match into a game of espionage, a rather absurd situation. However, Hermione's predicament was also somewhat Link's fault. Previously, in an attempt to reduce the likelihood of being ambushed by Quirrell, Link had confined himself to his quarters, rarely venturing out except for classes. Consequently, Hermione, who was not in the same year, had naturally been unable to encounter him. With an awkward smile, Link explained, "Well, you see, I've been busy with my studies. As you know, exams are just around the corner." Upon hearing this, a nearby Ravenclaw boy rolled his eyes. For Link's statement was clearly a fabrication. There were still 2 whole months until the exams. However, Hermione, upon hearing this, nodded in sudden understanding and excitedly said, "Oh, have you started revising already? You must have taken a lot of notes. Could I borrow them? My notes are all from second year. They wouldn't be of much use to you right now." Yet, Link was aware that, given Hermione's tenacious nature, she would undoubtedly continue to press the issue. Thus, seizing the moment before she could respond, Link swiftly changed the subject. "By the way, did you need to discuss something with me?" Is that what you were asking about?" Hermione's face flushed slightly, and after a moment of hesitation, she noticed that apart from the Ravenclaw boy, there was no one else around. Stealthily, she retrieved a roll of sealed parchment from her pocket and handed it to Link. "I simply wanted to give you this." Hearing Hermione's voice, which was barely above a whisper, Link slowly unrolled the parchment to reveal a poster of a football star, adorned with a flamboyant signature. Unfortunately, Link had never held much interest in football, particularly regarding such old legends, and thus failed to recognize the identity of the figure on the poster. Nevertheless, he displayed a look of astonishment, as he could not comprehend Hermione's intention behind this gift. At that moment, Hermione seemed to sense Link's confusion. She lowered her head, fidgeting with the hem of her garment as she spoke. "This is a token of gratitude for your help before. You mentioned that you occasionally watch football and basketball matches, right? My father is also an avid football fan and has quite the collection. So I thought." Hermione's voice diminished to a whisper until it became completely inaudible. Link, gazing at the sign poster in his hands, chuckled softly. "Well, perhaps I should pass on this. After all, it's not easy for your father to have such a hobby," he said, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Upon hearing Link's refusal, Hermione did not press the matter further. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, she leaned closer to Link and whispered, "By the way, there is something else. Hagrid has a fire dragon. Would you like to see it?" "A fire dragon?" Link pondered aloud. The fire dragon incident was a pivotal turning point in the original narrative. It was this very event that led Harry to confront Voldemort for the first time. At this juncture, Voldemort, through Quirrell's body, managed to procure unicorn blood. This implied that, barring any significant deviations from the plot, as long as Link followed the storyline, he would inevitably discover Voldemort in the Forbidden Forest. A flicker of subtle intensity flashed in Link's eyes, yet his face remained adorned with a smile as he replied, "Ah, of course, I must go see it." In a nearby corner, observing Link and Hermione whispering intimately, the unknown Ravenclaw boy could no longer contain himself. He abruptly stood up, casting a sour glance at the pair before hastily departing from the library. Chapter 70. Hagrid's Fire Dragon. That afternoon, Link encountered the fire dragon that Hermione had spoken of. He had always harbored a profound fascination for the wondrous creatures of this world, especially for the formidable fire dragon, a legendary being of unmatched might. The Norwegian Ridgeback that Hagrid was raising did not disappoint Link. Although it had yet to fully mature, it was merely a small creature. Yet the sharp claws and the occasional sparks erupting from its mouth unmistakably signified its perilous identity as a fire dragon to Link. The sole lamentation was that, at present, it was cradled in Hagrid's embrace, despite its fervent attempts to showcase its ferocity as a dragon. Neither its bites nor the fiery embers it emitted posed any threat to the colossal Hagrid. "Look, Norbert kissed me," Hagrid exclaimed with excitement, while Link and the others exchanged incredulous glances. From their perspective, the creature named Norbert, a Norwegian Ridgeback, was firmly clenching Hagrid's cheek, refusing to relent. This compelled Link to marvel at the formidable resilience of Hagrid's hybrid physique. Any ordinary individual bitten by this young dragon would undoubtedly require an entire day in the infirmary. Considering that the Norwegian Ridgeback possesses a certain venom, a fact that Ron, whose hand was still bandaged, could attest to. "Oh, don't take it to heart. Hagrid has always dreamed of owning a fire dragon. He is simply overwhelmed with excitement," Harry explained to Link from a short distance, though his expression suggested he was scarcely convinced by his own words. However, Link would not undermine Harry's rationale. He nodded in acknowledgement of Harry's explanation. Upon witnessing this, Harry felt a sense of relief. This marked the first occasion in months that he had met Link. To be frank, it felt somewhat awkward, especially since he had previously boasted that he would not go easy on the Hufflepuff Quidditch team, only to subsequently suffer a crushing defeat. Nonetheless, Harry would not attribute this to Link. Yet his lack of blame did not imply that others shared the same sentiment. From a corner, Ron glared at Link, who was surrounded by Hermione and Harry, a flicker of discontent flashing in his eyes. With some irritation, he addressed Hermione. "Why did you bring him along? Don't you realize that the fewer people who know about Norbert, the better?" "I believe you have no right to say such things," Hermione retorted, frowning with her hands on her hips. "It was your recklessness that led Malfoy to discover Norbert's existence." "You." Ron's face flushed crimson, yet he found himself at a loss for words, for Hermione's assertion was undeniably accurate. Contemplating this, he directly inquired, "Are you saying that Malfoy is aware of the dragon in your possession?" "Indeed, thanks to certain individuals' foolish actions, we now live in constant fear of Malfoy turning us in. Raising a fire dragon is illegal. If Malfoy reports us, not only would we be expelled, but Hagrid would also be imprisoned in Azkaban." Upon hearing this, Harry and Ron's expressions darkened, causing Hagrid to shudder in fright. The intensity of his reaction caused Norbert to tumble from his face. Fortunately, Norbert seemed unscathed, shaking its head before promptly finding a new plaything, Hagrid's trembling foot, which quaked from fear. Observing the somber expressions of the group, Link shook his head and remarked, "I believe you needn't be so pessimistic. Malfoy would never report you." "On what grounds do you base that belief?" "He is a Malfoy," Ron muttered in dissatisfaction, his gaze continuously darting towards Norbert, fearful that the creature might perceive him as a plaything. Link smiled slightly and inquired, "Do you remember the name of Malfoy? Draco, right? What word does that name resemble?" After a moment of hesitation, Hermione ventured, "Dragon?" At this, Link snapped his fingers and exclaimed, "Bingo! Draco's nickname is Little Dragon. He has had a fondness for fire dragons since childhood. Much like Hagrid, he has always dreamed of owning a real fire dragon. Thus, he would never betray you, for doing so would only lead to the confiscation of the dragon by the Ministry of Magic. What you should be concerned about is whether he might resort to stealing this Norwegian Ridgeback." Upon hearing this, Hagrid bellowed, "No way. I absolutely will not allow anyone to steal my Norbert." As he spoke, he firmly cradled Norbert, who was currently engaged in a battle with Hagrid's leather boots. Observing Norbert's pitiable state, with its eyes rolling back, Link felt that remaining by Hagrid's side might pose a threat to its life. Harry and Hermione, momentarily taken aback, found it unsurprising that Link, being a pure-blood wizard, had some insider knowledge about the Malfoy family, and thus had no reason to doubt him. However, instinctively, they turned their questioning gazes towards the other pure-blood wizard present, Ron, which left him in an awkward predicament. Although he was indeed a pure-blood, he was the poorest among them, with very few relatives willing to associate with the Weasleys. Moreover, the Weasley family had a long-standing feud with the Malfoys, making it unlikely for him to possess detailed information about Draco. Yet, confronted with Harry and Hermione's skeptical looks, Ron mustered a response. "Ah, it seems so. Yes, I have indeed heard about this, but I forgot until Link mentioned it." Hermione scoffed derisively, while Harry patted Ron on the shoulder in a gesture of comfort. As a friend, he wanted to believe Ron, despite his suspicious demeanor. However, this gesture seemed to have the opposite effect, causing Ron's face to redden further. Link stifled a laugh and remarked, "Nonetheless, I believe it would be wise for you to expedite the relocation of this fire dragon. The growth rate of fire dragons is astonishing, and keeping it at Hogwarts will inevitably lead to your exposure." "Exactly," Ron exclaimed, somewhat excited. At that moment, Harry, as if recalling something, asked, "By the way, Link, are you coming with us to return Norbert tonight?" "No, I must visit Snape this evening," Link replied with a cheerful smile. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Harry and the others shifted to one of sympathy. They were well aware that Link's visits to Snape's office were often fraught with peril, and given their understanding of Snape, it was bound to be a disaster. Unbeknownst to them, Link's heart brimmed with compassion for their plight. For Link was acutely aware that their escort of the fire dragon this night would culminate in true catastrophe. Chapter 71. Let us depart. It was only the following evening that Link emerged slowly from his dormitory. Thanks to the elixir of life, he had enjoyed a rejuvenating slumber lasting 15 hours, and now felt invigorated. Taking a deep breath, Link consumed a nutrient potion to quell his hunger, and once the gnawing sensation subsided, he proceeded toward the hall. The hall was abuzz with excitement. A throng of Gryffindor and Slytherin students congregated in the foyer, their eyes fixated upon the four jeweled hourglasses representing the points of the four houses. This extraordinary scene captured Link's attention, and as he shifted his gaze to the hourglasses, he noted with a smirk that the Gryffindor and Slytherin hourglasses had significantly diminished. Despite his amusement, Link remained cautious and approached the nearby gathering of Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw students. At the center of the crowd, a Ravenclaw was animatedly recounting the events of the previous night. After listening intently for a while, Link pieced together the entire story. It turned out that Harry and his companion's escort of the fire dragon had indeed encountered unforeseen complications. During their return, they had the misfortune of being caught by Filch, and Draco Malfoy, who had been tailing Harry, shared their ill fate. As a consequence, Gryffindor was penalized a total of 150 points, while Slytherin faced a deduction of 50 points. The Ravenclaw speaker was visibly exhilarated. It was no wonder, with the point reductions of Gryffindor and Slytherin, Ravenclaw had ascended to a temporary first place. Such unexpected delight would elicit a similar reaction from anyone. Alas, his elation would not last long, for his incessant proclamations regarding Harry's misadventure soon drew the ire of both Gryffindor and Slytherin. Amidst the tumult of the crowd colliding into one another, Link smiled faintly and retreated into the shadows, making his way toward the girls' lavatory on the second floor. As he moved, a faint rustling sound emanated from the wall beside him. Soon after, a familiar voice resonated from within. "Link, I'm sorry, but I still haven't detected any trace of that trickster. Tonight? Excellent," Arkham replied with a hint of joy. It was curious to Arkham why Link was so assured. Yet that was of little consequence. What mattered was that Link would accompany him on his evening run once again, regardless of whether they encountered the trickster. Arkham felt content with Link by his side. With this thought, his little tail wagged cheerfully. Oblivious to Arkham's reaction, Link slipped into the lavatory and waited until curfew arrived, at which point he quietly retrieved a Felix Felicis potion from his chest and consumed it. Exhaling a long breath, he released a sigh of relief. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Link's eyes. Soon, he would reunite with Voldemort. However, unlike their previous encounter, their roles had now dramatically reversed. Link firmly believed he would be the hunter, while Voldemort and Quirrell would merely serve as his prey. With this thought, a smile crept upon Link's lips. He turned to glance at the wall, which was rustling incessantly, and gently remarked, "You can hardly wait, can you? Let us set forth, Arkham. Tonight, we shall hunt to our heart's content." Meanwhile, in the office of the headmaster at Hogwarts, Dumbledore sat expressionless behind his eagle-footed desk, meticulously reviewing parchment after parchment. Opposite him, Snape appeared restless. Do you realize what could happen if we abruptly cease monitoring Quirrell? Snape could no longer contain himself and abruptly sat up, exclaiming, I am aware. Dumbledore replied without raising his gaze. Then are you aware that tonight marks the day Harry is to serve detention in the Forbidden Forest? Of course I am aware. Then why did you deliberately choose today to lift all surveillance on Quirrell? Snape slammed his hand on the desk and roared, Are you trying to endanger Harry? The violent tremor of the desk caused Dumbledore's quill to slip, ruining an otherwise perfect signature. He sighed, finally lifting his head to respond. This is a test for Harry. Not only that the trapdoor, the mirror of Ariste, and even the Philosopher's Stone are all trials for him. As for safety, Hagrid is no fool. Severus. As you well know, our time is limited. We must employ this method for Harry's rapid growth. Is that so? Snape stepped back, his expression twisted in anger. Do you not realize that Link is also out on a nocturnal excursion tonight? If I'm not mistaken, his target is likewise Quirrell. A hint of surprise finally crossed Dumbledore's face, but it was swiftly replaced by a smile. Had I known his motivation for learning offensive spells was to confront Quirrell and that mysterious figure, I would certainly not have instructed him. Snape shouted in fury. But as he gazed at the smiling Dumbledore, a sudden realization seemed to dawn upon him, causing the corners of his mouth to twitch upward. He slowly leaned closer to Dumbledore, narrowing his eyes and adopting a teasing tone. Aren't you afraid that Link might directly kill Quirrell? If that were to happen, no matter how meticulously you design the traps for the Philosopher's Stone and the trapdoor, without Quirrell as a pivotal character, your entire scheme for Harry this year would unravel. Dumbledore chuckled softly at these words and shook his head. I regret to inform you, Severus, and I hope you do not hold it against me. Listening to Dumbledore's seemingly sincere tone, Snape's expression darkened to an extreme. You are a heartless butcher. With that, Snape tossed his black cloak and strode towards the office exit without a backward glance. As he gazed at the retreating figure, Dumbledore, seated behind the eagle-footed table, sighed and spoke slowly to Snape's silhouette. Go forth, Severus, and protect those children well. With you present, I find solace. And while you are at it, do observe the remarkable potential of those we have nurtured. Chapter 72, The Ambush. At the entrance of the Forbidden Forest, 5 figures, 1 large and 4 small, were congregating. Harry appeared somewhat anxious, glancing at the foreboding expanse of the Forbidden Forest, shrouded in darkness, and could not suppress his concern as he asked, Hagrid, are we truly going in? Upon hearing his words, Hermione and Ron turned their gazes toward Hagrid as well. Although Draco Malfoy feigned indifference from a distance, a careful observer would discern that he too was covertly watching the proceedings. There was no doubt the task assigned by Dumbledore must be fulfilled. However, you need not worry. With Yaya and me here, you are safe, Hagrid reassured them. In recent months, the creatures of the Forbidden Forest have become increasingly agitated, some even fleeing in panic. This is quite suspicious. I suspect that a formidable foreign entity has intruded upon the forest, and our mission today is to locate it and drive it away. Is that so? Harry murmured, his head drooping in disappointment, followed by an uneasy glance at the foreboding forest before him. For reasons unknown, he was plagued by a sense of foreboding. Meanwhile, deep within the forest, accompanied by the faint rustle of foliage, Link and Arkham were moving cautiously through the woods. Thanks to Arkham's presence, Link did not enter the Forbidden Forest at its entrance like Harry and his companions. Instead, he darted directly into its depths, affording him more time and ease in locating the unicorn. Indeed, Link and Arkham were on a quest for the unicorn, a plan that Link had meticulously devised. Unlike Harry and the others, Link held a significant advantage. He was aware from the onset that Quirrell and Voldemort's target was the unicorn. This knowledge meant that by safeguarding the unicorns, Quirrell would unwittingly present himself. This would conserve much of his energy, as finding Quirrell, possessed by Voldemort, might prove challenging since he was a wizard adept at concealment. However, locating the unicorns was a far simpler endeavor. There were no natural predators within the Forbidden Forest to threaten them. Furthermore, these exquisite creatures, emblematic of sanctity and purity, favored interactions only with beautiful witches, rendering them particularly beloved among wizards. Consequently, they had become the sovereigns of the Forbidden Forest, strutting boldly through its depths, unafraid of encounters with humans. In fact, they would often approach, seeking food, and, should one refuse, would retaliate with a spray of saliva. Truly audacious. Link, I have found it. Where? At the sound of Arkham's voice, Link, who was mounted upon Arkham, became alert. Yet, Arkham remained silent, merely extending his serpentine tongue to point into the distance. Link gazed into the distance and indeed spotted two unicorns standing within the dense forest. He could not help but acknowledge that unicorns were undeniably beautiful creatures. They boasted spiraled horns atop their heads and were adorned with a lustrous, silken coat of shimmering silver, so radiant that it cast a silvery halo in the surrounding area. However, while Link could appreciate their beauty, he remained oblivious to their sanctity. For in that moment, the two unicorns gracing his vision were engaged in a rather common display of animal behavior. What left Link utterly speechless was the peculiar appearance of the male unicorn, which bore an uncanny resemblance to a donkey rather than a unicorn or Pegasus. This donkey-like visage, combined with its lewd movements, rendered it absurdly comical. After observing for a while, Link silently rubbed his eyes. Just then, as he did so, the two unicorns ceased their actions and turned their heads aside. This sudden change heightened Link's alertness. He swiftly dismounted and concealed himself within the nearby foliage. At last, I have finally found it. Master, surely you must be pleased now? Cairo's voice echoed from the darkness, and as Link turned to look, he discovered a familiar shadow clad in a black hood standing not far from the two unicorns. The moment he recognized the figure, Link's breath grew heavy. He had indeed guessed correctly. Cairo had chosen to act today. Taking a deep breath, a flash of azure light emanated from Link's hollow eyes. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Beside him, Arkham was equally exhilarated. However, Link, who had already activated his mental barrier and heightened senses, gently patted Arkham's body, signaling it to remain calm. Now was not the opportune moment to strike. Though Cairo was ineffectual, the dark presence lurking behind him was not to be underestimated. Even in its weakened state, reduced to a mere remnant of a soul, it remained a formidable force. Link had an inkling that a reckless attack would be futile. Only by waiting for Cairo to strike the unicorn would they attain the desired outcome. Meanwhile, the two unicorns finally reacted. The female unicorn, previously pinned beneath, let out a few distressed cries before bolting into the forest, while the male unicorn approached Cairo with an irritated demeanor, seemingly intent on giving this intruder a piece of its mind. Cairo, initially taken aback, soon erupted into laughter. Look, Master, this unicorn is actually coming over. But why does it look so strange? Can we have its blood? Enough chatter. Kill it now. A deep, raspy voice commanded from within the black cloak. At these words, Cairo trembled, fearing to utter another word, and promptly raised his wand towards the donkey-faced unicorn. Just then, Link swiftly waved his wand from afar. Shadowless strike, accompanied by a sudden cascade of sound. A flicker of light materialized, swiftly traversing nearly 100 meters to imprint itself upon Quirrell's chest. A pained scream pierced the stillness of the night, followed by a spray of crimson. Quirrell, in disbelief, glanced down at the ghastly 20-centimeter gash across his chest. Finally, comprehending the gravity of his situation, with great effort, he directed his wand towards the origin of the spell that had just struck him. Alas, Link's assault was far from over. You deceiver. A fierce whistle erupted as a colossal shadow lunged from behind Quirrell, its gaping maw poised to devour him. With a thunderous crash, Quirrell was instantaneously engulfed by Arkham and a deluge of earth. Chapter 73. The Hunt, Part 1. As Link observed Arkham's elusive form amidst the swirling dust, a glimmer of hope flickered in his eyes. While the wizards of this world are differentiated by their magical prowess and the quantity and quality of spells they command, such disparities primarily manifest in destructive capability. In terms of physicality and defense, however, wizards have yet to uncover significant means of enhancement. Of course, some extreme wizards, like Voldemort, resort to body modification or transfiguration to attain defenses comparable to fantastical creatures, yet such transformations often render the user a grotesque hybrid, thus lacking popularity. In this context, it is not uncommon for wizards to challenge those of higher caliber, much like the renowned Death Eater Bellatrix, who met her demise at the hands of Mrs. Weasley, a full-time homemaker. In terms of overall strength, Bellatrix undoubtedly eclipsed Mrs. Weasley, yet regardless of her formidable abilities, her corporeal form remained that of an ordinary human, leaving her vulnerable to fatal consequences should she falter against Mrs. Weasley's spell. This is precisely why Link dared to confront Quirrell and Voldemort. As events unfolded, everything adhered to Link's meticulous plan. However, could Quirrell, now possessed by Voldemort, truly be so easily vanquished? With a roar, as the dust began to settle, Arkham abruptly raised its head, emitting a pained wail. In tandem with its movements, Link finally discerned that within Arkham's maw, Quirrell was curled into a trembling ball, enveloped by a flickering black-purple shield that effectively restrained Arkham's jaws, preventing Quirrell from being torn asunder. Undoubtedly, this was the intervention of Voldemort. But what of it? Currently, Voldemort had not yet consumed unicorn blood, his strength diminished to a mere fraction of its former glory. Moreover, Arkham was not to be underestimated. As an ancient serpent of millennia, it harbors one of the most potent biological toxins known to this world. Presently, this translucent venom drips slowly from its fangs, rapidly corroding the protective barrier. Under such circumstances, neither Chilo nor Voldemort can endure for long. Having swiftly assessed the current state of battle, Link hesitated no longer and raised his wand once more. The killing curse, a flash of white light, accompanied by an almost inaudible whistle, surged towards Chilo. The target, still coiled in a defensive posture, remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger. However, the Voldemort residing in the recesses of his mind was far from weak. With a raspy command, the dark shield enveloping Chilo erupted into a mass of shadowy brilliance, shattering Link's curse and hurling his companion, Arkham, away. A powerful shockwave, laden with dust and branches, struck Link, forcing him to momentarily cease his assault on Chilo. Seizing this opportunity, the liberated Chilo fell to the ground, clutching his chest in agony, but soon fixed his vengeful gaze upon Link. Gritting his teeth, Chilo retrieved his wand from the ground. Lightning strike. Though his voice was somewhat distorted by pain, it did not hinder the casting of his spell. A crimson orb of light materialized abruptly, arcing towards Link. It must be noted that Chilo, as an exceptional graduate of Ravenclaw, possessed commendable combat skills. He had seized the moment impeccably, and the potency of his vengeful strike was formidable. A typical wizard would find themselves utterly defenseless against such an onslaught. Unfortunately for Chilo, Link was no ordinary wizard. Leveraging the effects of the sensory spell, Link discerned the high-energy magical response ahead, even with his eyes obscured. Without a moment's hesitation, he pointed his wand toward the source of the magical energy. Protective shield. Buzz. Boom. In Link's perception, the red orb traced a slender, scarlet arc across the night sky before plunging into the distant forest, culminating in a resounding explosion. From the outset, Link had no intention of engaging in a prolonged struggle. His previous attack was merely a tactic to buy time. But was it effective? With a sly grin, Link gazed in the direction Chilo had vanished. Although his earlier attack had not claimed Chilo's life, Link's initial curse had indeed struck true. Due to the unique nature of the killing curse, Chilo's wounds would not heal in the short term, and with such injuries, he could not flee far. Most importantly, Link still had Arkham at his side. It is worth noting that serpents are adept hunters. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Without needing any command from Link, Arkham, having recovered from the prior attack, swiftly turned and coiled around Link, then slithered towards the direction where Chilo had escaped, flicking its tongue as it went. As Link had anticipated, no sooner had he plunged into the dense forest than he discovered a scattering of bloodstains on the ground, enhanced by his heightened senses. Following these trails, Link and Akam soon beheld a disheveled figure staggering ahead. Ha! Shadowless divine arrow. Human explosion. Accompanied by Link's shouts, beams of white light surged forth. Yet Chilo was not so feeble as to succumb instantly. As a mature wizard, he adeptly wielded his iron armor spell. Bang! 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 Observing this, the smile on Link's face deepened. He had never expected the spells he cast to inflict any significant harm on Chilo, for he was shielded by Voldemort's protection. What Link was doing resembled a wolf pack hunting down a weary buffalo, gradually wearing down the prey's stamina, waiting for the moment to deliver a fatal blow. Unbeknownst to the panicked Chilo, Voldemort sensed the impending danger. Stop, fool! A raspy voice echoed in Chilo's mind, startling him and almost causing him to stumble. This alarming thought only served to infuriate Voldemort further, who roared within Chilo's consciousness. Let me take over. Surrender your body to me. I shall intervene personally. But master, your power is not yet. Enough of your nonsense, you imbecile. Hand your body over to me. Or do you believe that I am not a match for that child? Chapter 74. The Hunt, Part 2. Listening to Voldemort's reproach, Chilo's legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. Voldemort, however, cared not for such trivialities. Seizing the opportunity, while Chilo was momentarily dazed by fear, he commandeered control of Chilo's body. Not far away, Link and Akam, who were pursuing Chilo, halted their advance. The menacing grin on Link's face vanished, replaced by a grave expression. Through Link's enhanced vision, he perceived a complete transformation in Chilo's aura. Surrounding him was a sinister black mist that emanated an ominous and eerie presence, evoking thoughts of death. Voldemort, Link murmured softly before shaking his wand, unleashing a beam of white light. Yet, at that very moment, the formerly prostrate Chilo abruptly rose, contorting his body in a grotesque manner as he raised his wand. A piercing hum erupted in the air. The searing white light, accompanied by cascading plasma, flickered through the forest as Link's formidable level 3 shadowless divine arrow was unexpectedly deflected by Chilo's wand. Link's face momentarily registered astonishment. He understood well that Chilo had not employed the iron armor spell, but rather a more advanced technique, spell reflection. This sophisticated skill allowed the user to block spells without a defensive incantation, but at the cost of requiring immense magical energy and extraordinary reflexes. At this moment, Chilo remained utterly indifferent, his eyes wide as he gazed at Link, a sinister smile gradually spreading across his face. Link freely, we once again. Boom! Before Voldemort could finish his sentence, a flash of white light erupted from Link's hand, interrupting him. This momentarily stunned Voldemort, only to be swiftly followed by an overwhelming fury. Link freely. Voldemort angrily raised his wand, yet Link and Arkham had already vanished from sight. Link was not foolish. Chilo was gravely injured and clearly could not endure much longer. Why should he engage Voldemort head-on? All he needed to do was to delay Voldemort until Chilo succumbed to his wounds. Voldemort understood this as well. Otherwise, he would not have been so eager to have Chilo relinquish control of his body. Thus, regaining his composure, Voldemort immediately pursued them, unleashing several beams of red light from his wand. Unfortunately, compared to Voldemort's legs, Link, mounted on Arkham, exhibited astonishing agility and speed. Even though Voldemort had awakened all the latent potential within Chilo's body to temporarily alleviate the adverse effects of his injuries, he still could not catch Link. Moreover, his spells proved ineffective against Link. Even those that could anticipate Link's movements were deftly intercepted by Arkham, failing to harm Link in any way. As he watched Link and Arkham disappear into the dense forest, Voldemort's expression darkened. He was acutely aware that Link had not ventured far. He was lurking in the shadows of the surrounding woods, waiting for the moment when Chilo would collapse from blood loss. Huh, what a cunning little brat. Voldemort chuckled. The current situation was indeed unfavorable for him. Not only was Chilo's body failing, but even his own fundamental power was nearing its limit. This was precisely why he had forced Chilo to procure unicorn blood. He needed it to restore his strength. Yet, despite being at the brink, there were still certain actions he could undertake without regard for the cost. Gritting his teeth, Voldemort suddenly spread his arms and shouted, "You must know, I am the heir of Slytherin." Boom! A brilliant green light erupted from Voldemort's form, resembling a colossal sword of light that pierced the night sky, illuminating the surrounding forest and revealing Arkham and Link concealed within. In an instant, Link felt Arkham beneath him stiffen. A sense of foreboding washed over him, prompting him to quickly roll off Arkham in an attempt to distance himself. Alas, it was too late. Roar! A deafening roar erupted from Arkham's throat, and with a swift flick of his tail, Link was sent flying, crashing into a large tree. Coughing, Link slid slowly down the tree trunk, spitting out a mouthful of black blood. Just moments ago, Akeham's tail had struck him squarely in the chest, and he was acutely aware that his unfortunate ribs were likely fractured, perhaps even multiple ones. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Akeham slowly turned, facing Link. It was only then that Link noticed the faint green glow that now enveloped Akeham's eyes. Under the illumination of this eerie glow, the spark of vitality in Akeham's gaze had vanished, replaced by an overwhelming cruelty. Strangely, however, Link, who had locked eyes with Akeham, did not succumb to immediate death, nor was he transformed into stone. This suggested that the layer of white mist covering Akeham's pupils had not yet lifted, implying that perhaps Akeham had not completely lost his self-awareness. Realizing this, Link's eyes brightened momentarily, and he mustered a faint smile, attempting to utter a few words. Yet, as he opened his mouth, torrents of blood erupted from it. Cough, cough. Link coughed violently, and amidst his convulsions, a small pumpkin pie suddenly tumbled from his embrace. The pie rolled across the ground a few times before coming to rest in front of Akeham. Instinctively drawn to the moving object, Akeham's gaze fixated on the pumpkin pie, and the green glow in its eyes dimmed. It recognized the pie, for Link had once fed it with this very treat. Of course, Akeham's recollection of the pie was not due to its exquisite flavor. After all, it was too small for Akeham to discern any taste. Rather, it was because this pie had been gifted to Link by someone named Emily, and Link cherished it dearly, begrudgingly offering only half a box to Akeham, which had sparked considerable irritation. As Akeham reminisced about moments shared with Link, its pupils gradually dilated. Impossible. My family is wealthy. Once I graduate, I will bring you home to live with me. Then we could be together every day. Really? That would be wonderful. You are truly my best friend. No, don't get too excited. You're choking me. For Akeham, this sensation was peculiar, reminiscent of the moment it had awakened from an eternal slumber. However, upon comprehending the scene before it, Acom froze in place. For at that moment, Link sat before it, drenched in blood. Did I do this? Did I harm Link? Acom's gaze became unfocused, struggling to accept this harsh reality. Just then, another beam of green light fell upon it. Kill him. The approaching Voldemort murmured softly, his voice faint and his complexion ashen, indicating he was nearing his limit. Yet this time, the green light did not exert its intended influence. Instead of launching an attack on Link, Acom curled into a ball, writhing violently, causing the surrounding flora to shatter into fragments. I'm so sorry, Link. Akram spoke in anguish, and just as Link was about to respond, he suddenly accelerated and vanished into the Forbidden Forest. This unexpected turn of events left both Voldemort and Link momentarily stunned. They gazed in the direction of Akram's disappearance for some time before finally turning to each other. What a fortunate lad, Voldemort remarked with a smile, raising his wand towards Link. He was indeed at his limit. The previous 2 casts of that green light had drained too much energy, and Shiloh's body was on the brink of death from excessive blood loss. Meanwhile, Link found himself in a similar predicament. The states of the hypersense and mind lock had faded, and after prolonged combat coupled with severe injuries, he was left with only enough magical energy for one final strike. The worst part was that he had lost his ability to move, indicating that Voldemort's spell was almost certain to hit. Was it a matter of chance now? Link bitterly shook his head and activated the wand holster on his right arm. With great difficulty, he raised his wand, aiming it at Voldemort. At that moment, the surrounding sounds seemed to fade into silence, as if all the creatures within the Forbidden Forest held their breath, focusing intently on the 2 adversaries confronting each other in the clearing. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept through the tranquil forest, lifting a leaf and carrying it to the space between them. The leaf playfully smiled at the 2 and cautiously released its grip. The leaf, now devoid of momentum, swayed and descended. This served as a signal. At the very instant it touched the ground, the tips of their wands erupted with blinding brilliance. Avada Kedavra, Serpensortia, Buzz. In an instant, Link's vision was engulfed by the emerald light. Yet, contrary to his expectations of excruciating pain or fading consciousness, he found that, with the passage of time, the scene before him began to clarify. In front of him, Chilo's face was etched with shock. At that moment, a deep gash had formed across his chest, perfectly crossing with the initial wound to create an X. Beside Link, a deep pit had formed, for which a green plasma flowed. Huh, you missed? Ha ha ha. An uncontrollable laugh erupted from Link, so exuberant that the black blood spilling from his mouth could not dampen his joy. Meanwhile, Chilo's body was slowly dissipating. Voldemort was extracting the last remnants of power from within him, having prepared to retreat and lie low once more. Yet, until this moment, his gaze towards Link remained filled with astonishment. He truly could not comprehend why his killing curse had failed. It was not a mistake he would typically make. As Link looked at Voldemort, a cunning smile crept across his face as he slowly pulled from his collar an empty teardrop-shaped glass vial, planting a fervent kiss upon it. Was it Felix Felici's? A flicker of understanding passed through Voldemort's eyes. If that were the case, then everything that transpired tonight would make perfect sense. Huh, we shall meet again. Voldemort cast a meaningful glance at Link as he spoke. With that, Quirrell's body disintegrated into a handful of dust, scattering into the wind. I await your return. Link grinned and replied. As he spoke, he pulled out half a bottle of thick, dark potion and began to apply it to himself. This was still the half bottle he had pilfered from Snape, originally intended for Arkham, but ultimately used on himself. At that moment, a shadowy figure silently materialized before him, startling Link. Instinctively, he raised his wand, only to see the figure step forth from the shadows. Professor Snape? Link said, somewhat astonished. Upon hearing this, Snape cast a glance at the disheveled Link, then inquired, have you resolved your matters? Good. Snape replied coolly, raising his wand. You should take a rest now, Link. A grayish light enveloped Link, instantly rendering him unconscious. However, whether it was an illusion or not, in a fleeting moment before losing consciousness, Link seemed to catch a glimpse of a golden message flashing by. Event completed. Skill point 1 acquired. Chapter 75, A Strange Predicament. Snape's office remained unchanged, as it had for eons, with Snape himself, as usual, seated alone at his workbench, brewing potions. Seemingly oblivious to Link's awakening, Link chose not to disturb Snape. Truth be told, he was uncertain how to approach Snape. If Snape knew, then naturally, Dumbledore would be aware as well. After a moment's hesitation, Link ultimately redirected his focus onto himself. He was unsure if Snape had taken him to the infirmary. He presumed he had not, for otherwise, he would be lying in a hospital bed. Nevertheless, as a master of potions, Snape possessed considerable medical skills. Under his care, Link discovered that the wound on his chest had healed significantly. At least, externally, it was no longer visible. Yet, the occasional dull pain in his chest while breathing served as a constant reminder that his internal injuries had yet to fully mend. At that moment, the noises emanating from his injured state finally caught Snape's attention. He glanced at Link with his usual impassive expression before lowering his gaze to tend to the cauldron, stating, "You are severely injured. Link, those internal wounds will require at least a month of rest to heal. If I were you, I would lie down obediently, rather than pawing at your chest with that goblin claw of yours." Ah, the familiar sharp tongue of his. This was promising news. At least Snape's demeanor towards him had not changed. After a prolonged silence, Link finally spoke again. "How long have I been asleep?" 3 days have passed. And today is already Wednesday, is it not? Link nodded, then cautiously inquired, "So you were aware of what I did that night?" Upon hearing this, Snape paused momentarily in his stirring, but soon resumed, not lifting his gaze as he replied, "If you are referring to the incident with Quirrell, then indeed, I am aware. So, how does Dumbledore intend to handle my situation? 50 points will be deducted, and you shall serve a detention, which I shall oversee. Is that all?" Link exclaimed in astonishment. His words seemed to infuriate Snape, who finally cast aside his stirring rod, rose to his feet, and pointed a finger at Link's nose, berating him. "You find this amusing, do you? Oh, after engaging in such perilous activities, you are merely facing a deduction of 50 points and a detention. How exceedingly advantageous. Wouldn't you agree?" "I apologize, Professor Snape." Link readily admitted his fault. However, Snape was evidently unwilling to accept this, as he abruptly waved his arm and continued to yell. "So she remains unaware, does she? You." Snape, seemingly exasperated, pointed at Link's nose for a considerable time before finally shouting, "Disrespecting a professor. 20 points will be deducted from Hufflepuff." With that, he swiftly retrieved a vial of black powder from the cabinet, poured its entire contents into a cauldron, and presented the potion to Link. "Drink it. What is this?" "An internal injury potion." Snape had no intention of engaging in further conversation, and with a flick of his wand, Link's mouth opened automatically, and the potion was forced inside him, a special formulation. Gulp! Link felt as if his eyes might pop out. He could swear it was the most distasteful concoction he had ever consumed. Observing Link's reaction, Snape's expression softened slightly, and he nodded before continuing. "You will need to drink a cup of this potion every day until you recover. Furthermore, with Quirrell deceased, I am now not only your potions professor, but also your defense against the dark arts instructor. I shall not be as lenient as that fool Quirrell. You had best be prepared." After retching for a while, and as the taste gradually faded, Link began to feel somewhat better. However, his brow was furrowed deeply. From the exchange with Snape, he had discerned a peculiar truth. Dumbledore did not wish to address his actions. In fact, Dumbledore had shielded him from this incident, neither notifying his mother nor sending him to the infirmary. This was an exceedingly strange situation. In his previous life, Link had heard numerous conspiracy theories suggesting that Dumbledore had known Quirrell's secret from the beginning and had orchestrated a series of events to facilitate Harry, the Savior, in overcoming obstacles for his growth. Link had initially dismissed this as mere speculation from readers. Yet Dumbledore's various enigmatic maneuvers since Link's arrival at Hogwarts had begun to make him question this assumption. If this conspiracy theory held any truth, what then did Dumbledore seek to gain from Link's involvement? Could it be that he admired Link's talent after witnessing him defeat Quirrell, who was possessed by Voldemort, and thus wished to nurture him? The mere thought flickered across Link's mind, prompting him to hastily shake his head, eager to banish it. After all, such an idea was rather far-fetched. Yet, is there not a saying that when all impossibilities have been eliminated, whatever remains, no matter how improbable, must be the truth? Taking a deep breath, Link ultimately resolved to set this matter aside for the time being, for he had more pressing concerns to address. The data panel, Link silently recited in his mind, and a blue-white luminescent screen materialized before him. As he gazed at a golden message at the top of the screen, a smile crept upon his lips. Quest completed. Skill point 1. From 75 hours ago. Current skill points available for allocation. Thus, it seems that one can earn skill points by completing specific quests. Link's heart began to race. As an experienced gamer, he was well acquainted with the system of rewarding players for task completion. He quickly redirected his focus to the various skill data at hand. Presently, his highest level skill was the silent spell at LV4. Most of his other skills had also reached LV3, aside from a few less frequently used spells. In his former state, Link would undoubtedly have chosen to invest his skill point into the silent spell, elevating it to LV5. After all, this would entail a wealth of advanced knowledge, and mastering it swiftly would significantly expedite the advancement of his other skills. However, after the events of the Forbidden Forest night, Link had come to fully appreciate the formidable nature of the silent spell. He also grasped a vital truth. This world was not as tranquil as he had once believed. Reality would not afford him the luxury of time to develop at a leisurely pace. With this realization, Link's gaze grew resolute. As his conviction solidified, the vacant skill point on the panel vanished in an instant. Silent Spell LV4 acquired. Chapter 76, Silent Spell LV4. Silent Spell LV4 acquired. With the appearance of this notification, a torrent of information surged into Link's mind. Fortunately, having undergone training with the Mind Lock spell and the Enhanced Senses spell, Link was no longer the same individual he once was, and he did not succumb to the exaggerated reaction of fainting. By consulting the information within his mind, Link swiftly comprehended the enhancements gained from this upgrade. First and foremost, there was the mastery of the silent spell, along with improvements in potency and controllability. Among these, the enhancement of the silent spell was undoubtedly the most significant. Given the original stealth of the silent spell, its combination with the silent incantation would undoubtedly yield a remarkable leap in its suddenness. Additionally, the upgrade of the silent spell brought an unexpected delight to Link. He could manipulate the spell god's shadow to take effect prematurely during its flight. While this may seem like a trivial effect, it possesses significant practical applications in real combat. It is essential to understand that spells like God's Shadow are merely magical beams or orbs before they officially strike their target. This is precisely why Voldemort was able to deflect Link's God's Shadow with a counter curse previously. However, mastering this technique changes everything. Should Voldemort dare to attempt to rebound his God's Shadow again, Link could trigger the spell's effect the moment it is about to make contact with the opposing spell. Consequently, the slicing effect of God's Shadow would be fully directed at the opponent's wand, and the repercussions of such an action are self-evident. Imagining this tactic in a real battle scene brought an involuntary smile to Link's face. Indeed, this skill point was well spent. Yet, his laughter caught Snape's attention. Snape glanced at Link, who was laughing foolishly at the ceiling, and his expression darkened instantly. With a swift motion, Snape stood up and thrust a vial of potion infused with ingredients before Link. It was time to take the potion. Wait, Link exclaimed, his smile abruptly fading. Did I not just drink this? That was yesterday. It is now past midnight, and it is time for today's dose, Snape replied ominously, disregarding Link's frantic hands as he poured the potion down Link's throat. Ugh, Snape's potions were undeniably repugnant, and Link was certain this was a personal vendetta. Fortunately, by the end of the semester, Link's internal injuries finally healed, which meant he would no longer have to endure that horrendous potion. Among the most surprising revelations was that Harry had also sustained severe injuries, reportedly caused by a terrifying beast lurking in the Forbidden Forest. On the day of the incident, Harry and his companions were initially tasked with driving away the beast. Unfortunately, the creature was so fearsome that Harry and Hagrid were gravely wounded before they could even discern its form. Fortunately, their mission could be deemed accomplished, as tranquility returned to the Forbidden Forest, and there were no more incidents of magical creatures fleeing in panic. However, Harry's injuries plunged the Gryffindor Quidditch team into a dire predicament. Having lost their seeker, they managed to recruit an upperclassman as a substitute and borrowed Harry's Nimbus 2000. Yet, the upperclassman lacked Harry's star quality. Consequently, in the final match, Hufflepuff, led by Cedric's outstanding performance, clinched the championship. This stirred great excitement within Hufflepuff for quite some time. Cedric and his teammates not only held a celebratory feast in the common room, but also embraced Link in gratitude for his contributions. This nearly resulted in Link having to endure another fortnight of potions. Link still vividly recalls the expression of regret on Snape's face when he announced that Link's injuries had not worsened. Shortly after the conclusion of the Quidditch Cup, Link and his companions were faced with their final examinations, a formidable challenge for him. For nearly the past 2 months, he had been undergoing treatment, resulting in numerous missed classes. However, despite repeatedly administering that horrendous internal injury potion, more fearsome than poison, Snape did not impose academic difficulties upon Link. In fact, he seized the opportunity to conduct review sessions for Link and Emily while they were both present. Of course, in Snape's words, these lessons were primarily intended for Emily, with Link merely eavesdropping as a knowledge thief. Moreover, Cedric and Emily also assisted Link in revising other subjects. As for the practical examinations, Link felt he had performed adequately, as evidenced by the expressions on the faces of the professors. For instance, when Link executed the human explosion spell at Professor Flitwick's behest, The professor nearly toppled from his high stool in astonishment. Similarly, Professor McGonagall assigned the task of transforming 2 blocks of wood into 2 small figures for a duel. Link creatively staged a duel reminiscent of the legendary battles of Guan Yu and Qin Xiong, leaving McGonagall utterly bewildered. Yet, the most amusing reaction came from Snape. When he beheld Link's submission of a potion of remarkable quality for rapid healing, the expression on his face was nothing short of spectacular. This moment eased Link's psyche, which had been somewhat twisted from months of consuming the specially formulated internal injury potion. Following the examinations, Hogwarts transformed into a sea of joy, signifying that for at least this brief week, they need not worry about grades or studies. Naturally, Link felt elated. To be candid, over the past 6 months, he had been constantly on edge, either diligently studying spells or devising strategies against Voldemort. He was exhausted, though this fatigue was undoubtedly worthwhile, as he had gained invaluable experiences. Nevertheless, he decided it was time for a few days of respite. He believed that no significant events would transpire in the near future, especially since Quirrell was dead and Voldemort had departed from Hogwarts. Unfortunately, Link had underestimated Dumbledore. On the very day of the end-of-year banquet, yet another astonishing revelation stunned all of Hogwarts. Chapter 77, The End-of-Year Banquet. Have you heard? Harry and his friends ventured into that corridor on the 4th floor to the right. The one Dumbledore warned would lead to grievous harm. What? Does that mean they? Not at all. They are alive and well. However, it is said that the innermost room of that corridor conceals a treasure. Harry and his companions entered to thwart the dark wizard from seizing it. So did they succeed? Of course. He is the chosen one. I heard the youngest Weasley say they reduced that dark wizard to mere ashes. Listening to the murmurs of his peers, Link's expression was quite peculiar. He could hardly fathom Dumbledore's unwavering commitment to his plan. With a bemused shake of his head, Link followed the crowd into the grand hall. The hall had transformed from its usual simplicity into a resplendent spectacle. Countless candles floated in midair, illuminating the magical transparent ceiling above, creating a breathtaking ambience. Undoubtedly, the most striking feature was the multitude of blue Ravenclaw banners that collectively rendered the hall a vast ocean of blue. This was a reward for the ultimate victor of the House Cup. Ravenclaw, leveraging its formidable prowess, had surged ahead in the final weeks of the term, capitalizing on the mutual exhaustion of Gryffindor and Slytherin. Hufflepuff secured the 2nd position, thanks in no small part to Cedric and his friends' efforts, as their Quidditch championship significantly boosted their points. Slytherin and Gryffindor occupied the 3rd and 4th positions, respectively. The members of Hufflepuff were elated. Although they did not win the House Cup, they were no longer at the bottom, which was sufficient to satisfy them. In all honesty, while Slytherin had lost the House Cup they had held for 6 consecutive years, their current standing was still respectable, especially with Gryffindor languishing beneath them. The true discomfort lay with Gryffindor. This proud pride of lions had not only succumbed to the serpents and eagles, but had also been outdone by the badgers. A reality they found utterly unacceptable. As for Ravenclaw, their excitement was palpable, with students nearly leaping onto tables in celebration. Yet, observing their exuberance, Link sighed, for he knew well that Dumbledore would not allow Gryffindor to linger at the bottom. Given that he had forcefully steered the narrative to send Harry and his friends on an adventure, it was only natural that, akin to the original story, points would be awarded to Gryffindor at the last moment. Shaking his head, Link took a seat alongside Cedric and the others. At that moment, the once bustling hall fell into an unexpected silence. Instinctively, Link turned to glance behind him and saw Harry, Hermione, and their companions slowly making their way from the entrance. They appeared somewhat disheveled, with Hermione seemingly wishing to vanish into the ground from embarrassment. Once they settled into their seats, the hall resumed its normalcy. Shortly thereafter, Dumbledore arrived. He strode directly from the back entrance to the podium, surveying the students below until they fell silent before he began. Another year has passed, and before we indulge in the feast, I must trouble you all to listen to the ramblings of an old man. At the podium, Dumbledore spoke at length. The Hufflepuffs surrounding Link were abuzz with conversation, for this was not characteristic of Dumbledore. He had never behaved in such a manner before. Most other houses shared a similar scene, with only Ravenclaw attentively engaged. This was quite natural, as they awaited Dumbledore's announcement declaring them the champions of the House Cup. Dumbledore did not keep them waiting long. Moments later, his gaze fell upon the Ravenclaw banners adorning the hall, and he smiled as he proclaimed, regarding the House Cup. Ravenclaw currently holds the prestigious 1st place with a commendable score of 493. However, before we officially announce the champion, there are a few matters we must take into account. At these words, the previously exuberant expressions of the Ravenclaws instantly froze. Dumbledore then turned to Harry and his friends, smiling as he continued. As you all know, Harry and his classmates protected the magical stone entrusted to me by my dear friend last night. To reward their bravery, I hereby award points. Ron Weasley, 50 points. Hermione Granger, 50 points. Harry Potter, 70 points. And finally, Neville Longbottom, your courage earns you 10 points. A peculiar silence enveloped the hall, as if everyone had been struck by a Petri ficus totalis. However, it was not long before thunderous cheers erupted from the Gryffindor table. Every Gryffindor was rejoicing, and soon they began to chant Harry Potter's name in unison. With so many points awarded by Dumbledore, Gryffindor's score had swiftly risen from the bottom to the top. I believe it is time to change the decorations, Dumbledore said with a twinkle in his eye, waving his finger. Instantly, the banners in the hall transformed in color. The giant eagle emblem replaced by a lion. Under the glow of the candles and the banners, the entire hall became a sea of gold and crimson. This is unfair, protested many at the Ravenclaw table. Numerous Slytherins echoed this sentiment as the serpents and eagles stood together against Gryffindor, a rare alliance indeed. Unfortunately, Dumbledore seemed disinclined to heed their complaints and promptly announced the commencement of the feast. A plethora of delectable dishes appeared upon the long table before everyone. The Hufflepuffs surrounding Link immediately began to joyously indulge in the feast. For the Badgers, the House Cup had never been a source of expectation, and they had little interest in the disputes unfolding within the hall. Rather than becoming entangled in such troubling matters, they found more pleasure in enjoying their meal. Link understood that Dumbledore's actions were intended to bolster Harry's confidence and foster his love for Hogwarts. Yet, such tactics also served to incite discord among the houses. Slytherin was not a surprise. They had always been archrivals of Gryffindor. However, Ravenclaw was different. Initially, they had occupied a neutral position akin to Hufflepuff. Moreover, in terms of strength, they were hardly inferior to Slytherin. Was this truly a wise course of action? Link let out a heavy sigh, and at that moment, Dumbledore, seated among the faculty, seemed to sense Link's gaze. He turned his head and offered Link a knowing smile. Chapter 78, Madame Flitwick. Link's year-end banquet was rather unenjoyable, as he spent the entire evening preoccupied with the meaning of Dumbledore's smile. However, this dilemma was soon resolved. The following day, upon opening his eyes, Link discovered a black notebook beside his pillow, pressed beneath a piece of parchment that boldly stated, "I believe this will be of use to you and your great friend. Your old friend, Dumbledore." After reading the parchment, Link felt a twinge of confusion, but when he began to peruse the contents of the notebook, he was utterly astounded. For inscribed within was a unique transformation spell capable of shrinking the size of magical creatures. Mastering it would enable Link to reduce Arkham to a size comparable to that of an ordinary snake, allowing him to carry it with ease. It must be said that this gift was indeed quite valuable. Clearly, it was a complex transformation spell crafted specifically by Dumbledore for Link, artfully designed for even young wizards to learn and utilize. Harry's reward for overcoming the trials was the House Cup, while my reward for vanquishing Voldemort is this spell. Link mused to himself. Yet, this gift seemed to arrive a tad late. Contemplating this, a sudden sense of melancholy washed over him. He had attempted to search for Arkham, but despite his efforts, Arkham remained elusive. He even sought out Harry, as it was highly probable that the creature they encountered in the Forbidden Forest that night was indeed Arkham. Regrettably, he still came up empty-handed. With a sigh, Link stowed the notebook and parchment into his enchanted pocket. He firmly believed that Arkham was still within Hogwarts, and as long as it had not departed, they would surely meet again. "Link, we must be on our way." John's voice roused Link from his reverie. Upon hearing this, he quickly tucked the enchanted pocket into his robes and exited the dormitory. The front of Hogwarts Castle was already bustling with students, each carrying their own luggage while engaging in lively conversation. John, in particular, had an abundance of belongings, with 2 large trunks filled with an array of Quidditch memorabilia, and he even clutched a photograph from their championship victory. In contrast, Link found himself considerably more at ease, as all his belongings were conveniently stored within his enchanted pocket. The bag, imbued with the undetectable extension charm, offered a vast internal space, making it ideal for transporting supplies. Other young wizards from Slytherin also employed such enchanted bags, most of whom hailed from affluent pure-blood families. After all, these bags were quite costly and beyond the means of ordinary households. Nevertheless, while others possessed copious amounts of luggage, they each had their own methods of managing it. For instance, employing the levitation spell to maneuver boxes forward. This was precisely what John and Cedric accomplished. Under Professor McGonagall's guidance, the young wizards swiftly boarded the antiquated steam locomotive known as the Hogwarts Express. After enduring several protracted hours of travel, they finally arrived at platform 9 3/4. "Link, we have arrived," Cedric whispered, leading the group from their carriage onto the train platform. It was Link's inaugural visit to this enchanting station, yet he felt a twinge of disappointment upon disembarking. The platform bore little distinction from the Muggle stations etched in his memory. Crowds bustled about, comprising Hogwarts students and, predominantly, parents eagerly awaiting their children. If there was anything peculiar, it was the eccentric attire of these guardians. The most striking example was Neville's grandmother, a silver-haired matron leaning on a cane, clearly possessing an eye for beauty, as evidenced by her meticulously styled hair. However, her dark fur coat and the hat resembling a deceased duck did not quite align with Link's aesthetic sensibilities. Shaking his head, Link finally diverted his gaze from the bizarrely glowing eyes of the dead duck, making his way alone to the curb outside King's Cross Station. This was the designated meeting spot he had arranged with Mrs. Flitwick in their correspondence. To be candid, Link felt a flutter of anxiety, for he was uncertain how to confront his rather unconventional mother. Over the past few months, he had subtly inquired about Mrs. Flitwick from various professors, only to be astonished by the revelations he received. In the eyes of many, Mrs. Flitwick was nothing short of a formidable matriarch. She was assertive yet frigid, intelligent and powerful, a renowned figure within the aristocratic circles. Even the illustrious Malfoy family, one of the Sacred 28 and among the wealthiest clans, would defer to her with respect. Much of this information was imparted by Professor McGonagall, who seemed to harbor a particular admiration for Mrs. Flitwick. She even recounted a tale from the tumultuous period following Voldemort's downfall, when Death Eaters faced reckoning from the Ministry of Magic. A family matriarch, after the patriarch's demise, bore the weight of her lineage alone, fending off numerous adversities, ultimately safeguarding her family's fortune and raising her intellectually challenged son. Though Professor McGonagall did not explicitly name the matriarch, Link understood it was undoubtedly Mrs. Flitwick. It was equally clear who the intellectually challenged son was. This narrative left Link speechless for a considerable time. Nevertheless, it also provided him with a clearer impression of Mrs. Flitwick. She was undeniably a powerful and enigmatic witch. Given the nature of pure-blood wizards and her connection to a Death Eater husband, it was plausible that she harbored a particular animosity towards Muggle-borns and Muggles alike. Clearly, this is not a person who is easy to get along with. As for the appearance of Lady Frilly, Link sighed, feeling a tingling sensation creeping over his scalp. At that moment, the abrupt sound of screeching brakes jolted him awake. Startled, he stumbled back a few steps, and upon focusing his gaze, discovered a wine-red convertible sports car had suddenly materialized before him. Inside the vehicle sat a stunning blonde beauty clad in minimal attire. However, regretfully, her face was obscured by oversized sunglasses, preventing Link from discerning her features. TSK. The lack of decorum among the wealthy these days is truly appalling. Just because you drive a sports car, you think you're impressive? If you were to hit me, I'd make you pay dearly. As Link grumbled, he began to retreat, intending to find another spot to wait for Lady Frilly. Yet, just as he had taken a few steps, the beauty in the convertible suddenly called out in a frosty tone. "Link, where do you think you're going? Aren't you getting in?" Huh. Chapter 79, The Frilly Manor. In the speeding convertible, Link and Lady Frilly sat in silence. Her driving skills were exceptional, and she possessed a boldness that allowed her to reach nearly 80 miles per hour, even in the city. This reckless speed whipped Link's hair into a chaotic frenzy, much like his tumultuous emotions at that moment. Truth be told, he had never anticipated that Lady Frilly would be such a young beauty, and she seemed particularly fond of Muggle culture and items. This was evident from the luxurious goods piled in the back seat, clearly just purchased. However, her aloof demeanor appeared to be genuine, as she had only spoken a single sentence since their encounter, and had not even glanced in Link's direction thereafter. Contemplating this, Link instinctively turned to cast a glance at Lady Frilly. She remained expressionless behind her sunglasses, focused on the road, showing no inclination to engage with him. With a sigh, Link turned back, feeling that his next 2 months might be rather challenging. At that moment, however, Lady Frilly's convertible abruptly turned into a narrow alleyway. This was an ordinary alley, likely a gathering spot for local delinquents, evidenced by the scattered cigarette butts in the corners and the walls adorned with extensive graffiti. Most crucially, it was a dead end. The alley culminated in a dilapidated wall that was blackened and yellowed, flanked by 2 overflowing trash bins. Yet, instead of slowing down, Lady Frilly accelerated as they entered the alley. As the wall loomed closer, Link's eyes widened in alarm, instinctively wanting to shout a warning. However, before he could utter a sound, The convertible collided with the wall. Bang! Accompanied by a dull thud, a burst of white light erupted into the air. Link felt as though he had been thrust into a spinning washing machine, the world swirling around him until he finally regained his composure. Before him lay a winding path through the woods. The two drove their sports car along this path, eventually stopping before an ancient castle after navigating around a shimmering lake. With a decisive pull of the handbrake, Madame Frill exited the vehicle, paying no heed to Link or the array of luxurious items in the back seat, and made her way towards the castle. Link hurriedly followed suit. Not far into their stride, a house elf clad in a pristine white pillowcase emerged briskly from the castle. Rubbing his hands together, he warmly welcomed Link and Madame Frill. However, she paid him no mind, continuing to lead Link into the castle. Unfazed, the house elf, named Button, snapped his fingers, causing the various luxurious shopping bags from the sports car to levitate and follow him into the castle. Upon entering, Link's expression turned serious. He understood that soon, Madame Frill would engage him in conversation, marking his greatest challenge yet. He needed to summon all his strength to avoid revealing any flaws before her. To his surprise, as soon as they stepped inside, Madame Frill tossed her head back, removed her sunglasses, revealing her exquisite and beautiful face, and then joyfully lunged towards Link. Clearly, her excitement had gotten the better of her. She embraced Link tightly, rubbing her cheek against his hair before leaving two vivid red lip prints on his face. This left Link in a state of utter bewilderment. It was not the physical affection that had perplexed him, but rather her sudden display of exuberance. A stark contrast to her previous aloof demeanor. This led Link to question whether Madame Frill might be experiencing some form of mental instability. Wait, mental instability? Pure-blood wizarding aristocrats often engaged in consanguineous marriages to preserve their lineage, which indeed raised the likelihood of hereditary ailments. It was even possible that his own body could exhibit similar symptoms. Could this be the affliction that Snape and Madame Pomfrey had spoken of? Link found himself lost in thought. At that moment, Madame Frill, noticing Link's lack of response, became insistent. She shook him gently and pouted, saying, "Ah, my little Link has grown up." Ignoring his mother now, it was only then that Link snapped back to reality, noticing the glimmering eyes and the pitiful expression on Madame Frill's face. After a moment of hesitation, he managed to force a smile and awkwardly replied, "Mother, oh? My dear son," she exclaimed, and only after tousling Link's golden hair into disarray did she cup his cheeks with both hands. A hint of concern in her voice as she remarked, "Oh dear, my little Link, you've grown thinner after a year away from home." After uttering those words, she donned a frigid expression and turned to the little Button beside her. "Little Button, how is the dinner preparation coming along? Rest assured, my master, everything is ready. We have prepared roasted pigeon, roasted chicken, foie gras, sausages, roasted piglet, and a whole lamb." "Well, that sounds quite satisfactory." Lady Frilly nodded with approval, then turned to Lin Ku with a warm smile. "Little Lin Ku, is there anything else you would like to eat?" "Huh?" Lin Ku replied, momentarily taken aback. Hearing the long list of dishes from Little Button reminded him of his past life, as if he were listening to a comedic performance from the Yin Society. Yet, when prompted by Lady Frilly, he unabashedly stated, "I want pumpkin stew." "All right, my little master. Little Button will not disappoint you." Little Button exclaimed excitedly, then snapped his fingers and vanished before Lin Ku's eyes. Seeing this, Lady Frilly nodded in satisfaction and gently pinched Lin Ku's cheek. "My little Lin Ku has done remarkably well this year. Both Dumbledore and Snape have written to me, praising your outstanding performance. Now, tell me, what reward do you desire? The latest model of a flying broomstick? The newest gift pack from the magical joke shop? Or perhaps a new pet? Whatever you wish for, your mother will gladly procure." Actually, Lin Ku awkwardly laughed and waved his hands. However, before he could finish his sentence, the familiar voice of Emily echoed from outside the castle. "Aunt Leonie, I've come to see you." Chapter 80, Emily's Visit. "Aunt Leonie, I've come to see you." Upon hearing Emily's familiar voice, Lady Frilly's eyes lit up, and she promptly abandoned Lin Ku, hurrying to the castle entrance. "My dear Emily, you are becoming more and more adorable." "Oh my, Aunt Leonie, you are the one who seems to be getting younger." As soon as Lady Frilly and Emily met, they embraced each other, then engaged in mutual flattery at the entrance for a while, before walking hand in hand into the castle. Meanwhile, Lin Ku remained in the foyer. Upon seeing Lin Ku's disheveled hair and the two lipstick marks on his cheeks, Emily couldn't help but stifle a laugh. This left Lin Ku feeling somewhat speechless. He lifted his wand and cast a cleaning charm on himself, restoring his appearance to normal. At that moment, Lady Frilly was still chuckling, and after a while, she smiled and asked, "Little Emily, what brings you here today?" Upon hearing this, Emily regained her composure, stepped back, straightened her face, and gently lifted her skirt as she spoke to Lady Frilly and Lin Ko. I am here to invite you and Lin Ko to a summer evening banquet at my home in half a month. A banquet? Lady Frilly replied, somewhat surprised. Why has your father suddenly decided to host a banquet? At this question, the smile on Emily's face instantly faded, and she stood there with her head lowered, remaining silent. Upon witnessing the scene, Lady Frilly seemed to grasp the underlying implications. With a cold snort, she remarked, is he once again attempting to find you a matrimonial match? Emily remained silent. Her gaze lowered as she nervously fiddled with her sleeve. I have long proclaimed that dear Emily shall one day be my daughter-in-law. It appears that the old Victoria has taken my words lightly. Rest assured, dear Emily, I shall indeed attend this gathering. I am eager to discover who dares to challenge my authority. Lady Frilly's voice was laced with an icy severity that even Link found somewhat oppressive. Alas, her words were profoundly intriguing. Link instinctively gasped, his expression morphing into one of utter astonishment. What? Does my dear Emily not befit you? Lady Frilly chastised, her face stern. Just look at how lovely this young lady is. Truly ungrateful. Link was momentarily taken aback by Lady Frilly's comments, while Emily, unable to bear it any longer, blushed deeply and burrowed into Lady Frilly's embrace, playfully nuzzling against her chest and sweetly exclaiming, "Oh, Aunt Leonie!" Lady Frilly chuckled heartily at her antics, while Link observed that despite Emily's apparent affection towards Lady Frilly, she was surreptitiously stealing glances at him. This made Link's expression somewhat conflicted. He had never anticipated such a peculiar relationship would exist between him and Emily. Moreover, judging by Emily's reaction, she seemed quite content with the prospect of this engagement. It was no wonder that during their school days, Emily had often clandestinely aided him in seeking vengeance. Truth be told, Link harbored his own satisfaction regarding this union. For Emily was indeed strikingly beautiful. Those long legs, that delicate face. How could one resist? Yet, deep down, Link felt a twinge of awkwardness. Nonetheless, neither Lady Frilly nor Emily paid heed to his thoughts. The two shared whispered conversations before linking arms and dashing deeper into the castle. This left Link in a predicament, as the castle was an entirely unfamiliar realm to him, and he was oblivious to the location of his own chamber. Fortunately, although Lady Frilly had seemingly forgotten her son in favor of Emily, the diligent little Button had not forgotten his young master. Just as Link was engulfed in worry, little Button appeared before him, his large eyes gazing at Link with eager anticipation. "Young master, is there anything that little Button can assist you with?" he inquired, his expression oddly peculiar, as if to say, if you do not allow me to help, I shall weep. Upon witnessing this, Link was not surprised. During his time at Hogwarts, he had formed interactions with these little creatures, fully aware that they had been entirely transformed into servile beings for wizards. For them, serving their masters had become their sacred duty. The only way for them to escape this life of servitude was to be bestowed a piece of clothing by their master. Clothing, socks, trousers, anything will suffice. Only through this can the bonds of the contract binding them be shattered. Alas, while the chains restraining their bodies may be easily broken, the shackles binding their minds are far more tenacious. It is crucial to understand that they have been tamed by wizards for countless centuries, and their thoughts have long been distorted. In their eyes, idleness is a source of shame, and receiving garments from their masters is deemed the utmost indignity. Data from the Ministry of Magic even indicates that a significant majority of house elves swiftly choose to end their lives upon being freed by their masters. Link harbors deep compassion for these beings, yet he does not share Hermione's naive belief that he can entirely liberate them. For now, all he can do is treat them with a modicum of kindness. With this thought, Link smiled and nodded, saying, upon hearing this, little Button froze in place. He gazed at Link with a dazed expression, and only when tears suddenly welled up in his large eyes did he find his voice. Woo-woo. The young master just thanked little Button. This was the first time anyone had expressed gratitude to him. Little Button was absolutely overjoyed. He cried aloud, simultaneously using the pillowcase he wore to wipe away his tears. Link could swear that this was the most intense display of tears he had ever witnessed, in no time. The poor pillowcase was thoroughly soaked. Link, feeling somewhat exasperated, knew that if he did not intervene, the house elf would undoubtedly cry for the entire day. Indeed, as he had anticipated, the moment he spoke, little Button immediately ceased his weeping and led him to a large door on the second floor. "Young master, dinner will commence shortly. I shall return to inform you. Furthermore, should you have any commands, do not hesitate to call upon little Button. The devoted little Button was always prepared to serve you." With great respect, he bowed to Link at the door before vanishing as abruptly as he had appeared. Shaking his head, Link pushed open the door and stepped inside. So much had transpired that day. He needed to take a moment to gather his thoughts. Chapter 81, Diagon Alley. The following morning, Link was awakened by Little Button. His method of rousing Link was gentle, employing a feather to softly tap his face, allowing Link to awaken smoothly, devoid of the jarring experience of being roused by an alarm clock in his past life. Young master, the master awaits you in the sitting room. You must hurry, Little Button exclaimed, his excitement evident as he seemed still caught up in the emotions of the previous day. This was understandable. A simple thank you could elate house elves for quite some time. Responding to Little Button's call with a soft Link began to rise and prepare himself. Throughout this process, Little Button watched eagerly, for he had traditionally attended to Link's needs. Unfortunately, that felt too awkward. So Link did not permit Little Button to continue his duties. After completing his morning routine and descending the stairs, he discovered that the dining table had been set with 2 lavish servings of a traditional English breakfast. Upon seeing this breakfast, Link was reminded of the events from the previous night. To be candid, it was indeed quite intriguing. After all, Emily did not leave immediately after acquiring a plethora of Muggle luxuries from Madame Flitwick. Instead, she lingered in the castle to enjoy dinner. Ultimately, Emily remained at the castle until midnight when Madame Flitwick saw her off. Observing Emily's reluctant demeanor as she departed, Link surmised that had it not been for Madame Flitwick, she would have undoubtedly wished to stay overnight at the castle. Good morning, my dear Link. Come and have breakfast. Afterward, we must visit Diagon Alley. Madame Flitwick cheerfully proclaimed from the dining table, dressed in a sleek, all-black ensemble. Link nodded in acknowledgement, settling down to savor his meal. The visit to Diagon Alley had already been arranged the day prior, and according to Madame Flitwick, it was specifically to assist Link in selecting gifts. Of course, she also had some matters to attend to. Once breakfast concluded, Madame Flitwick naturally took Link's hand, leading him into the vast fireplace beside them. She then gestured subtly, causing a shimmering powder to cascade from her palm into the hearth. Gringotts, she announced, and in an instant, a burst of light erupted from the fireplace, followed by a dizzying sensation. The hall was expansive, and most astonishingly, there were approximately 100 goblins busily perched on high stools behind a long counter. Some were weighing gems and coins, while others attended to customers. It was Link's first encounter with goblins. To be frank, they bore a resemblance to house elves, albeit with sharp teeth and an air of dignity that bordered on arrogance. This demeanor was reflective of their history. Unlike house elves, goblins had once dominated wizards due to their significant numbers and formidable magical prowess. This situation persisted until wands were invented, which altered the balance of power. However, this did not imply that the goblins acquiesced. Naturally, they met with failure. Yet, this outcome afforded them ample space for survival. For instance, in the wizarding community of the United Kingdom, wizards appeased the goblins by entrusting them with Gringotts, the largest wizarding bank in the realm, along with the rights to issue and manage currency. This was something Link found utterly incomprehensible, as it seemed akin to a nation relinquishing its economic lifeblood to a small faction of another race. It felt as though the goblins had successfully instigated a rebellion. Moreover, the goblins clearly were not inclined to accept the wizard's goodwill, as evidenced by the height of the counters and stools in Gringotts, which far exceeded the average wizard stature. This arrangement forced the visiting wizards to gaze upward at the goblins, leaving Link utterly speechless. However, for the Weasley family, who could directly access Gringotts through the exclusive VIP fluent network, such a dismal service experience was undoubtedly non-existent. Mrs. Weasley and Link had just emerged from the fireplace of Gringotts when a sharply dressed goblin, sporting a monocle, approached them with enthusiasm. Mrs. Weasley and young Master Weasley, we have been eagerly awaiting your arrival, he declared warmly. Upon hearing this, Link instinctively furrowed his brow. Although the goblin was smiling, his protruding sharp teeth were rather unsettling. Mrs. Weasley seemed to share this sentiment, as she huffed and admonished, "Close your mouth, you are quite repulsive." "Why, yes." The goblin quickly nodded in compliance, his speech slightly peculiar due to his closed mouth. What surprised Link the most was the goblin's lack of anger, instead appearing almost anxious. This realization made him ponder that his mother's savings at Gringotts had likely reached a staggering amount. With a thoughtful nod, Link followed Mrs. Weasley as she was led by the goblin to the VIP lounge, while he made his way outside Gringotts. This was the arrangement they had made the previous night. Mrs. Weasley needed to retrieve some items and attend to tedious formalities, while Link was free to explore Diagon Alley for a while. To this end, Mrs. Weasley had generously bestowed upon him 100 galleons, which now rested heavily in the pocket of his undetectable extension charm. Though the security in Diagon Alley was notably excellent, A concerned Mrs. Weasley had nonetheless assigned Dobby to protect Link. While Dobby, being a house elf, might seem somewhat humble and foolish, his capabilities were far from weak. Moreover, house elves possessed a unique form of apparition that, in many respects, surpassed the complex wizarding spell of disapparition, as it could bypass the anti-disapparition and anti-disillusionment charms set within Hogwarts. As Link gradually exited Gringotts, he stood on the steps, surveying Diagon Alley before him. It was indeed a vibrant commercial street, bustling with crowds and filled with various shops selling mysterious wares, creating a lively spectacle. However, for Link, this bustling Diagon Alley was somewhat disappointing. The area was not particularly large. From the high steps of Gringotts, he could nearly see the end of the street. As the largest commercial hub of the wizarding world in Britain, it felt rather meager. Shaking his head, Link ultimately descended the steps under the watchful eyes of the two goblin sentinels and stepped into the throng. He had come to Diagon Alley today with a clear purpose. Chapter 82, The Love Within the Larch Wand. Amidst the bustling crowd of Diagon Alley, Link navigated through the throngs of people. Today marks the second day of the Hogwarts holiday, resulting in a bustling throng of visitors in Diagon Alley, primarily comprised of wizards accompanied by their children, indulging in shopping and dining. The merchants in Diagon Alley appear to be well prepared for this influx. For instance, the recently passed joke shop displayed a magical banner at its entrance, composed of continually flickering letters that read, "Are you still troubled by the lack of fun? Are you still vexed by bullying from classmates and friends? Step inside, for the joke shop will fulfill all your needs, with a delightful 20% discount today." Such promotional slogans may be deemed somewhat crass, yet their effectiveness is evident from the bustling crowd within the shop. Similarly, other establishments like the Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor, the Quidditch supplies store, the Magical Menagerie, and Madame Pimpernel's beautifying potion shop have also attracted a considerable number of patrons. This observation prompts Link to reflect. Whether in the Muggle realm or the wizarding world, it seems that women and children's money is the easiest to earn. However, not all shops in Diagon Alley are thriving today. Take, for instance, the establishment before Link, which could be aptly described as deserted compared to the lively scenes at neighboring stores. Unlike the hurried departures of others, Link scrutinizes this shop with keen interest. It appears small and dilapidated. The golden sign above the door, now peeling, reads, Ollivander, St. 382 BC, expertly crafted wands. Inside the shop's window, a solitary wand rests on a faded purple cushion. The interior is cramped, containing little more than a long bench in the corner, while thousands of slender boxes housing wands are stacked from floor to ceiling, all coated in a fine layer of dust. Most notably, there is no attendant present. Undoubtedly, this is the renowned Ollivander's wand shop from the original tales, and it is precisely Link's destination. His purpose for visiting is not for mere sightseeing. He seeks to procure a new wand. The wand currently in his possession is an inheritance from its former owner. While functional, Link has consistently felt an awkwardness in its use, a sensation that has intensified following his victories over Quirrell and Voldemort. Clearly, Link requires a replacement, as this wand has increasingly become ill-suited for him. Taking a deep breath, Link pushes open the door. The tinkling of a golden bell above the entrance accompanies his entrance, but it is soon followed by a cacophony of heavy objects clattering and falling from behind the counter. A disheveled elderly man with tousled white hair clumsily emerges from behind the counter, appearing as though he has just awakened. He stares at Link for a moment before finally uttering, "Welcome, dear customer." "Oh, a young sorcerer from the future requires certain essentials." Link raised an eyebrow and remarked, "A new wand. A new wand? Forgive me, but I believe you already possess one." Ollivander pointed to the wand handle faintly visible from Link's right sleeve, adding, "And this is not a wand I crafted. Do not doubt, my child. Ollivander remembers every wand he has sold. Had you visited before, I would certainly recall." "Is that so?" Link had assumed his wand was procured from Ollivander, as the master wand maker was renowned throughout the entire realm. However, the reality appeared to diverge from his expectations. "May I see it?" Ollivander inquired, gesturing toward Link's wand. Without hesitation, Link removed the wand and handed it over. As Ollivander carefully accepted the wand, a peculiar expression crossed his face. He caressed it as one might an intimate partner, occasionally leaning in to inhale its essence. Link sensed that had he not been present, Ollivander might have even wished to taste it. As the examination progressed, Ollivander's demeanor gradually softened. Larchwood dragon heartstring, 14¼ inches long. "Oh, what astonishing craftsmanship. I assure you, this is undoubtedly the work of my grandfather. No one else could create such a potent wand." Ollivander smiled, recalling that a few years prior, Madame Fli had paid a handsome sum to acquire a larchwood wand from a collector, purportedly for her son's use. If I am not mistaken, you must be that child from the FLI family, correct? Link's eyes brightened slightly. He had already begun to suspect the wand's origins when Ollivander mentioned it was not one he had sold. Now, it appeared his intuition was accurate. The wand he wielded was indeed procured by Madame FLI, and according to Ollivander, it seemed to be a remarkably powerful one. Regrettably, it appeared ill-suited to Link himself. At this moment, Ollivander seemed to reflect deeply, earnestly addressing Link. Your mother must have loved you dearly. The Larchwood wand is reputed to instill courage and confidence in its bearer, and its esteemed reputation coupled with its high crafting difficulty has rendered it perpetually sought after. Madame FLI's choice of this wand for you surely reflect her desire for you to embody greater bravery and self-assurance. Is that so? Link murmured, a complex expression gracing his face. He indeed felt the love Madame FLI had for the original owner. However, it was a tragedy that despite such maternal affection, the original had ultimately been supplanted by Link. At that moment, Ollivander seemed to emerge from his reverie, shifting the conversation. So my child, why do you seek to change a wand? Because I feel it does not suit me. This sensation is quite difficult to articulate. Link candidly attempted to explain, but was abruptly interrupted by Ollivander. Oh, there's no need to elucidate. I comprehend fully. In truth, the relationship between a wand and a wizard is far more intricate than it appears. It is not merely the wizard who selects the wand. The wand also chooses its rightful master. If the wand does not recognize you, it becomes exceedingly challenging to harness its full potential. Unfortunately, while it is true that those wizards selected by a large wand may awaken significant latent talents, the mastery of such a wand is considerably more arduous than many presume, especially since your wand contains dragon heartstring, which undoubtedly enhances its power, yet simultaneously amplifies the complexity of wielding it. Chapter 83. The new wand. Ollivander's words incited a flicker of anger in Link, causing his expression to harden. This essentially insinuated that his lack of talent was the reason for the incompatibility with the wand. To be frank, Link's somewhat rugged, Teutonic visage, though not fully expressive, could indeed appear rather intimidating when serious. Thus, as soon as Ollivander finished speaking, a sheepish grin overtook his countenance. By the way, weren't you seeking to exchange your wand? Allow me to measure. Which hand do you typically use? As he spoke, Ollivander produced a soft measuring tape that swiftly coiled around Link's form, assessing his dimensions. Right hand, Link replied coolly. After a brief flurry of activity, Ollivander finally presented a light-colored wand to Link. A wand of white willow, featuring unicorn hair, 12 inches in length. Do give it a try. Link glared at Ollivander for a moment before ultimately accepting the wand. After all, despite his irritation, the matter of selecting a wand ultimately rested with the expert. However, as soon as he grasped the wand, a frown creased Link's brow. The peculiar sensation of magical obstruction had not dissipated. Rather, it had intensified, and the wand did not exhibit the phenomena described in the original text. Ollivander's reaction mirrored Link's own. He furrowed his brow and snatched the wand from Link's grasp, muttering, "This shouldn't be." A white willow wand is renowned for its exceptional receptivity, and with unicorn hair as its core, even a wizard with the most minimal magical aptitude should be able to utilize it. Due to their proximity, Ollivander's murmurs reached Link's ears with perfect clarity, prompting him to struggle with his restraint. Yet, someone was quicker to act. The little button, previously concealed from view, suddenly materialized behind Ollivander, pointing an accusatory finger at him, a look of fury etched upon its tiny face. However, before the button could take any action, Link noticed a shift in Ollivander's expression, which transformed into one of excitement. I understand now. It must be thus, Ollivander exclaimed as he pushed aside the obstructive small button, rummaging through his collection until he presented a wand, black with intricate deep brown patterns, before Link. Do give us a try. I assure you, this time it will surely work. Link took the wand with a hint of skepticism. The moment it touched his hand, an uncontrollable surge of magical energy raced towards it. Simultaneously, the wand began to emanate a fiery red glow, accompanied by faint, melodic bird songs. I knew it. I knew this would work, Ollivander exclaimed, nearly leaping with excitement. Ebony wood, phoenix feather, 13 inches. Ebony is the optimal choice for offensive spells and transfiguration. These wands typically select those filled with courage, who can withstand external pressures and uphold their beliefs. I must apologize, Link. The previous large wand became unsuitable not because you lacked the necessary qualities, but because it had fulfilled its purpose in helping you evolve into a wizard brimming with courage and confidence. You should inform your mother immediately. I guarantee she will be overjoyed. With Ollivander's exuberant exclamations, the previously grumbling small button transformed into a figure of excitement. "Our young master has achieved greatness." "Young master," it exclaimed, trembling as it snapped its fingers and vanished into thin air. Link's attention remained fixated on the ebony wand in his hand. At that moment, the unusual imagery had dissipated, yet the sensation of magical connection lingered. Through this Link could distinctly perceive the wand's internal structure and its core, a wondrous sensation he had never encountered before. He had an inkling that the spells he would now cast could potentially be at least 50% more powerful than before. This realization swept away his previous frustrations and anger. Despite Ollivander's somewhat low emotional intelligence, he certainly excelled in his craft. Taking a deep breath, feeling elated, Link produced his extendable bag and inquired, "This is impressive. How much does it cost?" Upon hearing this, Ollivander, who had been dancing with glee, instantly regained his composure and leaned closer to Link, softly replying, 90 galleons. "Are you robbing me?" Link instantly flared up, and the ebony wand in his hand responded to its new owner's emotions, radiating an even more brilliant light than before. Although he lacked extensive shopping experience, he was aware of the value of wizarding currency. In the wizarding world, there existed 3 types of currency: galleons, sickles, and nuts. Their conversion rates were as follows: 1 galleon equals 17 sickles, and 1 sickle equals 29 nuts. As for purchasing power, Link recalled that the most valuable unicorn he had seen in the Forbidden Forest was priced at merely 21 galleons. Moreover, Link distinctly recalled that in the original narrative, the wands purchased by young Harry and his companions cost a mere 7 galleons. In stark contrast, Link's wand was priced at over 10 times that amount. It seemed that Ollivander was taking advantage of Link's naivety. However, Ollivander himself appeared to be quite aggrieved as he cautiously avoided the gleaming light of the ebony wood. And with a drawn face, he explained, "My dear young Master Flea, I understand you must be thinking that the wands acquired by your classmates were remarkably inexpensive. But did you know, regardless of the materials used, each wand's cost exceeds 20 galleons. The reason they were able to purchase such affordable wands was due to the ministry's subsidy for first-year students at Hogwarts. You're no longer a novice." Upon hearing this, Link's expression faltered, and the glow emanating from his wand dimmed significantly. After all, Ollivander's rationale was indeed quite reasonable. Just then, a pouch of coins suddenly flew from behind Link, striking Ollivander squarely in the face, sending him sprawling to the ground. Simultaneously, Mrs. Flea's icy voice resonated from the entrance. 100 galleons, no change required. Chapter 84. The Black Gold Magical Beast. Ollivander clambered awkwardly to his feet, a dark bruise appearing around his eye. Yet, he dared not confront Mrs. Flea, who was responsible for this debacle. Instead, he respectfully bowed and said, "Thank you very much, Mrs. Flea." "Huh. If I hear you speak ill of my son again, you know the consequences," Mrs. Flea coldly retorted, before turning to Link and saying, "Come, Link, we shall depart." Link nodded in response, placing both the larch wand and the ebony wand into the wand sheath before turning to leave. With a resounding clang, the door was forcefully shut, causing the golden bell above to emit a series of melodious chimes. It was only then that Ollivander, who had maintained his bowing posture, slowly lifted his head and wiped the cold sweat from his brow. On the streets of Diagon Alley, Link walked alongside Mrs. Flea. This was not how Link had anticipated it to unfold. He had initially thought that upon receiving this news, Mrs. Flea would react with the same frenzy as the previous evening. However, she merely uttered sentiments like, "My little Link has finally grown up," before falling into silence, quietly observing Link. This made Link feel somewhat uneasy, had it not been for the smile gracing Mrs. Flea's lips and the expression of deep emotion on her face. He might have suspected that he had inadvertently revealed something. Just as he was beginning to adapt to this silence, Mrs. Flea, with a hint of confusion, asked, "Do you still intend to use that larch wand?" "Ah, of course," Link replied, glancing at the wand sheath concealed within his sleeve. He certainly did not subscribe to Ollivander's theory regarding the selection of wands, believing in the notion that each wizard is destined for a singular wand throughout their life. In his eyes, a wand is akin to a firearm. Possessing an extra one is never a disadvantage. Moreover, this particular wand, crafted from larch wood, carries an extraordinary significance. Madame Flitwick evidently comprehended Link's intent, as she affectionately ruffled his hair before guiding him onward. During the subsequent hours, the two visited the bespoke clothing shop to order a handcrafted gown for the upcoming summer soiree at Victoria Manor. They then proceeded to other establishments, and in the span of a morning, they had essentially explored the entirety of Diagon Alley. While this may sound exaggerated, the reality is quite straightforward. for Diagon Alley is not particularly vast. Soon, Madame Flitwick led Link into a winding alleyway, and after navigating a dizzying series of turns, a brand new street materialized before him. Unlike Diagon Alley, this locale was sparsely populated. Even when a figure did appear, they were swathed in layers, rendering their features indiscernible. The sky here perpetually bore a grayish hue, obscuring the sun. This somber atmosphere cast a shadowy pall over the street, and a faint mist lingered in the air, further diminishing visibility. Numerous buildings displayed kerosene lamps at their entrances, their warm yellow glow barely illuminating the street's outline. One such lamp stood before Link and Madame Flitwick, and through its flickering light, Link discerned a precariously hanging sign above, its faded letters spelling Turnabout Alley. This revelation caused Link to adopt a more somber demeanor, for this was the second largest trading market in the wizarding world of England. However, unlike Diagon Alley, this place primarily facilitated illicit dealings and matters related to dark magic. The daily occurrences of unlawful transactions and various heinous crimes were countless, making it a quintessential underground market. It thrived like a shadow of Diagon Alley, writhing and growing in the darkest corners. Link, let us pay a visit to Old Creel, Madame Flitwick said with a cheerful smile, leading him further inside. The deeper they ventured, the more Link sensed the street's eerie essence. It was an exceptionally peculiar feeling, one that evoked an inexplicable sense of trepidation. He felt that if he were to cast a divination spell here, he would undoubtedly perceive the pervasive aura of dark magic and the lingering spirits that roamed about. Fortunately, the destination of Link and Madame Flitwick was not far from this unsettling place. They had scarcely walked for a while before stopping before a shop. Black Gold Beasts. Link murmured the name emblazoned on the shop's sign, and at that moment, the door swung open. The first sight to greet Link was a tall house elf, standing around 5 feet tall, clad in a grimy oilcloth jacket. His robust physique was evident from his bulging upper body, yet it was his face that truly captured attention. Upon that visage lay a scar, extending over 10 centimeters, which traversed his entire right eye. Unlike other one-eyed beings who opted for an eye patch to conceal their deformity, he brazenly exposed his vacant, ghastly right eye socket for all to see, rendering him exceptionally fierce in appearance. Beneath him coiled a massive golden python, its throat and belly swollen, with an enormous mouth that suggested it was in the midst of a meal. Intrigued by the serpent, Link cast a few glances its way, but his expression swiftly soured as he discerned a human arm faintly visible within the gaping maw of the beast. The serpent was indeed consuming a man. Suddenly, a soft palm covered Link's eyes, followed by the furious voice of Madame Flitwick. Creel, how many times must I warn you? Do not handle corpses in the shop. Ah, Madame, what brings you here? Oh, this is entirely my fault. A shrill voice chimed in. My apologies. I shall dispose of it immediately. Following a cacophony of clattering sounds, the hand that had obscured Link's vision was finally withdrawn, revealing a changed scene before him. The tall house elf wore a sinister grin as he regarded Link, rubbing his hands together with glee. The golden python's belly had returned to its normal state and was now slowly slithering up Link's calf. Hisses. Welcome, Link. Ah, greeting, Sophia. Link replied, somewhat disdainfully tilting his head back. He found it difficult to muster any fondness for the golden python that had just ingested a human. However, Sophia, oblivious to his sentiments, draped her head over Link's shoulder, flicking her tongue as she remarked, You ought to let Madam teach old Creel a lesson. He always makes me deal with corpses. They are foul, rigid, and utterly unpalatable. I feel as though he treats me like a garbage disposal, casting all manner of unsavory refuse into my mouth. Does he not realize that our digestive systems are quite delicate? At times, I wish I could simply, the golden python, now perched upon Link's shoulder, continued her tirade, lifting her head in complaint. Creel, observing her incessant hissing, could no longer contain himself, and, with his remaining eye wide, inquired, Hey, Link, is this little creature speaking ill of me? Link hesitated, unsure of how to respond. Yet Sophia, decidedly displeased, thrust her head towards Creel and opened her mouth, emitting a series of hisses while revealing her fearsome fangs. Hisses. Yes, I am indeed speaking of you, you vile creature. Though Creel could not comprehend the language of snakes, he understood the actions and sounds well enough. Incensed, he seized a nearby cane and struck Sophia sharply on the head. You little rascal dare to bare your fangs at me. It seems you are itching for a reprimand. Observing the interaction between Creel and Sophia, Link felt a sense of exasperation. To be candid, thanks to the diary of the original owner, Link had grown quite familiar with Creel and his companions. This establishment, known as the Black Gold Beasts, was a shop under the auspices of the Fruity family. specializing in the trade of rare and perilous magical creatures within the depths of the back alley market. The individual before him, a domestic sprite named Creel, served as the shop's manager. It is noteworthy that Creel was not an ordinary domestic sprite. His uniqueness lay not only in his robust and towering physique, but also in his mindset. He had never been one to willingly serve wizards like a mere beast of burden. Rather, he preferred the thrill of adventure over the confines of a castle. Under normal circumstances, such a rebellious spirit would have been deemed problematic and disposed of. However, Creel was fortunate enough to encounter Link's grandfather. In his youth, Link's grandfather was also a restless soul, and he took Creel, this unconventional sprite, on numerous adventures, ultimately bestowing upon him garments as a token of their bond. This act of kindness left Creel profoundly grateful, and even after Link's grandfather passed away, he chose to remain with the Fruity family, caring for them in his own unique way. Link's familiarity with Creel stemmed from the fact that the original owner of his body relished lounging in the shop's recliner, listening to Creel recount their extraordinary escapades. As Link reminisced about the enchanting tales chronicled in the diary, a smile crept onto his lips. He turned to Creel, who was still playfully assaulting Sophia, and spoke. "Grandfather Creel, you have reached a considerable age. Might I suggest that you join us at the castle?" Upon hearing this, the elderly Creel halted mid-swing, revealing a wide grin adorned with crooked yellow teeth. As he affectionately ruffled Link's hair, he replied, "My dear Link, you are ever so obedient. However, Creel is a restless spirit. This place is splendid. Now and then, some oblivious fool comes by for me to teach a lesson. If I were to reside in the castle, I would surely go mad within 3 days." Link chuckled, choosing not to press the matter further. In truth, such exchanges had transpired countless times before. It was a ritual of camaraderie between Link and Creel. While Creel would never acquiesce to Link's invitation, should Link forget to ask, Creel would sulk for the entire day. After sharing a hearty laugh, Creel finally released the unfortunate Sophia, rubbing his hands together as he inquired of Link and Lady Fruity. "What brings you here today? Come to deliver provisions to some ungrateful old fool?" Lady Fruity responded coolly, simultaneously producing a large black bag from her enchanted pouch and tossing it onto the counter with a thud. The sound echoed, indicating that the contents of the bag were undoubtedly substantial. This piqued Link's curiosity, yet Creel clutched the bag to his chest like a thief guarding his treasure, his grin contorting into a more sinister expression. "Madam, you are exceedingly kind to me," Creel exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable. "Come in, do take a seat." With that, Creel dove into the inner room, cradling the bag, followed closely by Link and Madame Freely. At first glance, this establishment, Black Gold Beasts, appeared modest in size, occupying merely a few dozen square meters. A grand counter and several cabinets filled the space, leaving just enough room for a handful of individuals to stand. However, upon Link pushing open the inner door, he was confronted with an expansive realm. The area was divided into several distinct sections, and adjacent to the door was a lush grove teeming with vibrant green moss. Various peculiar, small, magical creatures frolicked freely among the branches. Beyond this enchanted forest, Link could observe a myriad of environments: deserts, caverns, lakes, and even marshes, each inhabited by wondrous beings. Despite having mentally prepared himself, the sight of such extraordinary phenomena momentarily stunned Link. Seizing this opportunity, the magical creatures within the forest became animated, drawing closer to Link. A few vibrant green tree frogs, adorned with leaves atop their heads, even climbed onto Link's shoulders, while other diminutive beings, such as fairies, playfully landed upon his head, engaging in joyful antics. Instantly, the atmosphere around Link transformed into a lively spectacle. One mischievous fox-like creature and a tree frog even began to squabble over space on Link, leading to the frog receiving a rather harsh beating and subsequently sitting on the ground, sobbing. Meanwhile, the victorious fox stood triumphantly in its claimed spot, hands on hips, laughing heartily. Link found himself somewhat bewildered by the commotion of these little beings. A flicker of admiration and envy crossed Creel's eyes. Truth be told, Link possessed an unparalleled talent for nurturing magical creatures. It was as if he emanated a mystical aura that rendered even the most ferocious beings as docile as kittens in his presence. Regrettably, Madame Freely did not perceive the care of magical creatures as a promising vocation and insisted that Link focus on learning spells. With this thought, Creel cast a disapproving glance at Madame Freely. Just as he turned away, a blurred shadow darted past him and abruptly landed on Link's face. Chapter 86, The Yo-Yo. The incident transpired with such swiftness that even the seasoned Creel momentarily failed to react. When he finally comprehended the situation, he discovered a large, bat-like creature, resplendent in color. Clinging to Link's face, its wings, tipped with sharp edges, enveloping Link's head tightly. "Ah, Link!" Madame freely shrieked, having recognized the creature. At this moment, the creature perched upon Link's face is none other than the perilous Nundu, classified with a danger level of XXXXX, known for having slain wizards and possessing the highest degree of threat. This formidable being moves with astonishing swiftness and not only boasts a certain resistance to magic, but also wields extraordinarily sharp fangs. Typically, they feast upon the brains of animals, and the Ministry of Magic even has records of Nundus hunting dragons. The scene that now unfolds before Madame Flitwick mirrors that of a Nundu in pursuit of its prey. In a swift motion, Madame Flitwick drew her wand, only for Krell's figure to interpose itself before her. "Madam, do not be alarmed. That is an old friend of Link's." With Krell's reassurance, the Nundu was indeed pulled down by Link, chattering animatedly in his grasp. At this moment, Link's face was damp, marked with several red imprints from the creature's affectionate nibbles. Gazing at the jubilant Nundu in his hands, Link exhaled deeply. To be honest, he had been quite startled. After all, having such a large creature suddenly land on one's face would evoke a reaction from anyone. However, he was familiar with this particular Nundu. It was one of the creatures Krell had begun to nurture here a year ago, and inexplicably, it had developed a close bond with Link. Observing Link's fondness for it, Krell had refrained from selling it. This world is far from the traditional magical realm. Even the renowned magizoologist Newt Scamander occasionally faces harm from the fantastic beasts he tends. How could Link possess the exaggerated talent akin to a druid, capable of perfectly taming even the fiercest beasts? Yet, after experiencing the warm welcome from those small creatures and the enthusiasm of the Nundu, Link began to entertain the notion. After all, the Nundu is notorious for its ferocity and danger. The fact that it had refrained from attacking Link and instead merely nibbled a few strawberries from his face was sufficient evidence of the extraordinary nature of Link's affinity. Link wiped his face with one hand, casting a somewhat perplexed glance at Krell. Although he was once a good friend of the original owner, the exuberance of this Nundu was overwhelming, to the point where Link found it somewhat unbearable. Observing this, Krell burst into hearty laughter, producing a coconut-like object and thrusting it into Link's arms. "Feed it something. This little fellow has been on a hunger strike since he went to Hogwarts. It must be famished now." "You mean it hasn't eaten in nearly a year?" Link exclaimed, a mix of astonishment and concern in his voice. While he was aware that Nundus possessed the ability to enter a state of dormancy to conserve energy, there seemed to be no recorded instance of a Nundu surviving such an extended period without sustenance. "Not at all. It is your friend. I certainly cannot let it starve." Krell replied with a shrug. "So, every week I knock it unconscious and administer brain matter through a syringe into its throat. It's quite simple. You need not thank me." Clear gestured towards a nearby table, prompting Link to turn and discover a chaotic array of tools strewn across its surface. Atop the disarray lay a hefty club and a syringe. An image instantly flashed in Link's mind, Clear wielding the club in one hand and the syringe in the other, menacingly approaching the curled-winged demon. This left him momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, the demon that Link held in his grasp had ceased its struggles upon seeing food, curling its body to rest on the hairy coconut, eagerly sucking on it. It devoured the fruit with great relish, and before long, it had consumed the coconut, which was nearly 1.5 times the size of Link's head. Having satisfied its hunger, the demon finally quieted, yawning languidly in Link's hand, revealing its sharp, pointed teeth before curling up into a diminutive, armored sphere. This sudden transformation astounded Link. The degree of its shrinkage rivaled that of a jellyfish. However, curiously, the demon's long tail had not fully retracted into its shell, remaining exposed and tightly wrapped around one of Link's fingers. Hearing this, Link felt a stir of interest. After his life-and-death struggle against the Cairo Voldemort, he had developed a keen fascination for anything that could swiftly enhance his combat prowess. This creature, possessing formidable offensive capabilities while remaining conveniently portable and discreet, could undoubtedly elevate Link's fighting strength to new heights. With a firm stomp of her foot, she declared vehemently, "No, this is a creature of XXXXX level danger. Clear, do you wish to bring harm to Link?" "Harm? Absolutely not. Not at all." Clear quickly waved his hands in protest. "Madam, you witnessed Link's talent in beast mastery. This curled-winged demon shows no inclination to harm him. I assure you, nothing untoward will happen." "You assure me? What guarantees do you offer him?" Madame Frilly retorted with a cold huff. At this, Clear fell silent, for she was indeed correct. He lacked the standing to make such assurances to a mother. Yet at that moment, Link spoke up. Cradling the armored sphere in his hands, he implored, "Mom, please let me take care of it. Nothing will go wrong." This left Madame Frilly in a state of hesitation. In her memory, Link seldom requested anything of her. Even when he was in discomfort or longing for something, he would endure in silence unless prompted. He had not even expressed a desire when she had offered him the chance to ask for a reward for his stellar performance at school. Yet now, he was vocalizing his wish for this curled-winged demon, indicating a genuine desire. Taking a deep breath, Madame Frilly ultimately nodded, albeit with great reluctance. After all, upon reflection, safety was not such a monumental concern. Within the confines of his home, a small button lay nestled, accompanied by the watchful eyes of his guardians. While at school, he was under the attentive care of Snape and other professors, which likely ensured that no misfortune would befall him. Observing this, a smile graced Link's face, while Cry exhibited even greater joy than Link himself. With exuberance, he waved his arms and excitedly exclaimed, "Congratulations, Link! Quickly, bestow a name upon this little creature." "A name?" pondered Link as he gazed at the curled-wing magical creature in his hands. Let's call it Yo-Yo. Chapter 87. Setting off. Objective: stirring up trouble. Mrs. Freely had no objections to this, as it was already a rather commonplace occurrence. Ever since he was a child, Link had a penchant for visiting the magical beasts in the Black Gold Chamber, where he could not only frolic with these marvelous creatures, but also listen to Old Cry recount his past adventures. Most importantly, Old Cry's supervision over Link, particularly regarding his diet, was not overly stringent. Consequently, Link often managed to sneak away with Old Cry to Diagon Alley to indulge in various treats that Mrs. Freely referred to as junk food. This occasion was no exception. As soon as Mrs. Freely departed, Old Cry flashed a cheeky smile at Link and promptly retrieved an assortment of goodies from the counter, including bubblegum super bubbles, Birdie Bot's every flavor beans, chocolate frogs, and syrup pies, sights that left Link wide-eyed. He finally comprehended why the original owner had been somewhat plump. It was all the work of Old Cry. With a sigh of nostalgia, Link ultimately extended his hand toward the pile of snacks under Old Cry's eager gaze. Naturally, his primary target was the syrup pie. As for the Birdie Bot's every flavor beans, which had the chance of tasting like boogers or bugs, and the chocolate frogs that could leap about like live frogs, he resolutely avoided. Such culinary experiments were far too adventurous for his taste. In between munching on snacks, Link did not neglect his duties and began to inquire about the care of the curled-wing magical creature. Old Cry, of course, was more than willing to share his knowledge. According to his descriptions, the curled-wing creature was rather easy to care for, as they spent most of their time in a dormant state. As an owner, one merely needed to feed them a few pig brain-stuffed coconuts each week. However, overfeeding was ill-advised, as it could lead to obesity and deformity, or even trigger various ailments. Particularly, if one wished to maintain the creature's combat readiness, it was essential to extend the feeding intervals, ensuring it remained in a state of slight hunger. Link wholeheartedly agreed. Recalling similar sentiments he had encountered while watching documentaries in his past life, an animal's desire to attack was directly linked to its satiety. Over the following days, Old Cry imparted various training techniques to Link, enabling him to command the curled-wing creature with greater safety and ease. This process, which could have been cruel and protracted, was transformed in Link's hands. He entirely discarded the notion of punitive measures and, relying solely on food rewards, managed to secure the creature's unwavering loyalty within a week, rendering it as obedient as a small dog. This left Cry astonished, his jaw nearly dropping in disbelief, ultimately leading him to marvel at Link's exceptional affinity for animals. Just as Link was completing the final taming lesson with the coiled-winged creature, Madame Fli appeared once more. However, unlike her previous visit, today she donned an expansive gown of pure black, complete with a black silk flower hat. A veil of fine black mesh cascaded from the brim, obscuring much of her face while leaving her crimson lips exposed, rendering her both enigmatic and imposing. "Link, prepare yourself. We are about to depart for Victoria Manor," Madame Fli announced gracefully, tossing Link a seamless extension pouch. This had been a prearranged plan, and Link said nothing further, simply grasping the pouch and stepping into the inner chamber. Meanwhile, while awaiting Link's attire change, Old Cry emerged from behind the counter, inquiring, "What's this? That miserly old coot from Victoria is hosting a banquet, and he actually invited you? He aims to use this gathering to find a suitable suitor for Emily. Naturally, he wouldn't extend an invitation to me." Madame Fli scoffed. "Just because he didn't invite me doesn't mean I can't show up unannounced." Upon hearing this, Old Cry paused momentarily before grinning wickedly. "That is precisely what you should do. His daughter has caused young Link such distress. It only fitting that she should bear the consequences." I never imagined he would dare to renege in private. It seems it is time for me to teach him a lesson. After all, many of his businesses rely on our support. Madame Fli shot Crud a glance and cautioned. Mind your strength. You mustn't strike him down entirely, as those matters will eventually belong to young Link. Restasurat I Emawada. Old Krite chuckled sinisterly as the door to the inner chamber swung open. Instinctively, Madame Fli and Old Krite turned to see a modest young man approaching them. Clad in a gown of pure black, akin to Madame Fli's, Link's attire did not make him appear cumbersome. Rather, it enhanced his elegance. As they beheld Link striding toward them, both Madame Fli and Old Krite were momentarily taken aback. Particularly Old Krite, who was nearly moved to tears. You look just like him. Link, you bear an uncanny resemblance to your grandfather. He choked out. However, no sooner had he spoken than Madame Fli delivered a sharp slap to his forehead. In what way does he resemble that old man? Link's appearance is clearly inherited from me, she retorted indignantly, while Old Krite glared at her in annoyance. He was not one of the manor's domesticated sprites, to endure Madame Fli's reprimands without resistance. Observing the impending quarrel between the two, Link chuckled heartily and quickly intervened. All right, let's be on our way. And as for you, Grandpa Krite, we shall take our leave. Do take care of yourself. As he spoke, Link pulled Lady Frill out of the Black Gold Beast's establishment. Old Clef, upon hearing this, instinctively smiled warmly and waved goodbye to Link. It took him a while to remember that he still had to settle accounts with Lady Frill. However, by that moment, the two had long vanished from the Black Gold Beast shop. TSK. Old Clef expressed his dissatisfaction with the TSK, then rubbed his reddened forehead as he entered the back room, where he found a large raven and instructed it. Inform those lazy beings that it's time to work, with the target being the Victoria family's goods. Upon hearing this, the raven began flapping its wings, uttering in a peculiar tone, Victoria, Victoria, eliminate, eliminate, smack. Old Clef delivered a sharp slap to the raven's head, much like Lady Frill had done to him earlier. Victoria, seize the goods, he reiterated. The raven repeated, though its tone was noticeably weaker than before. Excellent, just like that. Off you go. Clef nodded in satisfaction, watching the raven take flight with a sinister grin. Chapter 88. The Victoria Mansion and Upside-Down Alley. Link and Lady Frill walk side by side. However, Lady Frill's focus was not on the path ahead, but rather on Link himself. A slight smile crept upon her lips as she gazed at him for a while before finally pausing to inquire, Link, do you know what we are about to do at the Victoria estate? Of course I know. Lady Frill had already explained their purpose and reason for this visit to Link multiple times. Yet, truth be told, Link felt a twinge of resistance regarding Lady Frill's intention to seek out Emily as his wife. After all, it was the original owner who shared a childhood bond with Emily, not the current Link. Being someone who values emotions deeply, Link found himself somewhat uncomfortable with the prospect of this marriage. It felt not only like a slight against him, but also a violation of the dignity of the Frill family. Contemplating this, Link's expression grew serious. Observing his newfound seriousness, Lady Frill nodded in satisfaction. She then placed her hand on Link's shoulder and waved her wand. Apparition. Bang. With a resounding explosion and a whirlwind of disorientation, the scenery before Link blurred. Once his vision returned to normal, he discovered that he and Lady Frill stood in a small square, facing a grand villa. Both the villa and the square appeared rather new. Considering elements such as proper maintenance, it could not have been constructed over 50 years ago. This gave Link a clearer understanding of the Victoria family's social standing. After all, a family's ancestral home is a symbol of its face and identity. The villa of the Victoria family, looking so new, suggested a lack of historical depth. However, this is quite understandable. The Victoria family is merely an emerging lineage that relocated to England from abroad just a few decades ago, making any semblance of heritage rather remarkable. Mrs. Fli's thoughts seemed to align with this sentiment, as evidenced by the faint smirk curling at the corners of her lips. Yet, Link does not share her optimism. To him, the fact that the relatively insignificant Victoria family would dare to offend the Fli family in order to marry Emily off to someone else indicates that their newfound ally must possess greater strength than the Fli family. Link, let us depart, Mrs. Fli said in a nonchalant tone, and Link, sensing the gravity of the situation, followed closely behind her, alert and vigilant. He had a premonition that today would entail a formidable challenge. Creak. The villa's grand door swung open, releasing a refreshing breeze accompanied by the cacophony of laughter and merriment. Inside the villa, the atmosphere was lively, with dozens of elegantly attired pure-blood aristocrats gathered around a long table laden with delectable food and drink. engaging in animated conversation and leisurely strolling about. Among the crowd, Link even spotted the Malfoy family, currently encircled by several wizards. Numerous waitstaff flitted about, balancing trays of food and drink, appearing quite busy. What surprised Link was the absence of any magical assistance throughout their labor. This brought to mind the term Muggle, as the Malfoy family would never deign to accept service from non-magical folk, viewing it as a disgrace. However, the identity of the waitstaff became inconsequential. As soon as Mrs. FLI and Link entered, the once boisterous hall fell into an immediate hush. All eyes were fixated on the approaching duo, with a few of the more timid individuals already brandishing their wands and retreating toward the exit. Mrs. FLI paid no mind to these fleeing figures. She continued inward, scrutinizing the decor of the villa, and coldly remarked, "It appears you are all having quite a delightful time." She then approached the Malfoy family, addressing Lucius and Narcissa Malfoy with a curt, "Good day, Malfoys." Lucius appeared somewhat anxious, his lips moving but words failing to escape. He could only manage a nod. Their son, Draco Malfoy, had already hidden behind his mother Narcissa, mumbling, "I did not bully Link. I am fully aware of that." "You need not be so fearful of me, Draco," Mrs. FLI replied, somewhat exasperated. She recognized Draco, recalling how endearing he had been in his youth. Yet he had become increasingly insufferable with age, now cowering like a quail in her presence. Rather dull, indeed. Meanwhile, Link, following closely behind Mrs. FLI, made an unexpected discovery. In a shadowy corner of the hall, Severus Snape was gazing in their direction, head tilted upwards. His countenance was hardly pleasing, particularly with a small round table beside him, upon which rested a goblet filled with deep brown liquor. This revelation took Link by surprise, for in his recollection, Severus Snape was not one to partake in social gatherings, and he typically eschewed any alcoholic beverage to maintain a clear mind. However, Link was not so ill-mannered as to stride up to Snape with undue familiarity at this moment. Thus, he merely inclined his head slightly in acknowledgement, a gesture of respect. Snape, noticing this, seemed to relax somewhat, returning a subtle nod to Link. At that moment, a flurry of footsteps echoed through the hall. Link turned to see a short, portly middle-aged man hastening towards him in a rather comical manner. Trailing behind him was an elderly gentleman clad in a cumbersome, old-fashioned suit, who in stark contrast exhibited a composed demeanor, greeting the pure-blood aristocrats on either side as he made his way. Regrettably, the noble guests paid him no heed, hurriedly avoiding him as if he were a harbinger of misfortune. "Ah, Lady Flitwick, what a surprise to see you here," exclaimed the stout man, hastily dabbing at the perspiration on his brow with a handkerchief he produced from his pocket. To this, Lady Flitwick retorted with a sardonic smile. "Some individuals neglected to send me an invitation, so I had no choice but to attend on my own." Her words rendered the stout man somewhat uncomfortable, yet she showed no intention of letting him off the hook. Turning her gaze toward the elderly man behind him, she continued, "Now, do introduce me to this fellow." While the stout man's forehead began to glisten with sweat, but the elderly gentleman stepped forward, saying, "Mr. Victoria, allow me to introduce myself. I am Thomas Wilson, the current patriarch of the Wilson family from America. My family holds a certain standing within the American wizarding community and engages in various enterprises related to potions. Perhaps there may be opportunities for collaboration in the future. Thus, might I inquire your name, lovely lady?" Old Wilson spoke in a peculiar tone that suggested he was deliberately constricting his throat. As he spoke, he leaned forward, extending his hand toward Lady Flitwick in an ostentatious gesture as if to bestow a kiss upon it. This action darkened the expression of the nearby Mr. Victoria, while Lady Flitwick scoffed, "Ah, a nouveau riche from America. No wonder I detected an unpleasant odor since earlier. You." Old Wilson's eyes widened in indignation, prepared to retaliate. But Mr. Victoria, sensing the brewing conflict, swiftly interposed himself between the two, attempting to mediate. "Ahem. Let's not resort to hostilities. Lady Flitwick, Mr. Wilson. Shall we retire to the parlor for a discussion? Let's extend each other some courtesy." Under the persuasion of old Victoria, old Wilson found himself with an opportunity to retreat, letting out a cold snort while ostentatiously adjusting his collar. Mrs. Free, however, remained silent, her smile growing increasingly frigid. Noticing that neither party showed any intent to refuse, old Victoria cheerfully gestured to guide them. He then turned his head towards Link and said, "Little Link, why don't you go inside and play with Emily and the others? Elson, please take little Link in." "Yes, sir," replied a white-haired old steward as he hurried forward. Yet, before he could utter a word to Link, Draco, from a distance, broke free from his mother's grasp and dashed to the front, raising his hand and exclaiming, "Let me take Link." At this proclamation, the crowd fell momentarily silent. However, seeing Draco's face, which was visibly anxious yet still forced a smile, no one objected. Seizing the moment, Draco quickly took Link's hand and led him briskly down a corridor behind Hall. Link, being pulled along, regarded Draco with a hint of confusion. In his recollection, Draco was not the type to be so eager to help. His unsolicited offer surely had ulterior motives. As expected, the moment they stepped into the corridor, Draco turned his head and said, "Link, are you here to deal with the Wilson family?" Observing his excitement, Link nonchalantly countered, "Where did you get this information? Come on, Link, anyone can see that." Draco waved his hand dismissively and continued, "Listen to me, you need not worry too much. I've already inquired about it. The Wilson family is merely a group of upstarts. Decades ago, they were just ordinary wizards. It wasn't until one of their members became a congressman in the American Magical Council that they began exploiting the power of that position to engage in potion-related businesses, eventually capturing a 3% market share in America. Typical novices. The reason they have come to England is merely to seek a marriage alliance with a pure-blooded noble, allowing them to scrub away some of the stink that clings to their lineage. Moreover, they might have the chance to absorb some of England's industries. You must stand firm, Link. Do not allow them to succeed with the Victoria family." Draco rambled on, his excitement causing his face to flush. Listening to Draco's explanation, Link's expression flickered with a moment of realization. Logically, Draco's words made sense, yet they seemed somewhat unreasonable. If the Wilson family were truly as weak as Draco claimed, why would old Victoria risk offending the Free family by attempting to engage with them? Wasn't that an act of folly? Moreover, the most crucial question lingered. Why was Draco so invested in this matter? Link's eyes narrowed slightly. The former, he could afford to be somewhat indifferent. After all, in the territory of the Kingdom of Y, the family of Frilly held true authority. Even if the Wilson family were indeed a formidable force, they must lie low here. However, the latter was an entirely different matter. So, Draco, instead of diligently pursuing your Potter, you have turned your attention to my wife. In an instant, Link's gaze towards Draco grew perilous, and the atmosphere between them suddenly became tense. Draco instinctively took a step back, sensing that his predicament might be rather precarious. The next moment, he heard Link's voice, icy and cutting. "Is the Malfoy family indeed contemplating a union with the Victoria family? A union? Are you suggesting that I should be with Victoria?" Draco replied, momentarily stunned. His expression swiftly morphed into one of sheer terror, his body beginning to tremble violently. "Are you jesting? You want me to be with Sister Victoria? You might as well kill me." Link, taken aback, noted that Draco's fright appeared genuine. This raised a question: why would Emily instill such fear in Draco? With his curiosity lingering, they continued their journey, eventually arriving at a spacious parlor after several twists and turns. The decor was undeniably opulent, with an enchanting floral fragrance wafting through the air, uplifting one's spirits. However, it was peculiar that while the furniture exuded an antique charm, the walls and chandeliers seemed excessively modern, their designs mismatched. This blend of old and new led Link to suspect that the antique furnishings were merely a facade orchestrated by the elder Victoria for show. Yet, this was of little consequence, for Link's attention swiftly shifted to Emily, who sat at the center of the parlor on a plush sofa. Today, Emily appeared rather discontent. Although her lightly made-up face was stunningly beautiful, it radiated an icy demeanor that deterred approach. She wore a pure black lace gown adorned with hints of golden embellishments, complemented by a golden brooch at her chest. The ensemble struck Link as oddly familiar, prompting him to glance down at his own attire. Leading to a sudden realization, Emily's gown was unmistakably part of the same set as his. At that moment, Emily finally noticed Link and Draco. In an instant, her frosty expression melted away, replaced by a radiant smile that blossomed like a flower, inviting closeness. "Link!" she exclaimed joyfully, springing to her feet and leaping into his arms. Chapter 90. The Nouveau Riche. With a swift motion, Link lowered himself to catch the exuberant Emily, a gust of fragrant air enveloping him. This unexpected reaction left Link momentarily dazed, as he had not anticipated such fervent enthusiasm from Emily. At this moment, Draco silently lowered his head and retreated to one side, pretending not to notice anything. "Ha! Link, you have finally arrived. Do try this, freshly made and still warm," exclaimed the jovial host. "Ah, splendid." Link, realizing the moment, promptly stuffed a slice of pumpkin cake into his mouth, his expression instantly relaxing with delight. Truly, no matter how many times he indulged in pumpkin cake, it was always the best. Just then, a soft cough broke the air. Link turned his gaze to discover a brown-haired youth with a tuft of mustache seated nearby. There was no need for inquiry. Link instantly recognized him as the son of Old Wilson. The young man's attire mirrored that of his father, adorned in an antiquated, cumbersome suit that, by contemporary standards, was rather unsightly. However, the young man clearly held a different opinion. Noticing Link's attention, he feigned a nonchalant adjustment of his voluminous cuffs before addressing the corner where Draco stood, playing the Invisible Man. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Malfoy. I have heard that your father's herb estate has been flourishing recently. Congratulations are in order. Our Wilson family, as one of the largest potion manufacturers in America, is very eager to explore collaboration with the Malfoy family." Little Wilson, undeterred, turned his smile toward Link. "And you too, Mr. Free. Although our family resides far in America, I have long admired your esteemed name." Upon hearing this, Link's brow furrowed in immediate recognition of the underlying mockery aimed at his past reputation. Emily clearly sensed the tension and was ready to retort. But before she could act, Link chuckled lightly and replied, "It is only natural that you know me. After all, I bear the surname Free. But who are you, Wilson? I have never heard of your family. Emily, have you?" "Oh, I just learned of it today," Emily responded, momentarily taken aback. "It seems to be a rather insignificant family from America, lacking any notable prowess." "Is that so?" Link feigned realization, then cast a look of pity and disdain toward little Wilson. He had no intention of sparing the Wilson family any dignity, nor did he concern himself with what kind of person little Wilson might be. He was here to stir trouble. Even if little Wilson were to present himself with utmost courtesy, Link would find a reason to challenge him. At this, the artificial smile that had adorned little Wilson's face promptly vanished. In truth, he held little affection for Emily, while she was undeniably beautiful. Could she surpass the allure of Maywa? If he sought beauty, little Wilson would prefer to pursue Maywa. Furthermore, in terms of temperament, Emily did not appeal to him. He favored women who radiated warmth and exuberance, not the icy demeanor that Emily exuded. Although Emily previously displayed great enthusiasm towards Link, young Wilson was not the least bit vexed. For as Drac had rightly stated, he and his father, Old Wilson, had come to this realm seeking matrimonial alliances with the pure-blood aristocracy. While on the surface, the magical society of America seemed more tolerant of bloodlines. Many of the ancient families in this land had fallen into decline, whereas the rising elite in America placed a higher premium on the purity of blood and the lineage's history. This situation, steeped in a complex tapestry of history and origin, revealed a fervent yearning among these individuals for such ephemeral ideals. The Wilson family evidently did not meet these criteria, thus missing numerous opportunities for advancement. However, an alliance with the Victoria family could alter their fortunes entirely. Although the Victoria family merely donned the facade of a new aristocracy with a veneer of pure blood status, largely disregarded by local families, they held significant clout in America. Such a union would facilitate a remarkable elevation in the Wilson family's social standing. Hence, for young Wilson, acquiring the aura of a pure-blood aristocrat was paramount, and he would not allow Link to disrupt his ambitions. A cold smirk crept across young Wilson's face as he slowly retrieved a white handkerchief from his pocket, wiping his wand before casting it disdainfully at Link's feet. With an air of superiority, he proclaimed, "You dare to insult my family? There is nothing left to discuss. Let us duel." Young Wilson was not lying. He had indeed long admired Link's notorious reputation, albeit one marred by derogatory labels such as fool, waste, and the product of inbreeding. In his view, it was preposterous that such a fool would dare confront him. This presented a splendid opportunity to showcase his prowess. He believed that if he could decisively defeat Link in a duel, it would not only diminish Emily's regard for Link, but might also win her willingness to marry him. Unfortunately, Link and Emily did not respond with the anticipated panic or alarm. Instead, they stood bewildered, regarding young Wilson with incredulity. Drac, not far off, could not contain his laughter. In truth, dueling had once been a popular pastime during the heyday of the wizarding society in this land. Yet now, especially after enduring the ravages of two Dark Lords, such practices had fallen into disfavor. Regardless of the animosities simmering between families, a semblance of civility was typically maintained. Public duels had become exceedingly awkward and crude, likely the domain of those nouveau riche in America who yearned for a life of aristocratic grandeur but failed to embody its essence. However, young Wilson appeared blissfully unaware of the absurdity of his actions. The brevity of Drac's laughter struck him as an affront, igniting a flush of anger across his face. He cast a fierce glare at Drac, then pointed his wand sharply at Link and declared, "What's the matter? Are you too cowardly to face me?" Chapter 91, The Duel Link. Emily whispered, a flicker of concern evident in her eyes. She had a fair understanding of young Wilson's abilities. Though he graduated from Ifamoni School of Magic's Thunderbird Academy without stellar grades, his successful completion of all coursework indicated he had matured into a competent wizard. Such an opponent was clearly beyond the reach of Link, who had barely completed his second-year studies. Even though Link had previously vanquished a basilisk alone, the odds were still stacked against him. However, upon hearing Emily's words, Link merely smiled gently at her. He was well aware of her worries. Yet he held no fear of defeat. It is important to note that dueling among wizards does not prohibit the summoning of magical creatures. With this thought in mind, Link raised his chin and replied to young Wilson, "Then let it be as you wish." At these words, Emily's expression shifted dramatically, but in that moment, she felt compelled to remain silent. Instead, she quietly reached into her pocket and grasped her wand. Should Link find himself in peril, she would not stand idly by. Meanwhile, young Wilson wore a sinister grin. Everything was unfolding just as he had anticipated. This foolish boy from the Flea family was indeed as naive as the rumor suggested. With this realization, the situation became considerably easier to manage. Having reached an unspoken agreement, Link and young Wilson both raised their wands and approached one another. Link possessed a basic understanding of the formalities involved in a wizard's duel. This traditional contest required both parties to bow to each other in a show of respect before taking up their duel stances. After a countdown of 3 seconds, the duel would officially commence. The conditions for victory were straightforward. Either participant could disarm, incapacitate, injure, defeat, or kill their opponent, thereby forcing them to concede. For Link, the act of bowing was manageable, but he struggled with the duel stance. This awkward, ceremonious position demanded extensive practice to master, and he found it rather embarrassing. In stark contrast, young Wilson's stance could only be described as textbook perfect. He clearly took great pride in this, as evidenced by the increasingly radiant smile on his face. Unbeknownst to him, Draco, serving as the makeshift referee, was nearly doubled over with laughter. Young Wilson's stance, combined with his bulky robes, made him resemble a turtle striking a pose. "You will lose. I hope you won't cry when the time comes," young Wilson declared with a serious expression. In response, Link simply shook his head expressionlessly, a glimmer of blue light flashing in his eyes. The mental block and heightened senses spell were activated. As Draco gazed at the two individuals who were now fully prepared, he finally restrained his smile and, with a hint of excitement, inquired, "Are you ready? 3, 2, 1. Begin." With the sound of his words, a crimson flash erupted from young Wilson's wand, hurtling directly towards Link. A flicker of coldness passed through Emily's eyes as she slowly drew her wand from her pocket. This was because young Wilson had uttered no incantation. The silent spell technique was one reserved for upperclassmen or even graduates. This indicated that young Wilson had no intention of holding back against Link. He was launching a full frontal assault from the outset. Yet, Link remained utterly unfazed, not even lifting his wand. This elicited a radiant smile from young Wilson, who could almost envision Link being sent sprawling by the spell. However, the next moment his grin froze. For Link, with an impassive expression, merely tilted his head aside and effortlessly evaded the spell. The atmosphere shifted into an eerie silence, with young Wilson, Draco, and Emily staring at Link in shock, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. "That boy must be lucky," young Wilson thought through gritted teeth, twirling his wand once more to unleash a beam of scarlet light at an even swifter pace towards Link. Yet, the outcome remained unchanged. Link simply sidestepped, easily dodging young Wilson's attack. It was only at this juncture that Draco, finally grasping the situation, erupted into cheers. Meanwhile, Link gently shook his head at young Wilson. While silent spells were indeed swift and could yield unexpected results, they were futile against Link, who had activated his heightened perception spell. Under the influence of this spell and the mental shielding technique, Link could clearly discern the flow of young Wilson's magical energy, allowing him to predict the trajectory of the incoming spell before it was even cast. Understanding this made evasion a trivial task. Young Wilson's face took on a hue akin to that of liver, perceiving Link's head shake as a profound humiliation. In a fit of rage, young Wilson raised his wand once more, preparing for another assault. Yet, Link denied him that opportunity. With a calm demeanor, Link lifted his wand and intoned expressionlessly, "The wand of the Shadowless Blade." Suddenly, a faint whisper of wind resonated through the air, but no light effects accompanied it. This display suggested that Link had failed to cast his spell. However, young Wilson was not so naive. He cautiously raised his wand, ever ready to counter. His reaction almost drew a laugh from Link, due to the unique characteristic of LV4's Shadow Blade, which allows for an early trigger. Its effect against counterspells can be described as a perfect counter. Explode. With a slight exclamation from Link, a translucent magical blade suddenly materialized before young Wilson. This unexpected turn of events startled Wilson, who instinctively began to channel his magic to counter it, only to be flung back instead. Unfortunately for him, Link's shadow blade had already taken form. As the magical blade made contact with the wand, a sharp, grating sound pierced the air, accompanied by a blinding flash of light. When the radiance subsided, the scene that unfolded before everyone nearly caused Draco to lose his composure. At that moment, Wilson's wand lay utterly severed, and he himself was propelled backward by the sheer force of the impact. Lying on the ground, Wilson stared at the half of his wand in his hand, bewildered and unable to comprehend what had just transpired. Yet Link was not about to let this opportunity slip away. With a swift motion of his arm, a translucent energy orb shot forth once more. Ready explosion. However, this was not the conclusion of the ordeal. Under the influence of the bladder explosion spell, Wilson's eyes bulged, his face turning ashen, and his legs clamped tightly together. Almost immediately, his light-colored dress pants began to rapidly darken. The warmth of the incident so intense that it seeped through the thick fabric and dripped onto the floor below. A distressing cry escaped Wilson's lips. Hearing this, both Link and Emily exhibited expressions of disdain, particularly Emily, who nearly turned to flee. Draco, on the other hand, excitedly clenched his fist and exclaimed, clearly reveling in the moment. Yet, he soon became aware of his own exuberance, and, after uttering those words, his expression shifted to one of horror as he glanced at Emily. Noticing her lack of reaction, he breathed a sigh of relief. This scene did not go unnoticed by Link, who was somewhat taken aback. He could not fathom why Draco appeared so fearful of Emily, given that she was such a gentle girl. Emily, observing the change in Link's expression, shot Draco a fierce glare, causing him to retreat several steps in trepidation before she turned to Link with an awkward yet polite smile. Link returned the smile, not overly concerned. For him, the priority was not to engage in light-hearted banter with Emily, but to swiftly deal with young Wilson. Only by making him flee in shame could Link consider his mission at the Victoria residence a success. With this thought in mind, Link slowly turned to inflict more humiliation upon Wilson. What he did not anticipate was that, as he turned, the now incapacitated Wilson had somehow produced another wand from seemingly thin air, pointing it menacingly at him. Die, you wretched fool! Little Wilson let out a furious roar, and the tip of his staff erupted with a burst of dark brilliance. This treacherous and unscrupulous ambush caused Link's pupils to constrict slightly. His current level of the Iron Armor spell was not sufficient to enable him to cast a silencing spell instantaneously, indicating that he had no time left to employ the Iron Armor incantation. This meant he had no choice but to risk using counterspell techniques. In a swift mental calculation, Link raised his wand in preparation for defense. However, the coiled-winged magical yo-yo, which had been hanging as a pendant around his neck, was evidently faster. Before Link's wand was fully raised, the shell-like orb on his chest erupted violently, transforming into a magnificent and colossal butterfly that darted forth like a shadow, directly charging towards the opposing spell. Bang! The dark brilliance collided head-on with the yo-yo, producing a resounding thud. What followed was a breathtaking spectacle. The ominous black light was utterly shattered by the yo-yo, which then surged toward little Wilson, viciously sinking its teeth into his arm. A cry of agony escaped from little Wilson's lips as he struggled desperately to swat the yo-yo away, yet his efforts proved futile. At that moment, a flash of white light emanated from Emily's wand, striking little Wilson and rendering him unconscious. Link, are you all right? Emily exclaimed anxiously. I'm fine, Link replied coolly, as a magical yo-yo flew off little Wilson and settled steadily on Link's shoulder, chattering excitedly. Observing this, a smile finally graced Link's face as he gently stroked the yo-yo's head in praise. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The yo-yo seemed to understand Link's words, excitedly flapping its wings. Is this your pet? Emily asked softly, her expression somewhat strange, clearly recognizing the identity of the coiled-winged creature. Is it truly safe to keep a XXXX class dangerous creature so close? Rest assured, the yo-yo is perfectly safe. It only attacks enemies. Like him, Link said, pointing toward the unconscious little Wilson, who, despite being incapacitated, continued to convulse and foam at the mouth. This was a result of the yo-yo's venom. According to Newt Scamander's research, when this venom is diluted in a specific ratio, it can be transformed into a special potion that erases unpleasant human memories. This potion has become a staple in the magical departments of various countries, specifically utilized for post-disaster management of major magical catastrophes. However, this venom must be diluted before it can be safely administered. If in its pure, concentrated form, it can induce terrifying hallucinations and, in severe cases, cause permanent brain damage. Due to the peculiar effects of this venom, the coiled winged creature is also referred to as the nightmare bat in some remote regions. Naturally, Emily was well aware of these matters. She gazed disdainfully at the twitching young Wilson and shook her head in disgust. With a flick of her wand, an elderly gentleman clad in a butler's attire entered the parlor. After bowing respectfully to Link and the others, he deftly dragged the young Wilson out. Observing the butler's retreating figure, Draco's face betrayed a hint of contempt. "Sister, I truly fail to comprehend why your family prefers to employ a house elf as a mere mute servant. A house elf is undoubtedly far more useful and cost-effective. Has your father become so miserly?" Draco exclaimed. "Link, come play in my room," Emily suggested. "I isn't that a bit too sudden?" Link replied, his gaze evading hers. Emily, not merely a naive girl, felt her cheeks flush crimson at his words and playfully chastised him. "What are you saying, scoundrel?" Link winced at the light slap, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. This was no act. Emily's strength exceeded his expectations, and he could feel the area she struck beginning to swell. At that moment, Emily realized her blunder and quickly hid the hand that had just struck Link behind her back, her face growing even redder. An awkward tension enveloped the two. Chapter 93. Emily's room. Fortunately, they were not alone, as Draco continued the conversation. "Link, did you just cast the disarming charm?" Yes, Link replied. "Who taught you?" Draco pressed on. "I recall that only Professor Snape knows that spell." "Well, as you mentioned, it is indeed Professor Snape who taught me," Link responded. At this, Draco's eyes widened in disbelief. "That's impossible. He hasn't even taught me. After all, I am his protege." Link shrugged, indicating he was unaware of the reasons behind it. However, he believed it made sense that Snape would not instruct Draco, given Draco's impulsive and boastful nature. If he were to learn the disarming charm, he would undoubtedly rush to brag to Harry, potentially leading to disastrous consequences. After all, Harry Potter was a significant figure groomed by Dumbledore. Meanwhile, Emily had regained her composure and tugged at Link, urging him toward her room. Draco, still grappling with the astonishing revelation that Snape had taught Link the disarming charm, hurried to follow, incessantly questioning Link and even suggesting he speak to Snape on his behalf. Link remained silent on the matter, but Emily, in contrast, became quite agitated. She delivered a sharp reprimand to Draco, effectively curtailing his intent to follow further. Observing this, Link felt a sense of clarity. Based on Emily's various actions and words throughout the day, along with the rumors circulating within the school, he was nearly certain that Emily held a position akin to a dominant figure within Slytherin. It was only in this light that Draco appeared so intimidated by her. However, what surprised Link the most was Emily's unexpectedly docile demeanor in his presence. How to describe such a contrast? Quite charming indeed. As they walked, Link discreetly observed Emily, nodding affirmatively. The Victoria family's villa was, in truth, rather modest in size, and it did not take long for them to arrive at Emily's room. To Link's astonishment, however, Emily's chamber seemed rather overly simplistic. Taking Link's own room as an example, although Madame Flitwick was considered quite progressive, Flitwick Castle, along with Link's quarters, was still adorned with numerous antiquities such as small statues of dark magic, a taxidermy moose, bear skin rugs, and various bone artifacts, items that were both archaic and bewilderingly expensive. In stark contrast, Emily's room contained none of these. The furnishings here were exceedingly basic: a writing desk, a drab bed, and an enormous bookshelf overflowing with an assortment of books and photographs. One could hardly deem this a witch's room. Link found himself questioning whether it even belonged to a girl, as it bore no semblance of feminine elements whatsoever. Emily seemed acutely aware of this discrepancy. Upon entering her room, she became noticeably reserved, trailing behind Link with her head bowed in silence. Link paid her no mind, instead exploring the space on his own. Truth be told, there was little to explore, and Link felt a wave of disappointment wash over him, as this room seemed to obliterate all his preconceived notions of a girl's sanctuary. However, his attention was piqued by the old photographs displayed on the bookshelf. Captured by a magical camera, these images had been transformed into animated, GIF-like forms after undergoing a special potion treatment. The sole drawback was that all of the photographs were in black and white. As Link approached the bookshelf, the first image to catch his eye was that of a young girl, bearing a striking resemblance to Emily, joyfully flashing a peace sign at the camera. The girl appeared to be in the midst of losing her baby teeth, grinning widely to reveal but a single front tooth, the others conspicuously absent. To be honest, it was rather amusing. Is this you? Link inquired, pointing at the photograph, feigning ignorance. Yes, that's me when I first arrived in England. Emily began, but abruptly halted, her gaze shifting to Link's bemused expression and then back to her own solitary tooth in the photograph. It dawned on her. Oh dear, how embarrassing, she exclaimed, stamping her foot and turning away in an act of feigned indifference toward Link. Link chuckled heartily, continuing to survey the arrangement of images upon the shelf. In the subsequent photographs, although numerous new figures appeared, the spotlight remained firmly on Emily. The images captured Emily gracefully maturing over time, and notably, a particular young man began to appear with increasing frequency. Strikingly, this young man bore a resemblance to Link. Is that me? Link inquired hesitantly. Upon hearing this, Emily, who had been attentively observing, lifted her head and reminisced. Indeed, you were quite the rascal, always leading me in pursuits of butterflies and squirrels, and even engaging in skirmishes with the other children who were in awe of you. Yet during playtime, they invariably preferred to follow your lead. Link remained silent, though a flicker of doubt danced in his eyes. Emily's recounting starkly contradicted the circumstances of the original owner of Link's body upon his arrival. If, as Emily suggested, the original owner had been a leader among children, how could he subsequently have acquired a reputation as a cowardly good-for-nothing? There must have been some significant turning point. While Link contemplated this, Emily suddenly gasped, prompting Link to instinctively turn his gaze toward her. He then observed her swiftly retrieving a frame from the bookshelf and presenting it before him. Link, do you remember this photograph? A question mark gradually formed on Link's forehead as he beheld the image, which prominently featured Emily alongside a young girl. No, it appeared to be a photograph of Emily and that young man, albeit the boy was adorned in a dress with pigtails. Could it be? Indeed, that's you. Emily stifled a laugh, pointing at Link in the photograph. Aunt Leonie adorably dressed you in girls' clothing back then. With that, Emily erupted into a fit of laughter, while Link scratched his head, feeling somewhat at a loss. Reflecting on his previous life, Link recalled a similar incident where his parents had enforced a female attire upon him during his childhood. He hadn't anticipated encountering such a fate in this new world. Was it a universal pastime for parents across the globe to dress their children as girls? Although the collection of photographs appeared extensive, it was swiftly reviewed. As Link turned his attention to the final image, an unusual sensation surged within him. Chapter 94, Mrs. Free's Scheme. This photograph was rather ordinary, akin to the preceding ones, with Link and Emily as the central figures. The sole distinction was that they seemed to be attending a grand soiree, both adorned in bespoke formal attire. Yet, inexplicably, upon gazing at this particular photograph, Link found himself momentarily entranced, as if it held profound significance for him. Instinctively, he narrowed his eyes, striving to scrutinize the details more closely. However, in the next instant, a piercing pain erupted within his mind, so intense that it caused him to cry out and collapse to the ground. Strangely, despite this, Link's gaze remained inexorably fixed upon the photograph, as if he had been struck by lightning. Link, what is the matter? Emily exclaimed, startled by his reaction. Observing Link's peculiar demeanor, she too cast her eyes upon the photograph. In an instant, Link witnessed Emily swiftly remove the frame from the bookshelf and hurl it away. A crack echoed as the frame traced a parabolic arc through the air, ultimately shattering upon impact with the ground. Link's gaze followed the trajectory of the frame. Fortunately, it landed face down, and with the photograph obscured from view, the pain in Link's mind finally subsided. Link, are you all right? Emily sobbed as she gently helped him to his feet. This is all my fault. All my fault. I'm fine. Please don't cry, Emily. You cannot blame yourself for this, Link replied, his voice faint, weakened by the excruciating pain that had drained much of his strength. Nonetheless, he continued to comfort Emily. Yet, she was beyond consolation, her tears flowing incessantly, repeating phrases of self-blame. This stirred a sense of speculation within Link. Otherwise, Emily would not be in such a state. He would not have reacted so strongly merely from seeing the photograph, considering he had not inherited any of the original owner's memories. This implied that the anguish associated with that photograph had likely been etched into the original body as a conditioned reflex. Naturally, further investigation was necessary, but it was unrealistic to expect others to divulge information at this moment. Link had already attempted that route. After a considerable time spent reassuring her, Emily gradually regained her composure. It was only long after Link's figure had vanished that she slowly stood, wiped away the remnants of her tears, and retrieved the shattered frame, cradling it in her arms. In the grand hall, The once vibrant atmosphere had dissipated, all the guests had departed, and even the Wilsons were nowhere to be seen. The spacious hall, now, contained only Mrs. Flitwick and Professor Snape, who stood facing each other, their expressions laden with palpable animosity. "Mother, Professor Snape, what is the matter?" Link inquired, perplexed. He had initially believed that Mrs. Flitwick and Snape shared a cordial relationship, yet the current tension suggested otherwise. Upon hearing Link's voice, Mrs. Flitwick's countenance softened, and she approached him with a smile. However, Snape's reaction was swifter, his expression impassive as he declared, "Your mother has lost her mind." "Lost my mind?" Mrs. Flitwick's demeanor hardened once more. "It seems you are the one who has lost your senses. Have you forgotten whose life you owe to? It was Link's father who saved you." "No, I have not forgotten." Snape's voice rose in agitation. "I believe you have forgotten." Madame Flitwick let out a cold laugh, remarking, "Otherwise, how could you be so unwilling to assist Link with such a trivial matter?" Upon hearing this, Snape fell silent. After a prolonged pause, he eventually responded, "I have principles." "Principles? What are your principles worth? A few nuts." The two resumed their argument, while Link, having listened attentively for some time, began to grasp the situation. It turned out that after Link's departure, Madame Flitwick had followed old Victoria into the reception room. After enduring a traditional display of intimidation and humiliation, she successfully repelled old Wilson, compelling him to retreat with his son in disgrace. Madame Flitwick was equally perplexed by old Victoria's actions. After all, the Wilson family was indeed of poor repute. It would be foolish for old Victoria to rely on them to counterbalance the Flit family. Following a series of inquiries, Madame Flitwick finally discerned old Victoria's intentions. He did not seek a union for mere social climbing or a transactional marriage. Rather, he genuinely believed that if Emily were to wed someone as foolish as Link, it would be a grave misfortune. Thus, he risked the wrath of the Flit family in his quest to find Emily a husband of sound mind and affluent background. Of course, Madame Flitwick expressed this sentiment with considerable delicacy, even hinting at avoidance. Nevertheless, Link grasped the underlying meaning. One could not help but admire old Victoria's dedication. His love for Emily was genuine, and from a father's perspective, Link believed many would make similar choices. However, from Link's standpoint, old Victoria's stubbornness was rather irksome, especially since he had not abandoned his stance even after the Wilson family's defeat. Instead, he put forth an even more outrageous demand. Link must demonstrate that he had fully regained his former lively and clever self before he would consent to Emily being with him. It is noteworthy that this proof was not as simple as achieving top marks in examinations. It required Link to attain outstanding accomplishments. In disbelief, Link expressed his astonishment, for the news was utterly preposterous. Sir Merlin's Guild was the largest and most esteemed wizarding organization in the magical realm, and it was the only wizarding body not under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Magic, yet recognized by the Ministry as an international exemplar of wizardry. Only those who made remarkable contributions to the wizarding community could earn such an honor. Link felt that, as a mere third-year student, he was utterly unqualified for such accolades. However, Madame Flitwick held a different view. Sensing Link's shock, she pressed her lips together and remarked, "It is a pity that the conscience of certain individuals seems to have been devoured by dogs." In response to her scornful jibe, Snape merely snorted derisively. "You don't actually think I sought you out of necessity, do you? Don't flatter yourself. You are reluctant to sell this undisclosed potion formula. Yet there are many within the potion society eager to make a deal. The only reason I sought you out was to extend a gesture of goodwill. Since you have chosen to disregard it, you shall forever dwell in guilt," Mrs. Flivers coldly remarked, dragging Link out of the Victoria Manor, leaving Severus Snape standing silently, lost in thought. Observing this, Link refrained from saying much, merely tightening his grip on Mrs. Flivers' hand as a form of comfort. Truth be told, although the garden outside the Victoria Manor was labeled as such, it resembled expansive farmlands abundant with various vegetables, evoking a sense of rural life akin to that of a countryside farm. Such an environment seemed rather incongruous for the elder Victoria, a pure-blood aristocrat of modest means, as cultivating farmland nearby would hardly be beneficial, rather diminishing his stature. Contemplating this, Link shook his head quietly. At that moment, Mrs. Flivers gently patted Link's head and said, "Link, do not blame your Uncle Victoria, nor should you echo those children who call him miserly. He is, in truth, a good man." "I understand," he replied. He never harbored any resentment towards elder Victoria, for he believed that regardless of Victoria's opposition, Emily's character would compel her to forge a lifelong bond with him. Thus, the actions and thoughts of elder Victoria could hardly alter anything. At worst, they might render the final scene somewhat awkward. Noticing Link's lack of pronounced reaction, Mrs. Flivers assumed he was merely being dismissive. She sighed and pointed to several mute laborers toiling in the distance, saying, "Link, do you know how many mute laborers reside within your Uncle Victoria's estate?" The abrupt shift in her topic momentarily bewildered Link. Perhaps around 50? Not quite. The actual number exceeds 500. 500? Has he lost his mind? Indeed, we all believe he has. After all, although these mute laborers hail from wizarding families, they possess no magical abilities. From an entirely rational capitalist perspective, they are nothing but a burden. Mrs. Flivers gazed longingly at the fields, her voice tinged with melancholy. Yet, Link, the mute laborers are truly pitiable. The vast majority cannot integrate into wizarding society nor thrive in the muggle world, forced to struggle in the chasm that lies between. The world is exceedingly harsh for them. Thus, your Uncle Victoria, out of compassion, has taken in over 500 of them. Link tilted his head and added, and he does not merely provide for them. He offers them the opportunity to be self-sufficient like ordinary individuals. Indeed, which is why I assert that your Uncle Victoria is a good man, Mrs. Flivers remarked with a hint of self-deprecation. Alas, in these times, being a good person goes unappreciated. Others merely label you foolish, and some may even take advantage of your kindness. I now comprehend him. He is a man deserving of respect, Link stated earnestly. It must be said that he has begun to hold a certain reverence for the venerable Victoria. Although Link himself would never engage in such charitable acts, this does not hinder his respectful gaze towards individuals like old Victoria, who courageously stand up for the marginalized. After all, the world is in dire need of more heroes. The term hero does not solely refer to figures like Dumbledore, who can turn the tide of despair and support the crumbling structures of society. Rather, quiet individuals like old Victoria are equally deserving of the title. Upon hearing Link's words, Mrs. Free's smile grew even brighter. She slowly crouched down to tidy up Link's somewhat disheveled collar, restoring it to a neat appearance before saying with a smile, "Indeed, Link, you must maintain this sense of integrity. Over the past year, you have made significant progress. Although your mother is not by your side, both Dumbledore and Snape have taken note of your performance. According to them, your displayed talent is already sufficient for you to become an exceptional wizard in the future. However, what they do not know is that compared to fame and success, I wish for you to preserve the kindness within your heart. Do you understand, Link? I am deeply afraid, for I sense that the goodness within you is gradually being consumed by indifference. This feeling is peculiar, but I am certain it is true. Promise me, Link, that you will always uphold your kindness. It is your most precious treasure and the key to your survival in this world. Therefore, even for my sake, you must steadfastly hold on to your spirit." Standing before Mrs. Free, Link responded solemnly, "I will, mother, I swear." "Good child, Mrs. Free said with a look of contentment as she embraced Link. Yet at that moment, Link's expression grew increasingly grave. Initially, he believed that Mrs. Free's words were merely a result of her adapting to the character changes brought about by his arrival. However, her final remark raised his vigilance. What did she mean by saying that kindness is the key to his existence? Did it imply that if Link were to lose this quality, he might meet a dire fate? Contemplating this, Link gently twisted his wrist, and the two wands hidden within their sheath made a barely audible sound of collision. Chapter 96, Lihuin Bookstore. Coo coo coo. In the early morning, a mottled owl was pecking at the bread in Link's hand while occasionally looking up to call out to him, appearing quite pleased. Nearly a month had passed since Link returned from Victoria's estate. Unfortunately, as he had anticipated, he had found nothing of significance. The castle seemed as if it had been thoroughly cleansed with a powerful cleaning agent, leaving no trace of Link's childhood or any belongings related to his father. As for attempting to extract information from Mrs. Free, that proved even more futile. Such tactics were utterly ineffective against a strong-willed woman like her, and after several attempts, Link decisively abandoned that approach. Thus, Link found himself utterly at leisure, indulging in a daily routine of practicing spells and entertaining the curled-winged owl. Regrettably, this tranquility was shattered early this morning by the arrival of an owl from Hogwarts. At first glance, Link made an assured judgment, as the owl bore a ring inscribed with the Hogwarts emblem. This emblem enabled it to traverse freely throughout the wizarding realm, serving also to deter mischievous young wizards or peculiar individuals from intercepting owl messengers, which could lead to the loss of important letters. The Ministry of Magic had even enacted laws prohibiting the attack on Hogwarts owls, with any wizard who violated these laws facing penalties ranging from a minimum of 100 galleons to a maximum of permanent imprisonment, assuming they could be apprehended. The reason for this owl's visit to Flourish and Blots was now abundantly clear. It was delivering a list of textbooks and school supplies that Link would need for the upcoming term. This year's notification had arrived considerably later than in previous years. Mrs. Flourish held the letter aloft, saying, "Now, Link, I have matters to attend to shortly. I shall send Little Button to assist you with your shopping this afternoon." "All right, I understand," Link replied absently, placing the bread from his palm onto the table. This left the owl perched on his shoulder in a bit of a quandary. It had yet to satiate its hunger. Yet the magical aura emanating from the human before it compelled a desire for closeness. After a moment of hesitation, the owl ultimately resisted the temptation of food, choosing instead to remain on Link's shoulder. "Oh, by the way," Mrs. Flourish handed the letter to Button and then, as if struck by a sudden thought, remarked, "You'll be taking elective courses next term. Have you decided on your schedule?" "I think I'll choose care of magical creatures," Link replied. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Flourish wore a knowing expression. "I expected as much. But what about the other subject? What do you plan to select?" "I would recommend divination. According to Snape, you can achieve high marks simply by concocting tragic tales," she suggested. "That sounds appealing," Link mused, brushing off the crumbs from his hands and rising to depart. "Where are you off to?" "You Haven Tea finished your breakfast?" "I'm heading to Diagon Alley. Several of my friends are going to procure school supplies, and I'd like to join them." Link waved dismissively. Mrs. Flourish shook her head in dismay. This left her somewhat disheartened. However, upon reflection, it was only natural. Link had grown up and made a myriad of new friends. It was perfectly normal for him to feel shy about affectionate displays with his mother. With a sigh, Mrs. Flourish waved her wand and vanished from the dining hall. Meanwhile, Link had released the pesky owl and, utilizing the fluent network, directly arrived at the Gringotts lobby. Truth be told, while his tasks for the day were not particularly intricate, they bore significant importance. According to the narrative of the original work, the principal storyline for the upcoming year will revolve around the fragment of Voldemort's soul stealthily inserted into the diary of the Weasley family's youngest daughter by Lucius Malfoy. As it infiltrates Hogwarts, this fragment manipulates the basilisk, Aragog, to wreak havoc in the shadows, ultimately leading to Aragog's demise at the hands of Harry and his companions. To alter Aragog's fate, Link must undertake critical tasks. Link surmises that such actions will result in a profound transformation of the entire plot for the forthcoming year and beyond. Strictly speaking, this poses a significant disadvantage for Link, as a time traveler who largely relies on foresight of the narrative to navigate his circumstances. However, for the sake of Aragog, Link is willing to set aside his concerns. With the school year drawing near, Diagon Alley remains as bustling as it was during Link's last visit, teeming with throngs of people, particularly in establishments like Madame Malkin's Robes for all occasions. The ink and stationery shop and the secondhand robe store, the crowds are almost suffocating. This is precisely why Link has entrusted the task of procuring school supplies to Little Button today. The mere act of navigating the streets has proven to be quite taxing for Link, and he can hardly fathom the physical exertion and energy required to shop in so many stores for supplies. It is akin to competing with hundreds of women for discounted rice at a supermarket, an ordeal of greater terror. After weaving through the throng for a while, Link finally arrived at the entrance of Flourish and Blott's. This bookstore is the largest in Diagon Alley and indeed all of Wizarding Britain, boasting a spacious interior filled with towering bookshelves that reach the ceiling, brimming with volumes, thus creating an impression of abundant literary offerings. Despite its considerable size, as the sole bookstore supplying textbooks for Hogwarts students, it is currently engulfed in a chaotic scene of bustling patrons. Such disorder is quite unusual. The staff at Flourish and Blott's are well-versed and have established efficient protocols to manage the back-to-school rush, so the typical surge should not incite chaos. The true cause of the pandemonium is the grand book signing event taking place within, featuring none other than Gilderoy Lockhart. Link struggled to push his way inside, and the first sight that greeted him was an enormous magical poster depicting a dapper man with an exuberant smile, revealing a set of dazzling white teeth. Beneath his visage, the poster bore the inscription. As Link finished reading the words on the poster, a thunderous cheer erupted from the crowd ahead. Upon closer inspection, he saw that the man from the poster was entering the shop through the back door with a charming smile. Unlike the poster, at this moment he is adorned in a robe of forget-me-not blue, embellished with various ornaments at his chest, neck, and wrists, exuding a rather flamboyant aura. However, the peculiar smile gracing his face mirrors that of the poster perfectly. This smile unsettles Link, as it bears an uncanny resemblance to the forced smiles cultivated through etiquette training by waitstaff in his previous life. Yet the surrounding crowd is utterly captivated, as evidenced by their animated reactions and the incessant flashes from their magical cameras. Observing Lockhart as he weaves through the throng and ultimately settles amidst a sea of posters, a smirk of derision appears on Link's face. Link, as a time traveler, is not unfamiliar with Lockhart. Indeed, he is a best-selling author and, this year, the professor of defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts. However, in contrast to a traditional instructor in this field, Lockhart resembles more of a con artist and a businessman. He has consistently promoted the tales in his novels as his own lived experiences, which, combined with his formidable charm and good looks, has attracted a legion of admirers, particularly among women, as evidenced by the predominantly female crowd at the bookstore, ranging in age from 8 to 80. Yet, Link is acutely aware that these so-called personal anecdotes are nothing but fabrications. Thus, he regards Lockhart with disdain. Nonetheless, Link cannot deny that Lockhart possesses a remarkable acumen for business. Just as he is currently maneuvering, while others invited to teach at Hogwarts might ponder over lesson preparations. Lockhart's keen business instincts immediately detect an opportunity. Link thinks to himself, this is a golden moment for fame and fortune. Shaking his head with a smile, Link retreats to a corner, awaiting the arrival of Harry and his friends. His purpose for being here today is not to confront Lockhart, but rather to address the matter of that diary. After half an hour of waiting, Link finally spots Harry and the Weasleys struggling to enter the shop. This recognition does not stem from his vigilant observation of the entrance, which would be impractical given the throng obstructing his view. Rather, it is the strikingly vibrant red hair of the Weasley family that gives them away. A slight smile graces Link's lips, yet he refrains from approaching immediately, choosing instead to quietly await the entrance of Draco and his father. As anticipated, the unfolding events align with Link's expectations. Harry, a prominent figure in the wizarding world, is soon recognized by others, prompting Lockhart to eagerly seize the moment, hastily announcing his new role as the professor of defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts, eliciting a chorus of cheers from the assembled fans. Link observed that Hermione and Mrs. Weasley were also calling out quite loudly. It was evident that, like many other women, they had become admirers of Lockhart. However, this was of little consequence. What truly exhilarated Link was the appearance of Lucius Malfoy and Draco Malfoy, who finally emerged from the entrance. This time, Link witnessed the father and son entering Flourish and Blotts firsthand. The crowd that had gathered at the door parted, either in disdain or fear, upon noticing their presence. Draco appeared quite pleased with this treatment. After exchanging a knowing smile with his father, they made their way directly toward Harry, who was surrounded by Lockhart and a throng of admirers. Seeing this, Link hesitated no longer and pushed his way into the crowd. "You must relish this, Potter," Draco taunted, his voice dripping with sarcasm, as the famed Harry Potter could not escape becoming the headline news, even in a bookshop. "Nonsense. Potter, you found yourself a girlfriend." Draco elongated his words, delivering a remark that had a devastating impact. The face of the red-haired girl turned the same hue as her hair, and she lowered her head, ceasing to speak. The interaction among them finally caught the attention of others, prompting the Weasley couple and Hermione to converge toward the scene, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. At that moment, a voice familiar to both parties suddenly rang out. "Harry, Draco, must you continue this love-hate dynamic even outside of school?" It was Link. Both Harry and Draco exclaimed in surprise, the latter quickly retorting, "Link, this doesn't concern you. It's best if you don't involve yourself." Although Draco's words were assertive, his expression betrayed a hint of anxiety, and he took a few steps back as he spoke. Then, a large hand landed on Draco's shoulder. "ISNT this little Link?" Draco, upon recognizing the figure behind him, saw his previously tense expression return to normal, for it was none other than Lucius Malfoy standing there. Lucius paid no mind to Draco's change in demeanor and continued addressing Link. "Have you come to purchase books as well? However, I must advise you to steer clear of certain red-haired individuals. Mingling with them may lead to an unfortunate association with their impoverished stature. Frankly, I am quite astonished that they dare to step into Flourish and Blotts, given the high prices here. A junk shop would be more fitting for them. Or perhaps, Weasley, your employer took pity on you and granted you a bonus?" This was not all. Lucius then produced a tattered textbook from the cauldron of the red-haired girl, displaying it for all to see. "It seems there are none left. What a shame. If I were you, I wouldn't be so troubled, considering how pitiful it must be to be your child, unable even to secure a decent textbook. What are you saying?" A furious roar erupted from Mr. Weasley, his hair standing on end in indignation as he swung his fist and struck Lucius squarely in the face. Lucius, recovering from the shock, was not one to back down, and soon the two became entangled in a fierce struggle. Observing this, Link finally decided to intervene. Chapter 98, The Plan Succeeds. Without a moment's hesitation, Link brandished his wand and exclaimed, "Separation!" A tremendous force erupted between Lucius and Mr. Weasley, propelling them apart. The sole distinction was that Mr. Weasley was caught by his sons, whereas Lucius crashed heavily into a bookshelf, his head being struck several times by falling tomes, rendering him even more disheveled. Fortunately, Draco quickly approached to assist him. "Well done, Link. It appears you are in cahoots with them." Lucius spat through clenched teeth. However, Link coldly shook his head, replying, "If I were you, I would refrain from such foolish remarks." Link spoke with sincerity, for it was clear that if the fight continued, Lucius would be the one at a disadvantage. After all, there stood 6 Weasleys against 2 Malfoys, a battle virtually assured to end in defeat for the Malfoy family. "Take this, you pitiful girl. This is the finest gift your father can offer," Lucius snarled. At this, Link's eyes brightened, for he understood that the diary containing a fragment of Voldemort's soul was likely concealed within that textbook. Swiftly seizing Lucius's wrist, Link asserted, "I believe it would be best if you kept this for yourself, Uncle Lucius. It is for the greater good, is it not?" While speaking, he cast a significant glance at Lucius, which only heightened the latter's anxiety. Lucius stared at Link for a moment before breaking free from his grasp with a huff and striding toward the exit with Draco. Relieved, Link exhaled and called after Lucius's retreating figure, "I shall inform my mother of today's events. Soon enough, the news of your altercation with Mr. Weasley at Florian Fortescue's will spread throughout the entire community." Lucius paused briefly, but quickly resumed his pace, hastening away with Draco. Once the Malfoy father and son had vanished, the onlookers, who had been assessing Mr. Weasley's condition, finally turned their attention to Link. "Link, you should not have intervened," they admonished. "Indeed, we have longed to give the Malfoys a good thrashing. Had you not stopped us, they would surely be lying on the ground now." George and Fred, the twin brothers, voiced their regrets with expressions of chagrin, clearly lamenting their missed opportunity to join the fray. Link, however, could only shake his head in exasperation. It was evident that the brothers failed to grasp the seriousness of the matter, as illustrated by the original text's depiction of Hagrid's hippogriff injuring Draco, prompting Lucius to go to great lengths to eliminate the creature. A family as esteemed as the Weasleys would never stoop to such a disreputable act. The recent altercation at the Leaky Cauldron reflects this sentiment. This is certainly not favorable news for the Weasley clan. Mrs. Weasley is keenly aware of this reality, and as soon as George and Fred finished speaking, she promptly delivered a reprimanding tap to the back of their heads. Once they fell silent, she donned a smile and addressed Link. "You must be Link. Harry and Ron have spoken of you on numerous occasions. We are truly grateful for your assistance." "Indeed, Molly is right. I acted impulsively," Mr. Weasley added, though his somewhat stiff demeanor suggested lingering discontent. Link responded with a gentle smile. "It is quite all right, Mr. Weasley, Mrs. Weasley. It was merely a small effort on my part." He then turned to the little red-haired girl standing nearby and inquired, "Is this your youngest daughter?" "Indeed. Her name is Ginny, Ron's little sister," Mrs. Weasley replied, affectionately ruffling Ginny's hair. "Ginny, come and greet your brother Link." The little girl, however, appeared timid, hiding behind Harry and lamenting, "My book." At her words, the atmosphere shifted palpably, particularly for Mr. Weasley. It seemed that their plans had faltered. Link, noticing the change, smiled and knelt down to address the half-visible Ginny peering out from behind Harry. "It's quite all right. How about I buy you a new book? A whole set." "Really?" Ginny's eyes widened in surprise, yet she ultimately refrained from accepting, glancing instead at Mr. Weasley. "Thank you, Link, but we can manage to buy one book ourselves." Mr. Weasley's expression soured, evidently influenced by the earlier jibe from Lucius. Observing this, Mrs. Weasley shot him a stern look and quickly interjected, "Link, please don't misunderstand. Arthur means no harm. We genuinely appreciate your kindness, but we cannot accept it." The little girl's spirits visibly sank, and Harry was there to comfort her. With a sigh, Link discreetly signaled to George and Fred before turning to Mrs. Weasley. "Very well, Mrs. Weasley, I apologize for any trouble caused. We should be the ones expressing our regrets." Just as Mrs. Weasley was about to respond, George seized the opportunity to pull Mr. Weasley aside under the pretense of needing to check his health. Once they had moved away, Fred, wearing a smug expression, winked at Link. "Link, we didn't misinterpret your intentions, did we?" "Indeed, you are the most astute individuals I have ever encountered," Link replied with a smile, producing a small bag from his pocket and placing it in Fred's hands. "Here, take this and buy a book for Ginny." Chapter 99. Has your mother arrived too? The bag that Link tossed was not a spatial pouch enhanced with a seamless extension charm, hence Fred immediately sensed its weight upon receiving it. This caused a furrow to form on his brow. "Link, my parents weren't deceiving you. We truly do have money," Fred earnestly assured Link, who was feeling a bit exasperated. He was well aware that the Weasley family had some financial resources. Not to mention, some of the Weasley children had begun working And even George and Fred often engaged in the illicit trade of contraband at school to earn extra galleons. Based on Link's estimation, the little fortune these two had amassed over the years must amount to several hundred galleons, a considerable sum indeed. However, Link also understood that this money was earmarked by George and Fred for their dream of opening a shop after graduation, so they would not touch it unless absolutely necessary. Yet, this concern bore little relevance to Link. His intention to purchase new books for Ginny was not motivated by pity for the Weasley family. Rather, it was because Ginny was the one who obtained that diary in the original story. Ideally, he would like to present her with several pristine notebooks as well. Previously, he had instructed George to distract the Weasley couple so that Fred could secretly accept the money, but he had not anticipated Fred's stubbornness. This left Link feeling somewhat displeased. Nevertheless, for the sake of future prudence, Link patiently stated, "Just accept it. I do not intend to pity you, and I am aware of the little treasure you and George have. This is merely a token gift for a friend's sister." "Indeed, Fred, since Link has said so, we should accept it," Ron chimed in, lacking the stubbornness of his parents and brothers, as a middle child often unnoticed. However, Fred's expression remained conflicted. Observing this, Link clicked his tongue and remarked, "All right, let us not make it seem as though I am begging you. The money is for Ginny. It is not meant for you." Fred paused at Link's words, instinctively glancing at Ginny. Upon meeting her hopeful gaze, he ultimately relented and silently handed the bag to her. In an instant, the atmosphere among them lightened considerably. At that moment, Fred also let out a sigh of relief and gently patted Ginny's head, then turned to Link and inquired, "But Link, I still do not understand why you wanted Lucius to dispose of that textbook. It was still usable." As soon as Fred spoke, all eyes turned to Link, for his previous actions had indeed seemed rather unreasonable. Seeing this, a smile crept onto Link's face as he presented the excuse he had prepared in advance. "Have you all forgotten what Mr. Weasley does for a living? He is a member of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, which prohibits the misuse of Muggle artifacts, and is also involved in the search and confiscation of dark magical items, correct?" Harry, Ron, and the others exchanged glances before nodding in agreement. However, observing their expressions, it seemed they had yet to fully grasp the underlying reasons. Thus, Link felt compelled to continue speaking. "What of Lucius Malfoy? A former Death Eater, notoriously a dark wizard, is he not? If he were to insert something inappropriate into that book and subsequently report Mr. Weasley, what might be the consequences?" Upon hearing this, the crowd gasped in unison. They all understood that, given Lucius's character, he was indeed capable of such an act. Should it come to that, Mr. Weasley would undoubtedly find himself in dire straits. In an instant, the mood shifted, with the assembly turning their ire from Link to denouncing the Malfoy family. At that moment, a slightly anxious voice pierced through the chatter. "Link, did you just use magic to intervene between Mr. Weasley and Malfoy?" Turning at the sound, Link saw Hermione, breathless and gazing at him, flanked by two middle-aged individuals who bore a striking resemblance to her parents. "Indeed, you were too impulsive, Link," Hermione exclaimed, a hint of anger in her tone. "Hogwarts prohibits underage wizards from using magic outside of school. You could be expelled for this." Link, somewhat at a loss for words, replied, "Oh, that's of little concern. Hogwarts wouldn't expel me over this, nor would the Ministry of Magic trouble me. That is impossible. Dumbledore did issue us a stern warning." Hermione remained skeptical. At this, Fred cleared his throat and, with a hint of pride, interjected, "Dumbledore was merely trying to frighten us. He wouldn't actually go through with it. George and I know this all too well. We've been casting spells at home since our first year. But I've read about numerous young wizards being expelled for precisely this reason." Ron chimed in. "I assume they must have been Muggle-born wizards?" Ron tilted his head. "That's quite typical. The trace embedded in our wands cannot accurately discern who cast a spell. So long as other wizards are nearby, it becomes ineffective. Moreover, you need not worry about Link. He is the sole heir of the Weasley family. Dumbledore would have to be mad to expel him over something so trivial. Is that so?" Hermione's face still bore trace of doubt, yet her tone had softened. Link, however, furrowed his brow. The trace system, in its essence, was profoundly unjust to Muggle-born wizards. Generally, such unspoken rules were kept under wraps. Yet Ron had audaciously voiced them, particularly in the presence of Hermione's parents. With this thought, Link discreetly glanced at Hermione's parents, noticing their expressions were indeed less than favorable, prompting him to swiftly change the subject. "Hermione, are these two your parents?" "Ah, yes. I nearly forgot to introduce you." "How rude of me," Hermione stammered, flustered, while Link promptly extended his hand towards Mr. and Mrs. Granger. "It is a great honor to meet you. You possess a remarkable daughter whose performance at Hogwarts has been nothing short of dazzling." You shall undoubtedly take pride in her in the times to come. The Granger couple, somewhat reserved, exchanged a handshake with Link, and one cannot blame them. The wizarding world is entirely foreign and peculiar to them, keeping their nerves perpetually on edge. However, after greeting Link, this tension eased slightly, for he was indeed the first young wizard to greet them with a handshake, a gesture of ordinary civility. It is worth noting that even Mr. Weasley, who had approached them with evident goodwill, had reacted as if he had encountered monkeys at the zoo upon their first meeting. How embarrassing! With this thought, a more natural smile finally graced Mr. Granger's face. Yet, just as he was about to engage Link in further conversation, a resonant voice interrupted from his side. You are the child of the Flitwick family, are you not? To this, Link offered a rather frosty response, nodding curtly and saying yes. Do you have a matter to discuss, Mr. Lockhart? As he uttered Lockhart's name, he unconsciously mimicked Snape's emphasis, infusing his tone with a hint of derision. However, Lockhart showed no sign of displeasure. Instead, his eyes sparkled with curiosity as he inquired, Has your mother come as well?